I have become overseer. The workmen in their shops inquire not what you can do, but rather who you are. That is another sort of ability, and made for overseeing. Who can speak before the Lord as you can do, and rhyme our subtle thoughts to subtle words, shall not sit stooped over detail, but walk abroad at my side. For in the word and not in the hand is command and oversight. Have you some thing to object or carp at in my opinions? No, great steward. I agree and am grateful. That is the word, O Sir Siph. And it shall be a word between me and you, the old man and the young, that we shall understand each other in our service and in our love of our master the noble Putapra, Pharaoh's captain of the guard, and make a pact between us for his service, which each shall hold to the end of his life, so the death of the elder shall not dissolve the bond, but the other shall keep it over his grave, as his successor and son, who protects and justifies his father, in that he protects and justifies the noble master in bond with the dead. Can you see that, and does it please you? Or does it seem fancy, full and strange? By no means, my master and overseer, Joseph replied. Your words are after my mind and understanding, for long have I understood such a bond, which one makes with the master as with one other in his service, and I could not tell what were more familiar in mine eyes and less strange. By my father's head and Pharaoh's life, I am yours. He who had bought him kept still one hand upon the lad's shoulder, and now with his other took both of Joseph's in his. Good, said he. Good, O Sir Siph. Go then and cleanse yourself, for the personal and the reading service of the master. But when he has done with you, come to me that I may teach you to know the economy of the house and to oversee it. 606. Chapter V. The man of the blessing. Joseph is reader and body servant. WF. Know the behavior of servants, the smiling and casting down of eyes, when one of their number, least and least considered among them, is with apparent favoritism lifted up beyond their ken. They smile, look at each other and then down, are disconcerted, envious, spiteful, yet on the other hand cautious and apparently acquiescing, with enthusiasm in the whim of the ruling powers. These looks, these smiles Joseph now encountered every day, for the first time on that morning in the garden when he was sent for to Montcahi, the climber of trees, and always after that. For this was the beginning. And his head was now lifted up in manifold ways. He became Potiphar's personal servant. His master gradually put all that he had into the Hebrew's hand, just as we are told, and all that was prepared for. And the germ of it lay, in the words of Montcahi, and the pact he made was implicit in it, as is the slow-growing tree in the seed, needing but time for its unfolding and fulfillment. Joseph, then, received the wreath and the silver apron which formed the livery of the dining-room servants, and which, it need hardly be said, became him to a marvel. For so must they look who might wait upon Potiphar and his family at table, but the son of a lovely mother stood out among them, of course, by reason of a superior brilliance which was not mere charm, rather a union of physical and spiritual parts in which both were enhanced. He was given his place behind Potiphar's chair on the dais, or rather, at first beside the stone platform opposite, along the narrow side of the room, where the wall was covered with flags and a bronze jug and beaker were set. For when the illustrious family entered for their meal, from the northern or the western hall, they mounted this platform, and water was poured over their hands. It was Joseph's part to pour the water over Potiphar's small white hands, which were ornamented with seal and scarab rings, and to hand him the scented napkin to dry them. While Potiphar did this, Joseph had to hasten with swift foot across the matted floor with its bright embroidered runners to the Joseph in Egypt 607 days, where the chairs were placed, those for the exalted parents from the upper story as well as for their son and the mistress Mut-Eminet. Behind Potiphar's chair he stood, and served the latter with viands handed him by other silver-clad waiters. Pi did not run to and fro to fetch or take the platters, but others gave him, and he offered to Pharaoh's friend, who thus received from his hand all that he ate and drank. The dining room was high and bright, although the light came not from outdoors but through the adjoining rooms, particularly through the 7 doors of the western outer hall and the windows above them, which were of fine open-work stone slabs. But the walls were very white and gave back the light. Painted friezes ran round them. Under the ceiling, which was also white and crossed by many sky blue beams, supported by wooden columns painted blue, with round white bases and bright-colored capitals. These sky blue columns were a delightful decoration, and delightfully decorative, full of gaiety and abundant ornament was everything else as well, in this room, where Potiphar daily ate his meals. The dining chairs were ebon and ivory, adorned with lions' heads and filled with embroidered down cushions. Along the wall stood lampstands and incense tripods, in elegant shapes, standing basins, ointment jars, and broad-handled wine jars in holders, wreathed with flowers. These and all the other appurtenances of the dining room glittered and gleamed. In the center of the room stood a capacious buffet, piled high, like a moon sacrificial table, with food far more than the exalted family could possibly consume, which was handed to the waiters by servants in attendance: roast goose, roast duck, joints of beef, loaves of bread and cake, vegetables, and lavish display of melons, cucumbers, and Syrian fruits. Amid the eatables towered a costly center piece, a New Year's present from Pharaoh to Potiphar, in the shape of a little gold temple standing among exotic trees with apes clambering in their branches. A hush prevailed in the hall when the family sat at table. The serve and spare solace were inaudible on the matted floors, and the speech of Potiphar and his kin was infrequent and soft-voiced from mutual respect. They bent tactfully toward each other, and in the pauses between courses held to each other's noses a lotus flower, or some dainty morsel to each other's mouths. Their mutual gentleness was exquisite. It was almost painful. The chairs were placed by twos, with free space between. Potiphar sat with his mother, and the lady Mut beside old Huya. When Joseph had first seen his mistress as she swayed past him in her carrying chair, she had worn her own hair, in locks like a poodle's, thick dusted with gold. But often she wore a wig, a blue, blonde, or brown hair coming down far on her shoulders, made into tight little rings and set with corkscrew curls underneath. Atop was 608 Thomas Mann, a close-fitting wreath. The wig was shaped rather like the headcloth of a sphinx. It came out in a heart-shaped curve over the white forehead, and a few strands or tufts, with which she sometimes toyed, hung down on either side over the cheeks, making a singular frame to that singular face, in which the eyes were at war with the mouth, they being slow in movement, somber and stern, while the mouth was sinuous as a serpent, the corners of it chiseled very deep. The bare white arms were notable near as far as they moved among the dishes, modelled and polished as by the hand of one of his artists. One might well call them divine. Pharaoh's friend took much food into his shapely mouth. After all, he had to nourish a mountain of a man, and many times during the meal the beaker had to be replenished from the long-necked jug. Probably the wine was cordial to his self-esteem and made him believe that despite war he himself was a real and actual captain of the guard. But the mistress about whom hovered a slender and decorative female slave, in flowing spiderweb garb, so thin that she was as good as naked, and it was well that Jacob the father could not see her mu'minat, that is, displayed but small appetite and seemed to sit there because it was the thing to do. She took a single bite, idly, hardly opening her mouth, into the breast of a roast duck, then tossed it into the basin. The exalted parents, waited on by their silly little maids, for they tolerated no adult attendants, only picked and poked at their food. They too seemed to sit there as at a ceremony. For a mouthful or two of bread and vegetables sufficed them, for to cook. Larly old Wea, who had to be careful lest his stomach revolt and throw him into a cold sweat. Besemheb, the unmarried dwarf, sat sometimes and munched on the step of the dais, at the master's feet. Though actually he took his meal at a sort of official's table, with Mann himself, Dudu, warder of the jewel house, Red Belly, the head gardener, and a few of the scribes, in other words, the upper staff of the house. Joseph, called Osirsaif, the Shabirite slave, was soon to join them. At times the mock vizier, in his crumpled finery, would perform comic dances round the great centre buffet. In a corner there cowered nearly always an old harp player, touching the strings with warped and withered fingers and murmuring rhapsodical, incoherent songs. He was blind, as befits a bard, and could soothsay a little, though but haltingly and unclear. Such was the daily scene. But often too the chamberlain was with Pharaoh in the palace of Merimat, across the river, or attending to God in the royal bark up or downstream to inspect quarries and mines, estates, and waterworks. On such days no dinner was served. The blue salon was empty. But when the master was present and with many manifestations of mutual fine feeling the meal had come to an end, the exalted parents betook themselves to their upper story, and Joseph in Egypt 609. Their daughter-in-law the moon retired to rest in her own apartment, in the master's dwelling, separated from her consorts by the great columned northern hall, or went under escort in her lion chair to the women's house. Then Joseph followed Potiphar into one of the adjoining halls, spacious airy rooms with paintings along three of their walls and the fourth side open save for supporting columns. Either the northern, extending in front of the dining and reception rooms, or the western, which was still better, because it looked out on the garden, the trees, and the little summer house on the mound. The former, however, had the advantage of giving the master an eye upon the court, the storehouses, and the stables. Besides, it was cooler there. In both rooms were many splendid things, regarded by Joseph with the mixture of admiration and contempt which he kept for the manifestations of high civilization in this land whither he had been snatched. They were presents, tokens of Pharaoh's regard for his chamberlain and titular head of his troops, like the exquisite little gold temple in the dining room. They were hung on the walls or disposed on chests and shelves, statuettes in silver and gold, ivory and ebony, of the royal donor Nebmetri Amenhotep, a fat, thick-set man, in various costumes, crowns and headdresses, bronze sphinxes, likewise representing the god, all sorts of statues of animals held, of running elephants carved in ivory, squatting apes, a gazelle with a flower in its mouth, costly vessels, mirrors, fans, and whips. But above all there were weapons, in large number and variety, axes and daggers, scale armor, and shields covered with hide, bows and rose and bronze sickle-shaped swords. It was strange that Pharaoh, who though the successor of warriors was in his own season no man of battles but a builder and prince of peace, should have showered such profusion of warlike implements upon a Fabuite and that favorite, that Reuben tower of a man, himself not at all constituted to let the blood of rubber eaters and sand dwellers. Among the furnishings of the hall were handsome decorated book cases. Putapur stretched his bulk upon a light day bed, which looked more fragile than ever beneath his weight, while Joseph went up to the shelves to read out the titles to his master. Should he unroll the adventures of the shipwrecked sailor upon the island of the serpent, or the tale of King Khufu and Ejedi who could put a head back on after it had been cut off, or the true and apposite story of the conquest of the city of Joppa by the stratagem of Vudu, the great general of his majesty Menkeper Thutmose III, who had 500 soldiers carried into the town in sacks and baskets, the fairy tale of the king's son to whom Hathor prophesied that he would come to his death by means of a crocodile, a serpent, or a dog. What would the master prefer? The choice was large. Putapur had a varied library, arranged in the cases of the two halls, consisting in part of lively and 6io Thomas Mann, amusing fables and conceits like the fight of the cats and the geese, in part of stimulating dialectic like the polemic between the scribes Hori and Amimani, texts and tracts in religion and magic, in obscure and artificial language, lists of kings from the times of the gods down to the foreign rule of the shepherd kings, with dates and reigns of each son of the sun, and annals of remarkable historical events such as important jubilees and extraordinary tax collections. He possessed the book of Itman, the book of that which is in the underworld. The book made the name flourish, and learned topography of the beyond. Potiphar knew all his books. When he listened to reading, it was to hear again the well known as one listens to music. Such an attitude toward his choice was the more natural because in the great majority of these writings the interest lay very little in the matter or the story, and very much in the charm of style, the choiceness and elegance of the phrasing. Joseph read, with his feet drawn up under him or standing at a sort of liturgical reading desk. He read capitally, was fluent, exact, unaffected, moderately dramatic, with such natural command of words that the most involved literary style had a happy conversationalese. Literally he read himself into the heart of his listener, and when we seek to understand his swift rise in the Egyptian's favor, we must by no means leave out of account these reading hours. Moreover, Potiphar often dozed off early in the hour, lulled by the measured, agreeable voice, the level, practiced tone, and often he interrupted with lively interest, corrected Joseph's pronunciation, called attention to the excellence of a rhetorical flourish, criticized what he had heard, or if the meaning were obscure, discussed it with Joseph, and was much taken with the lad's penetration and expository gift. His personal feeling for certain literary products came out by degrees, for instance a preference for the dispute with his soul of a man who is tired of life. This as time went on he had read to him, over and over, in yearning, where the Michael accent's death was compared to many fine and good things, the recovery from sore illness, the scent of myrrh and lotus blossoms, to a seat under shelter of a sail, on a windy day, with a cool drink on the shore, away in the rain, the homecoming of a sailor in a ship of war, the return to house and home after long imprisonment, and many other things devoutly wished for. Like all these, said the poet, was death to him. And Potiphar hearkened to the words as they were shaped by Joseph's lips, as one hearkens to music as familiar as loved Another piece of literature which enchanted him, so that he must hear it over and over from Joseph's mouth, was the sinister and frightful prophecy of encroaching disorder in the two lands, ending in complete anarchy, an awful reversal of the order of things, when the rich should be poor and the poor rich, when the temples should, Joseph in Egypt 61 be desolate and the service of the gods utterly neglected. It was unclear why Potiphar liked to hear this account. Perhaps only for the shudder which he might enjoy while reflecting that the rich were still rich and the poor still poor, and that they would remain so if one avoided disorder and sacrifice to the gods. He expressed himself on the poem as little as he did on the dispute with his soul or the so-called songs of rejoicing, upon whose honeyed words and love lorn lamentings he preserved silence. These romances told of the joys and sorrows of a poor little Fowler maid who went mad for love of a youth, cooing after him and longing that she might be his wife and his arm forevermore lie in hers. In honeyed tones he mourned that he came to her not by night so that she was as one lying in her grave. For in him alone was healing and life. And it was all a mistake, for he too lay in his bed and mocked the doctor's skill with his sickness, which was but love. But then she found him upon his bed and no longer did they grieve each other's hearts but made each other the first people in the world, roving hand in hand hot cheek through the flowery garden of their joy. From time to time Potiphar had these cooings read aloud. His features never moved, only his eyes went slowly to and fro in the room as he listened with cold attention, and never did he express liking or disliking for the songs. But once after many days he did ask Joseph how he liked them, and so for the first time master and servant came again upon the theme, and touched lightly once more upon the subject of their talk in the palm garden. Very good, Potiphar said. You utter the songs with the very mouth of the Fowler and her lad. You prefer them, then, before all the rest. I seek, my lord, answered Joseph, to win your pleasure with my reading, and whatever I read, it is the same. That may be. But your effort might in one case more than another be supported by the spirit and heart of the reader. For one subject may be nearer to him than another. I will not say that you read this better than other things. But that need not mean that you do not like better to read it. To you, my lord, Joseph said, to you it is a joy to read them all. Yes, yes. But I would hear your judgment. You find the songs beautiful. Joseph put on a consummately lofty and critical air. Very nice, said he and pursed his lips. Very pretty certainly. And every word of it dipped in honey. Yet perhaps a little too just a trace simple. But the writing itself, which so completely expresses the simplicity, and in so masterly fashion brings out the pattern, just as it always is between human beings, will persist to endless jubilees. /R. 61 to Thomas Mann. Years call you to judgment, whether these words are not the very pattern of the pattern itself. It seems to me, said Joseph with great detachment, that the words of this Fowler maid and her bedridden youth do perfectly convey the simplicity of the pattern and make it convincing. Only that, asked the fen-bearer. I reckoned on your experience. You are young, and beauty sits upon your countenance. Yet you speak as though for your part you had never walked with such a Fowler maid in such a garden. Youth and beauty, Joseph replied, may also signify a sterner adornment than that with which that garden crowns the children of men. Your slave, O master, knows an evergreen which is a symbol of youth and beauty, and yet is an adornment for its sacrifice. He who wears it is reserved, and whom it adorns is set apart. You speak of the myrtle. Of the myrtle. I in my name it the herb touch me not. Do you wear that herb? My seat and stock, my lord, we wear it. Our God has dedicated himself to us, and is our blood bridegroom in all jealousy, for he is solitary and on fire for our loyalty. And we for our part are the bride of his loyalty, consecrate and set apart. What, all of you? In principle all, my lord. But among the heads and friends of God. In our race God chooses out one who shall be especially dedicated to him in the adornment of consecrated youth. To the Father it is indicated that he shall bring the Son as a whole offering. If he can, so he does. If he cannot, then is it done to him. I do not like, Potiphar said, tossing on his bed, to hear that something is done to someone that he will not and cannot have. Speak, O Sir Siph, of other matters. I can at once better what I said, responded Joseph, for there is a consideration and mildness which obtain in the whole sacrifice. While it is commanded, it is also forbidden and made a sin, so that the blood of a beast shall intervene for the blood of the Son. What do you mean? Made what? A sin, my lord. Made a sin. What is that sin? Just this, my lord, what is demanded and yet forbidden, ordered. But accursed. We, almost alone in the world, know what sin is. That must be a heavy knowledge, O Sir Siph, and to my mind a painful contradiction. God suffers, too, for our sin, and we suffer with him. Potiphar asked, and when the Fowler maiden wandered in the garden, was it, as I begin to surmise, a sin in your sense? It hath a strong smack of it, my lord. Since you ask me, certainly. Joseph in Egypt 613. Yes. I cannot say that we especially love it, though we ourselves have doubtless also produced such songs. The garden I will not go so far as to say that to us it is the land of Sheol. It is not an abomination, but a dread, a demonic kingdom where an accursed command has play, full of the jealousy of God. Two animals lie at the gate, the name of one is shame, of the other guilt. And out of the branches looks a third and its name is mocking laughter. And now, said Potiphar, I begin to understand why you have called the song simple. Yet I cannot but think that it stands strangely and dangerously with the people to whom the pattern of simplicity is sin and mocking laughter. It has its history with us, my lord, it has its place in time and events. The pattern comes first, then recurs in many ways. There was a man and friend of God, and his love to his lovely one was strong, as his love to God, and this tale of the fathers was of a pattern like simplicity. But God in jealousy took her from him and plunged her into death, and she came forth to the Father in another form, as a son, in whom he now loved his lovely one. Thus death made out of the beloved a son in whom she lived and who was a youth but by the power of death. But the love of the Father for him was a love changed. Through that path of death love no longer in the form of life but of death. Thus my lord can see that in the story things went in different ways and less according to the pattern. The youthful son, said Potiphar with a smile, was doubtless the same of whom you went so far as to say that his birth was virgin, only because it happened in the sign of the Virgin. Mayhap, my lord, you are in your goodness inclined, Josephine. Sword, after what I have said, to soften the reproach, or even precisely to withdraw it who knows. For as the son is only a youth, through death, the mother in the sign of death, and as it is written, at evening a woman, but in the morning a man cannot we then, with some justice, considering everything, speak of a virgin birth? God has chosen my seed, and all of us bear the sacrificial adornment of the bride. But one in particular wears it and is set apart for spe. Chalzeal. Let it be as it is, my friend, said the chamberlain. For our talk has led us a long way, and from the simple into the complex. If you will and greatly desire it, I will soften the reproach, and reduce it almost to nothing at all. But read me something else. Read me the Neo-HT Journey of the Sun through the 12 Houses of the Nether. World-1 have not heard it for long, though there are in it, to my memory, many fine sentences and choice phrases. And Joseph read the Journey of the Sun through the Nether world with good taste and discrimination, and Potiphar was entertained and much sustained thereby. The word sustained is in place, for 614 Thomas Mann. By the voice of the reader and the excellence of the matter to which he subdued it, was sustained the sense of well-being with which the previous conversation had filled the listener. He was sustained, as the flame on the stone of sacrifice is sustained by nourishment from below and fed with fresh fuel from above. It was a sense of well-being, amounting to confidence in himself or in the person of his servant, which the Hebrew slave seemed always to know how to impart to Pharaoh's friend. This twofold confidence of Potiphar in Joseph, and its growth, were of high importance, and for that reason it seemed good to reproduce the above conversation in detail even though, like the confrontation in the palm garden, it is unknown to earlier versions of our story. Other such conversations there were, of course, which went to strengthen Potiphar's confidence and his preference for Joseph, to an extent which finally led to his servant's exaltation. We cannot reproduce them all. It is enough to have characterized by some striking instances his methods of flattering his master and being helpful to him, in the sense of the bond which he had made with the good Mann. I may use the word method without fear of chilling the reader's sympathies, since he already knows that in Joseph's way of dealing with his master there existed the same mingling of calculation and sincerity which characterized his relation to another isolated being of a far more exalted sphere. A door over, we are led to doubt whether sheer sincerity, unassisted by calculation and a good technique, would ever achieve practical results. For instance, in inspiring a sense of well-being in another person. Confidence among human beings is rare, and in gentlemen of Potiphar's bodily habit, titular officials with titular wives at their sides, there is usually a fundamental vague jealous mistrust of everybody not constituted like themselves. So then nothing could be so calculated to rouse in them the unfamiliar and thus so much more gratifying feeling of self-respect, as the discovery that a member of the enviable outer world weeks the Tuesday, so to speak, in other words, the garland in his hair, which comfortably cancels out all his other disquieting characteristics. It was method, it was calculation that caused Joseph to let Potiphar make this discovery. But if anyone feel inclined to take offense at this, let him make use of the advantage he has in that he already knows the story we are telling, and remember that Joseph in the hour of temptation did not betray the confidence so engendered, but kept the faith and was true to the pact with Mann which he had sworn by he head of Jacob and incidentally also by the life of Pharaoh himself. Joseph in Egypt 6i. Joseph flourishes as by a spring. So now, when he was free of his service with Potiphar, he went with the steward, whom already he called father, as his aide and apprentice, about the estate, among people smiling and casting down their eyes, and learned how to oversee. Mostly there were other attendants as well, like Kamet, the scribe of the buffet, and a certain Mengpa, scribe of the stables and prisons. But these were people of but average gifts, pleased to be equal to the claims of their narrow field and specialty, and to keep order among gear and accounts, men and beasts, to the steward's satisfaction. They took no thought for those wider and higher spheres which require a head for the general, nor of improving themselves to be fitted for such. They were slack creatures who preferred to write down to dictation. It would never have occurred to them that they might be born to overseeing and govern men, and just for that reason they certainly were not. For let a man once have the idea that God has special plans for him, which he must further by his aid, and he will pluck up his heart and strain his understanding to get the better of all things and be their master, though the sum of them be as vast as it was in the prosperous establishment of Potipharah at West in Upper Egypt. For they were many and various, and of the twofold achievement, that Joseph became Potiphar's soothing and indispensable body servant, and that afterwards the master put all that he had into his hand. The second was incomparably the harder part. Mann, who initiated Joseph into the work, was right in his oft-repeated saying that he had a hard time in the world for a man with a good head. For the general there was probably too much drudgery, and Mann suffered with his kidneys as well. It is easy to see that he was glad of the chance to acquire a strong young assistant and to train him for his successor. Indeed, he must have been quietly looking for one for some time. Potiphar, the friend of Pharaoh, titular commandant of the palace troops and chief executioner, was a very rich man, richer, and rich, in much grander style, than Jacob at Hebron. And he always grew richer, for he was highly paid as a court official and the constant recipient of the royal largesse, and also his property bore and bred for him without stint. Indeed, it came to him only partly by inheritance, being itself, especially the landed property, a gift of the god to his favorite, and continually increased and fed from the same source. He had little acquaintance with it in any active sense, applying himself exclusively to the maintenance of his physical bulk by eating, his mental by the books he had read aloud to him, and his manly self-respect by hunting in the marshes. Everything else he left in the hands. 61 Thomas Mann, of his steward, and when the latter as in honor bound submitted the accounts for inspection, he would glance at them indifferently, and say, "Very good, old man. I know you love me well, and do your work as well as you can, and you can very well indeed. What does it say here about the wheat and spelt? Is that right? But yes, of course it is. I am convinced that you are as good as gold, and devoted to me, body and soul. How could it be otherwise, considering your nature, and the baseness it would be to do me wrong? Out of love for me, you make my affairs your own. Very good, I leave them to you for the sake of your love. In your own affair you will not come short out of carelessness or worse. Besides, the hidden one would see it, and you would have only torment from it in the end. Your accounts are correct. You may take them again with my thanks. You have no longer a wife, nor children. For whom should you disadvantage me? For yourself? You have not good health. Your body indeed is strong and hairy, but inwardly a little worm-eaten. You have often a yellow face, the tear glands under your eyes grow larger. You will probably not live to a great age. Why then should you offend your love to defraud me? Heartily I would that you should live to grow old, for I know not whom I could trust like you. What doth Conan Pio, our barber surgeon, think of your health? Have his medicines helped you? I have no understanding for these things. I Am healthy myself though not so hairy. But if he does not know how to help you and so your state grows worse, we will send to the Tem. Ple for a physician. True, you are of the servant class, and red belly should do for you in illness, yet you are dear enough to me that I would procure you a learned man from the book house if your body require. Thank me not, I would do so for the sake of your love and because your accounts are so clear and right. Here, take them again. And go on in your accustomed way. Thus Potiphar to his house steward on these occasions. For he took nothing upon himself. His aristocratic nature, its unactuality, made him shun the practical realities of life, confiding as he did in the love and care which those about him had for his sacred and fleshly person. Certainly, he had good ground to trust Modcaw, for the steward really loved him and did him loyal service, making him richer and richer with the most disinterested care and caution. But suppose it had been otherwise, and this man who had all in his hands had robbed him, so that he and his had come to want, he would have had himself to blame and would have deserved to be reproached for his indolent over-confidingness. Yes, Potiphar presumed all too much upon the deeply motivated and tender devotion which those about him had to pay to his peculiar constitution and sacred person. Joseph in Egypt 6:7. As courtier of the sun, we should all have had to agree to the justice of this charge. Thus he was responsible for naught, save his eating and drinking. But the hardship for Alonqua was the greater in that his own affairs were involved with those of his master. As pay for his services he received supplies corn, bread, beer, geese, linen, and leather in much greater quantity than he could eat up or wear out. He had to take them to market and exchange them for durable goods to increase his permanent holdings. The same was true in general of his master's property, both that produced on the estate and that which came from without. The fen-bearer stood high on the list of Pharaoh's beneficiaries. A rich and constant stream of rewards and superfluities flowed out upon his titular and unreal existence. The good God gave him every year quantities of gold, silver, copper, clothing, yarns, incense, wax, honey, oil, wine, vegetables, corn, and flax, birds caught by the fowlers, oxen, and geese, yes, even armchairs, coffers, mirrors, ons, entire wooden ships. All this was only in part used on the estate. And the same was true of the estate's own produce, the household goods and the fruits of garden and field. Most of it was taken to market up or down the river and sold in exchange for other wares, or for metal worked and unworked, which then went to swell Potiphar's treasury. And these operations, combined with the actually producing and consuming economy of the estate, necessitated much bookkeeping and careful oversight. Provisions had to be rationed out to the servants and workers. Bread, beer, and barley or lentil porridge for work days, for feast days geese. The women's house had a separate domestic economy, which had to be supplied and accounted every day. The raw materials had to be given out to the bakers, sandal makers, paper stickers, brewers, carpet weavers, carpenters, potters, weavers, and spinners, and their finished wares to be apportioned where needed, or stored, or marketed. The same was true of the crops and the produce of orchard and garden. Potiphar's livestock had to be kept up and taken care of, the horses which drew his chariot, the dogs and cats with which he hunted. The dogs were large and fierce, and he used them when he hunted in the desert. The cats were of a jaguar kind, for bird hunting in the marshes. Some head of oxen were kept on the estate, but the most of the herds were pastured on an island in the middle of the river, somewhat upstream toward Dindra and the house of Hathor, which Pharaoh had likewise given him as a mark of affection. That comprised 500 square rods of plowland, each of which produced 20 sacks of wheat, 20 sacks of barley, and 40 baskets each of onions, garlic, melons, artichokes, and 6 I. Thomas Mann gourds. Multiply that by 500, and one can see the amount of work and account keeping entailed. There was a separate steward for it, the overseer of the harvest and the barley, who filled the meas, ears pressed down and running over and measured the wheat for his lord. Actually the man expressed himself thus, in epigraphical style, about his performance, yet the responsibility was not his, but Modcaw's. All the accounts went through his hands, for the sowing and reaping, the oil mills, the wine presses, the herds and flocks in short, for all that such a prosperous estate produces and consumes, brings in and sends out. And he had to go out on the fields too and see that things were going well, since he to whom they and every thing else belonged, Potiphar the courtier, was not used to supervising anything or disturbing the delicate insubstantiality of his state with any care at all. So it was fortunate that Joseph after all did go out to the fields at the right time and under the right auspices, not the wrong ones. For he went not as a laborer, as Dudu, the married dwarf, in his conservatism had wanted and tried to bring about, before he had the chance to stand before Potiphar. Instead with tablets and pen, he accompanied Modcaw, to learn the business of overseeing, went down river with him in a sailboat with rowers, to Potiphar's island. Modcaw sat stiff and solemn between the carpet hangings of his little niche, like the traveling grandees whom Joseph had seen during his first voyage. He himself, with the other scribes, sat behind. The boat was well known, and people as it passed them said, "There goes Modcaw, the steward of Potipharah, to inspect his master's estate. But who is the strikingly pretty lad among his train?" Then they would disembark to walk over the island, inspect the sowing or reaping, have the cattle driven up, and strike terror to the heart of him who let the measure run over, while the culprit looked his astonishment at the youth to whom the overseer was showing everything, introducing it, as it were, and bowing above him as he talked. And Joseph, fully aware that the man before him might have been his slave driver and swung the lash over him had he come out too early to the field, spoke to him privily and said, "Have a care that you do not let the measure run over to your own gain, my man. For we should see it at once and you would be in the hole." He used an expression native to his home, not familiar here, but by that so much the more impressive to the startled scribe of the harvest. At home Joseph accompanied Modcaw on his round among the workers sitting at their benches. He examined their work, listened to their reports of the foremen and scribes and the explanations of Modcaw for his benefit, and he congratulated himself on not having Joseph in Egypt 6:19. Ing displayed his ignorance and earned their contempt, that would have made it much harder for them to accept him as a man endowed by nature to be a supervisor. It is hard enough for us to make ourselves into that for which we were created and to arrive at the height of God's purpose for us, even when that may not be in itself a very lofty goal. And God's purposes with Joseph were lofty indeed, and follow them he must. He sat and did sums and accounts in the busyness of the estate, with figures and statements before him. He kept his mental eye fixed upon the realities which they represented, and he worked with his father Modcaw in the special room of trust, and the steward marveled at the swiftness and penetration of his standing, the power possessed by this pretty head of grasping facts, and their relations, of suggesting, even, improvements on his own account. For instance, the garden produced such large quantities of sycamore figs that they disposed of them in the city, and particularly in the quarter of the tombs, where there was a great demand for them to furnish the offertory tables and as ceremonial food for the dead, and one day it occurred to Joseph to have the potters make imitation fruit in the natural colors, which would serve the purpose of the funerary offerings quite as well as the actual fruit. And, as the purpose itself was magic, these symbols answered to it even better than reality, and very soon the magic figs were in great demand. They cost the producers little or nothing and could be made in great quantities, so that the making soon became a flourishing branch industry in Potiphar's house, occupying Mann work people, and contributing substantially to the proprietor's income, though, of course, the sum was small in comparison to the whole. The steward Mann was grateful to his young aide for understanding so well how to keep the bargain they had struck for the sake of their noble master. Not seldom, as he watched the boy's single-minded endeavor and the sagacious purposefulness with which he conquered the manifold detail of his work, he felt afresh those equivocal sensations which had assailed him when Joseph for the first time stood before him, roll in hand, and moved him so strangely. Soon he was able to relieve the pressure by sending his young pupil on business trips and to market in his place, downstream toward Abdu, the abode of the mangled one, yes, even to Mann, and up stream to the Elephant Isle. Joseph became the master of the bark, or rather not of one but of several, which carried Potiphar's wares: the beer, the wine, the vegetables, hides, linen, earthenware, and castor oil, the latter of two kinds, the coarser for lamps, the finer for inward lubrication. Soon those who saw him said, "There goes Montcalm's assistant, from the house of Potiphar. He is an Asiatic youth, of beautiful countenance and very shrewd." 020 Thomas Mann. He takes goods to markets, for the steward trusts him, and with right, too, for he has magic in his glance and speaks in the speech of men better than you or I, and gains favor for his wares as for his son, and can obtain prices to gladden the heart of Pharaoh's friend. Thus or something like it spoke the sailors of the Nile as they passed. And it was true, for blessing abode by Joseph's endeavors. He had the most engaging way with the merchants in village and town, and his words were a joy to hear, so that there were crowds about him and what he had to sell, and he brought back better profit to the overseer than the latter could most likely have got himself or anybody else. But Montcalm could not often send him on journeys of any derision, for Potiphar was displeased when his servant was absent from the dining room, when another poured water over his hands or gave him dish and cup, or if he must take his nap without hearing Joseph read aloud. Yes, only when we realize that his service to Potiphar continued alongside his task of learning to manage the estate, can we measure the claims which were made at this time upon his energies and powers. But he was young and full of zeal, as of high resolve to attain the height of God's purpose for him. Already he was no longer the least of these here below, already there were those who bowed before his steps. But there must be much more than this, for the sake of his God he was filled with the idea that not some but all must bow, all, with exception of one, the highest, whom alone he might serve. Such was now the fixed and unchanging principle which guided the life of the descendant of Adam. How it would come about he did not know or conceive. The important thing was to walk with courageous and willing steps the road God set under his feet, to look as far ahead as it is given man to see, and not to startle though the way were steep, for the steeper the more certainly it pointed to the highest goal. So he chafed not at the struggle to master the details of the busyness and to make himself every day more indispensable to Montcalm, as well as to keep the pact with regard to Potiphar, his good master, and the highest in his immediate circle, devoting himself as his serve and reader, and establishing himself in Potiphar's confidence as he had done by the conversation in the orchard and the discussion about the garden and the Fowler maiden. It took much skill and understanding to do this, to reach and help the master in his inner most soul and nourish his self-esteem with a warmth more cordial than the wine he poured for him at table. And even this was not all. For to conceive the sum of Joseph's efforts for master and steward, one must add that he had every evening to say good night to Montcalm, and every night in different phrases. For that service he had originally been bought, and Montcalm had been too favorably impressed with the first instance to forego the pleasure of the sequel. He was a poor Joseph in Egypt 62 sleeper, as the pouches under his eyes betrayed. Only hardly did the overburdened brain relax from the occupations of the day and find the good highway to slumber. The kidneys too were bad and helped to make the transit difficult, so that he could well use a few sweet words and mellifluous murmurings at the end of the day. Thus, Joseph might never neglect to come before him at night and drop soothing speech in his ears which, besides everything else, had to be prepared during the day, for it must have comeliness of form. "Greetings at evenfall, my father," he would say, with lifted hands. "Lo, the day is lived out, it has closed its eyes, weary of it. Self, over all the earth stillness has come. Hark, how strange is the stillness. There might sound a stamping from the stable, or a dog give tongue, only to make the silence more profound. It reaches with soothing into the souls of men, it makes them slumbreuse, while over city and country, fertile and desert land are kindled the wakeful lamps of God. The peoples rejoice in the timely coming of the night, for they were weary, they rejoice that morn shall open their eyes again when sleep has washed them. Truly God's works are grateful to man. For imagine that there were no night, that the burning road of his toil glared endless and uniform before him. Were it not a horror and a quailing? But God has made the days end to each set its limit, so that we unfailingly reach it at its hour. The grove of night invites us to pious repose, with outstretched arms, head sinking back, with open lips and blissfully closing eyes we enter into its priceless shadow. Yet think not, dear my master, on why degree to your bed, that you must rest, but rather that you may, then the great boon of peace will come. Lie then, my father, outstretched on your couch, and may sweet sleep fall upon you and over you, fill your soul quite with exquisite repose, that freed from care and cark you may breathe it in as resting upon the breast of God. Thanks, O Sir Siph, said the steward, and his eyes were filled with tears, as they had been that first time by broad daylight. May you rest well too. Yesterday you spoke perhaps a trace more sweetly, but yet today's words were full of consolation like poppy seed, and will help me even better against wakefulness. Strange, your destination that I may but must not sleep, strange and appealing. I mean, to think of it, and it will stead me. Yet must I wonder at the way your words fall from you like a charm, upon you, over you, fill your soul quite, but that you can probably not tell yourself. And so good night, my son. Amun looks askance at Joseph. Such were the many and varied demands made upon Joseph at This time, he must not only satisfy them but take care that his good. 52 Thomas Mann. Fortune be not laid up against him. For the smiling, the downcast eyes with which men mostly greet such a rise to power hide much ill will, which must be mollified with tact, shrewdness, and consideration, thus adding another to the many claims upon his judgment and alertness. Joseph flourished as by a spring, and it is well nigh impossible for one in his position to avoid encroachment on another's field, and damage to another's boundary stones. His advancement is inevitably bound up with detriment to another's. He must devote a good part of his understanding to reconcile with his own existence the outshone and overthrown. Before the time in the pit Joseph had been without sensitivity for these things. The view that everybody loved him more than they did themselves closed his eyes. In death, and in his ostracised life he was cleverer, or, if you like, shrewder. For cleverness does not shield one from folly, as witness Joseph's case. The delicate compunction he had displayed to Montcalm about Amenwia, his predecessor in the reader's office, was in the first instance directed toward Montcalm himself, in the consciousness that it would please him, even taking into consideration that the steward was by nature inclined to cheerful abnegation. But even for Amenwia Joseph did all he could, addressing him so courteously and modestly that the scribe was quite won over and felt himself paid by his successor's charming friendliness for the fact that he had ousted him from office. For Joseph, hands on his breast, put into moving words his pain at the decision and the master's whim, which must be held sacred but which to his knowledge he had done nothing to bring about. His best excuse was his sincere conviction that Amenwia, scholar in the bookhouse, and a son of the black earth, could read aloud much better than himself, Osarsif, who could but mangle the Egyptian tongue. But it had come about in the orchard that he had to speak before the master, and in his embarrassment told him all sorts of things about trees, bees, and birds. As they came into his head, they had oddly enough pleased the master to such a disproportionate extent that with the swift decision of the great and mighty he had come to a resolve which by now he probably saw was not to his own advantage. For ever and often he held Amenwia up to his new reader as an example, saying, thus, and so spoke and pronounced Amenwia, my former reader, and so must you do, would you win favor in my sight, for I am spoiled to begin with. Joseph had endeavored so to do, and as it were had life and breath only from his predecessor. Probably the master would by now have recalled his command, if it were not that the great would never admit that they had spoken too soon or given a carrot miss. Taken order. He, Joseph, had realized the unspoken regret and sought to assuage it by saying, you must, my master, give Amenwia to feast day garments and that excellent post as scribe of the suite. Joseph in Egypt 623. Meats and the revels in the house of the women, then will your mind be relieved and mine too on his account. All that was of course balsam to Amenwia's wound. He had not known that he was such a good reader, mostly the master had gone to sleep soon after he opened his mouth. He told himself that since he had to leave to find it out he must perforce be satisfied with his congé. Likewise his successor's pangs of conscience did him good in his very soul, as also the master's supposed regret, and when he did actually receive the fine garments and the excellent post of master of revels in Potiphar's house of women, in evidence that Joseph had spoken for him, he bore no malice at all, but conceived that he had been most charmingly treated. It was of course nothing to Joseph to get for others good posts, since he himself, with God, aimed at supervision of them all, if as yet from afar, and dealt with all the problems at Montcalm's side. The same thing happened again with a certain man named Rube, who had formerly accompanied Potiphar when he went bird hunting and fish spearing. For now it was Joseph who enjoyed these masculine pleasures attendant on his lord, and that must truly have been a thorn, a poisoned one at that, in Rube's side. But Joseph took away the sharpness and the sting, speaking to Rube as before to Amenwia and procuring him presents and a good post that of head of the brewery so that he was Joseph's friend instead of his enemy, and went about saying, of course he is from the wretched Retinuk, and of the desert fly-by-nights, but a fine chap is he none the less, with the most charming ways, that one must admit. By all the three, he still makes mistakes in speaking a man's tongue, but in some wise. Is it so that if one must give way before him one does it with please? Your and one's eyes light up. Explain it as you will and you can only blunder thereby, but it remains the fact that one's eyes light up. Thus Rube, a quite common man of Egypt. It was S.A. Ankh. When Nopher and so forth, little Beauty, the dwarf, who whispered it all to Joseph, how the superseded one had spoken to the people of the courtyard. Well, then, all is well, Joseph had answered. But he perfectly knew that not everyone spoke thus. He had got over the childish illusion that everybody must love him more than themselves. He fully understood that his rise in the house of Potiphar, irritating in itself, was further offensive in that he was a foreigner, a sand dweller and of the Ibram. He knew that he must treat the situation with the utmost tact. And here we come back to those inner contradictions and factions which reigned in the land of ancestors, and among which Joseph's career was run, certain religious and patriotic fundamentals which went counter to that career and had almost succeeded in sending him out untimely to the field, likewise certain factors of an opposed kind, free-thinking, tolerant or 624 Thomas Mann might say degenerate and capricious which favored his rise. These things concerned the steward Montcalm simply because they concerned his master the courtier. But why did they concern Potiphar? Because they concerned the court. Because the court was angry at him in his temple and at his oppressive power, the latter day embodiment of patriotic conservatism and the bondage of tradition, and because the great at court inclined to and cultivated an other god and worship, and it was already suspected which god that was. It was the worship of Amriaton in the Delta, that very old and mild god with whom Amun had put himself on a par, not courteously but with violence, calling himself Amun-Re, son, god and god of the empire. Both of them were the sun in his bark, Re and Amun, but in what unlike sense and in what different way. Joseph had proof on the spot, in converse with the blear-eyed priests of Horak, of the gods blithe, many-sided, and edifying sun, meaning, he knew of his desire to extend, his tendency to associate himself and reach understanding with all possible popular sun gods, with Asia's youths of the sun, who went forth like a bride, groom out of his chamber, rejoiced like strong men in their race, and were mourned in their setting with the laments of women. Re, it appeared, would have no more great distinction among them, just as Abram in his time would perceive none between his god and Melchizedek Slelian. He was called Adam in his going down. Very lovely and lamentable, but of late, out of lively speculation by his learned prophets, he had given himself a like-sounding name for his universal sonship, not only for his going down but for morning, midday, and evening altogether. He called himself Aten, with a peculiar intonation noted by all, for he thus assimilated his own name to that of the youth mangled by the boar and bewailed by the Flutes in Asia's gorges and groves. The Sun Yanning of Rehorak, with its foreign associations and inclination to a lively universalism, was well received at court. Pharaoh's wise men found it good to practice themselves in its thought. But Amun-Re at Karnak, Pharaoh's father in his rich and mighty temple, was just the opposite of Amun-Re. He was rigid and strict, hostile to every sort of wide-ranging speculation, averse to foreign influence, abiding by unarguable custom and the sacred traditional. All this though he was much younger than Yavan. The Ancient of Days was here flexible and blithe, the new unbending conservative, and that was confusing. But even as Amun at Karnak looked askance upon the growing esteem in which Amun-Re Horak was held at court, so also, Joseph felt, the god looked askance at him, Potiphar's foreign body. Servant and reader. Weighing favor against his hour, he soon jade that the sun meaning of Re favored his course, while that of Joseph in Egypt 625. Amun did the opposite also, that the situation, too, demanded exercise of tact. His closest contact with Amun, the embodiment of the god in Potiphar's house, was the white Dudu, keeper of the jewels. It had been clear from the beginning that Dudu loved him not as himself, but even considerably less. Unspeakable trouble did Jacob's son have through all these years with the pompous creature. In every way, with the most punctilious courtesy, he sought to win and reconcile the dwarf, as also by attentions to her whose arm went about him. G's at his spouse, who had place of authority in the house of the women, and his two overgrown and ugly sons, Essi and Abibi. He painfully avoided every slightest affront to Dudu's boundary stones. Surely it would have been easy, standing in such cordial relations with Potipharah, to push Dudu aside and to take his office. The master would have liked nothing better than to draw him even closer into his personal service. It is as good as known that he offered Dudu's post to Joseph unasked, and certainly, as Joseph saw, and had fared also from the loyal steward's attitude, he simply could not bear the arrogant dwarf. But Joseph declined meekly but firmly. In the first place, busy as he was with learning to oversee, he could take on nothing more, but in the second, on which he laid stress to Potiphar, he could not and would not bring himself to tread on the worthy mannequin's toes. But one would think the dwarf might have been grateful. He was not. In this respect Joseph had given himself to false hopes. The enmity evinced by Judah from the first day, nay, from the first hour, for he had tried his best to prevent him being bought, was not to be softened or won by any politeness. And if we wish to get an insight into the foundations and motivations of all these events, we shall not be satisfied to explain Judah's dogged dislike as the ill will of a partisan of Egypt against a foreigner and his increase in Potiphar's house. We must quite certainly bring in those peculiar talismanic powers by virtue of which Joseph had known how to be helpful to the master and to win favor from him. Of these Judah had proof, of a kind peculiarly offensive to the dwarf, injuring him as they did at once in his exaggerated personal dignity and in values which sustained the pride and the self-esteem of his dwarfish existence. This too Joseph perceived. He knew that his oration in the palm garden had wounded the deepest sensibilities of one hearer in the same measure as it had worked healing to the other, as that, without meaning to, he had somehow encroached on the domain of the married dwarf. This was why he had been so gracious to Dudu's wife and her brood. But it did no good. Dudu showed his dislike whenever he could, especially by casting up at him, from below. 6L6 Thomas Mann. The reproach familiar in the stern old code, that of being a stranger, a Shabirite, and as such unclean. At table, when the upper servants of the house broke bread together, among them Joseph and the steward Montcalm, Dudu, pursing his upper lip till it stuck out like a thatch, insisted that the Hebrew be separately served, and when the steward and the others tried, in the sun sense of it Amun-Re, to make light of the matter, he held to the strict letter of the Amun observance, withdrew from the abomination, spat toward the four quarters of the heavens, and drawing a circle round about him, practised charms and exorcisms against the pollution, quite obviously actuated by the wish to be offensive to Joseph. If he had only stopped at that. But Joseph soon learned that the worthy Dudu actively worked against him and tried to drive him away. He got it fresh and hot from his little friend Bes-Emheb, for the latter, thanks to his minute size, was extraordinarily clever at peeping and ear-canning in the right places, and simply a master at hiding in holes which could never have occurred to a full-sized man. Dudu was a dwarf too, by nature adjusted to the scale of the dwarf world. He too should have shown himself less clumsy and defense less than ordinary mortals. But it might be true, as Little Beauty asserted, that his marriage into the full-sized world had blunted the edge of his finer perceptions, perhaps by dint of the same virtue which had made him capable of contracting it. In any case, he let himself be tracked down and spied upon by his despised little Col. League, who soon learned how Dudu went about to hinder Joseph's growth. The road led into the house of the secluded, it led to Mut. Eminet, Potiphar's chief wife. What the dwarf said to her she repeated, sometimes in his presence, but often alone with a certain mighty man who went in and out in Potiphar's house of women and in her private rooms as well, Binacons, the first prophet of Amun. We know from the lips of Potiphar's mischief-making little old parents the close relation in which Joseph's mistress stood to the temple of the wealthy state god and the house of Amun-Re. Like numberless women of her social standing, for instance Renenutet, wife of the overseer of the bulls of Amun, she belonged to the aristocratic order of Hathor, whose protectress was the exalted consort of Pharaoh and its present leader the wife of the head priest of the god's temple at Karnak, in other words, of the pious Binacons. The center and spiritual home of the order was the beautiful temple by the river, called Amun's southern house of women, or simply the harem, connected by the amazing avenue of rams with the great temple at Karnak, and now in process of enlargement by Pharaoh, with a vast and towering columned hall. The honorary title of the members of the order was harem wife of Amun, and accordingly, the mother of the members, the wife of the high priest, was called Joseph in Egypt 627, first of the women of the harem. But why were these ladies priests? Esses of Hathor, when Amun-Re's great consort was called Mut or mother, and Hathor, the cowhide, beautiful of countenance, was the wife of Amun-Re, the lord of On? These were the refinements and subtle statesman-like balancings of the land of Egypt. For as it pleased Amun on political grounds to put himself on a par with Amun-Re, so Mut, the Alather of the sun, did the same with all, compelling Hathor, and Amun's earthly harem women, the ladies of the best society of Thebes, followed her example. Each one of them was Hathor, the mistress of love, in her very person, at the great feast of Amun, wearing the narrow garment, the mask of the bride of the sun, the gold cap with the cow horns and crescent moon. They made music and danced before him, singing as well as ladies in high society can sing, for they were not chosen for their voices, but for their riches and aristocratic birth. But Mut Eminet, Poti Far's lady wife, had a charming voice, and taught the others, among them Renenutet, wife of the keeper of the bulls, to sing. She had a high place in the women's house of the god, her rank in the order was next to its head, whose husband, the great prophet Binacons, was her friend and trusted intimate and went in and out of her house. Binacons. Joseph had long known that forbidding man by sight, had repeatedly seen him on his visits to the house of women and sympathized with the anger in Pharaoh's soul at sight of Binacons's pomp and state. Troops of the god, with spears and clubs, ran before his carrying chair as it swayed on long poles upon the shoulders of 4x4 shiny paid temple servitors. At its sides were bearers, with ostrich feather fans, and another troop followed behind as though the god Amun himself were going in progress in his bark. Criers ran in front of the train with slaves, filling the court in advance with their loud insistent shouts, so that the people hurried up. And he who was set over the house, if not Potiphar himself, came to receive the great guest on the threshold. Potiphar avoided these Zions, but Montcalm was always on hand and on sundry of them. Joseph had already stood behind him, attentively fixing the great man with his eye. For here was the embodiment, the highest and remotest, of the hostile sun doctrine, as Dudu was its smallest and closest to hand. Binacons was of goodly stature and bore himself haughtily, his torso strained upwards from his ribs, his shoulders thrown back, his chin thrust up and out. His head was impressive, egg-shaped, with a never-covered, smooth-shaven poll, and characterized by the sharp and deep-cut furrow between the brows. It was a permanent fur. 628 Thomas Mann. Row, losing none of its severity when he smiled, as he sometimes did, condescendingly, or as a reward for some particular obsequiousness. His face, likewise meticulously shaven, was clean-cut and immobile, with high cheekbones and furrows as deeply graven as the one on his forehead, about the nose and mouth. He had a way of gazing past men and things, which bespoke not merely arrogance but a thoroughgoing rejection of the modern world, a denial and condemnation of the whole course of life, for centuries or even millennia back. And his raiment, though costly and fine, displayed a priestly conservatism, being fashioned after a mode whole epochs earlier in time. Beneath his outer garment, which began under his shoulders and fed to his feet, could plainly be seen the simple, narrow, brief loin apron, cut in the manner of the first dynasties of the old king. Dom. To even more remote and thus presumably more pious times belonged the priestly leopard skin which was draped round his shoulders, with the head and forepaws hanging down his back, the hind paws crossed on his breast, where likewise he wore other insignia of his state, a blue scarf, and a complicated gold ornament, with rams' heads. The leopard skin was clearly an unwarranted presumption, for it belonged to the insignia of the head priest of Amriaton and not at all to the servants of Amun. But Binacons was just the sort of man to decide for himself what was fitting for him, and nobody, not even Joseph, failed to understand why he wore the primitive and sacred skin. It signified that Amri had been absorbed in Amun, that he was but a manifestation of the great one of Thebes, to some extent his subject and not only to some extent for Amun. That is to say, Binacons had succeeded in making Ri's head Pyophaeton take the honorary title of a second priest of Amun. At Thebes, the superior status of the high priest was thus made heavy. Dent, also his right to the insignia of the other's office. Even at Ri's own seat, he had managed to prevail. For he not only called himself head priest of all the gods of Thebes, but also assumed the title of head priest of all the gods of Upper and Lower Egypt, and was thus the first of the first in Amri's own house. Why should he not wear the leopard skin? Not without a good one. Look at this man, in view of all that he represented. And Joseph had come to enough understanding of Egyptian affairs that his heart misgave him as he thought how Pharaoh made him wax evermore in girth and pride by endless gifts of goods and treasures, in the pleasing fancy that it was his father Amun to whom he gave them, and, in a sense, also to himself. Joseph, for whom Amun was only an idol, like another, though he kept it to himself, sometimes a ram in his chamber, again a doll-like image in his chapel shrine, whom they took riding in his bark on the Jeru because they knew Joseph in Egypt 629. No better than so to do. Joseph made sharp and clear distinctions, which Pharaoh failed to make. He found it not good and not wise of the god to let his supposititious father wax fatter and fatter. They were higher cares which beset him when he saw Amun's greatest disappear into the house of the women, and they transcended, in his statesmanlike musings, his concern for his own welfare, although he knew that it was being threatened by the talk going on inside. He knew from little Bess, his first patron in Potiphar's house, that Dudu had complained of him more than once to Mud, the mistress. The midget, hidden in unlikely places, had been present at these scenes and made such detailed report to Joseph that the latter could fairly see the keeper of the robes, standing in his starched apron skirt, before his lady, pompously sticking out his upper lip and gesturing indignantly with his stubby arms as he sunk his voice to its deepest note and sent up to her ears his plaint over the annoyance and offense. The slave Osirsife, for so he mysteriously chose to call himself, the Shabirite lout and scum of the desert. Verily it was a scandal, said Dudu, and a malignant sore, the way he waxed in favor in Potiphar's house. Surely the hidden one saw it with displeasure. Not alone that he had been bought, against the dwarf's advice, for far too high a price, 160 divin, of some worthless peddlers from the desert, who had stolen him from a prison grave. Not alone that he had been taken into the house, through the contrivance of the jester Shepsi's Bess, the unmarried dwarf, a fellow not worth a rotten nut. But instead of sending the foreign hand to field labor, as sensible folk had advised the steward, the latter had let him lounge about the court, and he had come to stand before Potiphar in the palm orchard, and the rascal had turned it to his advantage in a way that could only be called shameless, and even that was too mild. He had filled the master's ears with the rankest and most insidious jargon, which was an affront to Amun and a blasphemy against the sun. And the exalted master had been taken in, had been criminally bewitched, so that he had made the slave his waiter and servant, while Montcalm treated him like a son, or more correctly like a son of the house, who was learning to administer it because he was the heir, and plumed himself as the overseer's as assistant Ascabiasiatic in the house of Egypt. He, Dudu, permitted himself most humbly to call the mistress's attention to this abominable state of things, at which the hidden one might be so wroth as to avenge himself for this corrupt free-thinking upon those who committed and suffered it. Hashtag. What said the mistress? Asked Joseph after hearing. Tell me. Exactly, little beauty, repeating if you can her very words. Her words, the little man replied, were these: while you were speaking, steward of the jewel house, she said, I have tried to think. 630 Thomas Mann. Who he is whom you have in mind, and what foreign slave you accuse. In your words, but I searched my memory in vain. You could not Expect me to have all the servants in my eye and thus understand at once the sense of your words. But in time it came to me, that he of whom you speak is the truth, still young in years, who now for a while has filled my husband's cup. Vaguely I can recall the silver apron if I try. Vaguely, repeated Joseph, with some disappointment. How can I be so vague to our mistress, when I stand each day beside her, and her master at table, and the favor I have found in his eyes and Mon cause cannot have escaped her? I wonder therefore that she must search so long and make such effort before she gets to whom to do spiteful words referred. What more did she say? She said, went on the dwarf, she said, why do you bring me all this to reproach me, keeper of the wardrobe? For you will call down the moon's wrath upon me, have you not said he would be enraged at those who suffer the offense to be? But if I know not, I suffer not, and you might have spared me and not made me to stand in danger of my knowing. Joseph laughed at this and gave it great praise. What a capital answer, what a shrewd reproof. Tell me more of our mistress, little Bess. Repeat all to me with exactness, for I am sure you listened. Well, it was that spiteful Dudu, the dwarf went on, who said more, justifying himself and saying, I have told the mistress, not that she may suffer the evil, but may do it away. For out of love for her, I have made occasion that she may serve a moon, by telling the master, that the unclean slave must be sent away out of the house. Now that he is bought he should be sent to the fields, instead of making him self-master here and setting himself above the children of the land. Very hateful, Joseph said. A bad, spiteful speech. But the mistress, what did she say to that? She answered, little beauty responded, and said, my solemn friend, it seldom happens that it is vouchsafed to the mistress to speak in confidence with the master. Think of the formal manners of our house and do not dream that it stands between him and me. As between you and her who is your spouse and familiar, she said your wife, who puts her arm about you. She comes in simple confidence, and speaks of all her concerns and yours and may also decide your mind to this or that course. For she is a mother, having borne you two sightly sons, SC and Abibi, so that you are bound in gratitude to her and have all reason to give her your ear and heed her words and wishes. But what am I to the master and what cause has he to hearken to me? For his self-will is great, his mood unhearing, I am powerless before him with my reminders. Joseph in Egypt 63 I. Joseph was silent, looking thoughtfully over his little friend's head as the dwarf sat with wrinkled anxious face supported on his hands. Well, and the wardrobe master, what answered he? Jacob's son probed again after a while. Did he reply and enlarge himself? Yet more. That the dwarf answered in the negative. Dudu had preserved a dignified silence, and the mistress had added that she would speak as soon as might be with the head priest. For as Potiphar had advanced, the foreign slave after the latter had spoken with him concerning some matters, it was plain that they were here dealing with religion and the state, which were the affair of Binacons, the great prophet of Amun, and her confessor and friend. He must be told, she would pour into his fatherly heart, to her relieving, all that Dudu had told her concerning the offense. So far the dwarf's information to Joseph. But the latter recalled afterwards how Besem had lingered, sitting beside him in his comic costume, the cone of ointment perched on his wig, his chin in his hands, somberly blinking. What are you frowning at, beauty in the house of Amun? He had asked. Why do you brood over these things? The other answered in his cricket chirp. Oh, my Osirsife, I brood because it is not good that the spiteful gossip speaks of you to the mistress how little good it is, and how great harm. Of course not, Joseph replied. Why do you tell me that, when I know of myself that it is evil and even dangerous? But behold, I have no care because I trust in God. Has not the mistress herself admitted the weakness of her power over Potiphar? It would take more than a word from her to send me to the field, so have no care. But how shall I be quiet, whispered Bess, when there is Dan? Ger still, of another kind, if to open your mistress's eyes and enlighten her concerning you. Who can understand that? Joseph cried out. Not I indeed, for your prattle is like so much gibberish to me. Danger of another kind, what sort of dark saying is it you whisper there? I whisper my fear and foreboding, he heard the dwarf say. I murmur my dwarf-wise cares, of which you, being of the full-grown race, as yet have no notion. The old gossip intends evil, but it may turn out that he has done well, yet only too well, so that in the end it is worse than before, much worse than he thought to make it in his spite. Take it not ill, little man, that I understand not one word of your words, for they have no sense. Good, evil, only too well and yet. 632 Thomas Mann. Much worse and that is but little language and dwarfish nonsense. And try as I may, I understand it not. Then why has your face turned red, O Sir Siph, and why are you vexed as you were before when I said that the mistress knew you? But vaguely. My dwarf wisdom would have you remain ever vague. To her, for the danger is doubly a danger if the accursed gossip opens her eyes with his malice. Ah, the mannikin said, and hid his head in his arms. The dwarf is afraid, he is terrified in face of the foe, the bull whose fiery breath scorches the field. What field? Joseph asked, with willful want of understanding. And what sort of fiery bull? You are not in your right senses today. Nor can I give you reason. Go get yourself a soothing drink from Red Belly, it will cool your head. I go to my work. Can I help it? If Dudu complain of me to the mistress, however dangerous it may be. But you see my trust in God, and need not be disturbed. Yet, take heed always to let no word escape you of that which Dudu speaks before the mistress, and even more what she says to him, and report it to me with exactness. For it is important that I should know. Such had been the course of their conversation, Joseph later recalled it, and how the dwarf had displayed such fear. But had it been merely his trust in God, and nothing else, which made Joseph receive with relative bluntness the news of Dudu's unfriendly activities? Up till then, to the mistress he had been, if not precisely heir, still a vacant shape, like a dumb waiter in the service of Hua and Tia. Dudu's ill will now altered the situation. For when at table Joseph handed the dish to his lord or filled his cup and her eye fell upon him, this was not mere chance, not as though it rested on an object in the room, but she looked at him as a person, with associations and backgrounds to give food for thought, whether pleasant or otherwise. In a word, his mistress, this great lady of Egypt, had begun to heed him. Of course, in an idle and cursory way, it would be too much to say that her eyes really rested upon him. But for the space of a second perhaps, they sought him out very likely as the thought crossed her mind that she must speak to Binacons, and Joseph behind his eyelashes took note of such moments. Despite all the attention he must give to serving Potiphar, not one of them escaped him. though only once or twice did he let it happen that the moment was mutual, that the two pairs of eyes, the mistresses and the servants, actually chanced to meet hers blankly, haughtily, with stern insistence, his with startled respect, then veiling their gaze to look humbly down. That happened after Dudu's talk with the mistress. Before, it had not, and between ourselves Joseph found it not altogether unpleasant. To some extent he saw progress in it and was tempted to. Joseph in Egypt 633. Be grateful to Dudu. And next time he saw Binacons enter the house of women he found it agreeable to realize that they would be talking in there of him and his advancement. There was a certain satisfaction or even joy connected with the thought, though Min glad with however much misgiving. Of this talk too he got a report from the mock vizier, who had been present in some crack or cranny and heard it all. First the priest and the lady of the order of Hathor had discussed religious and ritual matters as well as those of a personal and social nature. They had made tongue, as the children of Kemp said, the expression was a Babylonian one, in other words, exchanged the gossip of the metropolis. When the talk veered round to Potiphar's house the mistress took occasion to put before her spiritual advisor Dudu's complaint and the improprieties centering in the Hebrew slave to whom the courtier and his steward had shown such signal and sensational favor. Binacons nodded as he listened, as though her words confirmed his general gloomy expectations and conformed only too well with the morals of a time which had forfeited so much of the righteousness that had held sway in those epochs when the apron was worn short and tight as Binacons wore it. A bad sign. Certainly, he had said. A sign of the loose times and the neglect of the ancient piety, all very fine in the beginning, but getting lost in the wilderness, rending the most sacred bonds, sapping the strength of the land. Still no more before their scepter lived on the coasts, and the kingdom fell to decay. And the high priest forsook the subject of Dudu's complaint, said Bess, to enlarge upon higher themes. Questions of power and statesmanship, waving his hands about in the air. He spoke of Tushratta, king of Mitanni, and the need of using Shubbalulama, king of Hutti in the north, to check his encroachments. But only just enough. Shubbalulama must not succeed too well. For if warlike Hutti were to bring Mitanni completely under its rule and over on the southland with arms, it might become a danger to far Assyrian possessions, descended to him from the conqueror. Menkeeper Rethutmose. In any case it was on the cards that Hutti, urged by its savage gods, might someday, avoiding Mitanni, over on the land of Amki on the sea, between the cedar ranges and those of Amanus. Yet he was opposed on the world chessboard by Abd-Ashur the Amorite, who as Pharaoh's vassal held the region between Amki and Hadagalbat, on purpose to set limits to Shub-Bilulama's southward advance. But this the Amorite would do only so long as his awe of Pharaoh remained greater than his fear of Hutti. Failing that, he would assuredly betray Amun and make common cause with Shub-Bilulama. For they were traitors one and all, these vassal kings of the Syrian conquest, just as soon as they dared, so that everything depended on their fear, theirs and that of the bed. 634 Thomas Mann. Winds and migratory hordes of the steppes, who without it would fall upon the fertile land and lay Pharaoh's cities waste. In short, there were many cares, many considerations admonished Egypt to keep itself nerved and sinewy if it wished to preserve for its scepter and the kingdom for the crown. To that end it must be stern of morals and pious as in ancient time. A mighty man, Joseph opined after listening to the speech. For besides being a man of God and a shiny pate before the Lord, who should be a good father to his children and put out his hand to them that stumble, he had a head for things of the earth and for political affairs one has to admire him for it. But just between ourselves, little Bess, he ought to leave the running of the kingdom and the terror of the tribes to Pharaoh in his palace, who is set in his place to that end. Certainly it was thus between temple and palace, in the days which he praises so highly above these. But our mistress, did she answer nothing to his words? I heard, said the dwarf, how she answered, saying, Ah, my father, is it not true that in the past, when Egypt was pious and strict in observance, it was also small and poor, nor were its boundary stones set among vassal peoples either southwards beyond the cataracts to the Negro lands or eastwards to the river that floweth the wrong way? But out of the poverty have riches come, and out of the smallness a great kingdom. Great West and both the lands teem with foreigners, the treasures pour in, and all is changed. But do you not rejoice at all over the new that grew out of the old and is its reward from the tribute of the people's Pharaoh offers richly to Amun, so that the god can build to the height of his desire, so that he increases like the river in spring when Ibis already at high water. Mark. Must not my father then approve the course of things since the times of their early piety? Very true, Binacons had, according to the dwarf, maiden. Swear. Very justly does my daughter speak concerning the problem of the lands. For thus it stands, the good old times bore within them the seed of the new that is the kingdom and the riches of the king. Dom which in its turn bore within it the loosening, the relaxing, and the loss. What shall be done that the blessing not become a curse, and the good not be rewarded with evil? That is the question, and Amun, Lord of Karnak, answers it in this wise: the old must become Lord. In the new, the strict and sinewy be set over the kingdom, that looseness not go too far and the reward of strictness be lost. For not to the sons of the new but to the sons of the old pertains the king. Dom and belong the crowns, the white, the red, the blue, and the crown of the gods as well. Strong, said Joseph, after he had taken it in. A strong, promising speech is this you have heard, little Bess, thanks to your Joseph in Egypt 635. Want of size. I am alarmed by it, if at the same time not surprised. For I have always known ever since I saw his troops for the first time in the street of the sun, what was in Amun's heart. So our mistress just spoke a little of me and it sent Binacons off into all those high matters and they forgot all about me. Did you hear that? They came back to me at all. Only just at the end, Shepsi's Bess told him. When he left, the high priest had promised to take Potiphar to task as soon as he could and put him on his guard, for the sake of the traditional morality, against the foreign slave whom he had so favored. Then must I tremble indeed, said Joseph, and be in sore fear that Amun put an end to my growth in the land, for if he is against me, how then shall I live? It is very bad, for if I go now to field labor, after the scribe of the harvest hath bowed before me, it will be worse than if I had gone in the first place, and I should perish of heat by day and of cold by night. But do you think that it will be given to Amun to deal thus with me? So stupid am I not, whispered back the dwarf. I have not wasted my dwarf wisdom by marriage. True, I have grown up if I may put it thus in the fear of Amun. But I have long known that you have a god with you, O Sir Siph, stronger than Amun and wiser than he, and never will I believe that he will give you into his hands and permit him in his chapel to set limits to your growth that he himself has not set. Well, then, little Bess, be blithe, cried Joseph, giving the other a slap on the shoulder, but gently so as not to hurt him, and concerning me be of good cheer. For after all I have the ear of the master, and can put him on his guard too when we are alone, against things which perhaps are dangerous for Pharaoh too. Then will he hear us, both, Benacons and me. The high priest will speak to him of a slave, and the slave of a god, and we shall see to what he inclines his ear underscore to what, I say, to what subject, and not to whom. But you, be little friend, be watchful, and hide your wisdom from me in cracks and crannies if Duda should complain of me again to the mistress, that I may come to know his words and hers. And thus it was. For it is certain that the keeper of the wardrobe did not rest with one tale bearing to Mut-Eminet, but from time to time in conversation with her came back to the foreign slave from the prison pit and the gross favor shown him in Potiphar's house. The little jester was always at his post and faithfully brought back the tale of Duda's doings. Yet even had he been less watchful, Joseph would have known whenever the merry dwarf had complained, for then one of those moments would come in the dining room. And when for days there had been none, so that Joseph was cast down, their renewal, and that stern inquiry directed not as 636 Thomas Mann, though at an object but a person, made him realize that Duda had been with her again, and he would say to himself, he has reminded her, and it is a danger. But when he said it he also meant, how pleasant, and in one way was grateful to Duda for calling him to the mistress's mind. Joseph becomes visibly an Egyptian. No longer evident to the father's eye, but in his place very much alive and alert, Joseph lived on in the Egyptian world, lived into it, one might say, for he went in harness to its claims, and they were heavy on him who as a lad in his first life had known no tasks and had no demands laid upon him, but spent time according to his whim. Here he was the more active in that he now strove to rise to the height of God's purpose for him. His head was full of figures, facts, and things, all sorts of business details, and more than that involved in a web of human problems and relations which always required most delicate handling, the threads of which led to Potiphar, to the dwarfs, to Modka, to God knows whom else in the house and outside it in constant functioning, in short, of a kind that his early home, where Jacob now was, and the brothers, would never dream of. That home was far away, farther than 17 days, farther than Jacob had been from Isaac and Rebekah when he lived and looked into the Elizabethanian light of day. They too had had no idea, been able to form no picture of how their son lived or what his problems were, and from their day he in his turn was estranged. Where a man lives, there is his world, a narrow circle of life, work, and experience. The rest is vague. Though men have always been inclined to shift their center, to let the known sink into the mist and look into a different day. Naphtali's urge has been strong upon them. To run off into the mist, to report strange news to those dwelling there who know only their own, and take back home something worth the knowing. In short, there was always traffic and intercourse. Even between the widely separated places of Jacob's land and Potiphar's, there always had been, time out of mind. Was not the man from where accustomed to change his horizon, had he not been to the land of mud, though not so far into it as Joseph, had not his sister, bride, Joseph's ancestral grandmother, dwelt for a time in the house of women of that Pharaoh who then glittered in his horizon not at west but farther north, nearer to Jacob's sphere? Always there had been contacts between that sphere and Joseph's present one, for the darkly beautiful Ishmael had taken to wife a daughter of the black earth, and from the marriage the half-Egyptian Ishmaelites had sprung, called, and chosen to bring Joseph down hitherwards. And Joseph in Egypt 637. Many like them traded between the rivers to and fro, and apron-skirted messengers had gone about, 1,000 years and more, with letters written on bricks carried within their garments' folds. But if this Naphtali nature had always been, yet now in Joseph's time it was as never before a regular, customary, and developed thing, for the land whither he was snatched and where he lived his second life was definitely a land of descendants, no longer piously self-sufficient and strict as a moon would have it be, but worldly and seeking the pleasures of the world, so that if a come hither Asiatic lad had but a cunning gift at saying good night and could add two and two, he could become the body servant to a great Egyptian and goodness knows what besides. No, there was no lack of communications between Jacob's place and his darlings, but he whose affair it was to use them since he knew his father's abode, but his father knew not his, for whom it would have been easy, as a great steward's right hand, and so skilled in all arrangements, to have arranged opportunity for this too. He did not do it, he did it not for many years. The reasons have long since become clear to us, and nearly all of them are comprehended in the one word, expectancy. The calf bleated not, it kept still as death, it did not let the cow know to what field the man had brought it, for in agreement with the man, it demanded expectation of the cow as well. However hard it might be for her, for needs must the cow consider her calf to be dead and mangled. Strange, and confusing too it is, to think that Jacob, the old man, back there in the mist, all this while held his son for dead. Confusing, in that on the one hand one would like to be glad for him because he was mistaken, and on the other one grieves for him precisely because of his mistake. For there are, we know, certain consolations for the death of a beloved one, though they may be of a sufficiently hollow and desolate kind, and so we may feel a double pity for that sorrow. Old man, first because he held Joseph for dead, and second because he was not. The father heart lulled itself no doubt with a thousand pangs, but yet with a gentle sense of soothing in the security of death. It imaged his son as treasured up in death, unchanged and able, inviolable, needing no more care, eternally the 17-year-old boy who had ridden off on white Huldah. And all this was amiss. Take, not only the affliction but also the consolation which gradually surmounted it. For Joseph lived, and was exposed to all the chances and changes of life. He was snatched away, but not snatched out of time. He did not remain 17, but waxed and ripe in the place where he was, got to be 19 and 20 and 1 and 20. Certainly he was still Joseph, but the father would not have known him, at least not at the first glance. The stuff of his life was altered. While still wearing its triumphantly successful shape, it ripened and 638 Thomas Mann became a little broader and firmer, less a youth and more a young man. A few years more, and of the fabric of that Joseph whom his Rebekah father kissed at parting little will be left as little as though death had dissolved the flesh. Only, since it was not death but life that changed him, the shape to some extent remained. Not so faith. Fully or exactly as death would have preserved it in the spirit, and did, illusorily, in Jacob's mind. After all, in this matter of content and form, whether it is death or life that removes the loved object away from our eyes is perhaps not so important as we are prone to think. Likewise we must consider that the substance of Joseph's life, by which among all the changes and chances of his maturing youth its form was preserved, was drawn from quite another sphere than the one which would have fed it had he remained under Jacob's eyes. And the fact influenced its form as well. He was nourished by the ears and juices of Egypt, ate Kern's food, the water of her river moist, tend and swelled his tissues and cells, her sun irradiated them, he dressed in the linen from Egypt's flax, trod her soil, receiving from it the impulse of her silently shaping powers, took in with his eyes every day the evidences shaped by the hand of man, the expression of her fundamental, all-embracing, decisive character. Lastly, he spoke her speech, and it gave to his tongue, his lips, his jaws another shape than that they would have had. Very soon Jacob the father would have said to him, Damu, my seed, Baphiah is it with thy mouth? I know it no more. In short, Joseph as he grew became visibly an Egyptian, in form and manner, quickly, easily, unnoticeably, because he was a child of the world, pliant in body and mind, likewise very young and soft. When he came into the land, and thus the reshaping of his person after the local type happened readily and painlessly, the more that physically he had, from God knows where, something Egyptian about him, the square shoulders, the slender limbs, and mentally because it lay in his tradition, it was natural to him to live a stranger among the children of the land. Even at home he and his, the children of Abram, had always been Jerem and guests, long settled and well adapted, it is true, but with an inner reserve and looking with detached meant upon the easygoing Baal abominations of the real children of Canaan. So now Joseph in Egypt, as a child of the world he found it simple to conform and to practice detachment at one and the same time, for the one made the other easier and drew out the sting of his fear lest he be disloyal to him, Elohim, who had brought him into this land, and upon whose countenance and indulgence he might reckon, though Joseph were to comport himself in all ways as Keratin, Egyptian, and become a child of happy and subject of Pharaoh al ways accepting the silent reservation. Thus to be a child of the world, Joseph in Egypt 639, meant that he might blithely adapt himself to Egypt's children and move among them, consenting to the high culture of the land, yet all the while he might feel that they were the children of the world, at whom he gazed, benevolently but apart, and ever aware of the mocking spirit in his blood at sight of their decorative and detestable folk customs. The Egyptian year laid hold upon him and whirled him round with itself in the ebb and flow of nature and the rhythmic recurrence of its feast, of which one or other might be regarded as the first, the New Year's festival at the beginning of the inundation, a day rich in hopes and incredibly tumultuous, a fateful day for Joseph, indeed, as we shall presently see, or the recurrent celebration of the accession of Pharaoh to the throne, when the rejoicing populace renewed the hopes which were bound up with the original day, the beginning of the new dynasty and era, when justice should banish injustice, and life be lived amid laughing and amaze, or indeed any other of the recurrent feasts, for they were many. Joseph had first set eyes upon the Egyptian scene at the time of the ebb, when the land had emerged and the sowing had been done. Then he had been sold, and gone on further into the year and round. With it, the harvest came, which in name lasted into the flaming summer and the weeks which we call June, and then the diminished stream, amid reverential jubilation, began to swell and climb slowly out of its banks, closely observed and measured by Pharaoh's OFFI chales, for it was of the first and last importance that it should rise properly, not too wildly and not too weak, that Kern's children might have to eat, and the tax gatherers make it possible for Pharaoh to build. 6 weeks the river rose and rose, the nourisher of the land, quite quietly, inch by inch, day and night, while men slept and sleeping, trusted. And then, about the time when the sun was most blossoming, and we should have written July, in the second half, which the children of Egypt called the moon of the second of their year, and in their first season, which they called Ake, the river swelled mightily, overflowed the fields on both sides far and wide, and Cov aired the land, that strangely and uniquely conditioned land, which had not its like in the world, and which now to Joseph's wonderment and laughing, when he first saw it, was changed into a sacred lake, out of which high-lying towns and villages stood up, connected by causeways. The god stood there and let his richness sink, and his nourishing mud, on all the fields, until the second or winter season. Parrot, then he began to bait and retire, the waters returned from off the earth continually, as Joseph reminiscently put it to himself, so that beneath the moon of our January they flowed in the old bed, but continued to shrink until summer. It was for 72 days, the days of the 72 conspirators, the days of the 640 Thomas Mann winter drought, that the god pined and died, up to that day when Pharaoh's river conservancy announced that it was rising and a new year of blessing took its beginning. It might be moderate, it might be abundant, a moon send there should not be famine or a scant yield for the tax gatherers, so that Pharaoh could not build. Time went very fast, Joseph discovered, from new year to new year, or from that moment when he came into the land till the same came round again, reckoning in the Egyptian seasons as he now did, the flood, the sowing, and the harvest, each adorned with its proper feasts, in which Joseph took part with reserve, and confiding in indulgence from on high, he must indeed do so, and wear a pleasant face, for these heathen celebrations were involved with the economic life of the land. In Potiphar's service and as the representative of Mont, he could not avoid the fairs and markets which were bound up with the religious features of the feasts, since always trade springs up wherever men come together in numbers. There were always markets in the forecourts of the temples of Thebes, on account of the thank offerings, but likewise up and down the river were many places of pilgrimage, and the people streamed together in great hordes. Wher ever a god held his feast, adorned his temple, possessed oracular wisdom, and promised, along with spiritual refreshment, crowds and booths and general mass jollification. It was not Bastet only, the she cat of the Delta, who held a feast of which Joseph had heard so much that was undefating. Every year there was a popular excursion from near and far to the Ram of Mendes, Jedet in the people's mouth. It was even more jocund than for Bastet's feast, for Bindedai, the Ram, racy and rank as he was, stood closer to the temper of the folk than the she cat, and during the festivities publicly cohabited with a virgin of the country. But the reader may be assured that Joseph, who went down to the feast on business, did not seek out the sight, being occupied, as the steward's confidential man, solely with the marketing of the paper, tools, and vegetables which he had brought. There was much in the land, and the customs of the land, particularly the feast day observances, for the feast is the great hour of the traditional, the hour when it comes uppermost and glorifies it self, at which, in all his worldliness, mindful of Jacob, he did not look, or at most with a very detached eye. He did not love the PLES love of drink, recollections of Noah prevented him, as well as the picture in his soul of his sober, pondering father, Elis' own nature. 2. Though bright and merry, was averse to drunken disorder. 4. The children of Kern knew no better than to drink themselves drunk. On every occasion, with beer or wine, men and women alike. 1. Flowed freely at all the feasts, and they and their children could drink 4 days on end and be good for nothing at all. Adore over, there. Joseph in Egypt 64:1. Were special feasts of drinking, like the great beer feast which commemorated the legend of Hathor the Mighty, the lion-headed sick. Met, how she had raged among mankind to destroy them and was only prevented from blotting out the race of men by Re, who with a most clever stratagem made her drunk on red blood beer. On that day the children of Egypt drank beer in quite insalubrious quantities. A dark beer called Keys, very powerful, beer with honey, foreign and home brewed, the latter mostly in the city of Denderah, seat of Hathor, whither one made pilgrimage to the feast, and it was Actu. Allah called place of drunkenness as the seat of the goddess of drunkenness. To all this Joseph paid little heed, and only drank a little, symbolically and socially, to the extent demanded by his business. And some of the practices at the great feast of Osiris, Lord of the Dead, at the time of the shortest day, when the sun died, he died also, for the sake of Jacob, regarded with but very distant eye. The beast itself, however, with the ritual performances proper to it, interested him very much, and he followed them attentively. For they told again the story of the passion of that mangled and buried and risen God, presented by priests and people in very beautiful masks, faithfully reproducing both the terror and the jubilation of the resurrection, whereat the populace leaped on one leg with joy. Along with this came a deal of primitive foolishness and antique survivals of which nobody any longer knew the meaning, as that various groups of men bellaboured each other, one group representing the folk of the city of Pe, the other the folk of the city of Dep, and both cities were now entirely unknown. Or a herd of asses was driven round and round the city, with mocking shouts and blows from cudgels. A certain contractation lay in the fact that they treated with blows and contumely a creature which stood to them as a symbol of phallic readiness, for actually the feast of the dead and buried god was likewise a commemoration of the rigid readiness of the male, which tore the mummy wrappings of Osiris so that as the female vulture received from him the avenging sun. At this time of year in all the villages, there took place processions of women carrying a phallic emblem as long as an L, which they made to move by means of strings. Thus, the worship contradicted the maltreatment, and the reason was all clear. For on one side this erection and procreation was a matter of dear life itself, and of fruitful continuance, but on the other, and more strikingly, it was a feast of death. For User was dead when the vulture conceived from him, the gods were all erected in death, and just among ourselves that was the reason why Joseph, with all his personal feeling for the feast of User, the mangled one, did not look on at some of the rites, but averted his head even inwardly speaking. What sort of reason was that? Well, it is hard to talk about so daily. 642 Thomas Mann. The matter, when one knows and the other does not yet see, and that is the more pardonable in that Joseph himself hardly saw it, and only darkly and partially took account of what he did see. A faint, almost unconscious sense of guilt was stirring in him, guilt on account of disloyalty to the Lord, interpreting the word on whatever plane one may choose. Remember that he thought of himself as dead, and belonging to the kingdom of the dead, wherein he grew, remember moreover that name which he had ingeniously and somewhat presumptuously chosen. After all, the presumption was not so great. Mizraim's children, each one of them, even the least, had long had the right to become User when he died, and unite his name with that of the mangled one, as happy the bull became Serapis in death. The association meant, to be dead in God, or to be as God. But just this, to be God and to be dead, brought up the subject of the bandage-rending erection, and Joseph's half-unconscious guilty fear was connected with the intuition at certain moments for which Tutu was responsible, now beginning to play a role, half of fear, half of joy, in his life, were, however remotely, yet perilously connected with that godlike rigidity of death and with disloyalty asterisk. There, it is out. With all possible restraint it has been revealed why Joseph did not care to look on at the popular customs of the feast of Osiris or the processions of women or the cudgeled asses. But he took a good look at much else, in city and country, during the feasts that punctuated and adorned the Egyptian year. Once or twice as the years went on he saw Pharaoh, for it came about that the god made his appearance, not alone at the window of audience when he threw down the gold of favor upon favorites, in the presence of his elect, but when he came forth in brilliance from the horizon of his palace and beamed in full splendor upon all the people, who as one man hopped for joy according to prescribed form, and also because they loved it from their hearts. Pharaoh was short and stout. Joseph noted, his color was not very good, at least not when Rachel's son saw him for the second or third time. His facial expression, too, reminded him of Montcalm when his kidneys troubled him. Amenhotep III, Nebmatri, did in fact begin to fail in the years which Joseph spent in Potiphar's house, and grew great therein. In the judgment of the skilled priests from the temple and the sorcerers from the book house, he displayed in his physical condition to grow in inclination to rejoin the sun. To control this tendency was beyond the power of the priests of healing, for it had all too much natural justification. In Joseph's second year the divine son of Thut, Mosfor and the Metanic Mutine, we celebrated his jubilee, the so-called Hebs, that is, it was 30 years since amid innumerable ceremonies, exactly repeated on each anniversary, he had set the bleak crown upon his head. Joseph in Egypt 643. It had been a regal and splendid life, as good as free from wars, weighed down, as with a golden mantle, by hieratic pomp and the cares of government, but set off by the pleasures of the chase, in commemoration of which he had issued scarabs, and made splendid, above all by his love of building, which he had been able to gratify in full measure. Now all that lay behind him, his nature was as AC. Tiv decline as Joseph's in upbuilding. In his early days the majesty of this god had only suffered from toothache, an affliction which he treated by the usual method of chewing balsamic sweetmeats, and often had to receive audience in the throne room with a great lump in his cheek. But since the Hebs, when Joseph saw him drive out, his bodily ailments were of a more deep-seated kind. Pharaoh's heart fluttered, or beat too quick against his chest so that it took away his breath. His secretions carried matter which the body should have retained but could not because it was breaking down. Later it was not only the cheek that was thick and swollen, but the legs and belly. It was at this time that the conf and correspondent of the god, who was likewise a god in his own sphere, King Tushratta of Mitannaland, son of Shutarna, the father of Mutinwea, whom Amenhotep called his mother, in short, his brother-in-law from the Euphrates, for he had received from Shutarna the princess Gilishapah into his house of women. His brother-in-law sent him a magic image of Ishtar, with safe conduct from his faraway capital to the palace at Thebes. 4. He had heard of Pharaoh's affliction and in his own case found the image efficacious for slighter ailments. The whole city, yes, all Upper and Lower Egypt from the borders of Nubia down to the sea, spoke of the arrival of this image in the palace Meraymat, and in the house of Potiphar almost nothing else was talked of for days. But we know that Ishtar of the road was unavailing, or unwilling to relieve more than temporarily Pharaoh's short breath and swollen limbs, to the satisfaction of his domestic sorcerers, whose gifts of healing were not much help either, simply because the tendency to rejoin the sun was stronger than all else and slowly got its way. Joseph saw Pharaoh at Hebs, when all West was abroad to see the god drive out, in the course of the ceremonies which lasted the whole day. There were investitures, accessions, coronations, purifika. Tory babs assisted by priests in masks representing various gods, in sensing and primitively symbolical procedures, at feast within the palace, in the presence of the great of the land, while outside the populace by dint of drink and dance made themselves believe that from this day forth time should renew itself from the foundations and an age of peace, justice, and prosperity, of laughter and universal brotherhood, take its beginnings. This glad conviction had been dentally bound up with the original accession, a generation before, and renewed more faintly and fleetingly on each recurrence. But at Heb 644 Thomas Mann said it sprang up in freshness and festal power in all their hearts, the triumph of faith over knowledge, the cult of an expectation which no experience can banish from the heart of men because it was planted there from on high. But Pharaoh's progress when at mid-day he betook himself to the house of Amun to make sacrifice, was a public spectacle, and many people, including Joseph, awaited it in the west, before the gate of Pharaoh's palace, while other crowds lined the route which the royal train was to take through the city, Esp. Chali and the great Ram Sphinx Avenue, the sacred way of Amun. The royal palace. Pharaoh's great house from which in fact far Ao took his name, for the word means great house, though on the lips of the children of Egypt it sounded rather differently, just as in the case of Potiphar and Potiphar Pharaoh's great house, then, lay at the edge of the desert at the foot of the gleaming bright-colored cliffs of Thebes. It stood inside a great ring wall with armored gates, which also included the exquisite gardens of the god and, laughing, amid flowers and exotic trees, the lake which by command of Amen, hot glittered east of the garden for the delectation of Tai, his consort. The populace outside, though they strained their necks, could see little of the bright splendors of Meraymat. They saw the palace guards before the gates, with wedge-shaped leather leaves over their apron kilts, and feathers in their storm helmets. They saw foliage lit by the sun and waving in the wind, saw airy roofs hovering upon col-ard columns, long, many-colored streamers fluttering from gilded poles. They sniffed the Syrian odors from the beds of the invisible gardens, and these accorded well with the idea of Pharaoh's godship, since sweet odors are thought of as accompanying the divine. But now the expectation of the eager, good-natured, lip-smacking, dust-swallowing crowd before the gate was to be fulfilled. Just as Rees bark leached the zenith, a cry burst out. The guards at the gate raised their spears. The bronze doors between the standards flew open upon the Sphinx Avenue strewn with blue gravel, which ran through the garden. And upon that avenue Pharaoh's train appeared, dashing out through the gate directly into the throng, which swept back and gave way with shouts that were part joy, part fear. Men bearing staves laid into the crowd to make a path for the chariots and horses, with loud cries of Pharaoh, Pharaoh, take heed to your heart, turn away your heads. He drives out, room for his driving out. And the reeling rout made way. It hopped on one leg, it rolled like a wave in a storm, stretched up its thin arms into Egypt's sun light, madly kissed hands. The women waved their wailing infants on high, or with heads flung back offered their breasts in both hands, while the air throbbed with exultation and yearning as they filled it with cries of Pharaoh, Pharaoh, strong bill of your mother, lofty Joseph in Egypt 645, in feathers, live a million years, live to eternity, love us, bless us, we love and bless you with fierce ardor, golden falcon, Horus, re you are in your members, keep her in his true shape, Heb, said, Hebs, turn of the ages, end of trouble, beginning of joy. A popular jubilation like that is moving, it clutches at the heart, even of him who does not quite belong and is inwardly detached. Joseph shouted a little with the rest, he hopped a little too, with the children of the land, but chiefly he looked on, with silent emotion. What moved him was the sight of Pharaoh. He saw the highest, calm, ing forth out of his palace like the moon among stars, and his heart beat responsive to that old legacy, now a little weakened by his cosmopolitan understanding, which bade him serve the highest, whom alone man shall serve. Long before he had stood even before the next highest, Potiphar, he had, we know, already bent his thoughts upon still more absolute and final embodiments of that idea. We shall see that even now his eager spirit did not pause. Pharaoh was wonderful to behold. His chariot was pure gold, naught else, gold wheels, gold sides, gold axles, and covered with embossed pictures, which, however, one could not see because the whole car flashed and glittered so, as it reflected the midday sun, that the eye could scarcely bear it. The wheels and the hoofs of the steeds whirled up thick enveloping clouds of dust so that it was as if far Ao came on in flame and smoke, frightful and glorious to behold. You expected nothing less than that the stallions too, Pharaoh's great first team, as it was called, would breathe fire from their nostrils. So they danced, so their smooth muscles shone, so while they were in their ornamented harness, with gold breastplates, and gold lions, heads on their crests from which colored ostrich plumes stood up and nodded. Pharaoh drove himself, he stood alone in the chariot of cloud and fire, the reins in his left hand, with his right he held the lash and crook, the black and white one, in a sort of ritual position, slantingly against his chest just underneath his jeweled collar. Far Ao was already rather an old man, one could tell by his sunken mouth, the tired look in his eyes, and his back, which seemed a little stooped beneath the lotus-white linen of his upper garment. The cheekbones stood out in his gaunt face and it looked as though they were rouge. All sorts and kinds of charms in the shape of stiff emblems and variously knotted and looped ribbons hung down from his hips under his garment. His head was covered to behind his ears and down to his neck by the blue crown set with yellow stars. But on the brow, above Pharaoh's nose, the poison cobra reared, glittering with colored enamel, Re's talisman. Thus, without looking to left or right, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt drove past before Joseph's eyes. Tall ostrich feather fans swayed over him, the soldiers of his bodyguard, archers and 646 Thomas Mann, shield bearers, Egyptian, Asiatic, and Negro, hurried understand. Ards beside the wheels and officers followed in cars covered with ple leather. Then all the people gave another adoring cry, for after The officers came another single chariot, with gold wheels whirling up the dust, and in it a boy 8 or 9 years old, likewise under ostrich feather fans, driving, too, with weak braceleted arms out stretched. His face was long and palish, the full, raspberry-colored lips smiled with charming shyness at the yelling populace. The eaves were half open, from pride or sadness. That was Amenhotep, the god. Like offspring, heir to the throne and crown, when he who drove in front of him should have decided to mingle with the son, Pharaoh's only son, child of his old age, his Joseph. The recipient of all these plaudits had a thin, childish torso, nude save for the arm rings and jeweled necklace. His apron kilt of pleated gold stuff came high up in the back and down to his calves, in front, where the gold-fringed drawstring hung, it was scooped out, exposing a drum-shaped paunch, like a Negro child's. On the boy's brow the serpent reared, as on the father's, his close-fitting headdress of gold stuff enveloped his head, and came together at the back like a knot of hair, while the youth lock of the king's one son hung in the form of a broad fringe over one ear. The populace shouted at the top of their lungs to this engendered, but not yet risen sun, the sun below the eastern horizon, the sun of tomorrow. Peace of a moon, they shouted. Long live the son of the god. How beautiful you are in the bright places of the sky. Mouthful Horus in the childhood lock. Rich enchanted falcon. Protector of the father, protect us. They still shouted and adored. When after the rebel in the wake of the morrow's sun followed an other fiery chariot with high sides, behind the driver, as he leaned over the rail, stood Tai, consort of the god, Pharaoh's chief wife, the lady of the lands. She was small and dark of countenance, with gleaming eyes lengthened by paint, a firm and delicate nose with a pronounced quive, a smile sat on her full curling lips. Anything as beautiful as her headdress there could not be on earth. It was the vulture cap, the whole bird, made of gold, covering her head with its bob and outstretched head, while the pinions hung down in splendor over cheeks and shoulders. On the bird's back a ring was fastened, from which rose a pair of high, stiff plumes, converting the cap to a divinity's crown, while in front on the brow, besides the featherless head and crooked beak of the bird of prey, was likewise the urious, fanged and erect. Here were the very signes and insignia of godhood. It was too much, the people could not but greet them in ecstasy, and quite beside themselves shriek out, Eset, Mut, heavenly, mother cow, mother of God, you who fill the palace with love, sweet Hathor, pity us. They cried out to the princesses too, who, Joseph in Egypt 647, stood embraced in their own chariot behind the driver bent to his steeds, to the ladies of the court, driving by twos, with the fan of honor in their hands, and to the friends of Pharaoh, the unique and only friends, who attended his levee. Thus the Heb's procession moved among the crowds from the house Meraimat to the river where the gaily colored boats lay ready, and Pharaoh's bark star of the two lands, and the god, the goddess, and their offspring, with all the court, were set across to the eastern shore and driven by other teams through the city of the living, attended by the plaudits of the throng in all the narrow streets and from all the housetops. And they drove to the house of Amun and the great incensing. Thus then Joseph had seen Pharaoh, as once in the court of his house he, the bought slave, had seen Potiphar, first of his sphere, and thought how he could come to stand before him. At his side he now stood, thanks to his shrewdness in discourse, but we know that even then his thoughts outran the moment, secretly anticipating a connection with distant and final manifestations of the highest, his audacity even envisaged a still further goal. But how could that be? Was there then the highest a higher still? Certainly, when one has in one's blood a feeling for the future, that is to say, for the highest of the more. During the exaltations of the throng, which Joseph, with a certain reserve, had shared, he had observed Pharaoh in his fiery chariot with sufficient care. But his inmost and uttermost curiosity had for its object not the old god but his successor, the lad with the lock and the sickly smiling mouth, Pharaoh's Joseph, the next son. He gazed after the narrow shoulders and gold knot of hair, the thin, armleted arms, as the lad drove by him, not Pharaoh, he had in his mind when the procession had passed and the crowds followed to the river. With the little coming one his thoughts were concerned, and it might well be that his opinion was that of the children of Egypt, for they had cried out more fervently at sight of him than when Pharaoh himself passed by. For the future is hope, and in the goodness of God time is given to man, that he may live in hope. Joseph had need still to grow mightily in his station before the hope of standing before the highest, or at his side, could have the smallest prospect of fulfillment. So, then with reason it was that, as he watched the feast of Hebs, his gaze passed over the present highest into the future and rested on the not yet risen sun. Account of Montcal's simple passing. 7 times had the Egyptian year carried Joseph with it in its round, 480 times the planet that he loved, to which he was kin, had gone through all its phases of the material substance of Jacob's son, that in which he was clothed when the father blessed 648 Thomas Mann him and sent him from him nothing at all was left. He wore, so to speak, a new earthly garment, wherein God had arrayed his life. Of the old, of that worn by the 17-year-old youth, was not one thread remaining. For he walked in one woven of Egyptian stuff, in which Jacob would only doubtingly have known him. The son would have had to reassure him, saying, It is I, Joseph. 7 years had passed, in sleeping and waking, in thinking and feeling, in doing and being done by, passed as days pass, that is, neither fast nor slowly, but simply passing, and in his age he was now 24, a young man, very beautiful in form and feature, son of a lovely one, a child of love. His bearing, by reason of his activities, had become more serious and assured. His voice, the one time childish hot, had grown more resonant as he moved among the workmen giving directions, or as Montcal's mouth transmitted all his orders. For Montcal's mouth he had been now all these years, or one might have called him his eye, his ear, or his right hand. The work people, however, spoke of him simply as the steward's mouth, for so in Egypt they called a man through whom orders are transmitted. In Joseph's case, the word was doubly apt, for the youth spoke like a god, a gift most pleasing, yes, a laughing delight to Egypt's children, and they knew that it was by that gift of shrewd and comely speech, such as was beyond their own powers, that he had made his way, or at least opened his way, to the favor of the master and Montcalm. Montcalm by now trusted him in everything: administration, AC, accounts, oversight, and business. When the tradition states that Potiphar put all that he had into his hand and knew not aught he had save the bread that he did eat, it refers, in the last analysis, to a dealing gation of power, from the master to the steward, and from the steward to the purchased slave with whom he had made a pact in love and loyalty to their lord. and the master and his house might be glad that it was Joseph and no other on whom the delegation finally fell, and who in the end took over the economy of the house, for he saw it with the utmost of loyalty and ability, for the sake of the Lord, and his far-flung plan, thinking day and night on the advantage of the house, so that, in the words of the old Ishmaelite and consonant, with the name he had chosen, he not only provided but also increased it. As for the reason why Mann, toward the end of this period of 7 years, had entrusted Joseph more and more with the oversight of affairs, until he finally gave them all into his hands and withdrew into the private room of trust of that Anon, and only a little farther on. For first I must say that Dudu, despite all his malicious striving, did not succeed in barring the way to Joseph's happy advance, which finally, and before the 7 years were out, had set him over all the other servants, even above the rank and dignity of Potiphar's. Joseph in Egypt 649. Undersized keeper of the jewel caskets. Dudu's office was indeed a dignified one, and he owed it, certainly, to his sterling quality, his honesty and dwarf worthiness. It brought him into close contact with the master and would have afforded occasion for confidence and the exercise of influence against Joseph, but that Potiphar could not abide the little man, whose pompous dignity went against him. He did not feel justified in taking away his office, but he kept him as removed as possible, setting subordinates between them for the service of the robing rooms, so that to Dudu fell only the care of the garments, jewels, amulets, and orders. He saw the dwarf only for brief conference. Thus Dudu could not easily come to speech with Potiphar, certainly not to that speech which he would gladly have made with reference to the favorite and the offense of his growing favor in the house. Even though he had had the chance, he would not have dared to speak, at least not before the master himself, for he well knew Potiphar's dislike for him, the serious-minded dwarf. It rested on the concealed sense of superiority which he neither could nor would deny, as well as on his partisanship for Amun's son power. He knew that his word availed little before Potiphar. Why should he, Dudu, spouse of Gizet, expose himself to a rebuff? No, he preferred a roundabout way. He would act through the mistress to her he often complained, and at least she listened with respect, and through Binacons, the mighty man of Amun, he, when he visited the mistress, could be warned against the advancement of the Shibirite, so offensive to ancient traditions. And he instigated Gizet, his full-sized wife, who was in Muhammed's service, to talk to her mistress in the same sense. But even industry will not always bring success. If Gizet had not been fruitful to her spouse, it would have been a case in point. Here, at least, his striving bore no fruit. It is true that one day Binacons, in Pharaoh's antechamber, took Potipharah to task, diplomatically, for the annoyance suffered by the pious of his household through the advancement of the impious there, and expostulated with him in fatherly wise. But the fen-bearer did not take it in. He could not remember. He blinked and seemed absent, and Binacons, owing to his flair for greatness, was incapable of pausing for more than a minute. Viewed upon small domestic details, he soon passed over into more alt spheres and harangued the four quarters of the heavens as he held forth upon problems of state, speaking of the foreign kings Tush, Radha, Shabalulama, and Abd Ashurta, and upon these high themes, the conversation expended itself and died. As for Afuat, the mistress, she had not brought herself as yet to speak to her husband on the subject. She knew his unhearing obstinacy. Moreover, she was not used to talking over matters with him, their intercourse consisting al. 650 Thomas Mann. Together of tender and exaggerated expressions of concern. It did not occur to her to make any demands upon him. These were sufficient grounds of excuse for her inaction. But in our eyes it is also a sign that even at that time, that is to say, toward the end of the 7 years, she was indifferent to Joseph's presence and had no motive for wishing to have him sent away. The time when she would want him removed from her sight and hearing was still to come for this woman of Egypt. It came at the same time with that fear of herself, which yet she was too proud to know. And another strange thing would come to pass at the same time, the time when she realized that it would be better for her to see Joseph no more, and turned to Potiphar to get him sent away. It was that Dudu had been converted to the Shibirite and become his partisan. For he began to flatter him and be obsequious to him, to such an extent that a change of role seemed to have taken place between the dwarf and his mistress. The latter appeared to have assumed the former's hatred, and the dwarf to praise and belaud the youth in her hearing. Both attitudes were entirely specious. For at the moment when the mistress would have wished that Joseph was not there, she could no longer do so, and deluded herself in thinking that she did. But Dudu, who had quite a glimmering of it, acted in malice, hoping the more to injure the son of Jacob by being comradely with him. But I shall speak of this a little later. For the event which brought about these changes, or upon which they followed, was the sore illness of the steward Mann, Joseph's ally in the service of the master. Sore for him, sore for Joseph, who so clung to him that he almost made a matter of conscience of his sufferings and death, and distressing to all sympathizers of the simple but intuitive man, even though these might have insight into the necessity of his destined passing. For we are obliged to see the hand of destiny in the circumstance that Joseph had been brought into a house whose steward was devoted to death, and so in a sense his passing was sacrificial. For to note that he was a man whose soul inclined to resignation, a reading ness which in another place I have attributed to his trouble with his kidneys. But it is quite possible that the latter was only the physical constitution corresponding to his spiritual state, actually the same, distinguished from it only as the word is distinguished from the thought, and the word sign from the word, so that in the book of the steward's life a kidney would have been the hieroglyph for the word resignation. Why should we concern ourselves with Adonka? Why do I speak of him with a certain emotion, though unable to say much more of him than that he was known to be a man simple, that is, modest and upright, that is, both practical and good-hearted, a man who trod the earth of Egypt and the land of Kern, late or early. Joseph in Egypt 65 I. According as one takes it, at the time when life among its manifold shapes brought just him and no other forth, but early enough in all its lateness that his mummy has long since been dust and scattered to the four winds. A practical son of earth who did not imagine himself to be better than life and had no use for higher or speculative matters. Not out of inferiority, but out of modesty, although in his secret depths he was quite accessible to higher promptings. Indeed, it was these which made him play a role, a not inconsiderable one, in Joseph's life. Figuratively speaking, he did very much what Reuben had one day done. He retreated 3 steps before Joseph, bowed his head, and turned away. It needs no more than this role given him by destiny to make us owe him a lively sympathy. Aside from which, and for his own sake, I like to dwell upon the figure of this man. Simple yet sensitive as he was, and pervaded by an unassuming melancholy, it has a sympathetic, spiritual claim upon us. He would have called it magic, which makes me like to conjure it up out of its Ancient dust. Mann was the son of an under-official of the treasury of the Mann temple at Karnak. When he was 5 years old, his father, whose name was Akamos, had dedicated him to thought and put him into the school attached to the administration of the temple of Mann, the falcon-headed god of war, where the rising generation of OFFI Chales was brought up, on short commons, strict discipline, and plenty of canings, for the view obtained that a pupil had his ears on his back, and heard when he was beaten. The pupils were of varied origins, aristocratic and middle class. Besides the discipline, they received the fundamentals of a literary education, the word of God, other wise writing, the art of the read, the gift of a good style, and the necessary equipment for a career of learning as well as for that of official scribe. Akamos' son did not want to become a scholar, not because he was not clever enough, but because he was too modest, resolved from the beginning to dwell within the sphere of the respectable average, and not at any price to depart beyond it. It happened almost against his will that he did not, like his father, spend his days as a writer of documents in the office of Mantu's temple, but became overseer to one of the great. It was his superiors and masters who recommended him thither and got him the excellent post, out of the regard they had for his gifts and his modest demeanor. At school he received only the inevitable canings, which fell to the lot of even the best pupils, in order to make them hear. For he early gave evidence of his head for the general by the quickness with which he mastered the great gift of the ape, the art of writing, the care and neatness with which he wrote out in long lines in his roll the copy before him, consisting of ancient rules of propriety, style-forming models, didactic. 652 Thomas Mann. Poems, admonitions, and praise for the writer's craft, and covered the reverse side with calculations about sacks of corn, and notes for business letters. Almost from the beginning he had been set to work on the practical business of administration, more on his own initiative than that of his father, who would gladly have made of his son something better than he was himself, a priest perhaps, a magician, or stargazer, whereas from boyhood Montcalm in his modesty had decided for the practical side. There is something peculiar about this sort of inborn resignation, which takes the form of honest capacity and quiet toleration of the hardships of life, where another nature would shatter the heavens with loud remonstrance. Montcalm married rather early the daughter of one of his father's colleagues with whom he fell in love, but his wife died in her first childbirth and the infant with her. Montcalm meant her loss most bitterly, without being greatly astonished or rebellious at this blow from the hand of fate. He did not try for happiness a second time, remaining a widower and solitary. He had a sister married to a bazaar keeper at Thebes. He visited her some times, when he had a holiday, of which he never took many. After finishing his education he worked at first the offices of the temple administration, later became steward to the chief priest and after that, to the great household of Potiphar the courtier, where he had for 10 years wielded his office with firm but good-natured authority, at the time when the Ishmaelites relieved the overburdened man in his service to his beloved master by bringing him an assistant and at the same time a successor. He had early perceived that Joseph was destined to follow after him, for he was, in all his assiduous simplicity, a man of intuition. We may almost say that the simplicity itself, the selfless resignation, was a product of the same intuition, in other words, of the illness lying dormant in his powerful frame. The very working of it, silently breaking down his physical morale, but refining the spiritual, was what made possible the subtle impressions which he received at first sight of Joseph. At that time he already knew the nature of his ailment. Red belly, the barber surgeon, had told him plainly, diagnosing from the symptoms of frequent dull pressure in his back and left side, irregular pains in the region of the heart, frequent giddiness, sleeplessness, poor metabolism, and excessive urination, that he suffered from degeneration of the kidneys. This ailment is often insidious in its nature, strikes its roots during early life and then has periods when it seems to be arrested or even cured, only to evince its hidden progress later on. Montcalm could remember that when he was 12 years old he passed blood impregnate but only once, and then not again for many years, so that he had really forgotten the alarming symptom. It happened. Joseph in Egypt 653. Again when he was 20, together with the above-mentioned manifestations, the headache and giddiness culminating in violent nausea. That too passed, but since then he had quietly and grimly wrestled with intermittent attacks, which would leave him free for months, or even years, to take possession of him again with greater or less violence. The modesty which was their source came out often in profound fatigue, physical and mental weariness and indifference. He made a practice of sticking to his tasks throughout, heroically and in silence, being treated by medical science, or what passed as such, with bloodletting. His appetite was satisfactory, his tongue clean, the skin excretions in good order, and his pulse fairly regular. The physicians therefore did not consider his condition serious until one day his ankle bones displayed whitish swrlings full of a watery fluid. When it was drawn off, the relief to his vascular system and his heart made one regard the symptom as favorable, because it was the he's coming out and being got rid of. He had indeed, with the help of red belly and his herbal treatments, got through quite tolerably the decade before Joseph's arrival, with but few interruptions to his activities, though that was very likely to be ascribed more to his own modest strength of purpose, holding in check the slow process of decay, than it was to red belly's homely remedies. He had his first really severe attack very soon after Joseph came, with such dropsy in hands and legs that they had to be bandaged, throbbing headache, badly upset stomach, and even a dimming of the vision. Probably it had begun during the bargaining with the Ishmaelite and the examination of his goods. At least we may surmise it, for it seems as though his sensitiveness to Joseph's looks and the emotion he showed at the test good-night greeting indicated a morbidly heightened receptivity. But the converse might also be true, that the all too gentle words had affected his spirit to soften it and make it a more ready prey to the evil power assailing it. I am tempted to harbor the misgiving that Joseph's good-night addresses, however soothing to the steward, were actually unfavorable to the will to live which struggled in his depths with the fell disease. The attack was responsible too for the fact that Montcalm paid no attention to Joseph in the beginning. It lamed his initiative. But it passed, like others of greater or less severity, thanks to Conan Pio's bloodlettings, leeches, arbitrary decoctions of animal or vegetable tour, and abdominal compresses made of old pieces of writing soaked in warm oil. Recovery or apparent recovery ensued, and reigned over large spaces of the time during which Joseph was growing up to be his first assistant and chief mouth. But in the 7th year of Joseph's time Montcalm caught a cold at the funeral of a relative, his sister's husband, the bazaar keeper in fact, and it opened a door wide to dissolution, which then ensued. 654 Thomas Mann. This catching death and being carried off, through standing in a draughty hall to pay last honors to the deceased, was a frequent phenomenon then as now. It was summer, and very hot, but, as often in Egypt, at the same time very windy, a dangerous combination, for the air fanning over the perspiring flesh cooled it too rapidly. The steward, overwhelmed with business, had lingered at home until he was in danger of being late for the services. He sweated as he went, and when he was ferried across the river in the train of the funeral bark he shivered in his thin clothes. Then he stood by the little grave in the rock which the bazaar keeper, now united with Osiris, had AC acquired with his savings. Before its modest portal a priest in the mask of Enfu held the mummy upright while another performed with the calf's foot the mystic ceremony of the opening of the mouth, and the little group of mourners looked on, their hands upon their ash-strewn heads. The cold dank air that breathed from the vault was not very good for Mann. He came home with a cold in his head and catarrh of the bladder. Next day he complained to Joseph of feeling queer and heavy, and of the effort it was to move his limbs. He was overtaken by a sort of numbness which forced him to give over work and take to his bed. The head gardener attended him and set leeches to his temples, to relieve the intolerable pains in his head, which were accompanied by severe nausea and semi-blindness, but an attack of apoplexy supervened. Joseph, when he saw the purposes of God with Mann, was greatly shocked. He came to the conclusion that it would not be a crossing of the divine purpose but merely putting God to the test, to try all human means of combating the disease. He persuaded Poti Phi to send at once to Amun's house for a learned physician, and Red Belly, offended, yet at the same time relieved from a responsibility the weight of which he knew enough to realize, retired from the field. The medical man from the temple did indeed reject most of Red Belly's measures, but the distinction between his and the gardener's was, in the eyes of all the world, his own as well, more of a social than a medicinal kind. The latter were for the people and for them might do very well, the former for the upper classes, where the treatment was of a more refined kind. The doctor from the temple rejected the ancient documents soaked in oil with which his predecessor H.D. covered the belly and loins of the patient, demanding in their place linseed poultices on good handkerchiefs. Likewise he stuck up his nose at most of Red Belly's popular cure-alls, which had been invented by the gods themselves for when he was old and ailing. They consisted of from 14 to 7 and 30 separate disgusting messes, lizard's blood, ground pig's teeth, sweat from a pios, ears, the milk of a woman in childbed, various sorts of excrement. Joseph in Egypt 655. Such as antelopes, porcupines, and flies, human urine, and more of the same kind. But there were other ingredients more to the Physikian's liking, which he also prescribed, without the disgusting nesses. Honey and wax, henbane, small doses of opium, bitter bark, berries, natron, and ipecacuan hop. The doctor did concur in the use of the gardener's cherished remedy, the chewing of castor oil berries, with beer, and in his use of a root rich in resin with a strong purgative effect. But he declared that the drastic bloodlettings, which Red Belly performed nearly every day to control the agonizing pain in the head and the mist in the eyes, must be discontinued or only performed with great reserve. He could tell by the patient's pallor that the temporary relief was too highly paid for by the loss of certain nourishing and stimulating properties in the blood. The dilemma was probably an impossible one, for obviously it was precisely the indispensable but impoverished and infected blood that carried insidious inflammations and overwhelmed the body with various morbid manifestations, either by turn or at the same time, all of them, as both physicians were aware, having their source in the originally diseased kidney. Thus Mann, without regard to the name or nature of this or that distressing phenomenon, suffered one after another or at the same time from inflammation of the chest, the peritoneum, the lungs, and the pericardium, from brain symptoms such as vomiting, blindness, congestion, and spasms. In short, death attacked him with all its weapons and on every side, and it was only a wonder that he resisted for weeks after he took to his bed, and in part overcame the supernumerary ailments from which he suffered. He was a stout invalid, but however sturdily he defended his life, he had just to die. Joseph realized this, while Konanku and the learned man of Amun still hoped to save the steward. He took it much to heart, not only on account of his attachment to the good man, who had shown him so much kindness and in whose mingled destiny he sympathized, finding him one of those glad sorry men, the Gilgamesh type, devoured and disfavoured at the same time. No, it was also en particular, largely because he had pangs of conscience over his sufferings and death. They were obviously ordained to his own advantage and growth. Poor Mann was a sacrifice to God's plans. He was put out of the way, that was plain and clear, and Joseph would have liked to speak to the author of the plans and say, what thou here dost, O Lord, is exclusively thine own idea and none of mine. I must say plainly that I will have naught to do with it, and that it happeneth on my account must not, I hope, mean that I am to blame for it in all humility. I must beg to be excused. But it did not help him. He still felt guilty for the death of his friend and perceived that if there could be any talk of responsibility in the affair it fell upon him, whom 656 Thomas Mann. It advantaged, God being blameless. That is just it, he thought to himself. God does all, yet has given us a conscience, and we become guilty before him because we are guilty for him. Man bears God's guilt, and it would be no more than right if one day God were to make up his mind to bear our guilt. How he, the holy and blameless, could do that is hard to say. I should think he would need to become a man to that end. He did not stir from the bedside of the suffering sacrifice through out the 4 or 5 weeks of struggle against the death that came on in protean shape. So guilty did he feel. He tended the afflicted man. Day and night, he sacrificed himself, as one says, and here would say it with justice, for he offered himself in return, to the extent of offering up his own sleep and physical well-being. He set up his cot beside the sick man's in the special room of trust, and hour by hour did the needed service, warmed the compresses, gave the medicines, rubbed in the lotions, gave him to inhale the vapor of powdered nerves heated on stones, as prescribed by the doctors, and held his limbs when attacked by spasms. For as his end approached, the steward so suffered from these that he cried out under death's torturing grip, for death seemed not to expect that he would yield himself, and so laid violent hands upon him. Especially when Mann tried to sleep, death interfered, sending such potent cramps as almost to wrench the sufferer bodily from the bed, as though to say, what? Thou wouldst sleep? Up with thee, to thy end. This was more than ever the place for Joseph's soothing good nights. He employed them skillfully, murmuring in the steward's ear that now he would surely find the path into the land of peace for which he yearned, find and tread upon it, nor would his left arm and leg, carefully bound up for him by Joseph with strips of linen, snatch him back again to day and anguish. That was true, and sometimes efficacious. But Joseph himself was alarmed to see that his invocations to peace and repose helped only. Too much for the steward, wakeful for so many years, inclined now to stupor, so that the gracious path became a dangerous one, barked on which the wanderer might forget to return. He must sigh no more lullabies, but try to rouse the patient to the things of earth flow, and his will to live with tales and anecdotes out of that copious store, extensive in time and space, which Joseph, thanks to Jacob and Eliezer, had commanded ever since he was small. The steward had always loved these tales of his assistant's first life, his childhood in the land of Canaan, of his lovely mother who had died by the way, of his father's willful tenderness for her and for his son, so that they were one in the festal garment of his love. He knew of the brethren's furious jealousy, of the sin of overweening blind self-confidence which had weighed down Joseph, of the mangling and the pit. The steward, of Joseph in Egypt 657. Course, like Potiphar and all his house, always thought of that region, where Joseph had spent his youth as a land far off, dusty and indescribably wretched, which one forsook with all speed naturally when destiny transplanted one into the land of men and gods. He was as little surprised or critical as anybody else that the Egyptian Joseph made no effort to resume contact with the barbaric world of his youth. But he enjoyed hearing of that world, and during his last days, it was his dearest and most soothing distraction to lie with folded hands and listen to his young nurse unfold the memories of his clan, in the charming way he had, so thrilling, so blithe and impressive all at once. He told of the rough and the smooth and how even in the womb they had fought each other, of the feast of the blessing and the betrayal, and the flight of the smooth man to the nether world, of the wicked uncle who exchanged his children on the bridal night, how the cunning rogue tricked the stupid one, taking a leaf from nature's book and so got back his own, shuffling here and there, the trickery of the firstborn and the blessing, exchange of brides, exchange of possessions, exchange of the firstborn and the beast on the offering table, of the beast and the son, who looked like the beast as he bleated and died. All these illusions and transformations fascinated the hearer and held him rapt, for what is more charming than illusion? And a light played to and fro, back and forth, between the teller and his tale, illusory light, illusory charm, illusory magic of charm, fell upon him from the tales he told, and he himself in his turn lent to them the same from his own person, from him who had worn the veil of love in turn with his mother, from him who in the eyes of Mann had always possessed an agreeably teasing and mischievous charm, from the first moment when the boy had stood before him, with the roll in his hand and by his smile tempted the steward to confuse him with the ibis-headed one. Mann could scarcely see it all now, he could not tell how many fingers when Joseph held him up, but he could still listen and be lured by the sound of strange tales murmured sweetly at his bedside, away from that heavy slumber to which he was drawn by the poison in his blood. He heard about the ever-present Eliezer who with his master had smitten the kings of the east and toward whom the earth had sprung when he rode on the bridal journey for the saved sacrifice of the bride by the well, who had dismounted from her camel and veiled her face in the sight of the wooer, of the wild and beautiful son of the desert who had tried to persuade the sheeted red one to kill his father and eat him, of the original wanderer, the father of them all, and what had one time befallen him and his sister bride, here, in this very land of Egypt, of his brother Lot, the angels before his door, and the extraordinary shamelessness of the Sodomites, of the sulphurous rain, of the pillar of salt, and what Lot s. I Syed. 658 Thomas Mann. Out of care toward the continuance of the human race, of Nimrod at Sinir and his arrogant tower, of Noah, the second first man, called the exceeding wise one, and his ark, of the first man himself, made out of clay in the garden of the east, of the she-man made of his rib, and of the serpent. From this great heritage of tales Joseph gave with wit and eloquence of his best, sitting by the bedside of the dying man, to assuage his own remorse and to hold the other in the land of the living for yet a little while. But Mann too was seized with the epic vein and began to talk in his turn, having them prop him up in the cushions and in the unease of oncoming death, feeling for Joseph to touch him as though he were its hawk in the tent. Let me see with seeing hands, he said, his face lifted to the ceiling. If you are Osir, my son, for I will bless you before my end, mightily strengthened to the blessing by the tales with which you have so richly fed me. Yes, it is you, I see and recognize you as do the blind, and there can be no doubt here, for I have but one son whom I can bless, and you are he, Osir, whom I have come to love in the course of the years in the place of the little one whom the mother took with her in her hour, for he was suffocated, she being built too narrow. By the way, no, for she died at home, in her chamber in childbed, and I dare not call her agonies more than human, yet frightful they were, and cruel, so that I fell on my face and begged and the gods for her death, which they granted her. The boy's death they granted too, though I had not begged for that. But what would the child have been to me without her? Olive Tree was she called, daughter of Cakeboy, the treasury official. Becket was her name, and I was not bold enough to love her as the man of the blessing made bold to love his lovely one of Naharan, your mother. I did not dare. But she too was lovely, unforgettably lovely in the adornment of her silken eyelashes which dropped over her eyes when I spoke to her. Words from my heart, words of songs which I never presumed to attempt, yet which at that time, that beautiful time, my words became. We loved each other, despite the narrowness of her build, and when she died with the child, I wept many nights for her, till time and work dried mine eyes, dried them quite, and no mocks at night, but the tear sacks, and their smallness, they come, I think, from all those nights. I do not know, it may be, and may not, for I am dying and my eyes are going with which I wept for. Egad, it will be all the same in the world whether it was or not. But my head as empty and desolate, since my eyes were dried, and it grew small like my eyes, and despondent for that it had loved in vain, so that there was room only for resignation in it. Yet the heart must cherish something besides resignation, it yearns to throb for some care tenderer than profit and use. Potiphar's house steward was I, and his oldest servant, and had no thought save for his house that it might. Joseph in Egypt 659. Flourish. For he who has given up is good for service. And lo, that then was a thing for my shrunken heart to cherish, service, and tender helpfulness to Potiphar my master. For who is there more needing than he the service of love? He takes no affairs to himself, he is strange to all affairs and not made for business. Strange, delicate, and proud he is, the honorary official, and cannot face any business, so that one must pity him, for he is good. Has he not come to me and visited me in my illness? He has taken trouble to come hither to my bedside while you were at work, to ask after me, the sick man, in the goodness of his heart, though it is plain that he feels strange and shy before illness too, for he is never ailing, though a man would be puzzled to call him healthy or believe that he will die. I can scarcely Believe it, for one must be healthy to be ill and live to die. But can that lessen one's care for him, and the need of upholding his sensitive dignity? It is rather the other way. My heart cherished this care, above and beyond profit and use, to devote itself to the service of upholding his dignity and addressing his pride, as well as I knew how. But you, O Sir Siph, know how, incomparably better than I, for the gods have given subtlety to your mind, and greater pleasingness than mine, who lack it either because I was too dull and dry or because I did not dare to attempt the highest nor had confidence to do so. Therefore I have made a pact with you for the service, which you will keep when I die and am no more. And when I bless you and make over to you my office as steward of this house, then must you backslash out to me upon my deathbed that you will not only cherish the house and the business according to the best of your wits, but also faithfully keep our loving bond and do service of love to Patepi's soul and shield and justify his dignity with all your skill, far indeed from ever doing him offense or from being tempted to shame him with word or deed. Can you solemnly promise me, O Sir Siph, my son? Solemnly and gladly, Joseph answered to this dying speech. Have no care, my father. For I promise you to be helpful to his soul, with careful loyalty according to our pact, and to keep faith with his need, and will think of you, if ever temptation should befall me to inflict upon him the peculiar pain which disloyalty is to the lonely. You may rely upon it, R. It calms me much, said Mann, though the feeling of death disquiets me greatly, as it should not do, for nothing is commoner than death, and especially of a simple man like me, who always avoided higher things. For I die no higher death and will make over it one no ado, as little as I made over my love to my little olive tree, nor emboldened myself to call her childbed pains more than human, but that I will bless you, O Sir Siph, in the room of my son, not without solemnity, for the blessing is solemn, not I, therefore bow yourself beneath my groping hand. House and court make I over to you, my 66 O Thomas Mann, true son and successor in the steward's office to put up for the great courtier and my master, and resign in your favor, which gratifies my soul. Yes, this joy death brings me, that I can resign, and joyfully am I agitated by death, for it is joy and naught else that I feel. But that I leave all to you is by the will of the master, who among all his servants points with his finger to you and chooses you in my place as his steward when I am dead. For when he came to see me of late in the goodness of his heart and looked helplessly at me, I talked it over with him and begged him that he would direct his finger upon you alone, and name you by your name when I am made God, that I might go hence with quiet mind as regards the household and all the business. Yes, said he, it is well, Mann, very well, old man. I will point to him with my finger, if you really do die, which would grieve me sorely. Yes, I will point to him and no other, that is certain, and let anybody try to persuade me, he will find my will like iron or black granite from the quarries of the Red Hook. He himself has said that of such quality is my will, and I had to agree with him. He moves me with a feeling of confidence, very pleasant indeed, even more than you yourself have done in your lifetime. Often have I thought that a God is with him, or even several gods, who make all to succeed which is in his hands, and he will be less likely to go behind my back than even you in all your uprightness, for he has knowledge of sin in his heart and wears in his hair something like a garland of sacrifice, which is a charm against sin. In short, it is settled, O Sir Siph shall be set over the house and take all things upon himself with which it is impossible I should concern myself. I will point to him with my finger. Those were the master's words, I have remembered them exactly. So then I bless you, only after he hath blessed you himself, for so it ever is. One blesses always the blessed and wishes the joyful joy. The blind man in the tent blessed the smooth one only because he was already blessed, and the rough one was not. One can do no more. Be then blessed, as blessed you are. Your spirits are blithe, and you measure yourself boldly against higher things. You are blithe to say your mother's pains were more than human and your birth was virgin, though your reasons for that are probably not sound. But those are the signs of the blessing, which I possess not and so cannot bestow, but I can bless you, and wish you joy as I depart. Bend then your head lower beneath envy. Hand, my son, the head of the aspiring beneath the hand of the meek. To you I make over household, house, and fields in Pitapar's name. For whom I administered it, their riches give I to you, the fat of these lands, that you may preside over shops and stores, the fruits of the gardens, the herds great and small, the island farm, the accounting and trade. I set you over sowing and harvest, kitchen and cellar, the moss Ter's table, the needs of the house of women, the oil mills, the wine presses, and all the servants. May I have forgotten nothing but you. -1 Joseph in Egypt 661. O Sir Siph, do not forget me, when I am made a god and like Osiris. Be my Horus, who protects the father and justifies him. Let not my tomb inscription be blurred, and support my life. Tell me, will you see after it that Min-Nibmat, the master of the bandaging, and his assistants make of me a good mummy, not black, but a beautiful yellow, for I have put aside all things needful thereto, that they consume it not themselves, but salt me well with natron and use fine balsam, to make me eternal, styrax, juniper wood, cedar gum from the port, mastic from the sweet pistachio shrub, and fine bandages next the body. Will you take care, my son, that my eternal shell is well painted, and covered within with writings, without crack or cranny? Promise me to take care that Imhotep, priest of the dead in the west, does not divide among his children the fund I have set aside with him for my sacrificial offerings of bread, beer, oil, and incense, but that it remain whole and your father be forever provided with food and drink on feast days. It is dear and good that you promise me all this with reverent voice, for death is a common thing, yet bound up with great cares, and a man must secure himself on many sides. Put to a little stove in my chamber that the servants may roast a joint of beef, and add an alabaster goose, and the wooden likeness of a wine jug, and also plenty of your sycamore figures. I like to hear you reassure me as to all that, in your reverent words. Put to a little ship with rowers beside my coffin, for I might have need of it, and let other apron boys be with me, that they may take my place when he who is over the west calls me up to work upon his fruitful fields, for I had ever a head for the general, and knew how to oversee, but not to drive the plough nor ply the sickle. Ah, with how many cares is death, sir, rounded! Have I forgotten aught? Promise that you will be mindful of what I forget. For instance, take care that they should lay the beautiful jasper scarab upon the place of my heart, the one which Pitaper gave me in his goodness, and on which is written that my heart shall not rise up as witness against me in the scale. It is in the right hand of the coffer in a little box of yew wood, together with my 2 necklaces, which I bequeath to you. Enough, I will make an end of my dying speech. One cannot think of everything, and There is still much unrest which death brings in its train, and only, ostensibly the need to take care for it doth so. The very thought, the uncertainty as to how we shall live after our parting is itself more a form assumed by the unrest, but that is what my thoughts are none. The less thoughts of unrest. Shall I perch on the trees, a bird among birds? Shall I be this or that at will, a heron in the swamps, a beetle rolling his ball, a lotus chalice on the water? Shall I live in my cham, burr rejoicing in the offerings purchased from my fund? Why shall I be there where we shines by night and where all will be just as it is here? Heaven as on earth, river, field, and house, and I shall be put up held. 66 C. Thomas Mann. As servant as I always have been. I have heard it one way and I have heard it another, and always at once, when one thing probably stands for another and all is but a figure of our unrest, which dies away in the gentle drowsiness that calls upon me. Let me down again. In the bed, my son, for my strength is gone, I have spent the last of it. In the provision for death and in the blessing, I will give myself to sleep, which murmurs drowsily in my head, but before I yield myself, I should like quickly just to know whether I shall meet again my little olive tree, who perished away from me, whether I shall meet her again on the Nile in the west. But before all comes the fear, lest in the last moment, when I would fall asleep, the crab will snatch me back. Tell me good night, my son, as you know how to do. Hold my arm and leg and conjure the crab with soothing words. Perform once more your delicate office for the last time. Yet not the last, for if on the Nile of the Transfigured all is as it is here, then, O Sir Siph, you too will be again at my side as my apprentice, and every night give me your evening blessing sweetly phrased as is your gift to do. For you are blessed and can give blessing, whilst I can but wish. I can speak no more, my friend. I have done with my speech. But believe not that I cannot hear you still. Joseph's right hand lay on the wan hands of the dying man, with the left firmly supporting the thigh. Peace be with you, he said. Rest, rest, my father, beatified. Through the night, lo, I keep watch over your limbs, that you may carefree tread the path of consolation. / you need not to be careful for aught, and thinking that may be blithe. Not about your limbs, nor the cares of the house, nor yourself and what will become of you, and how it may be in the life after this life. For just so is it, that all this is not your affair nor care, and you need not to have unrest about it, but may leave all as it is, for somehow it must be, since it is, and how ever it is has been well cared for, but you, who have had so much care, are done with care and may quietly repose and be cared for. Is that not gloriously soothing and happy? And is it not with must and may? As ever it was when I bade you good night and told you not to think that you must rest, but only that you may. Lo, you may. All toil and moil, all heat and heaviness are past. No anguish more, no wrestling, stigla, nor terror of crab. No bad medicines, no burning pool, tices, nor sucking leeches on your NEC *C. The dungeon of your sore one. Trouble opens its door, you can come out and stroll strong and hail down the path of consolation, which leads you deeper with each step into the ways of peace. At first you will go through veils you know, those which each eve received you when I said good night. You have still some heaviness and scantness of breath, of which you are scarce aware, they come from your body, which I hold here in my hand. But soon, you will not know the crossing, you will own. Joseph in Egypt 663. The meadows with light tread, where no distress from afar can hang on or plague you even unaware, for all at once you are free of all doubt or care as to how it will be with you or what become of you. So that you are amazed how they could once have so concerned you. For all is as it is and in the most natural way, the most right and best. In happy harmony with itself and with you, since you are Mann to all eternity. For what is, and what was shall be. Did you doubt in your heaviness if you would find your little olive tree in the blessed fields beyond? You will laugh at your little faith, for lo, she is at your side, and why should she not be, since she is yours? And I too shall be with you, O Sir Siph, the dead Joseph, as I am called for. You the Ishmaelites will bring me to you. Forever you will come across the court with your little wedge-shaped beard, your earrings, and the tears axe under your eyes, which may have come from the nights of quiet weeping for your Becket, your olive tree, and you will ask, what men are these? And will say, be so good dost think. I can listen to your chattering all the days of for since you are a Lanka, you cannot fall out of your role nor look before the PLE as though you believe I was nothing else but O Sir Siph, the bought slave from afar, for secretly you will know, with silent intuition, from the other time, who I am and what path I follow, that I prepare the way of the gods. MV brothers. Farewell, then, my father and chief. In light and in lightness shall we see each other again. Here Joseph closed his lips and ceased to speak, for he saw that the steward's ribs and his belt were still, and that unaware he had passed through the veil and reached the meadows. He took a feather, which he had often held before his eyes to tell if he could still see it, and laid it on his lips. But it stirred not. The eyes he needed not to close, for the steward had peacefully shut them himself as he fell asleep. The doctors came and salted and embalmed the body of Mann 40 days long, then it was wrapped and laid into a coffin, which fitted it exactly. Then, a bright-colored Osiris, he might lie some days at the back of the garden house in front of the little silver yachts. Then he took a voyage downstream, to the sacred tomb of Abdu, to visit the Western Lord, before in modest pomp Beta King himself to the rocky grave chamber set aside in the mountains of Thebes. But Joseph never thought of this father of his without feeling his eyes wet. Then they were strangely like the eyes of Rachel, when they filled with impatient tears at the time when she and Jacob waited for each other. Joseph in Egypt. 667. Chapter 6. The smitten one. The word of mistaking. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, all the world knows what Mut-Eminet, Potiphar's chief wife, is supposed to have said when she cast her eyes upon Joseph, her husband's young steward, and I will not and dare not deny that at last, one day, in her extremity, in the fever of her despair, she did actually so speak, did make use of the frightfully direct and frank expression which tradition puts in her mouth. So direct, indeed, so frank, that it sounds like a lewd proposal coming from a woman who made it quite naturally and at small cost to herself, instead of being the final outcry of her utter agony of spirit and flesh. To tell the truth, I am horrified at the briefness and curtness of the original account, which does so little justice to life's bitter circumstantiality. Seldom have I felt more acutely than in this connection the harm done to truth by abbreviation and compression. Yet let no one think that I am deaf to the reproach, whether expressed or, out of politeness, not expressed, which hangs over my account, my entire exposition, to the effect that the laconic terseness of the original text cannot be past, and that my whole enterprise, which is already of such long continuance, is so much labor lost. But since when, may I ask, does a commentator set himself up in competition with his text? And besides, is there not as much dignity and importance attached to the discussion of the how as to the transmission of the what? Yes. Does not life first fulfill itself in the how? Let us remind ourselves once again that before the story was first told, it had to tell itself with an exactitude of which life alone is master, and to attain which a narrator has no hope or prospect at all. He can only approach it by serving the how of life more faithfully than the lapidary spirit of the what condescended to do. But if ever the fidelity of a commentator can justify itself, then surely it does in the story of Potiphar's wife, and of just what, according to the tradition, she is supposed to have said. 668 Thomas Mann. For the picture which one inevitably makes, or is irresistibly tempted to make, of Joseph's mistress, the picture, I fear, which most people make of her, is so false that one does a service to the original in correcting it in the way of truth if we understand by original the first written, or better yet the story as life first told it. This deceptive picture of unbridled lust and shameless allurement does not, at least, agree with what we overheard when we were with Joseph in the garden house, from the lips of dignified old Tia about her daughter-in-law. It was there that we began to learn with a little more particularity of the life of the house. Potiphar's mother called her proud, after declaring that it was impossible to accuse her of being a goose. Haughty she said she was, reserved, a moon nun, a nature with the bitter fragrance of the myrtle leaf. Does such a one speak as tradition makes her speak? Yet she did so speak, literally and repeatedly, as her pride broke under the assaults of passion. We are agreed upon that. But the tradition neglects to state how much time passed during which she would have bitten out her tongue rather than have so spoken. It neglects to say that sitting in solitude she actually, literally, and physically bit her tongue so that she stammered for pain when first she uttered the words that for all time have stamped her for a seductress. A seductress? A woman, overcome as she was, is of course seductive. Seductiveness is the exterior and physical shape taken by her affliction. It is nature makes her eyes sparkle more sweetly than any drops that toilet table can supply, heightens more alluringly the red of her lips than rouge can do it, and pouts them in a soulful, suggestive smile, makes her dress and adorn herself with innocently abandoned calculation, gives her movements and all her body a purposeful grace, lending to it, as far as physical constitution permits, and even a little further, an expression of blissful promise. And all that fundamentally means nothing else than what Joseph's mistress finally said to him. But is she to whom it happens so to speak from within to be made responsible? Does she do it out of deviltry? Does she even know of it otherwise than through her torturing pangs which express themselves in outward charm? In short, if she is made seductive, is she then a seductress? In the first place we must examine the nature and form of the seduction in the light of the birth and upbringing of the smitten one, against the assumption that Mu'minat, familiarly called Eni or even and, behaved herself in her afflicted state like a common prostitute must be said her whole nurture, which was aristocratic to an unimaginable degree. It is but just that we should, as we did in the case of Mann, consider briefly the origins of the woman who exerted upon Joseph's destiny an influence so very different from that of our honest steward. It will surprise nobody to hear that the wife of Potiphar the fan, Joseph in Egypt 669, bearer was no daughter of an innkeeper or quarry laborer. Her stock was no more and no less than that of the old princes of the nome, though it had been long ago that her forebears had lived like patriarchal kings on their extended property in one of the districts of Middle Egypt. Foreign sovereigns of Asiatic shepherd blood had then lived in the north, and worn the double crown, and the princes of West, in the south, had for centuries been subject to these invaders. But there had arisen men of might, Sekenenra and his son Camos, who rebelled against the shepherd kings and fought them stoutly, finding the foreign blood of their overlords an effective stimulant to their own ambitions. Yes, Amoses, the dauntless brother of Camos, had laid siege to the invaders' fortified royal seat. Averus had taken it and driven the kings from the country, setting it free, in the sense that he and his house took it for their own and substituted their domination for the foreign one. Not all of the known princes had been at once willing to regard the hero Amoses as their deliverer or his sov erranty over them as freedom. Some of them had on whatever grounds adhered to the foreigners in Averus, preferring to remain their vassals rather than be freed by somebody else. Even after their old overlords had been entirely ejected, some of these petty kings, ambitious for freedom, mutinied against their deliverer and, as the sources say, gathered the rebels against him so that he had first to defeat them in open battle before freedom was established. It goes without saying that these rebels forfeited their estates. It was the method of the Theban deliverers to keep for themselves what they had taken from the foreigner, so that a process now began which at the time of our tale was already far advanced, though only entirely consummated in the course of it, that is to say, the dispossession of the princes and the confiscation of their property in favor of the Theban crown. The latter gradually became the owner of all the lands and let them out or presented them to favorites or religious houses, as, for instance, Pharaoh had presented the island in the river to Potiphar. But the old princes of the nome became a new class of officials and nobility, who owed allegiance to Pharaoh and occupied commanding posts in his army and administration. From such as these, then, Mud had come. Joseph's mistress descended directly from a gnome prince called Tedion, who in his time had gathered the rebels and had to be defeated in battle before he admitted that he was free. But Pharaoh did not lay that up against Tedion's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Their clan had remained great and aristocratic. It gave to the state commanders of troops, heads of cabinets, and administrators of the treasury, to the court high stewards, first charioteers, and overseers of the royal bath house. Some of them, for instance the administrative heads of large cities, like Mann or Tyne, even kept their old princely titles. Enis. 670 Thomas Mann. Father, Mesicum, held the high office of a city prince of West. One of two, for there was one for the city of the living and one for the city of the dead in the west, and Mesicum was prince of the western city. As such, to use Joseph's language, he lived as one of high rank and might certainly anoint himself with the oil of gladness. He and his, including Eni, his fond-limbed child, even though she was no longer a landed princess but the daughter of a modern office holder. In the destiny which her parents chose for her one can read the changes that had taken place in the ways of thinking of the clan since the days of the fathers. They gained great advantage at court when they gave their beloved child in her tender age to the son of Tia and Wea, Potiphar, the man-made courtier, yet in doing so they proved that the instinct for fruitfulness possessed by their land-owning, soil-attached forebears had been greatly weakened by Modern ideas. Mud was a child when her parents disposed of her destiny in the same way that Potiphar's parents had disposed of their unsteady lit. TLE son when they speculated in the hereafter and made him a cur. Tear of light. The claims of sex which Mud's parents passed over. Claims symbolized by the water-darkened earth, the moon egg, the origin of all material life, were still but a germ, still slumbering within her. She was unconscious of them, she made not the least objection to the loving, life-denying deed. She was blithe, merry, untroubled, free. She was like a water flower swimming upon a glassy pool, smiling beneath the kisses of the sun, untouched by the knowledge that its long stem is rooted in the black slime of the depths. The conflict between her eyes and her mouth had not existed in those days, rather a childish inexpressive harmony, and her pert, little girl glance was undarkened by any harshness. The peculiar serpentine shape of the mouth, with its deep corners, had not been nearly so pronounced. The discord between them had come about gradually in the course of years during her life as moon nun and titular consort of the sun. Chamberlain in token, obviously, that the mouth is a tool and age more closely allied to the nether powers than is the eye. As for her body, everybody knew its shape and loveliness, for the woven air, that luxurious silken fabric like a zephyr's breath which she wore in compliance with the custom of the land, revealed its airy line to the admiring eye. And one might say that it was more in harmony with her mouth than with her eyes. Its honorable rank had not checked its ripening or its bloom. The small firm breasts, the fine line of neck and back, the tender shoulders and perfect statuesque arms, the high flanked legs expanding into the splendidly feminine haunches and pelvis, all these composed a form admitted far and wide to be the most beautiful of its sex. West knew none more worthy of praise, and as man's nature was, the side of it stirred in Joseph in Egypt 67I. Them old lovely fantasies, pictures of beginnings and pre-beginnings. Pictures that had to do with the moon egg and the origin of things. The picture of a glorious virgin, which, at bottom right at the bottom, in the moist earth was the goose of love itself in the shape of a virgin, and in its lap, with spread wings flapping, nestled a splendid specimen of a swan, a strong and tender snowy feathered god, flood, tearing his lovesick work upon her, honorably surprised that she might bear the egg. Such pictures of aforetime did indeed light up in the inmost depths of West's folk, where they had lain in darkness, at sight of Madame Enet's translucent form, although they knew the moon-chased horrible state in which she lived and which could be read from the stern look in her eyes. They knew that those eyes gave a truer measure of her essence and activities than did the mouth, which said far other things and which might well have looked down smiling if testing upon the activities of a royal bird. They were aware that this body knew its greatest moments, its highest satisfaction and fulfillment, not in receiving such royal visits, but only on the feast days, when she shook her rattle and danced the cult dance before a moon. They did not gossip about her, no evil rumors went round in the sense of Madame Enet's mouth, to which her eyes would have given the lie. They were sharp-tongued enough about others, who were more truly married than Tedian's grandchild and yet played fast and loose in the point of morals, ladies of the order, harem, women of the god. Renenutet, for instance, wife of the overseer of bulls, things were known of her which a moon's overseer what not of. Plenty was known, jokes enough were made behind her car or her carrying chair hers and others too. But of Potiphar's chief and, so to speak, true wife nothing was known in Thebes, and folk were convinced that there was nothing to know. They took her for a saint, reserved and apart, in Potiphar's house and court as well as abroad, and that was significant, considering the love of joking in born among the people. Whatever my readers may think, I do not consider it to be my task to inquire into the habits of Mizraim and in particular of a moon's feminine world. I mean such habits as long ago we heard condemned in old Jacob's forthright way. His knowledge of the world had a strongly emotional tinge, a mythical reference, which we must realize in order not to exaggerate. Yet his lofty condemnation was not without grounds. Among a people who have neither word nor understanding for sin, and who go about in garments made of woven air, people whose attitude toward death and worship of animals be tokens and induces a certain fleshliness, one must assume even without knowledge or experience, the existence of a light moral attitude. And Jacob, making this assumption, couched it in poetic, high 6J2 Thomas Mann sounding words. Experience, then, bore out the assumption I say. A less in malice than in satisfaction of the claims of logic. But to form the assumption by prying into the daily lives of the wives of West would be beneath our dignity. Much can be pardoned, little disputed. We should need only to intercept a few glances between Renenutet, wife of the overseer of bulls, and a certain very smart lieutenant of the royal bodyguard, or between the same exalted lady and a young shiny-paid temple treader of Kansu, to realize that things went on which to some extent justified Jacob's picturesque language. It is not our affair to sit in judgment on the morals of West, that great city of more than 100,000 people. We must, where we cannot sustain a position, abandon it. But I would put my hand in the fire and swear, staking the whole of my reputation as a storyteller, that one of those led a blameless life, up to a certain time, when the gods made of her a reeling maid, I mean the daughter of Mesicum, prince of the Nome, Madame Enet, Potiphar's wife. To see her as a natural prostitute, upon whose lips those words we know constantly hovered and were lightly released, is so false that truth demands its complete refutation. When she did, biting her tongue, utter them, she knew herself no more, she was beside herself. Her reason dethroned by agony, a sacrifice to the scourge swinging, avenging lust of powers to which she was committed by her mouth, while the eyes had thought to treat them with detachment and contempt. The opening of the eyes. We know that Mud's well-intentioned parents had betrothed and married her to the son of Hua and Tuya when she was still a child. We need to remember this, for it followed that she had got accused tome to the formal nature of her married life, while the moment when she might have realized its actual character still lay in fluid darkness. Thus she had nominally lost her maiden state at too early an age, but there it stopped. Hardly yet even a maiden, rather a half-grown girl, she found herself a spoiled darling, head of an aristocratic house of women, in command of every luxury, every flat terry, surrounded by the half-savage servility of naked Moorish women and kneeling eunuchs, first and titular wife and chief over 15 other idle, passive, and voluptuous females chosen for their beauty, of very varied origins, and themselves the empty and hoary appanage of a courtier who could not enjoy them. Of these dreamy-eyed, chattering females she was the queen. They hung on her words, were plunged in melancholy when she was sad, and burst into delighted cackles when she was merry. They quarreled addle-patedly over Potiphar's favors when he came to the women's house to play Joseph in Egypt 673. A game at draughts with Madame Enet, while amber brandy and sweets were handed round. So then she was the star of the harem, and, at the same time the female head of the whole establishment, Potiphar's wife in a higher and more special sense than the concubines. The real mistress and under other circumstances the mother of his children. She occupied when she chose quarters of her own, separated from her husband's by the northern columned hall where Joseph performed his reading service. And she was hostess and house wife at those exclusive entertainments and musicales given by Pre, the friend of Pharaoh, to the high society of Thebes in return, for which they were entertained at similar functions in aristocratic houses in the city. It was a nervous life, full of elegant obligations, superfluous ones, if you like, but no less consuming to the energies for all that. We know that in every civilization that ever existed the demands of social life, of culture itself, tend to choke with luxuriant detail the overburdened forces of the upper class woman, so that the life of her soul and her senses is submerged in conventional circumstance and she never actually gets round to it at all. A cool, unoccupied heart, not troubled because unaware of a lack, and thus not even pathetic, becomes a habitual state of existence. In all times and regions these worldly women, possessing no temperament, have existed in high society. One may go so far as to say that it matters little whether the husband of such a one is a captain of troops in an actual or only in an honorary sense. The ritual of the toilet is equally important whether its aim is to preserve desire in the breast of a husband or is practiced as an end in itself and as a social duty. Mutt, like other ladies of her station, devoted hours to it daily. There was the painfully elaborated care of her finger and toenails, until they shone like enamel, the perfumed baths, the depilatories, the massage to which she subjected her beautiful body. There was the critical business of applying drops and paint to her eyes, beautiful enough already, with their irises of metallic blue and their practiced and sparkling glances, they became veritable jewels through the artful application of rouge, pencil, and other sweet enhancements. There was the care of her hair, her own was a half-length mass of shining black locks, which she liked to dust with gold or blue powder, and besides that the wigs, in various colors, carrot braided, plaited, in tresses, and with pearl fringes. There was the fastidious adjustment of the snowy garments to the embroidered sashes pressed by the iron into lyre shape and the little shoulder capes molded into tiny pleats, the choice of ornaments for head, neck, and arms, presented by kneeling slaves. And throughout all this nobody must so much as smile, the nude Moorish girls, the sewing women, the barber eunuchs preserved their solemnity, nor did Mutt herself smile, for the slightest carelessness or neglect in these. 674 Thomas Mann. High matters would have called down the reproach of the great world, and made a scandal at court. Then there were the visits in her carrying chair to friends of like station, and the receiving of them at home. And Mutt was lady in waiting to Tai, the wife of the god. She must attend at the palace Marimat and like her husband carry the fan. Also she was summoned to the evening water parties which the consort of Amun held on the artificially called into being by Pharaoh's command in the royal gardens, where torches of the recently invented colored fire steeped the water in sparkling hues. And then, as we are reminded by our mention of the mother of the god, there were the famous honorary religious duties, functions combining the social with the priestly, and responsible more than anything else for the stern and haughty President of Mutt's eyes. These duties arose out of her membership of the order of Hathor and her capacity of wife to Amun. They fell to her as wearer of the cow's horns with the sun's disk between, in short, as goddess in her time. It is strange how much the side of I's life contributed to heighten her cool worldliness as a great lady, and to keep her heart empty of softer dreams. It did so in connection with the titular character of her marriage, though there was no necessary connection between them. Amun's house of women was in no sense a place of the intacs. Restraint of the flesh was far from being an attribute of the great mother as whose representatives Mutt and her fellow members performed their feasts. The queen, the god's bed fellow and mother of the coming son, was the protectress of the order. Its head, as I have already more than once mentioned, was a married woman, wife of Amun's prepotent high priest, and married women preponderated among its members such as Renanuthet, wife of the overseer of bulls. We pass over further comment on the state of morals. In fact, Mutt's temple office had to do with her marriage only in so far as she owed, socially speaking, the one to the other. But in her own mind, privately, she did what with a horse had done in his conversation with his old bed sister. She connected a priestly office with the singularity of her marriage and, without putting the thing into words, found it suitable, indeed quite the proper thing, for a wife of the god to have an earthly husband made like Potipharah. And she knew how to convey this conception to her social circle, so that they sustained her in it and thought of her membership in the order of Hathor as that of being set apart and really justly chaste. And all this contributed even more than Mutt's lovely voice and the elegance of her dancing to the preeminence of her position in the order, almost equal indeed to the lofty station of its head. In this way did Mutt's willpower mold outward conditions, and create for her those supercompensations of which the mute depths of her being so painfully stood in need. Joseph in Egypt 075. Was she a nymphomaniac? A loose woman? The idea is absurd. Mutt Eminat was a saint, a chaste moon nun of high social position, whose strength was consumed partly in the demands of her highly cultured life, but partly, so to speak, was temple property and transmuted into spiritual pride. Thus had she lived, as Potiphar's first and titular wife, petted and indulged, carried in the arms of subordinates, knelt to and bowed to from all sides. Her compensations were so superior that not even in dreams was she confronted by images from that sphere so well represented by her sinuous mouth. By goose wishes, to put it arrestingly. For it is false to regard the dream as a free and savage domain where all that is forbidden to the waking thought may come out and revel unashamed. What the waking state definitely does not know, what is simply shut off from it, the dream does not know either. The border between the two is fluid, it permits of interpenetration. There is but one space, through which the soul hesitantly moves, and that it is one, indivisible for the conscience. And the pride is proved by Mutt's bewilderment, the panic shame she suffered not only in her waking hours but when she for the first time dreamed of Joseph. When did that happen? In her world, the world of our narration. They were careless about counting the years, and we are somewhat conditioned by their habit. We must estimate as best we can. Eni was certainly several years younger than her husband, whom we have seen as a man at the end of the 30s when Joseph was sold to him. In the meantime he had added 7 years to his age. She, then, was not like him in the middle of her 40s, but several years less, certainly, however, a mature woman, much older than Joseph. Just how much older I am reluctant to ask. My reluctance is justifiable, springing as it does from a profound respect for the feminine cult of the toilet table, which can go far to annihilate the years. and in its results upon the senses surely possesses a higher veracity than mere reckoning with a pencil can have. Since the day when Joseph first saw his mistress, as she swayed past him in her golden chair, he had increased his charms for the feminine eye. But she had not increased hers, at least not for one who saw her uninterruptedly. Woe to the preparers of creams and the massage eunuchs if those years had been able to show any change to her disadvantage. But her face, with its saddle nose and strange shadowy hollows in the cheeks, though it had never been actually beautiful, still preserved its mix of conformity and caprice, of fashionable convention and anomalous charm, which it had always had, though the disturbing contradiction between the eyes and the sinuous mouth had probably been accentuated. To one inclined to be attracted by the disturbing, and there are such people, she had probably only grown more lovely. 6J6 Thomas Mann. The beauty of Joseph, on the other hand, had probably outgrown the stage of youthful charm for which it had always been so praised. At 24 he was still perhaps only then entirely a figure to marvel at. But his beauty had ripened beyond that equivocalness of his youth while preserving its general effectiveness, and specifically in that it made a much more direct appeal to the feminine emotions. It had been ennobled, because it had become more manly. His face was no longer that of the Bedouin boy, insidiously seductive though still reminiscent of it at times, as when, though not at all short-sighted, he narrowed his eyes and veiled them in the way that Rachel had done. But it was fuller and more serious, and darkened by Egypt's sun. Its features too had grown more regular and refined. I have referred already to the changes in his figure, his movements, and the sound of his voice too, these last to the tasks he had performed. We must add, in order to get a true picture of him as he now was, that his whole appearance had become more refined, being worked upon by the cultural influences of the land. We must think of him arrayed in the white linen of the Egyptian upper classes, transparent, so that the undergarments showed through, with short sleeves, revealing the forearms adorned with enamel rings. His head was bare, dressed in its own smooth hair, save on formal occasions, when he wore a light wig of the best sheep's wool, something between a headcloth and a peruke, fitting the top of his head with thick, fine, even strands like ribbed silk. Along a diagonal line it changed into small overlapping curls, like tiles on a roof, which came down on neck and shoulders. Round his neck, besides the gaily colored collar, he wore a flat chain made of reed and gold beads, with a scarab amulet. His face had slightly changed its expression. It had a hieratic cast, due to his makeup, for he accentuated the line of the brows, and lengthened the eyes evenly toward the temples. Thus he looked as he went about, setting his long staff before him, among the workpeople, the steward's first mouth. Thus he went to market, or stood behind Potiphar's chair, and beckoned to the waiters. Thus the mistress saw him, in the dining room or the house of women, when he came before her, submissive in posture and speech, to deal with some household matter. And thus it was she actually first saw him, for previously her eyes never dwelt on the purchased slave, not even at the time when first he had known how to warm the heart of Potiphar. Even while he lived and waxed as by a spring, it had needed Judah's complainings to open her eyes to the slave's appearance. And even after her eyes had been opened, Judah's tongue playing the part of calf's foot, she was far from properly seeing him. When, after hearing of his offensive advancement in the house, she had to look at him, it was solely with stern-eyed curiosity that she gazed. Joseph in Egypt 677. The element of danger, we must put it like that, if we are concerned for her pride or her peace of mind, consisted in that it was Joseph on whom her eyes fell, Joseph whose eyes met hers at seconds of time. It was a circumstance big with fate, and big enough too that little Bess, in his dwarfish wisdom, had perceived in it a hidden and fearful danger. He saw that Judah's malice was bringing about a situation more destructive than anything he had dreamed of or could dream of, and that the opening of the eyes might be even all too wide. Inborn fear and dread of powers which he saw in the image of the fire-breathing bull made him prone to such intuitions. But Joseph, with culpable lightness in this point I am not inclined to spare him, had affected not to understand, and assumed that Bess was dreaming, though probably in his heart he was of the same mind. For he too laid stress on the moments in the dining room less for what they meant than for the fact that they actually happened. In his folly he was glad that he was no longer empty air for the mistress, but that her look rested on him as on a human being, no matter how angry her gaze. And Eni, well, Eni was no wiser than Joseph. She too had affected to misunderstand the dwarf. That she looked angrily at Joseph excused her in her own mind for looking at him at all. And this was a mistake from the very beginning, pardonable before she realized whom she saw when she looked, but after that less excusable and more culpable. Every time the unhappy creature refused to see that the stern-eyed curiosity with which she regarded her husband's body servant was losing its sternness, leaving the curiosity deserving of another and less orthodox name. She supposed herself to share in Judah's indignation. She felt bound, indeed, to share in it on religious grounds, or, which was the same thing, on political and partisan ones, on the grounds of her relation with Amun, who could not fail to see in the preponderance of a Shibirite slave in Potiphar's house an insult to himself and a surrender to the Asiatic tendencies of Adamri. She had to make the anger last in order to justify the pleasure she felt in turning it, so she called it righteous anger and zeal for her cause. Our capacity for self-deception is amazing. When Mud had an hour free from her social duties, a short summer hour or a longer winter one, she would lie stretched out on her couch at the edge of the square basin let into the pavement of the open columned hall in the house of women, and lying there, watching the bright fish, seeing the floating lotus blossoms, she would muse to the accompaniment of soft stringed music played by an oily-locked little Nubian girl, crouching at the back of the hale. And she was quite convinced of the tenor of her musings. She was considering the problem how, despite the obstinacy of her husband and Benacon's statesmanlike vagueness, she could prevent this evil thing, that a slave from Zahi, Thomas Mann, land, one of the Ibram, waxed great in the house. And so considering, she omitted to notice how much pleasure it gave her to think about it, though surely she knew that her pleasure had no other source than the intent to think about Joseph. Had we no pity for her, we might be angered at such blindness. She even did not notice that she had begun to look forward to the meal hour in the dining room, when she might see him. She fancied that her pleasure sprang from her purpose to dart angry looks at him. It is pathetic, but she never dreamed that her sinuous lips curved in a self-forgotten smile, remembering how at her stern fixed gaze his startled, humble one would be swiftly hidden beneath his lowered lids. It was enough, she thought, if at such times she frowned her indignation at the affront to her house. Had the dwarf's little wisdom sought to warn her too, if it had spoken of the fire-breathing bull or hinted that the artificial fabric of her life was already shaken and threatened to totter to its fall, perhaps her face, too, might have got red. But she would have said that she blushed for anger at such nonsensical babble. She would have outdone herself in extravagant, hypocritical merriment and in deliberate misunderstanding of such misgivings. Who would be deceived by these exaggerated disclaimers? Certainly not he who sought to dissuade her, for they were but meant to dissemble the path of adventure which the deluded soul is bent on treading. To delude oneself, up to the point where it is too late to turn back, that one must do at all costs. To be awakened, warned, called back to oneself before it is too late, there lies the danger which is at all costs to be avoided. Then let the kind-hearted observer beware of making him self-absurd with unwarranted sympathy. Let him not benevolently assume that the human being's deepest concern is for peace, tranquility, the preservation of the carefully erected structure of his life from shattering and collapse. For, to put it mildly, the assumption is unwarranted. Too much evidence goes to show that he is headed straight for ecstasy and ruin, and thanks nobody in the very least who would hold him back. In that case, what use? As for end, the kind-hearted observer must not without some bitterness take it for granted that she was brilliantly successful in gliding over the moment when it was not yet too late and she was not yet quite lost. A moment of terrifying rapture and realization came to her with the dream I spoke of, which she dreamed about Joseph. Then truly she was aghast and shook in all her limbs. She remembered that she was a being endowed with reason, and she behaved accordingly. That is to say, she imitated the conduct of a reasonable being. Mechanically she behaved like one, but not actually as one. She took steps, for the success of which she could no longer sin. Silly which confused, unworthy steps, before which the well. Joseph in Egypt 679. Wishing friend must simply hide his head and take care lest he feel an unseasonable pity. It is almost impossible to put a dream into words and relate it. For in a dream little importance attaches to the actual matter and everything to the aura and atmosphere, the incommunicable sense of horror or of blessedness, or both, which wraps it and which often, till long afterwards engrosses the soul of the dreamer. In this tale of ours dreams play a decisive role, its hero dreams greatly and childishly, and there will be others in it who will dream. But how hard would all of them find it even to approach the inwardness of what they dream, how unsatisfactory would they find every effort to do so. We have only to recall Joseph's dream of the sun, moon, and stars, and the helpless insufficiency with which he told it. I may then be forgiven if in relating Mutt's dream I fail quite to convey the impression it made upon the dreamer, both when she dreamed it and afterwards. But having said so much, I may not withhold an AC counting of it. She dreamed, then, that she sat at table in the hall with the blue columns, in her chair on the dais, beside old Wea, and ate her dinner, in the tactful silence which always prevailed. But this time the silence was particularly forbearing and profound. The four companions not only refrained from speech but were even noiseless in all their motions, so that in the stillness one could hear the breathing of the servants as they passed to and fro so distinctly indeed that they seemed not to be breathing so much as panting, and would have been audible even were the silence less profound. The quick, soft sounds were disquieting, perhaps because Mudd was listening, perhaps for some other reason. She lost sight of what she was doing and gave herself a wound. She was cutting a pomegranate with a sharp little bronze knife, when it slipped and went into her hand, making rather a deep gash in the soft flesh between the thumb and the forefingers, so that it bled. There was a good deal of blood, ruby red like the juice of the pomegranate. She saw it flowing with distress and shame. Yes, she felt ashamed, despite the beautiful ruby color, partly of course because it stained the pure white of her garment, but also, aside from and beyond this, she felt disproportionately ashamed and sought to hide the blood from those about her. Successfully as it seemed, or as they wanted it to seem, for they assiduously behaved with more or less ease and convincingness as though they saw nothing at all. None of them troubled themselves over her distress, which distressed her the more. She did not want to betray that she was bleeding. She was ashamed, at the same time she was indignant that nobody cared to see it, nobody lifted a finger, but by common consent left her to herself. Her waitress, the affected damsel in the 680 Thomas Mann spiderweb garment, bent over the little one-legged table absorbed in putting things on it to rights. Old Wea at her side, his head waggling, chewed away toothlessly at a gilt thigh bone whereon were stuck pieces of cake soaked in wine. He held it by one end in his hand and acted as though he were entirely consumed in chewing. Putapra, the master, raised his cup behind him over his shoulder, for his Syrian cupbearer to fill it, and his mother, old Tuya, was fully nodding her great pale face with the blind slits of eyes in the direction of the distracted Mudd, though it was hard to say whether she even saw her daughter-in-law's predicament. And Mudd, in her dream, went on bleeding, staining her white frock and feeling silent bitterness at the general indifference to her plight, also a distress which had nothing to do with that, but with the bright crimson blood itself. She rued indescribably the seeping and spouting flow. It was such a pity, such a pity. She felt so sorry for it, so sorry. She felt a deep, unspeakable anguish in her soul, not about herself and her plight, but about the sweet blood that was flowing away. She gave a short dry sob. Then she realized that in her trouble she had forgotten her duty to Amun, the obligation to look angrily at that offense to her house, the Canaanite slave, and do her part in countenancing his advancement. So she darkened her brows and looked fiercely across at him where he stood behind Putapra's chair. Young Osirsaif. Then he, as though summoned by her look, left his place and office and came toward her, and was near to her, so that she felt his nearness. But he had come near to her to quench the flowing of her blood, for he took her injured hand and carried it to his mouth, so that the fingers lay on his one cheek and the thumb on the other, the wound on the lips between. Then her blood stood still with ecstasy and was stanched. But in the hall, while she was being healed, there was unpleasant and disquieting bustle. All the servants there ran about distraught, light-footed, indeed, but panting in confused chorus. Putapra, the master, had veiled his face. His mother was touching the bowed and covered head with her outspread hands, desperately groping for him with her blind, upturned gaze. But Wei and I saw him get up and threaten her with his gold thigh bone, from which all the cake had been munched. He scolded her soundlessly, and his sorry little beard wagged up and down. The gods knew what abuse he was shaping with his toothless mouth and busy tongue. Perhaps its tenor was the same as what the servants were saying as they panted, for loud whispers formed themselves out of the panting and came to her ears, to the fire, to the flood, to the dogs, to the crocodile. They said it over and over. She had that awful whispering chant still in her ear when she emerged from her dream, cold with horror, then hot with ecstasy of her healing. and aware that life's rod had been laid about her shoulders. Joseph in Egypt 68:1. Husband and wife. Now that her eyes were open, Mut resolved to behave like a reason able human being and take a step worthy to stand before reason's throne. Its clear and unequivocal intent was to put Joseph out of her sight. She would lay the case for his departure before Potiphar, her husband, with all the powers she had at command. She had spent the next day after her dream alone, withdrawn from her sister wives and receiving no visits. She had sat beside the basin in the court and watched the darting fish, concentrating, as we say of a person whose gaze passes over the objects in its path and fixes itself on space. But all at once in the midst of this staring her eyes widened in alarm, opened wider and wider as though with horror while still staring at nothing. She opened her mouth and drew in a gasping breath. Then the eyes retracted, the corners of her mouth deepened and the lips relaxed in an unconscious smile beneath the dreaming gaze. For a whole minute she knew not that she smiled. With a start she pressed her hand upon those errant lips, the thumb on one cheek, the four fingers on the other. Ye gods, she murmured. Then it began anew, the dreamy stare, the gasp, the unconcise smiling, and the shocked recall, until at last the conclusion came. She must make an end to it all. Toward sunset she inquired and learned that Potiphar was in the house, and summoned her maids to dress her, that she might visit him. Potiphar was in his western hall, which looked out on the orchard, and the little summer house on the mound. The sunset light falling through the gay outer columns began to fill the room and enrich the pale colors on the walls, the floor, and the ceiling were pictures flung with careless ease by an artist hand adorned the stucco facing a swamp with hovering birds, calves jumping, ponds with ducks, a herd of bulls being driven across a ford while a crocodile leered at them out of the water. The rear wall, between the doors, which led into the dining room, displayed pictures of the master of the house in his habit as he lived, and showed him returning home, attended by assiduous servants. The doors were framed in glaze tiles covered with picture writing in blue, red, and green on a dun colored background, sayings from ancient authors and lines from hymns to the gods. Along the wall between the doors ran a sort of raised ledge with a back, both of clay, covered with white stucco and with colored picture writing on the front. This ledge or bench served as a stand for works of art, the presence in which Potiphar's house abounded. But you could also sit on it, and there now he sat, the man full of honors, in the middle, on a cushion, his feet together on a footstool, while on both sides of him extended in a row 682 Thomas Mann. The most lovely objects, animals, images of the gods, royal sphinxes, all made of gold, malachite, and ivory, and behind him the falcons, owls, ducks, wavy lines, and other symbols of the inscriptions. He had made himself comfortable by taking off all his clothes down to the knee-length skirt of strong white linen with a wide starched drawstring. His upper garment, and his staff with his sandals tied to it, lay on a lion-footed chair near one of the doors. Yet there was no relaxation in his posture. He sat up perfectly straight, his little hands stretched out in his lap. They looked tiny compared with the massiveness of his body, as did his finely shaped, severely erect head, with its aristocratically hooked nose and well-cut mouth. He sat there, a well-composed seated statue of a fat yet dignified man. His powerful legs were like straight columns, his arms like those of a fat woman, his fat upholstered chest was thrust out. His mild, long, lashed brown eyes looked straight before him through the hall into the red evening light. In all his fatness he had no belly, being narrow round his hips. His navel was striking, very large and horizontal, so that it looked like a mouth. He had sat there a long time thus motionless, in an idleness and nobled by the man's natural dignity. In the tomb which awaited him, a life-sized counterfeit would stand in a false door, in darkness, in the same immovable calm which he now displayed in life, and gaze out of brown glass eyes at paintings on the wall, where his household surroundings were depicted, for purposes of magic, that he might have them with him to all eternity. This statue would be the same. Precisely as he anticipated the identity with it as he sat here now and made himself eternal. At his back and on the ledge, close to his feet, the picture writings, red, blue, and green, expressed their meaning. On either side of him extended Pharaoh's gifts in long rows, most consonant with the Egyptian sense of form were the painted columns between which he gazed into the evening glow. To be surrounded by possessions favors immobility. One's posses, Zions shall endure, and oneself endure in their midst, one's limbs composed to quiet. For others movement, for those who face the world, who give out and, giving, expend themselves in their seed. But not for one constituted and made like Potiphar, in the inviolability of his being. Composed, symmetrical, he sat there, without access to the world, inaccessible to the death of begetting, eternal. A god in his chapel. A black shadow glided between the pillars, sidewise to the direction of his eyes, and outlined against the red glow. It entered crouching, and so remained, silent, its brow between its hands, upon the floor. He slowly turned his eyeballs toward it. It was one of Mut's naked, Moorish handmaids, animal-like. He blinked and roused himself. Then he raised one hand, from the wrist only, and commanded. Joseph in Egypt 683. Speak. She jerked her forehead up from the floor, rolled her eyes, and answered in a husky, barbaric voice. The mistress at hand and would approach the master. He bethought himself again. Then he replied. It is granted. The little animal disappeared backwards over the threshold. Pete. Pre sat with lifted brows. After a few moments Mut appeared on the spot where the slave had crouched, with her elbows at her sides. She extended toward him both palms like an offerant. He saw that she was heavily clad, in a long, full, pleated mantle above her narrow, ankle-length undergarment. Her shadowy cheeks were framed in a dark blue headcloth like a wig which fell on shoulders and neck, and was confined by an embroidered band. On top of it stood a cone of ointment, with a hole through which the stem of a lotus was drawn, curving down parallel with the line of the head so that the blossom swayed above her brow. The stones in her necklace and armbands glittered darkly. Potiphar lifted his small hands likewise in greeting and carried the back of one of them to his mouth to kiss. Flower of the lands, he said in a tone of surprise. Lovely of face, having a place in the house of Amun. Pure-handed loveliness. Alone among those that bear the sistrum, and with voice of beauty. When she sings, he continued on a note of joyous surprise as he rapidly repeated the stilted phrases. You that fill the house with beauty, charming one to whom all pay homage, familiar of the queen. You can read my heart, since you fulfill its every wish ere it be spoken, and fulfill them all by your coming. Here is a cushion. He went on in an ordinary tone, as he drew one from behind his back and placed it on the lower ledge at his feet. With the gods, he resumed the courtly key, you had come with the plea, that the greater it were, with the more joy could I grant it. He had ground for curiosity. For her visit was quite out of the usual order and tactful routine and therefore disturbed him. He divined some special reason for it and felt a certain uneasy joy. But, for the moment she uttered only fulsome phrases. What wish, as your sister, could I still cherish, my master and friend, she said her soft voice, a sonorous alto which betrayed cultivation. For I have breath only through you, yet, thanks to your greatness, all is vouchsafed me. That I have a place in the temple is due to your eminence among the great of the land. That I am called friend to the queen, is solely because you are Pharaoh's friend and gilded with the favor of the sun since your rising. Without you I were dark. As yours I have a fullness of light. It were useless to gainsay you, if such is your belief, he said. 684 Thomas Mann. With a smile. At least let us take care that your fullness of light be not darkened where we stand. He clapped his hands. Make light. He ordered the slave who appeared from the dining room. He and I demurred. Not yet, my husband, said she. It is hardly dusk. You were sitting to enjoy the beautiful twilight hour, I have no wish to regret that I disturbed you. Nay, I insist, he answered her. Receive it as evidence of that, for which they blame me, that my will is like black granite from the quarries of the Red Nook. I cannot change it, I am too old to alter. For to do that would be to show myself ungrateful to my dearest and best, who has guessed the secretest wish of my heart with this wish, and shall I receive her in darkness and gloom? Is it not a feast day when you come, and shall I leave the feast unillumined? All 4 lights, he said to the 2 servants bearing torches, with which they hastened to light the candelabers standing on columns in the 4 corners of the hall. Let them burn up bright. As you will, said she with an admiring, submissive shrug. Truly, I know the firmness of your resolution, and may the blame rest on those who strike against it. Women cannot but esteem inflexibility in a man. Shall I say why? I would gladly hear. Because only that can give worth to surrender and make of it something of which we may be proud when we receive it. Most charming, said he, and blinked. Partly because of the brightness, for the hall now lay in the light of 20 lamp wicks, stuck in blazing wax, that sent up thick glaring flames till the hall became a sea of mingled milk and blood from the white light and the sunset glow. But partly too he blinked reflectively at the meaning her words might bear. Obviously she had a request, he thought, and no small one, otherwise she would not so carefully lead up to it. It is not her way, for she knows full well my honorable peculiarities and how much it means to me to be left in peace and take nothing upon myself. And she is usually too proud to ask anything. Her pride and my convenience thus coincide. Yet it would be good and elevate my spirits to do her a favor and show my power. I am curious and concerned to hear what she would have. The best would be if it seemed to her great yet was not so for me, so that I may do her pleasure without too great cost to my comfort. Lo, there is a conflict in my breast. It rises from my justified self-esteem, that flows from my peculiar and consecrated state and makes me find it hateful when I am approached too closely and my rest disturbed. And on the other hand from my desire to show myself loving and strong to this woman. She is lovely in her heavy robe, which she wears in my presence for the same reason that made me command the lights to be brought, lovely with her eyes like precious stones. Joseph in Egypt 685. And her shadowy cheeks. I love her, in so far as my justified self-esteem permits, but here is the actual contradiction, for I hate her. too. I always hate her, because of the claim which of course she does not make upon me but which is taken for granted in a marriage. Yet I do not like to hate her, rather I would that I could love her without hate. Were she to give me good occasion to show myself strong and loving, the hatred might be taken from my love and I might be happy. Therefore am I so curious to know what she would have, if also a little disturbed on account of my conduct. Such were Potiphar's thoughts as he blinked, while the slaves finished lighting the lamps and with silent haste withdrew the torches held in their crossed arms. You permit me to sit beside you, he heard E&I ask with a little laugh. Starting from his thoughts, he bent once more to arrange the cushion as he expressed his pleasure. She sat down at his feet on the inscribed ledge. Truly, she said, it happens too seldom that we are together like this for an hour, enjoying each other's presence without other purpose than to talk, of no matter what, for with an object in view we must talk, whereas without one talk is the pleasanter for being superfluous. Do you not agree? He nodded assent, sitting with his big feminine-looking arms stretched out along the backrest of the ledge. He thought, seldom happens. It never happens, for we members of this noble and exalted family, parents and children, lead our lives apart, each in his own place. We avoid each other out of delicacy save when we break bread. That it happens today must have a reason, and I am full of curiosity and misgiving. Am I wrong? Is she here simply to see me? To be with me at this hour because her nature demands it? I do not know what to wish. For I could wish that she should have a need, provided it be not too inconvenient to me, yet that she came for tea. Sake of my presence solely I could wish even more, almost. He was thinking this as he said. I quite agree. It is a poor and narrow mind that uses speech merely as a tool for practical understandings, whereas the rich and noble require beauty and superfluity in everything, speech as well, for beauty and superfluity are the same thing. How strange it is about words, and the dignity of them, that they can lift themselves out of their bald sufficience to the whole height of their significance. The word superfluous, for instance, often carries with it a contemptuous meaning, yet it can rise to a royal height, beyond the reach of contempt and in itself actually signify the name and nature of beauty. I often think of the mystery of words when I sit alone, and amuse MV mind with such charming and idle occupation. Thanks to my lord that he lets me share his thought, answered 686 Thomas Mann. She. Your mind is clear, like the lamps you have had lighted for our meeting. If you were not Pharaoh's chamberlain, you might well be one of the learned scribes of the god, who walk in the temple courts and ponder words of wisdom. Very likely, said he. For a man might be many other things than precisely that which it is his lot to be or to represent. He may often marvel at the absurd play acting he has to do in his allotted role. He feels stifled in the mask life has put on him, as the priests may at times feel stifled in the mask of the god. Do you agree? Quite. Yet perhaps not quite, he said insinuatingly. Probably women have less understanding of such a feeling. For the Great Mother has granted them a more general sense in respect of there being more women and image of the mother, and less this or that individual woman. For instance, as though you were less bound to be Madame Enet than I am to be Potipharah because I am conditioned by the sterner father spirit. Do you agree? It is so very bright in this hall, said she, with her head bowed, from the flames that blaze by virtue of your masculine will. Such thoughts, it seems to me, or better pursued by softer light, it would be easier for me in the twilight to consider this matter of being more a woman and image of the mother than just plain Eminet. Pardon me, he hastened to reply, it was untactful of me not to adapt our delightfully idle conversation to the light which befits this joyous hour. I will give it a turn more suited to the festal illumination I have seen fit to make. Nothing could be easier. I will pass over the things of the mind and speak of matters of the tangible day light world. But before I make that easy transition, let me have my pleasure in the pretty mystery which consists in the fact that the world of tangible things is also the intelligible world. For what one can actually grasp with the hand is intelligible to the mind of women, children, and the common folk, whereas the intangible is intelligible only to the sterner mind of the male. The word comprehend is figurative, the word tangible is literal, though the latter may easily become figurative as well. We even say of an easily comprehensible thing that we can actually grasp it with our senses. Your observations and idle thoughts are most charming, my husband, said she, and I cannot express the refreshment this connubial conversation gives me. Do not think I am in haste to pass over from the intangible things to the tangible. On the contrary, I would gladly linger with you in the realm of your idle thoughts, and counter them in the measure of my powers as a woman or a child. I had no meaning in my words save that a less glaring light suits better for the exchange of intimate thoughts. Degree. Joseph in Egypt 68J. He did not answer at once, being annoyed. But presently, in a chiding tone and shaking his head, the mistress of the house keeps coming back to the point in which things went not according to her will but to that of the stronger. That is not quite fine, the less so that it is the way of women to cling to and dissect such occasions. Permit me the suggestion that in this one respect my and I should try to be more the exceptional woman and less the ordinary one. I hear and repent, she murmured. If we were bent on mutual reproach, he continued, giving his irritation further vent, how easily might I express my regret that you come to me at this hour, my friend, clad in so thick a mantle. For surely it is the joy and desire of your friend to follow the lines of your swan-like form through the kind transparency of a linen garment. Woe is me indeed, she said, and drooped her head with a blush. It would be better for me to die rather than learn that I have come before my lord in an unpleasing garb. I swear that I thought to give you special pleasure in this dress, for it is more costly and full of art than most of mine. My sewing woman Hitty worked with sleepless industry to make it, and I shared her care that I might find favor in your eyes. But a care shared is not a care halved. No matter, my dear, he answered. Let it pass. I did not say that I wished to complain, only that I could do it if you so desired. But I will not take for granted that you do. Let us go on with our idle conversation, as though the question of blame had never crept into it, like a false note. For now I will pass over to the things of the tangible world and say how I rejoice that my task in life fell stamped with the seal of superfluity and not of need. I use the word royal to characterize the superfluous, and indeed it is in its right place at court, and in the palace marimat, as ornament, as form for form's sake, as the elegantly turned phrase with which one greets the god. All these are the asterisk affair of the courtier, so that one may say in a way that the mask is less stifling than to him who is hemmed in by the objective fact and stands closer to the feminine because it is granted him to be less individual. It is true, I am not among those whom Pharaoh summons for advice about boring a well on the road through the desert to the sea, or the erection of a monument, or how many men it takes to wash a load of gold dust out of the minds of the wretched Cush. And it may be that it detracts from my satisfaction, and I am angry with the man Hor-Emheb, who commands the household troops and holds the head office among the executioners, almost without asking my advice, although I bear the title of the office. But always I have overcome these attacks of annoyance. For after all I am different. 688 Thomas Mann. From Hor-Emheb, as the possessor of the title is different from the necessary but unimportant official who actually holds the fan over Pharaoh when he drives out people like that are beneath me. For mine it is to stand before Pharaoh at his levee with the other title bearers and dignitaries of the court and repeat the hymn of salutation to the majesty of this god, thou art like re, with our adoring voices, and to expend myself in utterly ornamental flourishes such as, a scale is thy tongue, O Nib-Madri, and thy lips are more just than the little tongue on the scale of thought, or extravagant protestations like, speakest thou to the ocean and sayest, rise up to the mountain, lo, the waters come up, even as thou hast spoken. So must I speak, in beautiful, objectless form, far from the compule Zions of ordinary life. For pure form, adornment without purpose, is my honor and my task, as it is the task of royalty to be royal. And all this is an aid to my self-esteem. Splendid and fitting it is too, she answered, if also the truth be honored and receive support, as is doubtless the case in your words, my husband. Yet it seems to me that the beautiful superfluities of the court and the extravagances at the levee serve to clothe with honor and dread the material cares of the god, such as wells and buildings and gold mines, for the sake of their importance to the land, and that concern for these things is the most royal thing about royalty. Phidippa again closed his lips and refrained from any answer, playing with the drawstring of his skirt. I should be untruthful, he said at last with a little sigh, were I to say that your share in our pleasant conversation is conducted with great tact. I made a skillful transition to the more worldly and material things of life, bringing the subject round to Pharaoh and the court. I expected you to return the ball by asking me some question, such as for instance whose earlobe Pharaoh tweaked in token of his favor when we went out of the hall of the canopy after the levee. But instead you turned aside into observations about such irritating matters as mines and desert wells, about which, truly, my love, you must certainly understand even less than I. You are right, she replied, shaking her head over her blunder. Forgive me. A fie eagerness to know whose earlobe Pharaoh tweaked today was only too great. I dissembled it by small talk. Pray understand me, I thought to put off the question, feeling that a slow leading up to the important subject is the finest and most important feature of elegant conversation. Only the clumsy blunder in their approach by precipitation, betraying at once the whole content of their minds. But now that you have permitted me the question, was it not yourself, my husband, whom the god distinguished? No, said Phidippa, it was not I. It often has been, but not today. Joseph in Egypt 689. But your words betrayed I know not how, yet it appeared as though you inclined to the view that Hor-Emheb, the acting captain of the guard, is greater at court and in the lands than I. The gods forbid, my husband. In the name of the hidden one. She cried in alarm, laying her bearing hand on his knee. He looked at it as though a bird had alighted there. I should need to be weak minded indeed, past hope of betterment, if for a single moment Your words made it seem so. He is separated, with a regretful shrug, though of course contrary to any such intent. It was almost as though you would say, what example shall I give? As though in your mind the baker of Pharaoh's bakery, who actually bakes the bread for the god in his house and sticks his head in the oven, is greater than the great overseer of the royal bakery, Pharaoh's chief baker, whose title is Prince of Men. Or as though I, who of course take nothing upon myself, were of less importance here in the house than Mann, my steward, or even than his youthful mouth, the Syrian Osircite who oversees the workshops. Those are striking in stances. Mud had shrunk back. They strike me indeed, so that I quail beneath them, said she. You see my confusion, and in your great-heartedness will let the punishment rest at that. I see now how I have disarranged our dialogue, with my proneness to delay. But gratify my curiosity, which I hoped to conceal, and quench it as one quenches blood. Let me hear who it was that received the caress of favor in the throne room today. It was no Pharaoh who, chief of the anointers from the treasury of the king, answered he. So it was that prince, she said. Did they surround him? They did, according to the custom, and congratulated him, he answered. He is at the moment very much in the forefront of attention. It would be well that he should be seen at the entertainment we purpose giving at the next quarter of the moon. It would add to the luster of the occasion and to that of our house. Certainly, she agreed, you must invite him in a beautiful letter, in which he will take pleasure because of the elegance of the phrases, such as, beloved of his master, or rewarded and distinguished by his lord, and you must send him a present to his house besides, by special messenger. Then it would be most unlikely that no Pharaoh who would decline. I think so too, said Putapra. And the present must be some thing very choice, of course. I will have various things brought for me to choose from, and this evening I will write an invitation, which he will really enjoy reading. My child, he went on, I should like this entertainment to be particularly choice, so that it will be talked of in the city and the report of it reach other distant ones. 690 Thomas Mann. With some 70 guests, and rich in unguents, flowers, musicians, food, and wine. I have purchased a very good figure of a mummy to be carried about, a good piece, an ell and a half long. I will show it to you beforehand if you like. The case is gold, the body of ebony, with celebrate the joyful day written on the forehead. Have you heard of the Babylonian dancers? Which dancers, my husband? There is a traveling company of foreign dancers in the city. I have had presents sent to them, that they may come to my entertainment. From all that I hear, they are of exotic beauty and company. Their performance with bells and sounding tambourines. They are said to know some new and striking poses, and to have a strange fire of fury in their eyes as they dance, as well as in their caresses. I promise myself a sensation, and for our party great success from their presence. I looked down. She seemed to reflect. Do you intend, she said after a pause, to invite Binacons, first priest of Amun, to your party? Of course, naturally, he answered. Binacons. It goes with out saying. Why do you ask? His presence seems important to you. Why not? Binacons is a great man. More important than that of the Babylonian maidens. What sort of comparisons are these, my love? What choice are you putting before me? The two are not reconcilable, my husband. I must make it clear to you that you must choose between them. For if the Babylonian maidens dance before Amun's high priest at your feast, it may be that the strange fire of fury in their eyes would not equal that in Binacons' heart, and that he would rise and summon his servants and leave your house. Impossible. Even probable, my friend. He would not suffer the hidden one to be affronted before his eyes by a dance. R 7 R I dance B7 foreign dancers, when, after all, Egypt is full of beauty of this kind and even sends its dancers abroad. So much the better may Egypt allow itself the pleasure of the novel and unknown. That is not Binacons' view. His objection to what is foreign is very strong. 0. But I hope that it is your view. My view is that of my master and friend, said she, for how can that go against the honor of our gods? The honor of the gods, the honor of the gods, he repeated. Joseph in Egypt 69:1. Shrugging his shoulders. I must confess that my mood and spirit begin to be clouded by our talk, which is quite contrary to the purpose of elegant conversation. I should be alarmed, she replied, if that were the result of my care for your peace of mind. For how would it stand with that if Binacons in anger called his servants and left the feast, so that there would be talk of his rebuff in both the lands? He would not be so petty as to feel offense at an elegant diver Zion, nor so bold as to offer an indignity to the friend of Pharaoh. He is great enough that his thoughts travel easily from small affairs to large, and he would give offense to Pharaoh's friend sooner than to Pharaoh, in the sense of a warning to the latter. Amun hates the laxity of foreign ways and the disregard of pious old custom, because it enervates the land and weakens the authority of the king. Dom. That is what Amun hates, as we both know, for he wishes the fiber of moral discipline to be strong in the land, as it always has been, in Kemet, and to have its children walk in the path of patriotic tradition. But you know, as well as I, that down there Mut pointed westward, toward the Nile, and beyond it to the palace another sun sense rules and is lightly favored among Pharaoh's wise men. The sense of On at the apex of the delta, the mobile sense of Aten re. Inclined to broadness and conciliation, they call it Aten, with I know not what weakening effect. Must not Binacons be angered? For Amun, if his son in the body favors this laxness and permits his thinkers and seekers to weaken the marrow of the land by toying with foreign ways, he may not blame Pharaoh, but he will blame him and you, and make demonstration for Amun by raging like a leopard of Egypt when he sees the Babylonian maidens, and will spring up to summon his servants. I hear you speak, he retorted, like the clapper bird of Punt, with tongue like a rattle, who hears and repeats what is not in its head. The marrow of the lands, and the good old ways, and the laxity of foreign ones, all that is Binacons, those are his disagreeable and crafty words, and it upsets me to have you repeat them. For your coming gave me hope of familiar converse with yourself, not with him. I only remind you, my friend, she answered, of his views, which you know, in order to protect you from serious unpleasantness. I say not that Binacons' thoughts are mine, but they are, he retorted. I hear his voice in yours, but you do not utter his thoughts as something foreign in which you have no share, but rather you have made them yours and are of one mind with him, the shiny paid priest, against me, and that is what I cannot bear. Do I not know that he goes in and out in our house, visiting you each quarter of the moon or even oftener, and always to my urn? 692 Thomas Mann. Spoke in distress, for he is not my friend, I cannot bear him or his guile and bad manners. My nature and temperament demand a refined and tolerant sun sense, thus in my heart I am for Adam the tolerant god, but especially because I belong to Pharaoh and am his courtier, for he permits the experimental thought of his wise men to dwell upon the benign and universal sunsense of this glorious God. But you, my consort and sister before gods and men, where do you stand in these matters? Do you hold, not with me in other words, with Pharaoh and the tendencies of the court, but rather with Amun the inflexible, the brazen-browed, do you lean to his party against me and are of one house with the chief shiny pate of the ungracious God, not realizing how offensive it is to infringe upon my dignity or show me disloyalty? You use comparisons, my lord, said she, in a voice thin and pinched with anger, lacking in good taste, which is strange conceit. Erring the reading you do. For it is without taste, or in poor taste, to say that I am of one house with the prophet and therefore disloyal to you. That is a lame and distorted comparison. I must remind you that Pharaoh is Amun's son, according to the teaching of the fathers, and the people's ancient belief, and therefore you would do no violence to your duty as courtier by paying heed to the sacred son sense of Amun, however ill-mannered you find him, and by bringing him the light sacrifice of your own and your guest's curiosity in respect of a paltry dance, however striking. So much with respect to yourself. As for me, I am utterly and entirely Amun's, in piety and devotion, for I am the bride of his temple and of his house of women, Hathor am I, and dance before him in the garment of the goddess. That is all my honor and my desire, and further have I none. This honorable rank is my life's sole content. And you would quarrel with me because I keep faith with the Lord my God and unearthly spouse, and make comparisons against me that cry to heaven with their falseness. And she lifted up a fold of her mantle and, bending over, shrouded her face with it. The captain of the guard was more than distressed. He shuddered. He even felt cold all over, for it seemed to him that intimate matters, always most tactfully passed over in silence, threatened to come to speech in the most shocking and destructive way. He leaned, with his arms spread out along the back of his seat, still farther away from her, and sat numbly, looking down, indignant, guilty, and bewildered, to where she wept. What is this? He thought. It is all quite wild and unheard of. It threatens danger to my peace of mind. I went too far. I brought my justified self-interest into the field, but she struck it down with her own. It is not only our talk, for my heart is pierced by her words so that pity and pain are mingled with my dread of her tears. Yes, I love her, I know it by my dread of her. Joseph in Egypt 693. Tears, and would like to let her know it by what I say. He raised his arms and bent over her, yet not touching her, as he said, not without painful hesitation. You see, dear flower, indeed your own words make it clear, that you did not speak solely to warn me of Benacon's churlish state of mind, but because you share it, because his ideas are yours and your heart is of his party against me. You have said it plain and clear in my face. I am utterly and entirely Amun's. Those were your words. Was then my comparison so false, and can I help it that the taste of it is bitter to me, your husband? She took the mantle from her face and looked at him. Are you jealous of God, the hidden one? She asked. Her mouth was wry, scorn and weeping mingled in the jeweled eve so close to his that he started and bent back again. I must retreat, he thought. I have gone too far, and must by some means or other withdraw, for my own peace and for the peace of the house. For both stand in sudden and horrible danger. How can it have happened that they are both so threatened, and that this woman's eyes are all at once so terrible? Everything seemed so safe and plain. And he recalled many a homecoming, from a journey or from the court, when his first case to his steward was always, is all well with the household? Is the mistress happy? For there abode in his inmost mind a secret misgiving about the peace of the house, its dignity and security, a dim consciousness that its footing was weak and imperiled. And now, by the look in Ian's angry eyes, by her tears, he knew that he had been right and that his secret dread threatened to fulfill itself. No, said he, far from it. The idea that I could be jealous of Amun the god, that I repudiate. Well, I know how to make distinction between what is due from you to the hidden one and what to your spouse. And if, as I think, the expression was displeasing to you, which I used to characterize your familiar intercourse with Ben Chans, I am at all times ready and even seek occasion to give you pleasure, and will do so by withdrawing the comparison about being of one house. It shall be as though I had not said it, and that it be erased from the record of my words. Are you content? Mud let her wet eyes dry of themselves, as though she were unconscious of the tears that stood in them. Her husband had expected gratitude for his complaisance, but she showed none. That is but a small matter, she said, shaking her head. She sees that I shrink, in respect of my fear for the peace of envy. House, he thought, and she will use her advantage as is a woman's way. She is more a female than she is an individual, and my wife. I may not be surprised, though it is always a little painful to see the eternal feminine displaying its wiles in one's own wife. It would make one laugh ruefully. It has indeed an irritating effect upon me, to bore. 694 Thomas Mann. See that a person thinks to deal according to his individual mind, when all he really does is to repeat the general pattern, mortifying. Indeed it is. But what use are such thoughts? I can only think, not say them. What I must say is this. And he went on. Probably not of the smallest, indeed, but still the least of what I would say. For I did not think to end with it, but rather to increase your relief by saying that while we have been speaking I have reconsidered my idea of inviting the Babylonian dancers. I have no wish to anger a highly placed man to whom you stand in close relations, by seeming to offend what may seem to me his prejudices, but which I have even so no desire to attack. Our entertainment will be brilliant enough without the foreigners. That too, Pidapra, is most unimportant, she said. She called him by his name. He noted it with mounting apprehension. What do you mean? He asked. Still unimportant? Most important of what? And compared to what? To that which is desirable. To that which is needful, answered she with an intake of breath. There should be changes, there must be changes here in this house, my husband, that it may not become a house of offending to the pious, but instead a place of good example. Oh, you are the master, who does not bow before you. Who would not grant you the mild refinement of the tolerant sun sense, by which you order your life and which you practice in all your ways? I see. Well, then one cannot at the same time be for the kingdom and for the stern old ways, for out of the second came the first, and life now in the richness of the kingdom must be otherwise than in the simplicity of the old times. You must not say that I have no understanding of life and its changes. But there must be measure in all things, a remnant of the ancient discipline, out of which sprang the kingdom, and the riches of it must be preserved and held in honor, that the lands become not shamefully corrupt and the scepter fall from their hands. Would you deny this truth, or would Pharaoh's wise men deny it? They who occupy themselves with the mobile sun sense of it, Nobody, responded the fan-bearer, denies the truth. It might be dearer than even the scepter. / you speak of destiny. We are children of our age, and it seems to me it is always better to live by the truth of the time wherein we are born than to try to guide ourselves by the immemorial past and the stern maxims of antiquity, and so doing to deny our own souls. Pharaoh has many mercenaries, Asiatic, Arab, Libyan, Nubian, even native. They will guard the realm so long as destiny permits. But we must live by sincerity. Sincerity, said she, is easy, and therefore it is not lofty. What would become of men if each would live only in the sincerity of his own desires, claiming for them the dignity of truth and unwilling to Joseph in Egypt 695. Be strict with himself to his own improvement. The thief to his sin. Seer, and the drunkard in the gutter, and likewise the adulterer. But shall we by reason of its sincerity pass over their conduct? You wish to live in sincerity, my husband, as a child of your time, and not AC, according to the ancient precepts. But that is barbaric antiquity, where each lives according to his lust. A more advanced age demands the limitation of the personal for the sake of higher considerations. Wherein would you have me alter myself? He said in some panic. In nothing, my husband. You are unchangeable, and far be it from me to shake the sacred moveless calm of your being. Far, too, any reproach because you make nothing your affair in the household or elsewhere in the world but to eat and drink. For if this were not a consequence of your nature, it would be of your rank. Your servants hence do all for you as they will do in your tomb. Your part is but to command, or not even this, for you command only one, him who is set over all to direct the house in your name, in the sense that it is the house of a great man of Egypt. Only this alone is your affair, a thing of the utmost ease, yet of the last importance, that you should not err nor point wrongly with your finger. Upon that all depends. For years which I no longer count, said he, Mann has been my steward. A worthy soul, who loves me as he should, and is sensitive for all that could give me offense. Never so far as I could tell has he betrayed me in great matters, or hardly in small, and he has administered the household nobly, and fittingly to my state. Flass he the misfortune to incur your displeasure. She smiled contemptuously at his evasion. You know, she answered, as well as I and all of West that Mann is dying of his kidneys and for some time has had as little charge of affairs as you yourself. Another rules in his place, whom they call his mouth, and the advancement of this youth in your household must be seen to be believed. But that is not all, for it is said that after Mann expected death this so-called mouth shall step into his place, and all that you have shall fall into his hands. You praise your steward for his loyalty to your interest, but in this matter I seek in vain for evidence of it. You are thinking of Osersife. She bowed her head. It is a strange way of putting it, she said, to say that I am thinking of him. Might the hidden one grant there were no ground to think of him, instead of which one is driven to do so, by this blunder of your steward, and in a way most mortifying to our pride. This ale man bought him, you speak of, as a boy, from some travelling pet. Lars, then, instead of treating him as befitted his base blood and origins, he advanced him and let him take the upper hand in the house. 696 Thomas Mann. He put all the household under him, my servants as well as yours, till you yourself, my lord, speak of him, a slave, with a readiness most painful to me, which rouses up my anger. For if you had stopped to think and then said, do you mean the Syrian, the Hebrew lad from the wretched Retinuk? That would have been natural and fitting. But things have gone very far, your own words betray it, for you spoke as though he were your cousin, naming him familiarly by name and asking, are you thinking of Osersife? Thus then she too uttered the name, bringing it over herself with a secret ecstasy and blissful satisfaction. She spoke the mystic bless, with their echo of death and divinity, syllables conveying to her fate's utmost sweetness in their sound, with a sob. But she pretended that it was a sob of outraged dignity, and once more she hid her face in her mantle. For the second time Putapur was sincerely alarmed. What is it, my love, he said, stretching out his hands above her head. More tears? Let me understand why. I spoke of the slave by his name, as he calls himself and is known to all. Is not a name the quickest way to indicate one's meaning? And I see that I was correct. You did have in mind that Canaanitish youth who serves me as cupbearer and reader to my great satisfaction. I deny it not. Should that not be a ground for you to think favorably of him? I had no part in his purchase. Mann, who has power to buy and to sell, took him years ago from some honest traders. But it came about that I had speech with him to try him, when he was putting date blossoms to ride in my orchard, and found him exceedingly pleasing, gifted by the gods with graces of body and mind most usually mingled. For his looks seem but the natural expression of the charm of his spirit, and in turn his mental parts are an invisible respondence with the outward grace, so that you will, I hope, permit me to call him remarkable, for it is the due and proper word. His origins are not of the best, indeed, one might, if one chose, call his birth virgin, but at least he who begot him was undoubtedly a prince of a sort, a prince of God and king over his flocks, and the boy led a princely life and was favored with the gifts of favor, where he grew up amongst his father's flocks. After that, indeed, affliction was his portion, and there were those who set snares for his feet and he walked into them. But even the tale of his sufferings is remarkable. It has spirit and sense, it holds together, as one may say, and in it there rules that same combination which makes his inward and outward parts seem one and the same thing. For it has its own reality, but also seemingly a higher reference as well, and both so related that one is mirrored in the other, which only adds to the youth's mysterious charm. When he had not ill sustained the test I gave him, he was appointed my cupbearer and reader without my stir, out of love of Joseph in Egypt 697. Me, of course, and I confess that in this capacity he has become indispensable. But again, he has grown up, without any motion of mine, to have oversight of all the things of the household, and it has proved that the hidden one grants success through him, in all that he does. I cannot put it otherwise. And now that he has become indispensa to me and to the house, what would you have me do with him? Truly, what was there to wish or to do, when he had finished speaking? When he stopped, he looked round with a satisfied smile. He had secured himself strongly against attack and stamped the threatened demand as monstrous, as an unloving offense against him self, which no one could think of inflicting upon him. He could not have dreamed that the woman before him paid no heed to this interpretation. Sitting crouched under her cloak, she had greedily sucked in the honey of his words. Her tense excitement had let no syllable escape of all that he said in Joseph's praise, which greatly diminished its intended effect. Yet, strange to say, Mud remained honorably true to the strict and reasonable dictates which had given rise to this visit to Potiphar. She sat up erect and said, I will assume, my husband, that what you have said in favor of the slave is the uttermost that can be justly said. And it is not enough. It is untenable before Egypt's gods. All this that you have been so good as to tell me, of the wonderful combination of qualities in your servant, and of his mysterious charm, all that counts as nothing in face of a moon's just demand through my mouth. For I too am a mouthpiece, not alone he whom you say is indispensable to your house, clearly without due reflection, for how can a chance strand be indispensable in the land of men and in Potiphar's house, which was a house of blessing before this outlander began to wax strong within it? That should never have come to pass. If the lad was once bought, he should have been sent to labor in the fields instead of keeping him in the courtyard and even entrusting him with your cup, and lending your ear to his reading because of his insinuating gifts. The talents are not the man, one must make a distinction. For it is so much the worse when a base man has gifts which can make one finally forget his natural baseness. What are those gifts which can justify the elevation of the base? Modka, your steward, should have asked himself that, who without your orders, as you say, made this lowly slave flourish like a weed in your house, to the shame of all the pious. Will you permit him, now that he is dying, to defy the gods, and point with his finger at the Shubarite as his successor, so shaming your house before the world and humbling your own people beneath his foot, so that they gnash their teeth? My dear one, said the chamberlain, how you deceive yourself. You are not well informed, to judge from your words, for there is no thought of teeth gnashing. All the other servants love Osirsife, from 698 Thomas Mann, high to low, from the scribe of the buffet to the kennel boys and to the least of your handmaidens, and take no shame to do his will. I know not whence this report, that folk gnash their teeth at his advancement, for it is quite false. On the contrary, they all seek his glance and gladly be to do each his best when he comes amongst them. They hang joyously upon his lips when he gives them orders. Yes, even those who had to step aside from their office to make way for him, even they do not look askance, but straight in his eye, for his gifts are irresistible. And why? Because he is not what you say, nor are his gifts a lying appendage to his person, and to be distinguished from it. For they are mingled together and are one, the gifts of one, blessed with the blessing, so that you might say he deserves them, if that again were not an untenable division between the person and his gifts, or if you can speak at all of merit in connection with natural gifts. But it has come about that on the landways and the waterways, folk recognize him from afar, they nudge each other and say, there is Osirsife, Potiphar's body servant and mouth to Monkw, an excellent youth, going about the business of his lord, which he will perform to advantage as is his way. Moreover, though men look him in the eye, it is said that women avoid it, but give him sidling glances, which is as good a sign. And when he shows himself in the streets of the city and in the bazaar, it often happens that the maidens mount on the housetops and fling down gold rings upon him from their fingers, that he may look up at them. But he never does. Eni listened, in speechless ecstasy. This glorification of Joseph, the description of his popularity, intoxicated her beyond words. Bliss ran like fire through her veins, made her bosom rise and fall and her breath come sobbingly in gasps, her very ears grew red only with the greatest difficulty could she prevent her lips from curving in a beatific smile as she listened. A benevolent onlooker must have shaken his head at the deluded creature. This praise of Joseph must have confirmed her in her weakness, if we may so express it, for the foreign slave, it must have justified this weakness in the face of her own pride, plunged her still deeper in, made her still less capable of carrying out her purpose of saving her own life. Was that a ground for joy? No, not for joy, but for ecstasy, a distinction which the well-wishing friend, though shaking his head, is bound to make. She suffered, too. That goes without saying. What Potiphar said about the women, how they looked, how they cast down their rings, that confirmed her again in her weakness and filled her at the same time with scorching jealousy and with hatred for those whose feelings were her own. It consoled her a little to hear that Joseph did not look at them, and it helped her to persevere in her project of behaving like a reasonable being. She said, I will pass over, my friend, your lack of delicacy in entertaining Joseph in Egypt 699. Me with the ill behavior of the women of West, be there much or little truth in such reports, for they may have their source in the conceited youth himself or in such as he has bribed with promises. It cost her less than one would think, to speak thus of the object of her already hopeless love. She did it mechanically, making herself speak like another than herself. Her musical voice took on a hollow tone corresponding to the fixity of her features and the vacancy of her gaze. The whole made up a picture of deliberate guile. It is more important to point out that when you say I am falsely informed as to the situation in the house, your charge is unfounded and falls to the ground. It would be much better if you had not made it. Your habit of taking nothing upon yourself, but of seeing all with distant and attached eye, should make you doubt whether you are yourself so well informed. The truth is that the forwardness of this youth has become a subject for violent anger and widespread disaffection in the house. Dudu, the guardian of your jewel caskets, has more than once, yes, very often, taken occasion to speak before me, uttering bitter complaints of the offense to the pious in making them suffer the domination of impure stock. Potiphar laughed. You have found a wonderful witness, my blows. Some take it not ill of me that I say so. Dudu is a pompous puffed up toad, a quarter-sized man and made to be laughed at. How in the world could he be taken seriously in this or any other matter? The size of his person, she retorted, is not to the purpose. But, if his view is so contemptible, his judgment so worthless, how then is it that he was chosen guardian of your wardrobe? It was a joke, said Potiphar. Only in jest could one give such a man an office. The other clown, his little maid, they even call vizier. But certainly they are not serious when they do it. I need not call your attention to the difference between them. She answered. You know it well enough, though at this moment you would deny it. But it is sad that I must defend your most loyal and worthy servant against your ingratitude. Aside from his small stature, Dudu is a serious and dignified man, who in no way deserves the name of clown, and whose judgment is valuable in affairs of the house, and of his own honor. He reaches up to here on me, remarked the captain of the guard, making a line on his chin with the edge of his hand. Mud was silent for a while. You know, my husband, she said then, with self-control, that you are uncommon in height and strength, so that Dudu's size must seem smaller to you than to most other men, or for instance to Gizet, his wife, my woman, and to his children, who are of ordinary size and look up to their father with loving respect. They look up, haha. 7 Thomas Mann. I use the word advisedly, in a higher, poetic sense. So you express yourself even poetically about your doo-doo, Pete. Pre-mocked her. Since you have complained of my bad taste in choice of subjects, I may remind you that you have dwelt overlong upon this conceited fool. We may well leave the subject, she said compliantly, if it displeases you. I do not need his evidence or support in the matter of our discussion, since the request I would make is thrice justified of itself. One NS evidence is not needed to prove that you must grant it. You have a request, he asked. So, then, he said to himself. Rather bitterly, it is true that she came with some purpose of a more or less troublesome nature. My hope is vain that her visit was simply for the sake of my presence. It cannot make me well disposed toward her request. He asked. And what request? This, my husband, that you should send away the foreign slave, whose name I will not again speak, from your house and courtyard, where he has sprung up like a weed, by dint of culpable negligence and lying favor, so that he has made it a house of offense instead of an example to the lands. Carrot ostracized from house and courtyard. What are you thinking? I think, my husband, of right and justice. I think of the honor of your house, of the gods of Egypt and what you owe to them. Not alone to them, but to yourself and me, your sister wife, who shakes the sistrum before a moon in the adornment of the mother, consecrate and set apart. I think of these things and am certain beyond any doubt that I need only remind you of them for your thoughts to unite with mine and for you to grant my request without delay. By sending Osirsife. My dear, it may not be. Put it out of your mind, it is in vain, it is a whim which I cannot entertain, for it is a stranger to my mind, and all my thoughts rise up against it. So there we have it, he said to himself, in anger and bewilderment. That is the request, and that is why she came to me at this hour and seemed to come that we might talk together. I saw it coming, yet on my side would not see it, so offensive it is to my justified self-interest. I would have granted something small, wishing to seem great to her, but unhappily this that she thinks small and simple to grant is for me inconvenient in the extreme. Not without justification did I feel the approach of a disturbance to my peace. Yet what a pity that she has offered me no occasion to rejoice her heart, for I am reluctant to hate her. Your prejudice, my little flower, said he, against the person of this youth, so great as to make you launch so foolish a request, is very sad. Clearly you know nothing of him save for the complaints and Joseph in Egypt 701. Curses of misshapen and misbegotten persons, and have no direct knowledge of his excellent gifts, which, young as he is, could in my opinion exalt him much higher than even the stewardship of my house. You call him barbarian and slave, and literally you are right. But is that right enough, if it denies the spirit? Is it the custom and way of our land to esteem a man accordingly as he is free or unfree, native or foreign, and not rather according to his spirit, whether it is dark and undisciplined or enlightened through the word and eno, bled by the magic of its eloquence? What is our practice in Egypt? For the youth has a blithe and lucid manner of speech, with well chosen words and charming intonation, writes a decorative hand, and reads aloud from my books as though he spoke himself by the emotion of his own spirit, so that all their wit and wisdom seem to come from him and belong to him, and one can only wonder. I could wish you to take notice of his parts, to talk graciously with him and win his friendship, which would be much more pleasing to you than that of yon arrogant toad. I will neither take notice of him nor have speech with him, she said frigidly. I see that I was mistaken when I thought you had exhausted our praise. You had still something to add. But now I await your word and the granting of my well-justified, my pious request. No such word, he replied, can I utter, in response to a request so signally mistaken. It cannot be granted, and for more than one reason. The only question is whether I can make this clear to you. If not, alas, it will not be the more easily granted. I have told you that Osirsife is not an ordinary slave. He brings increase to our house. He serves it incredibly. Who could bring himself to send such a poor son away? It would be to rob the household, and to him gross injustice, for he is free from error and a youth of the finest fiber, so that it would be a rarely unpleasant business simply to send him away without cause, and no one would be prepared to do it. You fear the slave. I fear the gods who are with him, who make everything that is put in his hands succeed, and give him charm in the eyes of all the world. What gods there is beyond my judgment, but they show themselves powerful in him, beyond a doubt. You would quickly get such ideas, for instance, of burying him in field labor or selling him, if you would once forget your refusal to know him better. Very soon, I assure you, your heart would feel sympathy and soften toward the youth, for there is more than one point of contact between your life and his, and if I love to have him about me, believe me that it is because often he reminds me of you. But I say what I say, and what I think is by no means meaningless. Are you not dedicate and set apart for the God, before whom you dance? 702 Thomas Mann. As his bride, and do you not wear your sacrificial adornments before men? Well, then, I have it from the youth himself that he, too, wears such an adornment, invisible, like your own. One must imagine a sort of evergreen, which is a symbol of consecrated youth and bears the significant name of touch me not. All this he has told me, and I listened not without amazement, for he spoke of strange things. I knew of the gods of Asia, Hades, and Ashrat, and the Baals of the growth. But he and his live under a god strange to me, and of amazing jealousy. For this unique god is solitary and feels a great need of loyalty. And he has betrothed himself to them as a bridegroom. It is all strange enough. In principle they each wear the evergreen and are set apart to their god like a bride. But one among them he chooses as a whole sacrifice, and that one must wear it with a difference and as one spe. Daily dedicate to the jealous god. And such a one is Osirsife. They know a thing, he says, which is called sin, and the garden of sin, and have imagined beasts which leer from among the branches in the garden, ugly beyond conception. There are 3 of these, and they are called shame, guilt, and mocking laughter. But now I will ask you 2 questions. First, can one have a better servant and steward than one born to loyalty, and fearing sin in his very bones? And sec. Aunt, was it too much to say when I spoke of a point of contact between you and this youth? Ah, how much heart contracted at her husband's words. Agony had consumed it when he spoke of the maidens who threw down their rings, but that had been nothing compared with the icy sword which pierced it when she understood why the daughters of Wes had not succeeded in drawing his gaze upon them. A frightful and peevish, a presentiment of all she was to bear, came over her and painted itself openly on the pale agonized face turned up to Putapra. If we try to put ourselves in her place we shall see that the situation did not lack an element of absurdity. For why was she struggling and wrestling with her husband's obstinacy, if he was speaking the truth, if the healing and revealing dream which had brought her hither was but a lying dream, if he from whom she would save her own life and her husband's was a whole sacrifice already promised, devoted, and set apart. What an involvement was this, in which she had feared to involve herself? She had not strength, she dared not attempt to cover her eyes with her hand, they stared into space, where she seemed to see the three beasts in the garden, shame, guilt, and mocking laugh. Of whom the last whined like a hyena. It was unbearable. She was overwhelmed. Only away with him, more than ever now, since those healing dreams had been all alike thrice shameless dreams, since it would be quite vain were she even to throw down to him the rings from her fingers. Yes, I must fight, she thought, more than ever. Now, if this be true. But do I believe it? Or do I not rather cherish Joseph in Egypt 703? A secret hope that my dreams will prove stronger than his bond, will overpower it so that he will return my gaze and still my blood. Do I not hope and fear with a force which in my soul I believe to be irresistible? And seeing that clearly, once for all, must he not away? Out of my sight, out of this house, that my life may be saved. There sits my fat armed husband, like a tower of strength, Dudu, who can beget children, reaches up to his chin. He commands the troops. From him and his cherishing have I to hope healing and saving, from his alone. It wa9 is thought of taking refuge in her husband, her nearest, of trying on him the power of her craving for help, that spoke when she said in a clear ringing voice, I will not enter further upon your words, my friend, nor try by contending to refute them. It would be idle. For what you say is not to the point of our dispute, there is no need for you to say it, you need only speak the words, I will not. For all the rest is but the cloak. For your inflexible will, it is the iron firmness of your resolve, the granite determination which informs all that you say. Should I then enter into unavailing and ungrateful strife, since after all as a woman, I must rather admire and love your strength. It is rather something else for which I wait, something which without that iron resolve would mean little or nothing, but with it is rich and glorious, I mean, your gracious granting of this boon for which I plead. This hour is not like other hours, it is for us two alone, and full of the expectancy in which I came to beg that your strong will should incline to me and give me my desire, saying, this offense shall be removed from the house, and Osiris shall be deprived of his office, and sold and sent away. Shall I hear those words, my husband and Lord? You have heard, my dear, that you cannot hear them, not with the best of goodwill on MB part. I cannot sell Osiris and send him away, I cannot desire to, the will is lacking. You cannot will it. Then your will is your master, and not you. Master of your will. MB child, these are hair splittings. Is there a difference between me and my will, one being servant and the other master and one lord? Ing it over the other? Master your own will and will what is repugnant, what is entirely repulsive to yourself. I am ready to do so, said she, and flung back her head, when higher things come into play, such as honor, pride, and the king. DOMN. But nothing of that sort is involved here, he replied, or rather, what is involved is respect for sound sense, the pride of wisdom, and the kingdom of moderation. Think not of these, Pudapra, she begged in her ringing voice. Think alone of this hour, this single hour, and its expectancy, Anno 704 Thomas Mann. My coming to you unannounced to disturb your rest. Lo, I put my arms about your knee and implore you to grant me this favor, my husband, and to send me away in peace. It is pleasant to me, he responded, to feel your lovely arms about my knee, yet however pleasant, they cannot make me yield. It is but due to their softness that my reproach is so gentle, for the disturbing of my repose and the heedlessness toward my well-being. For that you have no concern, yet even so I will speak of it and tell you something in this hour when we are alone together. Know then, he said with a certain mysterious solemnity, that I must keep Osar Sif, not alone for the good of the house, to which he gives such increase, or because he reads my books in praise of wisdom as no other can. For another reason he is supremely important to my well-being. In saying that he gives me a feeling of self-confidence I do not say it all, it is even more indispensable than that. His mind is fertile in invention of easements of every sort, but of these the chief is that by day and hour he speaks to me of myself in a favoring light, almost divine, and strengthens my heart in my own regard, so that I feel. Let me wrestle with him, she said, holding his knee in a closer embrace, let me defeat him, who only knows words to strengthen your heart and your confidence in yourself. I can do it better. I will give you power to strengthen your own heart in deeds, through yourself, in fulfilling the expectation of this hour and giving back the boy to the desert whence he came. For how greatly, my husband, will you feel yourself when you have consoled me and I go from Boo in peace? 6-7. Do you think so? He asked, blinking. Then hearken, I will command that when my steward Monka departs this life, for he is near his end, Osiris shall not be head in his place, but another. Perhaps Kamet, the scribe of the buffet. But Osiris shall remain in the house. She shook her head. Therewith, my friend, is my need not served, nor will any increase of strength or knowledge come to you. For my wish would be but half or partly granted, and no satisfaction be given to my expectation. Osiris must go from the house. Then, said he quickly, if that is not enough, then I withdraw what I said, and the youth shall come to the headship of the house. She relaxed her arms. I hear your final word. Another, alas, I have not to give. Then I will go, she breathed, and stood up. Yes, he acquiesced. But after all, it was a charming hour. I will send presents after you to rejoice you, an ointment dish of ivorve, carven with eyes and fish and mice. Joseph in Egypt 705. She turned her back and moved toward the columned archway. There for a moment she paused, supporting one hand, still holding her garment's folds, upon a column, and leaning her forehead against it so that her face was shrouded. No one has ever known how it looked in that hidden face. Then she clapped her hands and went out. Threefold exchange. With the recording of the above conversation we have got so far into our story that we can now link it onto a remark which I made somewhat earlier and only in passing. I referred, that is, to the strange constellation, the pattern into which life's kaleidoscope here fell. I have said that about this time, when the mistress was making evidently sincere efforts to have Joseph removed, there came a change in the attitude of Dudu, the married dwarf. For whereas formerly his efforts had all been in the same direction, he now began to ply Joseph with sweet words and to behave like his devoted friend, not only to Joseph himself but also in conversation with the mistress, praising him in all possible keys. And in saying this I said not a word too much. But the reason was that Judah perceived Muhammed's state, and the ground of her desire to have Joseph put away from the side of her eyes. He had divined it, by virtue of the son property of his dwarfish wisdom, a gift which, however surprisingly it sat upon him, he had cultivated with assiduity. Actually he was expert and connoisseur in the field, with sharpened senses for all its manifestations, though in other respects his dwarfish wisdom might sorely suffer from the gift. It was not long, then, before he saw what he had brought about, or at least fostered by his patriotic indignation at Joseph's growth in the house. He saw it actually much sooner than she did herself, being guided by her proud self-unconsciousness which would take no thought of the need for caution. Then, when her eyes were open, he profited by the usual incapacity of the deluded and stricken heart to conceal its state from the eyes of men. Judah perceived that the mistress was on the verge of falling in love, headlong, calamitously, and, with all the seriousness of her nature, with the foreign body servant of her spouse. He rubbed his hands. He had not expected this, but shrewdly surmised that by its means a deeper pit would be digged for the interloper than could have been prepared for him in any other way. He changed his face from one day to the next, assuming a role which many people have played since his day, though he was himself scarcely the first to play it, being relatively late in time. Little as we know of his predecessors, we cannot doubt that he walked in the footsteps of others as he played his part. He began, that is, to instigate 76 Thomas Mann gave mischief by acting as go-between, to and fro between Joseph and Muhammad. In talk with her he skillfully changed his tune, speaking tentatively at first, but more boldly as he felt more certain of the state of her heart. For now she sent for him, where before he had urged the matter upon her, and of her own accord began to discuss the affront to the household. At first he took this as a sign that he had won her over to his own hatred and made her active in its service. But soon he scented a different posture of affairs in the strangeness of the land. Gage she used. Steward, said she, to his joy she called him so, though in fact his office was an inferior one. Steward, I have summoned you through one of the gatekeepers of the house of women, to whom I sent one of my Nubian slaves. For I waited in vain for your appearance to continue our necessary conference in that affair asterisk which I so call because it is an affair of yours and it is you who have brought it to my attention. I would reproach you, though but gently, in consideration on the one hand of your merits and on the other of your size, that you have not before now come to me of your own accord, but let me suffer torture by neglect. For waiting is in any case a torture, always unfitting to a woman of my station, and so for me even worse. My heart is on fire with this disgrace, this foreign youth of whose name I have been obliged to take note, since I hear that he has become steward in the household in the place of the Osiris Modka, and walks in his beauty through the establishment and oversees all, to the rapture of most of you. This shame, I say, burns in my heart, which, dwarf, should rejoice here since you were the first to arouse me to it by your complaints, without which I might have rested in peace, whereas now it is before me day and night. And then after making the thing a concern of mine you came no more to speak with me of it, as is needful, but left me alone in my anger until I was driven to send for you before my face to discuss what must be done. For nothing carrot is more painful than to be left hanging in such a matter. This you should know of yourself, for what can you do alone and without me as ally, against the object of our hate, he being so powerful that by comparison your hatred is impotent, however much I prove it. He sits unshakable in the favor of the master, who cannot abide you, and has known by means of cleverness and magic spells to make himself prized, also because his gods make all to succeed that is put into his hands. How can they do this? I cannot think them so powerful, certainly not here in the lands where they are strange and without honor, as to achieve all that he has achieved since he came amongst us. The gifts must lie in himself, for without them could no one rise from the base position of a chattel to the overseer of all the household. It is plain that you can compare with him in shrewdness. Joseph in Egypt 7°7. As little as in outward favor, dwarf. For his wisdom and his way seem to appeal to everybody, little as you and I can understand the fact. They love him and seek his glance, not only the people of the house but also in the city and on the land and waterways. Yes, I have heard that when he appears the women mount the housetops to stare down upon him and throw down their rings in token of their desire. This, then, is the height of the abomination, and for this Aurier, son, I was impatient to see you, steward, and hear your advice or give you mine, to the end that this shameless situation be ended. For last night when sleep fled my couch, I pondered whether we might not send archers with him to the city, who should shoot their arrows into the faces of these women, directly into their faces, who so conduct themselves. I considered and found that we should do this thing, and now you are at last come, I charge you with it, upon my responsibility. Yet you are not to name me in the business, but make it seem as though the idea were yours and plume yourself with it. Only to Osirsife will say that I, the mistress, would have it so, and have the bowman shoot in the women's faces, and you must listen to what he says to this my order. Afterwards you will tell me what he said, coming of yourself and at once to make report, that I need not send, and command your coming, having first suffered the torments of waiting and the pain of being left alone in so weighty a matter. For it seems to me you have grown careless, steward, while I give myself trouble and pain for a moon. His grace Finicons, and you have advised that I embrace the knees of my husband Pidipra, captain of the king's bodyguard, and I have wrestled with him half the night for the ending of this annoyance, making myself a burden to him and a humiliation to myself, and all in vain, for his granite will was not broken, and I went forth alone and unconsoled. And messenger after messenger had I to send, only that you should come and make report of the infamous youth who grows rank in the house, how he spreads himself in the honors for which he has schemed, and what he utters about masters and servants, but especially about me, its mistress, how he may chance to express himself about me. For if I am to meet him and oppose him, I must know him and his way of speech and thought about myself. Your negligence leaves me uninformed. You could, if he were active and ingenious, move him to approach me and seek my favor. Then might I test him and find out the magic by means of which he besots the hearts of men and draws them to his side, for that must be a mystery, and the ways of it past finding out. Or can you, O guardian of the robes, see and say what all the world sees in him? It is for this I have summoned you, for you know the ways of the world. Had you come sooner, I would have asked you be. For now, is he then so unsurpassed in figure and stature? By no means, he is as many others are, in the measure of a man, of course. 708 Thomas Mann. Not so small as you are, yet far from the towering height of my hus band, Pidipra. One might say he is of just the right height, but would that be so overwhelming? Or is he so strong that he can carry 5 bushels or more of seed corn out of the granary, amazing the men and bewitching the women? No, for his strength is but average. It is again just the right strength. If he bend his arm, the virile muscle stands out not grossly and boastfully, but only with moderate and graceful power, which one might call human, or one might also call divine. For so it is, my friend. But thousands of such are there in the world, and how little it justifies his triumphs. It is the head and face that impart meaning and dignity to a man, and let us admit in fairness that his eyes are lovely in their darkness beneath the arch of the brows, lovely in their clear open gaze, and also when it pleases him to veil them in a dreamy and artful way which you have doubtless observed. But what sort of mouth has he, that he can bewitch man kind, so that they actually call him, as I have heard, the mouth of the house? It is incomprehensible, it is not to be fathomed, for his lips are too thick, and the smile with which he knows how to grace them, with his teeth shining as they part, can but little explain the delusion, even considering the felicity of his words. I incline to the view that good part of the mystery lies in the same mouth. At that door must one listen, would one trap the adventurer in his own snare. If my servants will not betray me or leave me to wait in torment for their aid, I will take it on myself to ensnare him and bring him to a fall. But if he leases me, know then, dwarf, that I will order the bowmen to turn their weapons and shoot their arrows into his face, into the night of his eyes and the fatal sweetness of his mouth. To this extraordinary speech from his mistress Tudu listened with great dignity, the thatch of his upper lip shoved out over the lower one, his hand quite round his ear in token of an attention not at all feigned. Being past master in a certain field, he was in a position to interpret her words. So, understanding how things stood, he changed his tune, not too abruptly, but by degrees gliding from one position to another. On the morrow he spoke differently of Joseph, yet as though his words of yesterday had been uttered in the same sense, though in fact they had been much more derogatory. And in O.N. Errol he sought to turn gall into honey and all that he had previously uttered into its opposite. Such gross inconsistency must have gullied any reasonable person, for it insulted the human understanding. But Tudu was instructed by his prowess in a certain field. He knew how much people in Mudheminat state can be made to believe, and he took no shame to himself for urging her on, and she was far too bemused to take offense at the insolence. She was even grateful to the dwarf for his complaisance. Noble lady, he said, if your servant appeared not yesterday be Joseph in Egypt 709. For you to discuss ways and means in our affair for the day before. I was here, as you will recall when I remind you, and only your great zeal magnifies the term of my absence. The cause was but the press in claims of my office, yet could not even so my mind be distracted from the problem which lies next to your heart and mine, touching Osersaif, the new steward. The duties of my office are none the less dear to me, for the which you will not chide me, they are precious, and have become so by inclination, whereas at first they were a burden, as will often come to pass. For the same is true of that problem, an occupation concerning which your servant is privileged to take frequent counsel with you. How could one but take that duty to his heart which permitted him daily or almost daily to exchange speech with his mistress, whether summoned or unsummoned? It is even true and natural that my gratitude for the great privilege be extended to the subject of our discourse, so that I must needs take him to my heart who was the cause of my advancement in being the cause of your concern. It could scarcely be otherwise, and indeed I am minded to my satisfaction that I have never thought of the subject of our discourse, the person in question, otherwise than as one worthy of your concern. It were unjust to Tudu to suppose that he has neglected for an hour the elegant beauties of the wardrobe, even to be active in the business which his lady grants him to share with her. One must do the one without neglecting the other. That was always my motto, in earthly as also in heavenly things. A moon is a great crowd, there can be no greater. But shall one therefore neglect to worship and cherish the other gods of the land, even such as are so near to him as almost to be the same, and have named him their name, as for instance Idumri Horak Eton in Lower Egypt? Even when it was vouchsafed me to speak with you last time, I sought to explain, albeit clumsily and with unsuccess, that I found him a god great, wise, and mild, preeminent for such inventions as the clock and almanac, without which we were as the beasts. From my youth up I have asked myself privily, but now aloud, if a moon in his chapel could find it amiss were we to take account in our hearts of the mild and magnanimous thoughts of that majestic being with whose name he has united his own. Is not his grace Benecons the first prophet of one as well as the other? When my lady shakes her loud rattle in the dance before a moon as his bride in the feast, then her name is not Mut as on other days, but Hathor, the sister bride of Edumri, with disc and horns, not the bride of Amun. In the light of these things, your faithful servant has not failed to take trouble in the matter close to our hearts, but has approached nearer to the seat of Asia, that youth who flourishes so exceedingly in the house, that he is now steward and the object of your concern. I have sought to search him to the end that I might speak with more knowledge. 710 Thomas Mann. Before you then was last time possible despite all my effort. All in all, I found him charming within the limits set by the natural order. For a man like me, the feelings of the women on the roofs are differ. And, of course, but I found that the youth would have little or no objection to letting the bowmen shoot at them, and in this respect, there would be no ground at all for turning the bows in the other direction. For he seemed to say that but one had the right to look upon him and fix him with her eye, whereat he darted me a glance with his great eyes like night, at first large and shining, but then veiled and artful, in the interesting way he has. His words might have been an indication of his feeling for you, but I did not let it stop there. For I am used to weigh and estimate men according to their attitude toward you. So I led the talk round to feminine charm and asked him, as one man another, whom he found the most beautiful of all that he knew. Our mistress, Mut Eminet, he said, is the most beautiful here and in all the region round. One could cross 7 mountains and not find one more full of charm. And there came an autumn redness in his cheek, which I can but compare with that which now colors yours, the source of which, I may hope, is your satisfaction over my zeal in our cause. And not stopping at that, I furthered your desire that the young steward should wait often upon you and put himself to proof before you, that you might come upon the sources of his magic and the secret of his mouth, for to that I feel myself by my nature uncalled. Urgently I pressed him and chid his timidity, counseling him to approach you, O my lady, the more assiduously the better, kissing with his mouth the ground before you, the which may suffer it. He made no reply, but the blush which had gone from his cheek swiftly returned, which I took for a sign of his fear to betray himself to you and reveal his secret. Yet I am convinced that he will follow my advice. True, he has risen above me in this house, by whatever means, and is at its head, but I am the older, and years and office, so that I can speak to such a youth as a plain, forthright man, which I am, and as which I commend myself to my lady's favor. And did about very correctly as he took leave, his stumpy little arms dangling from his shoulders. He went straight to Joseph, whom he greeted with the words, "My respects to you, mouthpiece of the house." "So, Dudu," answered Joseph, "you come to pay me your valued respects. But how is this? For only a little while since you would not eat with me, but showed in word and deed that your friendliness was not great." "Friendliness," repeated the husband of Gizet, tilting back his head to look into Joseph's face. "It was always greater than that of many who have behaved more like it these 7 years, while I had Joseph in Egypt 7 I it but did not show it. I am a cautious, reserved man, who grants not all at once his respect and devotion to a man for the sake of his beautiful eyes, but lets it ripen in silence even for 7 years. But let it once be mature, then is all trust and dependence to be placed upon it, as he who has been tested soon can test." "Very good," answered Joseph. "I rejoice to have won your favor without having put myself to great charge thereby." "Charge or no," answered the mannikin, suppressing his anger, "you may at all times count on my zeal from now on, which springs above all from the fact that the gods are with you. I am a religious man, with respect for the voice of the gods, and I esteem a man's virtue according to his good fortune. The favor of the gods brings conviction. Who would be so obstinate as to oppose his own opinion in their face? So stupid and so stubborn Dudu is not, and hence am I become your man to the last gasp." "I am gratified to hear it," said Joseph, "and congratulate you on your mingled piety and wisdom. On which note I might perhaps take leave, for my affairs call me. It is my impression," persisted Dudu, "that our young steward has not understood how to esteem my overtures, which amount to a formal offer at quite their true worth. Else you would not make to leave me without seeking to understand their extent and the advantages they hold out. For you may trust me and avail yourself of my loyalty and initiative in all your affairs, in the business of the household as well as in reference to your personal happiness. I have thorough knowledge of the ways of the world, on which you may build. Versed am I in walking hidden ways, in spying and eavesdropping, carrying messages, and my secrecy is like nothing on earth. So subtle is it and so inviolable. I hope that your eyes are beginning to open upon the meaning of my offers." "They were never closed," Joseph assured him. "You have mistaken me quite, to think that I undervalue the advantages of your friendliness." "Your words reassure me," said the dwarf, "if not quite the tone of your voice. If my ear deceives me not, it expresses a certain reluctance, which in my eyes belongs to pastime, and for which there should be no more room between you and me, since for my part I have abandoned it utterly. From you it pains me as an injustice, for you have had as long time as I in which your trust in me might ripen. Namely, 7 years. Trust for trust. But I see that I must do yet more to take you into my confidence that you may give me yours without reserve. Know then, O Sir Siph," he said, and sank his voice to a whisper, "that my resolve to love you and give myself to your service utterly comes not alone from my reverence for the gods. It was the wish and the desire of an earthly person, if one very near the 7 I to Thomas Mann. Gods, which was as I now confess the decisive motive." He paused, blinking. "Who, then?" Joseph could not refrain from asking. "You ask." Dudu replied. "Good, then, with my answer I give such proof of my confidence that you must needs return it." He stood on his tiptoes, put his hand over his mouth, and whispered. "It was the mistress." "The mistress." Joseph made answer far too quickly and far too low, as he bent down. It was true, alas, the dwarf had known what to say to arouse the other's immediate curiosity. Joseph's heart, that heart which Jacob, far off, believed long stilled in death, whereas here it was in Egypt, taking away and exposed to all the perils of life. That heart stood a moment still, then, as a heart does, throbbed the faster in order to overtake its lost beats. He stood up erect again at once, and commanded, "Take your hand from your mouth. Speak low if you must, but take your hollowed hand away." He said this that no one might suppose him to have secrets with the dwarf. He was ready to have them, but rebelled against their out-art signs. Dudu obeyed. "It was Mud, our lady, he is separated, the chief and true wife. She summoned me before her to speak of you and addressed me thus. Steward, pardon, but so did she speak, with gracious flattery. Whereas I know that you alone are steward since Montcal's death, and occupy the special room of trust, whereas the title was and is mine in but a limited sense, steward, said she, to come back to the youth Sir Siph, about whom we have before now taken counsel together, the moment, so it seems to me, has come for you to lay aside the reserve and dignity which you have practiced toward him these past years, some 7 years, perhaps, and to lend yourself frankly to his service. For in your heart you have long yearned to do so. I have considered the misgivings which you have now and then expressed before me concerning his precipitate advancement in the house, but I have at length rejected them, on the ground of his obvious virtues. This was the easier because you yourself have gradually lost sight of your objections and finally could no longer conceal your increasing goodwill. It is my wish that you will no longer put this constraint upon yourself, but rather serve him with fervent love and loyal heart, for this indeed is the heart's wish of your mistress. What could be dearer to her than that the best servants of the house be friendly with each other and enter into a bond for its fair. Such a pact, Dudu, you will make with the young steward, and, as the older and more experienced, give him aid and counsel and be his messenger and guide. For it lies near to my heart. He is shrewd, and Joseph in Egypt 713. In what he does the gods mostly grant success through him. Yet in some things is his youth a hindrance and a peril. The peril rises from his youth, that being united with great measure of beauty, the beauty of his years and growth as well as of his swiftly veiled glance and his ripe lips, one might climb 7 mountains without finding a stripling of such pleasing exterior. What I enjoin upon you is that you shall protect his person against offensive curiosity, giving him a troop of bowmen when he goes into the cities, who shall shoot their arrows to rescue him from the peril of things thrown down upon him from roofs and walls. But I have said that his youth is also a hindrance to him, for he is timorous, and I would have you extend your aid to overcome it and give him confidence. For instance, all too seldom or almost never does he come before me, the mistress, to speak concerning the affairs of the house. I am loath to miss it, being not like unto Potipharah, my husband, who on principle takes nothing on himself. For I as mistress take lively interest in the economy of the household and have ever regretted that the departed Montcalm, from too great ambition or exaggerated respect, I know not which, excluded me from those affairs. I have promised myself some improvement from the change, and appoint you, my friend, to ply between me and our young steward, subtly, as you know how, and to teach him how timidity may be overcome, that he may appear often before me for converse about this and that. This indeed you may regard as the chief aim of the pact you make with him, even as I, make one with you. For thus I bind you in allegiance to him, and in obedience to a bond between him, yourself, and me. These, concluded Dudu, were my mistress's words, in repeating which I give you intimate confidence, that you may return it. For now you can better understand the meaning of my offers, whereby I give myself blindly to your service, and am prepared to walk all sorts of secret ways for the sake of our threefold bond. Very good, Joseph answered. He forced himself to be calm, and his voice was low. I have listened to you, overseer of the wardrobe, out of respect for our mistress, whose words spoke from your mouth, as you would have me believe, also in respect of yourself, the man of the world, for it would be unfitting for me to meet you with a coolness and polish inferior to your own. For I have not much faith in your recent conversion, taking it to be worldly wisdom instead. Sharp practice, if I may speak frankly without offense. Nor is my love for you without limits, indeed, like my feeling for your person. It hath rather the opposite quality. But I seek to show you that I am not less man of the world than you, and equally master of my feelings. For I am capable quite in their despite of cold-blooded wisdom. A man like me cannot always walk the straightest path. He must not fear to take a crooked one. And such a man can use not only the Thomas man, honest for friends, he needs eavesdroppers and clever rogues, and must prize their services. Therefore, Master Dudu, I will not reject your offer, but readily accept your service and duty. There shall be no talk of a bond between us, such a vow would not be to my taste, even were the mistress included in it. But what gossip you hear, in house or city, that bring always to me, and I will seek to make it avail. If you but trust me, responded the little man, I care not whether you think me worldly or sincere. I need no love from the world, having it ever in my home from Gizet, my wife, and from the sons I have begotten, SC and Abibi. But my glorious mistress has set her heart upon this bond between you and me, and that I shall be aid and counsel to your youth, messenger and guide. To this I cling, for my own part, and shall be satisfied if you will trust me, whether with your heart or your understanding matters not to me. Only forget not what I whispered you, of the mistress's desire to be initiated into the affairs of the household, more intimately than in the time of Mont, and that she will often have speech with you. Have you perhaps a message to give me for her in return? Nothing that I can think of, replied Joseph. Let it content you that you have delivered hers, and leave it to me to consider it. As you will, said the dwarf. But I can add still a little. For the mistress let fall that she would walk today at sunset in the garden, for the comfort of her lovely spirit, and mount the slope into the SE Club garden house, there to commune with her thoughts. If there were someone who would have speech with her to make a report or prefer a request, he should take advantage of the rare opportunity to present himself for audience. This was simply a lie on Dudu's part. The mistress had said nothing of the sort. But if Joseph fell into the snare, he would lure her to the summer house by turning the tale the other way about, thus contriving a rendezvous between them. And though Joseph did not rise to his hint, yet the dwarf did not relinquish his purpose. Joseph, indeed, made no sign of intending to avail himself of the suggestion he had heard, simply turning his back on the guardian of the wardrobe without more ado. His heart beat high, though not so quickly as it had before, having by now caught up with itself, and it would be idle to deny that he was glad almost to rapture at what he had heard about the mistress, as likewise at the opportunity which awaited him at the setting of the sun. We may guess that an insistent inner voice warned him not to go, nor need it surprise us that presently an outward whisper, like a cricket's chirp, reinforced the inward one. For when after leaving Dudu he had made for the house to consider these matters in the special room of trust, it was S.A. Ank, Joseph in Egypt 7I5. When Nopher ran so on, it was Shepsi's Bess in his wrinkled finery, who slipped in with him and murmured, O Sir Sif, do not that which the wicked advise you, do it not now, or ever. What, little friend, are you there? He asked, rather confused. And asked him in what crack or cranny he had crept that he could know what Dudu said. In none at all, responded the little man. But my dwarf eyes are sharp, and from afar I saw you bend down to him, after you had chidden him for the hand over his mouth. Then knew I whose name he had whispered. A wizard you are, indeed, answered Joseph, and are now slipped hither to congratulate me on the turn affairs have taken, for here was my enemy, who has so long complained of me to the mistress, and she sends him to me with the plain meaning that I have at last found favor in her eyes, and she covets to speak with me about the affairs of the household. Confess now that it is a marvelous turn, and rejoice with me that I may, if I choose, have audience with her too. Day in the garden house at sunset, for I myself rejoice beyond all words. Mind, I do not say that I purpose to go, I am far from having made up my mind. But that I may go, that the choice rests with me to go or stay, that rejoices me unspeakably, and you too, Ling, shall wish me joy. Ah, O Sir Sif, sighed the little man, if you had in mind not to go, your joy would be less. That, to my little wisdom, is a sign that you will go. Shall the dwarf rejoice with you over that? Small wisdom is it, as you say, scolded Joseph, and in this case, your piping and plaining serve me not at all. Can you not grant it? To a son of man to be glad of his free choice, in such a matter that he had no thought ever to be able to rejoice at it? Only think back with me to the time, the day, and the hour, when the man who is now departed bought me for the master, and the bargaining was done by the scribe Kamet with my father of the well, the old man from Midian, and we stood thereafter alone in the courtyard, I, you and your ape, do you recall? Then did you whisper to me as I stood there, dazed, and said, fling yourself on your face. Then my unknown mistress rode past, lifted high and proud on the shoulders of rubber eaters, the mistress of the house into which I was sold, and her lily white arm hung down from the chair, as I saw from between my fingers. She looked upon me with contemptuous seeing, as though I were not a man but a thing, while I, a boy, gazed up as though at a goddess, blinded with awe. But God brought it about by his will that I grew up in this house and flourished as by a spring, for these 7 years long, till I fell heir to the office of the ailing man and came J15 Thomas Mann to the headship. So the Lord my God glorified himself in me. There was but one cloud in the mirror of my fortune, and in one part Dios mingled with its bronze, the mistress was against me, with Beck Nikons, the priest of Amun, and Dudu, the married dwarf. I must rejoice when she frowned upon me, for black looks are better than none. But now, lo, is it not the consummation of my good fortune, is it not now for the first time free from dross, that her brow has light? And she sends me word of her relenting and even of her desire for speech with me in special audience. Who could have dreamed, at the hour when you whispered to the boy, fling yourself on your face, that one day it would lie with him to choose or not to choose, to have speech with her? Then take it not amiss of me, my friend, if I rejoice. Ah, O Sir Siph, be glad, but after you have resolved not to see her. Not before. Begin not each sentence with ah and alas, little wizened one. Instead of with oh, as in wonder and rejoicing. Why do you croak like a raven and spin gloomy fancies? I told you that I was more inclined not to go to the summer house. But even so, it must be thought of. For after all it is the mistress who has sent, or rather one might say that in the first place it is she, and that makes it important. In my place a man must keep his head and be cool and worldly. Such a man must be mindful of his advantage and not fear to take opportunity by the forelock that he may strengthen himself. Consider how much a bond with the mistress and a nearness to her person can advance me, and be a prop to me in the house. But on top of that, tell me, who am I to pass judgment on the mistress's wish and command? True, I am set over the house, but I belong to the house, I am the bought servant of it. Whereas she is the chief and true wife, lady of the house, and I owe to her obedience. There could be nobody, among the living or the dead, to blame me were I to fulfill her bidding in blind loyalty. Even the dead and living might blame me did I otherwise. For plainly, I had risen too early to command, had I not first learned to obey. So, I begin to ask myself whether you were not right to chide me for my joy in the free choice. For perhaps I have no such, and no other course is left me but to go. Ah, O Sir Siph, came the whispering little voice, how can I swear aught but and alas when I hear you speak and utter such quibbling with your tongue. You were good, you were lovely and wise, when you came to us, O seventh gift. And I spoke for you and your purchase against the evil old gossip because with my unclouded little wisdom I saw at first glance the power and the blessing. Beautiful. Full you are still, and good at heart, but of the other better be silent. Is it not a calamity to hear you, thinking on past times? Wise you were till now, unerring in shrewdness, your thoughts went like the Joseph in Egypt 717. Arrow, your head was blithely erect as you walked in the service of your mind. Then came the fiery bull, which I fear more than aught else in the world, and breathed one breath in your face. And you are grown foolish that God may pity you, and like an ass which one drives around the town with cudgellings, for your thoughts go on all fours, while your tongue hangs out, serviceable no longer to your mind, but to your evil proneness. Ah, alas, and woe to your ignominy. For all that you say is but beating the air, it is but crooked conclusions and subterfuge, betraying the bondage of your mind to the yearning to go on all fours. Even would you pull the wool over the eyes of your little faithful here, saying that he was right to rebuke you for your joy in free choice, because in fact you have none, as though it is not just therein you should find your true joy. What a shame is that, what a boundless shame and mortification. Clear the dwarf put his two little hands before his wrinkled face and began to weep. Nay, nay, little Nomelling, said Joseph in distress. Take heart. Weep no more. It goes to my heart to see you so low and all because of some false conclusions that have crept into our talk. You may well find it an easy thing to draw the right ones and guide yourself by the Spirit, yet you must not suffer such pathetic distress over one whose mind is somewhat clouded by the proneness to err. Now you are good again, said the little man, still sobbing. He dried his eyes on his crumpled batiste skirt. You pity my tears. Alas, that you have no pity on yourself, to hold upright your reason with all your strength, that it fail you not when you have most need. Lo, from the beginning have I seen it come, when you would not understand and pretended ignorance when I whispered. I saw that much worse could unfold itself from the complaints of that evil man when he complained before Mud, the mistress, something much more dangerous than that danger. For thinking to do you ill, he did more ill than he knew, opening her eyes to you, you good and lovely one. And you, will you now close your own eyes before the opening pit? That is deeper far than the other of your tail, whereinto you were thrown after your envious brethren had snatched your wreath and veil. No Ishmaelite from Midian will there be to draw you up from this pit which the bad man digged when he opened the eyes of the mistress to your beauty. Now she, the exalted one, makes eyes at you, and you return her glances, and they are the terrible glances of the fiery bull that lays waste the fields, and after them comes naught but ashes and darkness. Fearful are you by nature, dear manling, Joseph answered him, and you torture your small soul with dwarfish imaginings. But tell me what it is you see in your weakness, only because our lady has let her eyes rest upon me. When I was a little lad I thought, why J.G. Thomas man, that everyone who saw me must love me more than himself, so foolish was I. It brought me to the pit, but I have climbed out of the pit and overcome my folly. Yet that folly, methinks, has descended upon you and whispers fears. As yet the mistress has looked but sternly upon me, nor I upon her save with reverence. If she will speak with me and your reports upon the business of the house, shall I interpret that according to your conceit of me. Not flattering is that conceit, for it assumes that I am lost, were the mistress but to hold out her little finger to me. I myself have no such fear, nor think to come again so swiftly to the pit. If now I would challenge your fiery bull, do you think I am so ill-armed and cannot take him by the horns? Verily you imagine me to be of great frailty. Come, fort yourself, go to the house of women and cheer them with dance and song. It is most likely I shall not present myself for audience in the little house. But I must ponder these things alone, and as a grown man come to some compromise with my thoughts, how to reconcile one wisdom with the other, neither offending the mistress nor yet being disloyal to either the living or the dead, or but that you cannot understand, for to you children here below, the third is contained in the second. Your dead are gods, and your gods are dead, and you know not what that is, the living God. Thus Joseph, condescendingly, to the wizened little man. Yet knew he not that he, Joseph, was dead and deified, O Sir Siph, in other words. It was to ponder all these things that he would be alone. Alone too with the thought inevitably bound up with them, the thought of the God in deathly readiness, rigidly awaiting the vulture woman in the toils. How narrow is the span when we look back upon our own lives. How vast when we contemplate the world's abysmal past. And yet, we lose ourselves as easily, as dreamily, in the one as in the other, by virtue of our perception of a unity between the two. As little in the small sphere as in the large can we go back to the time of our birth, and the beginning of our days, to say nothing of further back. It lies in darkness before the beginnings of the dawn of consciousness, or memory. but with our earliest mental life, when we first enter. As primitive man once entered into civilization, giving and receive. In our first little contributions, we are aware of a sympathy, we feel ourselves recognize that abiding unity, with pleased surprise we acclaim our kinship with the larger whole. And the content of the kinship is always the same, it is the idea of a catastrophe, the invasion of destructive and wanton forces into an ordered scheme and a life bent upon self-control and happiness conditioned by it. The saga of peace wrung from conflict and seemingly assured, of life laugh. Joseph in Egypt 719. Ingly sweeping away the structure of art, of mastery and overpower. And the coming of the stranger God all that was there from the beginning, as it was in the middle, and in a late age which is aware of its affinity with human beings, we find ourselves still united with them in that bond of sympathy. Forma Eminet, Potiphar's wife, the sweet singer, that far away form, which the epic spirit grants us to see as though close at hand. She too was one afflicted and overpowered, a bacchantic sacrifice to the stranger God, the careful structure of her life no less than wrecked by the nether powers which in her ignorance she had thought to mock, whereas they alone it was who made mock of all her compensations and supercompensations. Old Hui might well have told her not to be a goose, not a bird of the black water-logged depths, whom the swan visitate and covereth. Not a goose, but a moon-chased priestess, yet not the less feminine for that. He himself, old Hui, had dwelt in the marshy, murky brother-sister darkness, yet felt strange and awkward stirrings of conscience and intuitions that new things were come to pass in the world. He had mutilated his little son to be a courtier of light, sapped his son's virile powers and made him a human non-entity, and then given him, in the stern bond of marriage to the woman who bore the ancient name of mother. Now might they see themselves prop up each other's dignity by dint of tact and mutual consideration. It is undeniable that human dignity realizes itself in the two sexes, male and female, so that when one is neither one nor the other, one stands outside the human pale, and whence then can human dignity come? Efforts to sustain it are worthy of respect, for they deal with the spiritual, and thus, let us admit in honor, with the preeminently human. But truth demands the hard confession that thought and the spirit come badly off, in the long run, against nature. How little can the precepts of civilization avail against the dark, deep, silent knowledge of the flesh? How little it lets itself be taken in by the spirit. All this we saw in the early days of our story, in connection with the bewilderment of Rachel. And now Rachel's sister here below, Mud, once princess of the Nome, by virtue of her relation with the sun. Chamberlain was just as remote from the female side of human life as he was from the male. As a woman, she led a life as hollow, as dishonoring to the flesh as did he, nor were her compensations, and the manner in which she thought to veil her dim perceptions from herself, any less frail a support, though a support to the spirit, than those props to the amour propre of her fat husband. When he posed as a horse tamer and hippopotamus hunter and urged himself on to feats of valor, Joseph had known how to flatter his master by making these exploits appear as the essence of masculinity. But actually they were sickly and forced, and when Potipharah went, why to Q Thomas Mann, hunting in the swamps, he was always yearning for the peace and quiet of his library, in other words, for the life of the mind, pure and simple and quite unapplied. However, we are not now thinking of Potipharah, but of his Eni, the priestess of Amun, and of the anguishing dilemma of her position between the honor of the spirit and the honor of the flesh. Two dark eyes had done this to her, the eyes of a beloved one who had lived far away and been all too extravagantly loved. Her surrender to them was by its nature nothing else than a violent, terrified outburst concerned to save, in the last or almost the last moment, her fleshly honor and her human womanhood to save, or rather, to secure it, though it meant the abandonment and sacrifice of her spiritual and religious honor, of everything in the realm of the idea on which her life was based. Let us pause here to look at her situation, look at it with the eyes of this woman who thought of nothing else by day and night, in a torture of mounting desire. Was it a genuine dilemma? Does that sacrifice always and everywhere endure and desecrate? That was the question. Does dedication amount to chastity? Yes, and no. For her state of bridehood involved certain contradictions which cancelled each other out. The veil, the token of the goddess of love, is also the token of its sacrifice, the sign at once of the nun and of the courtesan. The spirit of her time and her temple recognized the consecrated and immaculate, the Kadesha, who was an enticer, that is to say, a street prostitute. Theirs was the veil, these Kadishta were immaculate, as is an animal, which precisely because of its immaculateness is destined for a sacrifice to God in the feast. Consecrated. One asks, to whom, and why? If one is consecrated to Ishtar, then chastity is only a phase of the sacrifice, a veil destined to be rent. Such were Mut's lovelorn thoughts as she wrestled, and if the little dwarf had heard them, he would, in his fear of sex, his remoteness from all such ideas, have wept at the insidiousness of her thoughts, so little serviceable to reason, so prone to go on all fours. It would have been easy for him to weep, knowing, as he did, nothing of human dignity, being but a little dancing dervish of a man. But to Mut, the mistress, it was a matter of the honor of her flesh, and she sought out thoughts by which she might reconcile it with her religious honor. So we owe her consideration and sympathy, however much she are a Teonalist, for thoughts are seldom present for their own sake only. She had hard work with hers, for her awakening to her womanhood. From that sleep of the senses in which she had rested as aristocrat, lady, and priestess was nothing like the traditional one of the daughter of the king summoned by the side of the majesty of the prince of heaven from the peace of childhood to endure the torment and Joseph in Egypt 72:1. Desire of consuming love. She had not the fatal happiness of loving so exaltedly above her station, which condemns one in the end to accept the extremest pangs of jealousy and even to be turned into a cow. No, her misfortune lay in her mind in the fact that she loved so far below it, a nameless slave, a bought chattel and Asiatic house servant. That was bitterer to her dainty pride than anything we have had so far to tell. It long prevented her from admitting her feelings even to herself, and when she finally did so, there mingled in the bliss which love always brings us an element of humiliation, which, rising from the deepest depths of cruelty, can arm desire with its sharpest thorn. The rationalization which she sought to apply to these humbling thoughts centered in the fact that the Kadesha and temple maiden cannot seek out her own lover either, her caresses being the property of him who throws the price in her lap. But how unavailing the justification, what violence it did to herself in allotting her so passive a role. For surely hers was the active, wooing, choosing part, though even so she had not been quite independent, her choice having been guided by Judas' complaints. But her station and years entitled her to the position of attack and challenge. It could never have been possible that the slave of his own motion and will had lifted up his eyes to her, or that she could have been the submissive recipient of his desire. Never. In this affair her pride decisively laid claim to the masculine role, and yet in the depths of her being, the role did not suit. For however one might try to twist the fact, it remained true that this young servant, consciously and willfully or not, had been, by virtue of his existence, the awakener of her womanhood from its enchanted sleep, and had therewith made himself the master of his mistress, so that she served him in her thoughts and hung upon his eaves, in panic lest he see that she would be his, yet trembling for fear lest he might requite her incommunicable longings. All in all, it was a humility pervaded by a frightful sweetness. Yet she sought to lessen it, as passion will do. For while not at all actuated by conceit, ions of worth or dignity, it will always seek to seem so, and to justify itself in all possible ways for its choice. Thus she connived to raise the boy whose mistress she would be, out of his lowly condition, adducing his bearing, his cleverness, his position in the house. She even, taking a leaf from Judas' book, called in religion to justify her proneness to all fours, as the mock vizier would have said. In other words, she brought into the field Idamri of On, the calm, pleasant god, friendly to foreigners, against stern old Amun, her mere lord, and enlisted the court, the royal power itself, in support of her love, which for her subtilizing conscience had the further advantage that she came closer in spirit to her husband, Pharaoh's friend, and won him in a certain sense as a party to her own burning wish to betray him. Y22 Thomas Mann. Thus Mut Eminat, twisting and turning in the toils of her own desire as in the coils of a serpent sent by God to embrace and strand Gle her so that she gasped for breath. And she wrestled alone. She had no one to talk to, save Dudu, with whom she never got beyond veiled illusion, at least not in the beginning, for later she lost all restraint and made her whole entourage partakers of her frenzy. Remember further that the urge of her blood had lighted upon a zealot, one devoted to higher purposes, wearing the ruined token of his loyalty and proud devotion, in other words, one set apart, who might not and would not yield to her allure. Remember, finally, that her tour lasted 3 years, from the 7th to the 10th of Joseph S. Sojourn in Potiphar's house, and then was not satisfied, but only slain. And remembering all this, shall we not concede that the lot of Potiphar's wife, lewd wanton as she was in the popular legend, was a tragic one? Shall we not bestow upon her at least the pity born of the perception that the instruments of such a trial bear their punishment in themselves and have it in fuller measure than they deserve, concede, airing the inevitability of their function? The first year, 3 years, in the first she tried to conceal her love from him, in the second she let him see it, in the third she offered it to him. 3 years, and she must or might see him every day, for they lived as members of one family, and there was daily fuel for her folly, great encouragement and also great torment. For with love we can not speak of must and may, as Joseph had spoken to Montcalm about sleep, saying soothingly not that he must sleep but that he might. For in love there is a painful, involved, and bewildering struggle. It splits the soul with half wishing, half unwishing, so that the lover curses the must see with as good will as he would blissfully welcome the may see. And the more violent his anguish from the last time of seeing, the more passionately he strives for the next opportunity to aggravate his disease. This most of all when the patient had ground to rejoice that the pain was growing less. For it can actually happen that a meeting can tarnish the brilliance of the desired object and bring about a certain disappointment, cooling, and detachment. That should be the more welcome to the lover, since with the diminishing of his own infatuation, thanks to desire, he has a growing power of self-conquest and of inflicting on another what he suffers himself. Such would be the result were one lord and master of one's passion instead of its victim, for the chances of winning the other are greatly improved by the cooling of one's own feeling. But the lover will listen to nothing of all this, the advantages of returning sanity, coolness, and boldness for their advantages, in pursuit of a goal which is Joseph in Egypt 723. The highest he knows he reckons as nothing compared with the loss he imagines that he will suffer by the diminution of his feeling. He declines upon a state of desolation and emptiness comparable to that of a drug taker deprived of his drug, and strains every muscle to regain his former state of infatuation by fresh doses of reinfecting impressions. Thus it is with must and may in the field of love's folly, which of all follies is the greatest, so that in it one may best study the nature of folly and its effect on its victim. For he, however much he may groan under the lash of his passion, is not only incapable of wishing to be free, he is even incapable of wanting to wish it. He probably knows that if he did not see the object of his passion for a certain time, quite an absurdly short time, perhaps he would be free. But it is just forgetting of which he is more afraid than of anything else. Indeed, every pain at parting rests upon a secret dread of the inevitable forgetting. When it has happened, one can grieve no more, and therefore one grieves in advance. No one saw Mut Eminet's face when she hit it against the pillar, after wrestling in vain with Potiphar, her husband, for the sending away of Joseph. But there is everything, in favor of the guess that it was radiant with joy, because now she must see every day him who had awaked her love, and so would not be able to forget him. It must have been all important, for her especially, and particularly strong, her dread of the parting and the inevitably ensuing forgetting, the dying down of her passion. For women of her age, when their blood has been late stirred, and perhaps without extraordinary provocation never would have been stirred, yield themselves with more than common abandon to their feelings, which are their first, and maybe their last, and would rather die than exchange this new life of blissful anguish for the old peace of mind which they now find so empty. It was then the more meritorious in Mut that in all seriousness and reasonableness she did what she could to persuade her indolent husband to withdraw from her eyes the object of her longing. If his nature could have brought him to grant her the favor, she would have sacrificed her feelings. But to move and arouse him was simply not possible, he being a proper captain of the guard, and the real truth is that he and I had secretly known that and counted on it. In other words, her struggle with her husband had been a device by which his refusal should set her free for her passion and her fate. For free she might in fact consider herself after the evening in the hall at sunset. If she bridled her passions for such a long time afterwards, the reason was less duty than pride. Her carriage was lofty indeed, and only the very keenest eye could have seen any trace of weakness or tenderness shining through, when at sunset on the day of the 3 conversations she went to meet Joseph in the garden, at Thomas Mann, the foot of the little summer house. Dudu had carried out his plan with the utmost slyness and shrewdness. From Joseph he had led him to the mistress and told her that the new steward rejoiced in the opportunity of giving account of the business of the household, and laid stress on their meeting for this purpose alone and undisturbed, at whatever hour and place it pleased the mistress to appoint. He would He had said, be visiting the little house in the garden at sunset that day, to inspect its furnishings and the condition of the frescoes. Tudu had given this second piece of information independently from the first, sandwiched in between other matters, delicately leaving it to the mistress to draw her own conclusions. But his maneuvers had not quite succeeded, for both parties had contented themselves with half measures. Joseph had found a middle way between his two choices, and without mounting up to the summer house had merely walked round its base, as he might or should have done in any case, to inspect the trees and flower beds in this part of the garden. Neither had Mud, the mistress, been minded to climb the mound. But she had seen no reason why she need be prevented by what the dwarf had happened to murmur in her ear from carrying out what she remembered to have intended from the beginning, namely, to linger a while in the garden at sunset and watch the beautiful fiery sky as it mirrored itself in the duck pond. She was attended, as usual, by two of her maidens. So then the mistress and the young steward met each other on the red-sanded path, and their encounter went off something like this. Joseph, perceiving the group, gave a little of startled respect. Raising his hands he began to move backwards, bowing as he went. Mud on her side, smiling a little, in vague surprise, shaped a casual and questioning eye, with her sinuous lips, above which her eaves looked sternly, even forbiddingly at him. She walked forward as he retreated a few ceremonial steps, then signed to him by a little downward motion with one hand to await her. She stood still at the same time, and behind her dark-skinned maidens did the same, casting delighted glances with their paint-lengthened eyes as did all the servants when they saw Joseph. In their ears, peeping from among black, woolly fringes, they wore great enamel discs. It was not a meeting to afford one of the two any of the disillusion of which I spoke. The light fell slanting across the garden, bathing the scene in color and beauty. It gilded the summer house and the duck pond with rich tints, turned the sand of the path to a fiery red, gave luster to the flowers, lighted the waving foliage of the trees, and made little mirrors of men's eyes, like the mirror of the pond, whereon the ducks, both domestic and exotic, looked less like real ducks than painted and lacquered toys. And the human beings, too, looked painted and celestial in this light, as though freed from all Joseph in Egypt 7 to the power of fifth taint of inadequacy or care, not only in their gleaming eyes but with their whole figures. They looked like God's entomb images, painted and beautified by the flattering brightness, so that each must have had joy at sight of the other, as they looked out of their mirror eyes into each other's illumined faces. Mud was enraptured to see in all his perfection him whom she knew she loved. For the loving woman is ever on the lookout for justification of her love, palpitatingly sensitive to every flaw in the image of the beloved, triumphantly grateful for every favorable illusion. And if its splendor, which for the sake of her honor she cherishes, is a source of pain, because it belongs to everybody, is apparent to every body, and must disquiet her with fear of rivals on every hand, yet even the pain is sweet beyond words, so that she presses the sword to her heart, heedless of everything if only its sharpness be not blunted, be any clouding or detraction from the image. And then he and I might joyfully conclude from Joseph's beauty that she too was beautiful, and hope that he found her lovely in his turn, even though broad day light might perhaps betray that she was no longer in her first youthful bloom. She knew that the long open white woolen mantle that she wore, held at the throat over her necklace with an agraffe, for it was near the winter season, gave majesty to her figure, and that her breast stood out firm and youthful under the batiste of her garment, which fitted her closely and was embroidered with red beads round the hem. Look at it, O Sir Siph. It had clasps and ribbons at the shoulder, and how well she knew that it left free her smooth and chiseled arms and revealed the splendid high haunches of her wonderful limbs. Was that not reason enough for her love to hold its head high? It did so. She pridefully behaved as though she could scarcely raise her eyelids and so must throw her head back to look out underneath them. Her face was framed this time in a golden brown headcloth, held in place by a broad, loosely fitting band set with precious stones. A face, she trembled to think, no longer the youngest, and very unusual and irregular with its shadowed cheeks, its saddle nose and deep-cornered mouth. Only the thought of how its ivory paleness must set off her painted jewel-like eyes gave her courage to hope that it would not disadvantage the effect of her arms, legs, and breasts. Conscious, with mingled pride and misgiving, of her own beauty, she looked at the beauty of Rachel's son in its Egyptian guise. Highly civilized it was, though the costume had an out-of-doors negligence about it. His head, indeed, was very carefully dressed, with a headcloth of ribbed black silk which suggested a wig and fin-ished in curls at the bottom. Beneath it, with artful effectiveness, peeped out a corner of the clean white linen cap. But save this baroque, and the enameled collar, armbands, and flat chain of reed and gold, with a scarab, he wore only the knee-length double skirt round his Y26 Thomas Mann. Narrow hips, very elegantly cut indeed, and of a sheer white which set off charmingly the warm tone of his flesh, turned into bronze by the slanting light and decked with its jeweled adornments. That youthful body, so exactly right in its build, strong and delicate at once, irradiated by the sunset light and freshened by the cool air, seemed not to belong to the world of the flesh, but to the purer world of his thoughts made visible. Especially the shrewd-looking head seemed to accentuate and embody for himself as for everyone who looked at him a gratifying union of beauty and wisdom. Very conscious of herself, in pride and misgiving, the wife of Poti far looked at him, at his dark-skinned features, large by comparison with her own, and into the friendly night of Rachel's eyes, whose expressiveness, in the face of the sun, was heightened by the masculine power of understanding. She took in at once his shoulders' golden bronze gleam, the slender arm whose muscles rounded pleasantly but not unduly to hold the walking staff, and such a wave of maternal admiration and tenderness swept over her that she gasped. Her bosom was so shaken by her desperate ecstasy that it quaked visibly beneath its thin white sheath, and she could only hope that her proud bearing would give it the lie in his side. Thus, then, and so shaken carrot he must speak to him. And she did so, with a self-conquest in itself alarming because it cost her such a heroic effort. I see, said she, coolly, that we walk here very untimely, we idle women, and disturb the offices of him who is set over the house. Set over the house, my mistress, is yourself alone, for you stand above it as the morning and evening star, which in the land of my mother they call Ishtar. She too is idle, because divine, and we toil in one's look up for refreshment to her tranquil shining. She acknowledged his words with a gesture and a smile of understanding. She was both enchanted and pained by the spoiled way in which he wove into the compliment an allusion to his unknown mother, and seized by a gnawing jealousy of that mother, who had borne him and nourished him, guided his steps, stroked his hair out of his eyes, and kissed him by the right of her love. We will go away, said she, I and my handmaids, who accompany me today as always, that we may not hinder the steward, who doubtless would make sure before twilight falls that all is well in peace. Priest garden, perhaps even up in the little house on the mound. Garden and temple, replied Joseph, concern me but little when I stand before my mistress. J. But I think they should at all times concern you, and reward you. For your concern more than all the rest, she answered, and already. How frightfully, how wildly sweet it was, simply that they addressed each other and said I and you, sending out across the 2 paces. Joseph in Egypt J2J. Of distance between their bodies the breath which created the bond. And union of speech, for I have heard that they are the beginning. And found of your good fortune. I am told that it was in the little house YCM first did service as dumb servant, and in the orchard Pete. Priest I first fell upon you when you were setting blossoms to ride. Thus it was, he laughed. And his laugh cut through her, like a sacrilege. Just as you say, my lady. I was doing the service of the wind and Potiphar's palm trees, at the bidding of the gardener, whom they call, but I know not why, nor may I repeat his name before you, for it is a gross and common name, unsuited to your gracious ear. She looked at his laughing face but did not smile herself. He obviously did not know how little she was minded to jest, nor why. That was inevitable, yet it hurt her. He might interpret her seriousness and lack of smiling response as a remnant of her earlier hostility, but he should perceive it. Yes, he said, I did the wind's work by the gardener's direction, when the friend of Pharaoh came and summoned me to speech, and as I found favor before him, much took its issue from this hour. Men lived and died, she said, that you might prosper. The hidden one does all, he replied, using an inoffensive designation for the highest. His name be praised. But truly I often question myself whether he has not advanced me beyond my deserts. And I am anxious for my youth, that such an office is laid upon me, and I have become at not much more than 20 the eldest servant of this house. Great lady, I speak openly to you, though you hear me not alone and are not come alone into the garden, but accompanied by maids of honor as befits your rank. They hear me too, and for good oral hearken while the steward deplores his youth and presses doubts of his capacity for such high service. But let them hear. For I must put up with their presence, which may not constrain me in my frankness to you, who are the sovereign of my head and MV heart, my hands, and my feet. There are asterisks after all certain advantages in falling in love beneath one station. For the station of the beloved makes natural turns of phrase which give us pleasure, though he may think little or nothing about them. Of course, she said, with even more majestic voice, I do not walk alone. I could never do that. But speak without thought of injury to yourself, for the ears of Aegis and Meet are as my ears. What would you say? Only this, my lady, my responsibilities are more numerous than my years, and it could not have surprised your servant had not alone goodwill but some ill will and contrariety accompanied my swift rise to the steward's office. I had a father who brought me up in the goodness of his heart, the Osiris Moncaw, would that the hidden 7-2G Thomas Mann one had let him still live, for much better was my youth, and I might still speak of good fortune, when I was his mouthpiece and his linty hand. But he has entered the mysterious gates to the splendid places of the lords of eternity, and I am alone with more cares and sorrow than the tale of my years, and have no one in the world with whom to take counsel in my unripeness or to share the burden which bows me to the earth. Potipharah, my great master, may he live long in good health, is well known to take naught upon himself save that he eats and drinks, and boldly confronts the horse of the Nile. When I come before him with the accounts and books, he will say, Good, O Sir Siph, my friend, all that you have written seems to me right, so far as I can see, and I take it that you have no intent to cheat me, for you know the nature of sin and have understanding for the special offense to me which would lie therein, and therefore I need not truly myself. Thus the master, in his greatness, may blessing be upon his head. He searched her face for a corresponding smile. It was a very slight treachery which he here committed, an attempt, though in all love and respect, to set up an understanding with the mistress over Potiphar's head. He thought he might go so far without offense to the bond. He still thought, for some time yet, that he might, without danger, go so and so far. But there was no smile of understanding. And he was glad to see that, though faintly ashamed, he went on. So am I alone in my youth and unripeness, with my many problems of trade and production, of increase and maintenance. As you saw me approach, my head was full of the cares of the sowing. For the river ebbs and the beautiful feast of morning approaches, when we dig the earth and birth the God in the darkness and plough for the barley and wheat. Then here is the problem which goes round and round in my head, for it is question of a change, whether we should not do well to sow much more dura corn on Potiphar's fields, which are the island in the river, instead of the barley as heretofore. It is the merge millet, the negro corn, the white kind, for we have already planted plenty of brown dura for fodder, and it satisfies the horses and is good for the cattle. But the question is, would it not be an improvement to change over to the white to even greater extent, that is, planting over much ground to feed the servants, that they may be nourished by good bread instead of WDTH lentils and barley, and grow stronger in their service. For the kernel of the white corn is full of meal and has taken up the richness of the earth, so that a worker needs less than of the lentils or barley, and we feed them quicker and better. So all that goes round in my head, I cannot tell how, and when I saw you, my lady, approaching through the sunset garden, with your handmaids, then I thought in my soul and spoke to Joseph in Egypt 729. Myself as to another, lo, you are alone in your unripeness with the cares of this house and have no one with whom to share them, for the master takes upon himself none of these things. But now comes the mistress in her beauty, followed by 2 maids, as is fitting to her rank. Confide, then, in her upon the matter of the new plan and the duracorn, try her opinion, and her good counsel will sustain your unripe youth. He and I blushed, partly for joy, partly for embarrassment, for she knew nothing at all about negro corn and was ignorant of the advantage of planting it. She said in some confusion, the matter is worthy of discussion, that is clear. I will consider it. Is the soil of the island favorable to this innovation? The mistress, remarked Joseph, displays her judgment and experience, in that she seizes at once upon the heart of the matter in all things. The soil is fertile enough, yet one must be prepared for failure at first. For the field workers do not yet know how to sow the white corn for food, but only the brown for fodder. What does my mistress think that it may cost till they are instructed in the fine cultivation of the ground with the hoe, as the dura requires, or till they understand that it cannot tolerate weeds like the brown? For if no heed be paid to the roots and shoots, then there is fodder but no nourishment. You may well have your difficulties with your work people in their lack of understanding, said she, and went red and pale with Embarrassment, for she knew nothing of these things and had no sensible answer ready, though she had wished that he might speak with her about them. Her conscience smote her with shame before her servant. She felt humiliated, for he spoke of honest practical matters, like food for human beings, whereas she knew and desired nothing but that she loved him and longed for him. It must be very difficult, she repeated, and controlled her trembling. But they say that you know well how to deal with the laborers and keep them to their work, so that you will surely succeed in teaching them this new thing as well. His gaze betrayed that he had not heard what she said, and she was glad, though this was at the same time an offense. He stood there, plunged in his practical considerations. The straw from the corn is very strong and pliant. It makes good brushes and brooms, so that it is not all lost should the crop fail. She was silent, painfully conscious that his mind was not on her, but on the brooms, which were certainly a more honorable topic than her love. But at least he noticed her silence, for he started and said with that conquering smile, "Forgive me, my mistress, that our converse is upon such lowly comic 0 Thomas Mann themes as can but bore you. But it is on account of my single-handed unrightness in these cares and because I was so tempted to take counsel with you." "There is naught to forgive," she answered. "The matter is important, and the possibility of making brooms lessens the loss. I thought so at once when you spoke of your new plan, and I will also consider the matter further." She could not stand still, her feet urged her away from him and his too dear nearness. All lovers know this conflict, the strife between seeking and flight. And old as the hills is the practice of speaking honesty with the tongue while the eyes belie it with their seeking, shift in glance, and the mouth writes what it utters. Fear lest he know that her talk about corn and brooms concealed only one desire, that she might put her hand on his forehead and kiss him with possessive maternity, the frightful wish that he might know it and not despise her for it, but rather share her wish, these, and her great uncertainty in all pertaining to food and fodder, which was the subject of their talk. For her but a lying pretext, though how can one lie when one has no knowledge of the pretended subject and is condemned to stumble blindly through it? All these unnerved and shamed her so that she went hot and cold and could think only of panic flight. Her feet wished to be off, her heart held her still on the spot. In the immemorial struggle of the love possessed, she drew her man tle closer about her and spoke in a strangled voice. "We must continue, steward, another time and in another place. Evening is falling, I shall soon be shivering with cold." She was in fact taken with an unmistakable shivering which she thought to explain on this ground. "You have my promise that I will take counsel of myself as to your new plan, likewise I permit you to come before me again when you feel yourself too solitary in your youth." She should not have tried to utter this last word, it stuck in her throat. For with it he and only he became the subject of their talk. It was a stronger synonym for the you she had used in their lying converse. The only true thing in it. It was the word of the magic he practiced. The word of her maternal longing, laden with tenderness and pain. It overcame her quite, it died away in a whisper. "Farewell," she breathed, and fled, her maidens ahead of her, past Joseph, as he stood, bowing in respectful salutation. One cannot too much wonder at the weakness of love, nor too long pause upon its strangeness. For it is not as a stale, everyday affair that we would consider it, but as the unique, novel, and isolated occasion, which it really was, and is to this very day. A great lady, elegant, superior, proud, worldly, hitherto self-contained within her personal and religious arrogance, and now all at once fallen victim to a you, and a you from her own point of view entirely unworthy, and Joseph in Egypt 73 unsuitable. Fallen victim to such weakness, with such abandonment of her rank, that she was hardly capable of sustaining even the role of mistress and challenger, but knew herself to be already a slave, as, with shaking knees she fled, half blind, her thoughts flickering in her head, murmuring broken words, heedless of the maids whom she had pridefully taken with her to the rendezvous. Lost, lost, betrayed, betrayed, I am lost, I betrayed myself to him. He saw it all, the lie in my eyes, my restless feet, my trembling. He saw it all, he despised me, it is over, I must die. We must plant more. Dura, we must destroy the weeds, the stalks are good for brooms. What did I answer? I betrapped myself with my stammering, he was laughing at me, it was frightful, I will kill myself. But was I beautiful? At least. For if I was, in that light, then it was only half bad and I need not kill myself. The golden bronze of his shoulders, oh, a moon in thy chapel. Sovereign of my head and heart, my hands, and my feet. O Osersife, speak not thus to me with your mouth, laughing the while in your heart at my stammering and the weakness of my knees. I hope though all may be lost and I must die after this chance, yet I must hope and not despair, for I am not utterly unhappy. There was much happiness in that I am your mistress, boy, and you were obliged to speak to me with such sweetness, saying, SOV. Aaron of my head and heart, though it was only lip service and empty homage. But words are strong, one cannot speak them without consequences, they leave traces on the mind, spoken without feeling. They yet speak to the feeling of the speaker, if they are lying words, yet the magic of them changes one a little in the direction of their sense, so that they are no longer quite lies. That is very happy and hopeful, for the soil of your nature, boy, must be turned bv your words, making it a good soil for the sowing of my beauty, if I have the good fortune to appear before you in a favoring light. For the subservience of your words, together with my beauty, will bring me healing and bliss, from it will grow a worshipful feeling only needing encouragement to become desire, for so it is, little boy, worship. Encouraged becomes desire. Ah, what a depraved woman am I, with my wily thoughts. Shame upon my head and heart. Forgive me. O Sir forgive me, my master and deliverer, O morning and evening star of my life. Why had it today to go all wrong, so that all seemed lost, because of my restless feet? Yet I will not kill myself. Not yet send for an asp to lay upon my bosom, for there is still much hope of happiness left. There is tomorrow, and all the other days. He will remain here, Putapa refused to send him away, to sell him. I must see him every day, every sun rises with hope and good prospects. We must continue, steward, another time. I will take counsel of myself and permit another meeting. That was good, it was providing for the next time. Oh, yes, that was sensible, that in all. Why too, Thomas Mann? Your madness you had thought for continuance. He must come again. And if he delay out of shyness, I will send to him to the dwarf to remind him. How shall I make good all that today went right? I will meet him calmly, and my feet will stand still, and only betray a very little, encouragement to his homage, as it pleases me. Perhaps he will seem less beautiful to me, this very next time, so that my heart shall cool, and I can smile and jest with a free mind and inflame him. While I suffer not at all. No, no, O Sir Siph, it shall not be. Those are wily thoughts, and gladly will I suffer for you, my lord and my salvation, for your glory is like that of a newborn bull. This rhapsody, of which the maids Aegis and Heet caught some words, to their vast amazement, was but one of many, of 100. Such which escaped the mistress that year, while she sought to conceal her love from Joseph. The dialogue about the marriage corn, which preceded it, likewise represents many of the same kind. Ride on at various times of day in various places, in the garden, in the fountain court of the house of women, even up in the little summer house, whither, however, I never came unattended, and where Joseph was likewise accompanied by 2 scribes carrying paper rolls, accounts to be submitted, and other documents. For they always talked of domestic affairs, plowing, sowing, and reaping, trade and crafts, and the young steward gave accounting to the mistress, instruct her, or sought her advice. Such was the lying content of their talk, and we must realize, if with a somewhat doubtful smile, that Joseph laid stress on it and tried to make something real out of the pretense to give the mistress a serious account of these practical matters and gain her interest in them, even if only on the ground of her interest in himself. It was a sort of cure. Young Joseph fancied himself in the role of pedagogue. His plan was, he thought, at least to lead the thoughts of his mistress from the personal to the objective, from his eves to his occupations, thus assuaging, cooling, and neutralizing them. Thus, he should profit by the honor, advantage, and great pleasure of her favor and her company, without risking the pit with which the anxious little vizier threatened him. One cannot but see a certain overweeningness in the young steward's pedagogic design, with which he thought to keep in leading strings the soul of a woman like his mistress, Mann. If he wanted to avoid the danger of the pit, he might much better have avoided her, instead of holding edu catinal conferences. That the son of Jacob preferred the latter may well rouse the suspicion that the cure was a hocus pocus, and his idea of taking their pretended conversations as genuine, itself a pretense, and a pretext for thoughts which no longer served pure mind but tended to proneness. In any case, such was the suspicion, or rather the shrewd little Joseph in Egypt 733. Dwarfish conclusion of Joseph's Noma-like friend, and he made no concealment of his view, almost daily wringing his hands and begging him not to condescend to evasions and beating the air, but to be as wise as he was good and beautiful, and flee from the devastating breath of the fiery bull. In vain. For his young friend, the steward, the full-sized man, knew better. And when a man is used, with good reason, to depend upon his own judgment, he is in the greater danger when that reason is clouded. Dudu, meanwhile, the solid substantial dwarf, acted his traditional role, that of go-between and crafty pander, playing on the weakness of both sides, running back and forth between two who would sin, winking and blinking, hinting and pointing, setting himself to one or other, with his mouth on one side, his lips closed, and retailing all sorts of insidious and provocative gossip out of the corner. He played his part without knowledge of his predecessors and successors in it, as though he were its first and only actor, for each of us must consider himself that in every part he plays, as though he had made it all up himself, yet with the sureness and dignity which comes to him when he plays it, so to speak, in daylight for the first time, not from his supposed invention of the role, but on the contrary from the well-grounded consciousness that he is once more presenting something legitimate and traditional, and must perform it, however repellent, to the best of his ability according to the pattern. But for the present he did not take all the steps which belong to the role. I mean, he did not yet tread a path which always branches off from the one running between the two parties concerned, and leads to a third, in other words, to Potiphar, to infect that sensitive gentleman with doubt, to trickle suspicion in his ear, on the subject of certain meetings that would come, but as yet the time seemed not to be ripe. It did not please Tudu that despite all his industry in making the occasions, all the half-invented messages he gave out of the corner of his mouth, at both ends of the road, his mistress and the young steward as good as never met alone, but conversed almost always in the presence of attendants. And he did not like what they talked about, either. Joseph's pedagogic enterprise was not to his taste. It annoyed him, although he saw through it and recognized its rationalized proneness to all fours quite as well as did his pure-minded little brother dwarf. All this exchange of practical information seemed to him to delay a desirable development of his project. He was concerned lest the plan meet with success and the thoughts of the mistress be elevated and purified and no longer to the point. Even to her good guardian of the wardrobe she would now talk about such matters as production and trade, the price of oil and wax, supplies and provisioning. It did not escape his son perception that she was simply using it all to speak of Joseph, who had taught it to Thomas Mann, her. But it vexed him. He bent all his energies, directed all the insinuations at both ends of his route, to a single goal. I.e. young steward, he would say, was often sad. He was privileged, indeed, to be with the mistress when his toil was done, or sometimes even in between, to bathe his soul in her beauty, and might speak with her, but only of dull domestic concerns, instead of more intimate and animating affairs. And at the other end, the mistress had ordered Dudu to express to the young steward her regret, her bitterness, that he was so little aware of the favor he received in his audiences with Hay and Wlit. Always talk of household matters instead of coming round to himself, and gratifying her curiosity about his person and former life, his wretched home, his mother, his virgin birth, his descent to the pit, his resurrection, and so on. Such things were of course more interesting for a lady like Mann than lectures on paper making and installing looms. If the steward wished to make progress with mud, progress toward a goal higher and splendider than any he had yet reached in the house, he must embolden himself to deal with themes not quite so heavy. Let that be my affair, the goal equally with the means, Joseph answered crossly. And you might speak straight out, instead of out of the corner of your mouth. I do not like it. Also I could wish, Hus, band of GZ, that you yourself kept more to the point. Forget not that the understanding between us is a worldly one, not an affair of the heart. Continue to report to me what you hear in house and court yard. I have not encouraged you to offer friendly advice by the heads of my children. Dudu swore. According to my bond, one have but told you what I gathered from the mistress's bitter sighs, because your discourse is so dry. Not Dudu but herself it is that counsels you to be a little more entertaining. That was more than half a lie. Actually, he had said to her that if she wanted to spy out the source of the young steward's magic and bring him to a fall, she must get closer to his person instead of letting him hide behind his office and his business. To which she had replied, it does me good, and somewhat quietens my mind, to hear of his doings when I do not see him. A revealing answer, even a touching one. For it betrays the envy of the loving woman for the fuller life of the man, the jealousy of the nature wholly occupied with feeling, against the content which plays so large a part in the life of the beloved and makes her aware of the painful idleness of her own. The effort made by the woman to share in the man's life springs from this jealousy, even when his interests are not of a practical but of an intellectual kind. It did the mistress good to let Joseph introduce her into the practical side of life, on the ground that he yearned to have his youth in. Struck by her wisdom. And how little it matters, indeed, what the Joseph in Egypt 735 talk is about when it is his voice that embodies it, his lips which shape it, his gaze which accompanies it, and his nearness which can inform the driest and coldest matter, as sun and water warm and moisten the earth. Every speech becomes a love speech, but it could actually not be carried on as such, consisting as it would have to of the words I and thou, and with nothing else at all would come to an end out of sheer monotony, so that other things must inevitably come in. Yet, it is clear from I's simple reply that she treasured even the subject matter of their talk, that it nourished her soul through the vacant, hopeless, enervating days when Joseph was away on business up or down the river, and there could be no moment meeting of the eyes at table, nor could or might she feverishly await his visit in the house of women or elsewhere. Then she fed on the things he had told her, exalted them in her heart, and got much good from her knowledge of his errand, in this or that city and its villages, at this market or that fair, for thus at least her woman's misery of utter feeling might be lightened by knowing the content of his masculine days. She could not help boasting her knowledge, before the chattering women in her house, before her maids, and before Dudu when he waited on her. The young steward, she would say, has gone down the river to Nekab, to the feast of the goddess Nekbet, with 2 barges full of dum and balanite fruit, figs, and onions, garlic, melons, cucumbers, from agar, and castor oil seeds. Eli will trade them, under the pin ions of the goddess, for wood and leather for sandals, which Pidapra needs in the workshops. The steward by consultation with me chose a moment for the shipment when vegetables fetch a high price and wood and leather are relatively cheap. Eli's voice rang and vibrated as she spoke. Dudu put his hand to his ear to hearken and bethought himself whether the moment would not soon come when he should take his hidden way to Pidapra to rouse his suspicions. How much else we might tell of this year when out of pride and shame Mud was still hiding her love from Joseph, and even from the outer world was still thinking that she hid it. Her own struggle against her feelings, the struggle with herself, carried on for a while with such violence, was over, and for better or worse the feelings had won. Now she only fought to conceal her state before men and before the beloved himself, for in her soul she gave herself more utterly to this new marvel, with the more rapture, one might say with the more simplicity, in that she had been before so ignorant of it, had remained so long the elegant saint and cool worldly moon unbe. For she had awakened to feeling. With the deeper revulsion she now looked back upon those times unblessed by passion, she could not find herself again in their aridity, she shrank from a return to them with all the strength of her awakened femininity. The intoxicating N. 7 to the power of 5th Thomas Mann. Enhancement which fullness of love can bring to a life like hers is well known though indescribable. But gratitude for that blessing of the sire and torture seeks an object, and finds it only in him from whom it all proceeds or seems to proceed. Is it any wonder, then, that fulfillment in him, increased by gratitude, becomes adoration? We have seen that there were brief, uncertain moments in which Joseph seemed half, or even more than half a god. But were those momentary promptings to be called idolatry? Or so much positive rapture, so much finality lies in the word, as the logic of love understands it. That is a logic strange and audacious enough. He who has done this, so it runs, to my life, he who has given to the once dead this burning and freezing, this jubilation and these tears, he must be a god. Nothing else is possible. Actual, he has done nothing, and everything proceeds from the possessed one herself. But she will not believe it. With prayers of gratitude she creates out of her own rapture the oath. Yar's Godhead. O paradise of feeling. Thou hast made rich my life. It Burdians. That was a prayer, a fragment of one of Muhammad's prayers of gratitude addressed to Joseph, as she knelt at the end of her couch, when no one saw her, stammering and weeping. But why? With her life so rich and burgeoning, why was she more than once on the point of sending her Nubian slave for the ASP that she might put it to her bosom? Yes, why had she once even given the order and had the viper already at hand, in a little reed basket, and had only at the last moment desisted from her purpose? Well, because she was convinced that she had at their last meeting spoiled everything and not only looked ugly but had by her look and her trembling betrayed to her lover her love, the love of an ugly old woman, after which there was nothing left but to die, so punishing herself and him, and by her death revealing to him the secret for whose betrayal she had sentenced herself. Oh, muddled, fantastic logic of love. So familiar, it is hardly worth telling, so old, that it was already old in the time of Potiphar's wife, and seems new only to those who, like her, are in the throes of what they believe to be a unique experience. She whispered, oh, hearken. Music. A ghost of sound breathes blissful on my ear. That is familiar too, it is the oral delusion of the ecstatic, which visits the love intoxicated as well as the God intoxicated, and indicates that the two states are related and mingled, the one having much of the divine, the other of the human. Familiar too, so that we need not go into detail, are those fevered nights, taken up with a sequence of brief dreams in which the other is always present and turns coldly and suspiciously away, a succession of meetings with his image, wretched, crushing, yet tirelessly resumed by the slumbrous soul, between constant abrupt wakings, the sufferer starts up, wrestles for breath, makes light, oh God, how can it be? How can such torments ex? Joseph in Egypt 737. Ist. But does she fly from him, the author of such nights? By no means. When morning releases her from agony she sits exhausted on the edge of her bed and sends a whisper thence to where he is. I thank thee, my joy, my star, my salvation. The well-wishing friend can but shake his head at such a reaction to such frightful anguish. He feels confused, even made a fool of, by his pity for her. But when the author and giver of the anguish is thought of as not human but divine, then the reaction is possible and natural. The authorship is shared between the I and the you, so that, though it seem bound up with the one, yet at the same time it is localized in the other, consisting in the enlacement and union of an inward and an outward, an image and a soul, a marriage, that is, such as has before now had gods as issue, and can thus, without absurdity, be spoken of as divine in its manifestations. A being whom we bless. For the tortures he inflicts must be a god, not a man, else we should curse him. A certain logicality cannot be denied. a being upon whom depends all the joy and sorrow of our days, for that is love. Longs in the ranks of the divine, nothing could be clearer, for this dependence is the very essence of an awareness of God. But has any body ever yet cursed his God? It has been tried, perhaps. But then the curse turned into something else, what it sounded like we have heard. All this for the consolation of the well-wishing friend, if not for perhaps altogether to his satisfaction. But had Ariane not a peculiar justification for making a god out of her beloved? Surely, for thus she got rid of the humiliation otherwise inseparable from her weakness for a foreign slave, with which she had struggled so long. A god from above, taking on a slave's shape, only apparent by his indisguisable beauty and his shoulders golden bronze, she evoked this idea out of her thought world, and most happily, for it was the explanation and excuse for her state. But the hope that her dream might be fulfilled, that dream of healing when he had opened her eyes and stanched her blood, that hope was nourished by another and more remote vision, which likewise she discovered in her own mind. It was the vision of a mortal overshadowed by God. It may well be that in her groping back to so fantastic a conception lay some of the anguish she felt when her husband made his revelations about Joseph's consecrated state, and the meaning of the garland that he wore. The second year. With the coming of the second year something gave way in Aminet's soul, so that she began to let Joseph see her love. She could no longer help it, she loved him too much. At the same time, and in consequence, she began to confide her state to certain persons in her G. Thomas Mann entourage, not quite to do, for indeed she well knew that his sun brightened wits had found it out long before. Besides, despite the change in her, it would have gone against her pride to admit it to him. They abode by their old understanding, that she was seeking to discover the source of the magic practiced by the foreign slave, in order to bring him to a fall. This was the established phrase, becoming less equivocal from day to day. But there were two women whom she suddenly made her confidants, she who had never had confidants before, so that they were not a little exalted by the Han. R. She confided in each separate tale, the concubine Meek and Wes. Ed, a lively little person, arrayed in transparent garments, with flowing hair, and an old rubber eater, Tabubu by name, slave of the toilet table, and the rouge pots, grey of hair, black of skin, with sagging breasts like leather wineskins. To these two I opened her heart in whispers, after her behavior had been such that they began to wheedle her for its cause. She so sighed, that is, and smiled, and sat plunged in such obvious daydreaming that the two women, one beside the basin in the court, the other at the toilet table, implored her to tell them the reason. For a while she still twisted and turned, but then as though overtaken by a seizure she confessed her state to them, murmuring in their ears with drunken tongue, while they shuddered too, though they may have guessed before, by putting this and that together. They now held up their hands, or covered their faces, kissed her hands and feet, and cooed over her solemnly and tenderly, most as though she had told them she was with child. In such wise did these women receive the great news, so important to their sex, that Mud, the mistress, found herself in love. They became very busy with consolation and congratulations, stroking the afflicted one as though her body had become the vessel of some precious and perilous thing, displaying in all sorts of ways their fearful delight with the turn of affairs, the great transformation, the opening of a time of feminine mysteries and joys, sweet deceptions, and the enhancement of the daily round by intrigue. Black Tabubu, who knew all sorts of Negro magic and how to conjure up forbidden gods, was all for practicing her arts to subject the youth and bring him to her mistress's feet a blissful prey. But the daughter of Mesikam, the prince of the Nome, rejected the idea with disgust for the present, displaying a higher stage of civilization than the woman from Kush, and also the decency of her own feelings, however suspect they really were. On the other hand, Meek, the concubine, thought not of magic, considering such practices beside the mark. Surely the matter, aside from the danger of it, was simple enough. Blissful one, said she, why sigh? Is not the handsome youth the bought slave of this house, although set over it, and your property? Joseph in Egypt 739. From the very first. If you would have him, what have you else to do but beckon? He cannot but consider it the greatest honor to put his head and feet to yours for your rejoicing. For the sake of the hidden one, whispered Mud, hiding her face. Speak not so openly, for you know not what you say, and it rives my heart. She could not chide the simple soul, for she knew, with a certain envy, that the concubine was pure and free from love and love's guilty desires, and so might speak with good conscience of putting heads and feet together. However, it anguished her mistress to hear her. Mud went on. One can see you were never in such a state, my child. Never have you been hurried and harried, but might spend your time munching and prattling with your sisters in Potiphar's house of women. Else you could not say that I have but to lift my eyebrow. You would know that in my love the state of mistress and slave is cancelled out, even if not reversed. Rather I hang upon his gloriously penciled brows, to see if they are smooth and pleasant, and not bent with amazement and reproof upon my quaking form. Lo, you are no better than the base Tabubu, who would have me practice black magic with her, that the youth might fall victim in the flesh, and in all innocence. For shame, you ignorant ones, who with your advice thrust a sword into my heart and turn it round. For you speak as though he were but body, and not soul and spirit to boot. And over these my beckoning would have no power, no more than magic, for both can only command the body and bring me on that a living corpse. Were he ever mine, obedient to the beckoning of MB Brow, then by my love he hath his freedom, his full freedom, foolish Meek, and I give up my sovereignty with joy and wear his yoke, enslaved in bliss and torment to his living soul. This is the truth, and I suffer endlessly that it is not daylight truth, but that he must by day be ever the slave and under my orders. For when he calls me sovereign of his head and heart, his hands and feet, I cannot tell whether he speaks in the phrases of a slave or perhaps as a living soul. I hope the latter, but am even fearful. Heed what I say. If his mouth were all, then might I listen in my need to what you say of beckonings and magic, for the mouth is of the body. But there is the lovely night of his eyes, speaking freedom. And the soul, how I specially fear that freedom, for that it may be freedom from the longing which thralls me, the lost one, in its sullen bondage. Perhaps he laughs at me, perhaps not just at me but at my longing, so that I am shamed and ruined, for my admiration of his freedom but heightens my longing and weaves my bonds the tighter. Can you understand that, my Meek? And more, I must fear the anger of his eyes, and his rejection of me, because my feeling for him is a betrayal of Potiphar the courtier, his master, and mine, too. 740 Thomas Mann. Whom he is loyal, in whom he labors to keep self-esteem erect. while I would tempt him to shame the master, upon my heart. All this I read in his threatening eyes, from which you can see that it has to do with more than his mouth and that he is more than body. For a man who was only body would not be involved in entanglements, which condition him as well as our relation to him and make it difficult by weighing it down with all sorts of considerations and consequences, turning it into a question of rules and honor and moral precepts and cutting the wings of our desire so that it limps along the ground. How much, meek, by night and day, have I pondered on these things. For a body is free and single, has no reference, and for love's purpose we need be only bodies, swinging free in space and embracing each other without care or consequence, mouth on mouth, with closed eyes. That would be bliss and yet bliss which I reject. For can I wish that the beloved should be a detached body, a corpse, not a person? That I cannot, for I love not alone his mouth, I love his eyes, the most of all, and thus your counsels are repellent to me. Yours and tabubus, and I reject them with impatience. I cannot understand, said Meek, the concubine, your tangled imaginings. I thought, since you love him, the only matter was to put your heads and feet together for your enjoyment. As though simply this were not after all the final goal of her longings, the longings of Mu'minat, the lovely mute moan. The thought that her feet, so restless in Joseph's presence, might rest nest, fled close to his the thought enraptured her and shook her to her very depths. When Meek and Wesset gave it words, without having spent a tithe of thought upon it, compared to mud, she encouraged the inward yielding, of which her disclosures to her women had been a sign, and she began to betray to the young steward her fallen state. In word and deed, the deeds were significant, if also childlike in kind and even touching small attentions from the mistress to the servant, who found it not easy to put the right face upon their true meaning. For instance, one day and often afterwards she received him in Asiatic dress, a rich garment, the stuff for which she had bought in the city of the living, at the shop of a bearded Syrian, her slave the dressmaker Hitty had made it up. It had much more color than Egyptian wear, in fashion like two pieces of embroidered woolen stuff, one blue and one red, wound together and bordered with colored braid. It was extravagant and exotic. The shoulders were covered by the lappets, proper to the style, and on top of the embroidered and gaily colored headband, called sandap in its native land, E.N.I. had thrown the Indies pensible headcloth, reaching below her hips. Thus clad, she looked at Joseph, her eyes widened both by the application of Galena and by an expectation half mischievous, half concerned. Joseph in Egypt 74:1. How strange, yet how splendid you look, my lady, said he, betraying his understanding by an embarrassed smile. Strange, she asked, smiling too, but her smile, though tender, was forced and confused. Familiar, I should rather think. Do I not appear as a daughter of your own land in this garb, which for a change I put on today? If indeed it be my garb you have in mind. Familiar, he said, his eyes cast down, is the garment indeed and the fashion of it, yet a little strange on you. Do you not find that it suits me so that I wear it to advantage? She tremulously challenged him. He answered guardedly, the stuff is not woven nor the garment fashioned, were it even of sackcloth, that would not serve your beauty, my sovereign. Then it is all the same to you what I wear, she retorted, and the trouble is lost that I have taken with this costume. For I arrayed myself in it in honor of your visit and as a response to your own custom. For you, a youth from the retinue, wear Egyptian garb with us, doing honor to our customs. I thought not to be behind you on mine own part, but to meet you in the dress that your mother wore. Thus as in the feast have we exchanged garments, in such an exchange there has been ever something festal, when the men wear the garb of the women and the women the men's and distinctions fall away. To which, he responded, I am bound to add that there is naught familiar to me in such a custom. For it savors rather of lightheadedness and a falling away from godly sobriety, and my father would not be glad to see it. Then have I heard indeed, said she. Have you aught to tell me of the house? She was profoundly hurt, that he seemed not to understand, though understanding but too well, that she had offered up to him her feelings, in that she, the child of Amun, bride of the mighty one, and partisan of his power, honored the stranger in her dress, because the stranger was her beloved. The offering had been sweet to her, it was bliss to divest herself of her opinions for his sake, so now she was most unhappy, because he had accepted it so lifelessly. In other times she succeeded better, though the symbolic gesture she made was even more self-abnegatory. In the retreat she liked best, her apartments in the house of women, was a small hall facing the desert. One might give it that name, for the wide open door with its wooden jambs had its view cut by two columns with simple square capitals under the eaves, standing flat on the threshold, without bases. The room gave on a court with low, flat-roofed white buildings on its right. Here were the quarters of the concubines, and adjoining them a higher building, like a pylon. J.2 Thomas Mann, with columns. A clay wall, shoulder high, ran diagonally behind it, so that one could see nothing beyond save the sky. The little salon was simple and elegant, the ceiling not very high. The shadows of the columns lay black on the floor, the walls and ceiling were a plain lemon color with a simple band of decoration in pale tints. There was little in the room save a graceful couch in the background, with cushions on it and skins on the floor in front. Here Mu'minat of 10 awaited Joseph. He would appear in the court, raising the palms of his hands to ward the room, and the woman on the couch, tucked under his arm, were his rolls and accounts. She would sign to him to enter and speak before her. But one day he saw at once that there was a change in the room, saw it by her air of mingled pleasure and embarrassment, as when she had worn the Syrian dress. But he behaved as though he noticed nothing, greeted her with suitable salutations, and began at once to speak of household matters. Then she said, Look round you, O Sir Saif. What do you see that is new? She might well call it new. It was almost incredible. At the back of the room, on a little altar with an embroidered cloth, stood an open shrine with a gilt statuette of Idamri. The Lord of the Horizon was unmistakable. He looked like his written symbol, sitting with his knees drawn up on a little square pedestal, the falcon's head on his shoulders, even the oval sun disk on top, with the inflated head and the ring tail of the uraeus at front and back. On a tripod beside the altar were incense pans on stand ards, with gear for making fire and little pellets of incense in a dish. Astonishing, almost impossible, it was likewise very touching, a childishly direct expression of the longing of her heart for utterance. The Lady Mut, of the house of women of him rich in bulls, sweet sinker and sacred dancer before the Rembrandt god of the king. Dom, friend of his statesmanly chief shiny head, partisan of his conservative sun, since she had erected in her own inner sanctum a shrine to the Lord of the wide horizon, on whom Pharaoh's thinkers tried their thoughts, complacent and friendly brother to foreign and Asiatic sun lords to Rehorak from on in the apex of the delta. Thus she gave expression to her love, in this language she took refuge, the speech of space and time, which was common to them. Both, the Egyptian woman and the Hebrew servant. How could he have failed to understand her? He had long since understood, and one must honor his emotions at this moment. What he felt was joy, mingled with alarm and concern. His head drooped. I see your devotion, mistress, he said very low. It somewhat alarms me. For what if Binacons, the great priest, were to visit you and see what I see? Joseph in Egypt 743. I fear not Binacons, she answered, her voice thrilling with triumph. Pharaoh is greater. May he live long and prosper, he murmured mechanically. But you, he added, still lower, you belong to the lord of Ibtisayet. Pharaoh is the son of his body, she responded so quickly that it was plain she was prepared. I too may serve the God whom he loves, whom he has commanded his wise men to study. Where could there be an older, a greater in all the lands? He is like Amun, and Amun is like him. Amun has named himself with his name, and said, who serves me, serves we. So then I too serve Amun when I serve him. As you say, he answered softly. We will burn incense to him, she said, before we take up the household affairs. And she took him by the hand and led him before the image, to the tripod with the implements of the offering. Put in frank incense, she commanded, she said center netter, which is Egyptian for divine odor, and light it, if you will be so kind. But he hesitated. It is not good, my lady, he said, that I should burn incense for an image. It is forbidden among my people. She looked at him, silently, with such unconcealed pain that he shrank afresh. Her look said, you will not with me burn incense to him who permits that I love you. He thought about in the Delta, the mild doctrine of its teachers. And the head priest, whose smile had said that whoso sacrificed to Horak did so at the same time to his own God in the meaning of the triangle. And he answered to her look. Gladly will I be your ministrant, lay the fire and light it and assist your sacrifice. And he put some of the pellets of terebinth in the pan, struck fire, and kindled it, and gave her the stick that she might incense. And, while she caused the smoke of the fragrance to rise before Adam's nose, he lifted his hands and served the tolerant God, with reserve. Indeed trusting that what he did might be overlooked. But M.'s breast swelled at the symbolic act, throughout the whole of the dry conversation that followed. In such ways did she confess her longing. But the poor soul could not much longer refrain from words. For her craving to tell the love that which she had struggled so long for her life to conceal, grew finally overpowering. And being constantly encouraged by Dudu and incited to lead the conversation away from the impersonal, toward more intimate matters, that she might slip up upon his secret, and bring him to a fall, she tore with hot hands at the pretended fabric of their converse, his fig leaf, as it were, to uncover the naked truth of the thou and I. She could not know what frightful as 744 Thomas Mann. Associations were bound up in Joseph's mind with the idea of uncovering Canaanitish associations warning against the forbidden thing, against every kind of drunken shamelessness, going back to the beginning and the place where nakedness and knowledge had sharply confronted each other, with the resulting distinction between good and evil. Such a distinction was foreign to Mutt's traditions. With all her sense of honor and her sense of shame, she was quite without understanding of sin. There was no word for it in her vocabulary. Least of all could she connect any such idea with nakedness, or know the shuddering pale horror, impersonal to him and transmitted in his blood, which nakedness of speech inspired in the youth. As often as he would draw the garment of objectivity over their talk, so often would she draw it away and make him speak not of household only but of himself, of his life and earlier life. She asked him about his mother, whom he had already mentioned, learned of her proverbial loveliness, whence it was but a step to his own inheritance of charm and good favor, and she no longer refrained from speaking of it, at first with smiling words, but going on to praise it with more and more passion and fervor. Seldom, said she was leaning back in her great armchair, which stood at the tail end of a lion's skin, while the beast's jaws yawned at Joseph's feet, and her own lay under stern control, crossed on a footstool. Seldom, she said, in answer to a remark of his, does one hear of a person, and have her described, while at the same time her very image stands before one. It is strange, very strange, to see directed upon me while you tell me of them the very eyes of that lovely mother sheep, and the friendly night of them, whose tears of impatience were kissed away by that man of the West, your father. For not idly did you say how like you were to the departed, so that she lived in you after her death, and your father loved you both together, mother and son. You look at me with her eyes, O Sir Siph, and describe them as passing lovely. But for long I knew not whence you had them, those eyes which win the hearts of men for you as you go up and down the river and the land. They were, up to now, if I may so express myself, an isolated phenomenon. But it is welcome and agreeable, not to say consoling, to become familiar with the origin and history of a manifestation which speaks to our souls. We must not be surprised at the painful nature of such talk. Being in love is a sickness, though a healthy one, so to speak, like pregnancy and childbirth, yet like them not without danger. The woman's senses were benumbed. True, she expressed herself like an Egyptian woman of culture, even with literary skill, and in her way reason ably, but her power to distinguish between what is possible and what not was greatly lessened and befogged. What made things worse, or, in a sense, excused them, was that as the mistress she was unused. Joseph in Egypt 745. To self-restraint and in the habit of expressing herself as she chose. Confident that it was not natural to her to offend against aristocratic good taste. And in the days before her sickness she was right in her self-confidence. But now she neglected to allow for the change in her circumstances, and spoke with her usual freedom, with the result that she said many things most awkward to listen to. There is no doubt that Joseph found them awkward and offensive, not only on her account, but even on his own. He saw his careful pedagogic plan, symbolized by the rolls and accounts under his arm, suffering shipwreck, but even that was less annoying than the lofty lack of self-control in which she parried in their changed relations, saying, for instance, things to him about his eyes which are only said by a lover to his mistress. The feminine form of the word master retains the masculine element even in its changed application. A mistress, physically speaking, is a master in female form, but figuratively it is a woman with the character of a man. Thus the conception of a mistress can never lack a certain ambivalence, though the male element predominates. On the other hand, beauty is a passive, feminine quality, in that it awakens longing and calls out active masculine motives. of admiration, desire, and courtship in the breast of him who sees her, so that she too is able to respond and show that double nature, though presided over by the female element. Now Joseph, of course, was very much at home in this double realm. He understood it, in the sense that a maiden and a youth united in the person of Ishtar, and that in him who exchanged the veil with her, Tammuz, the Shep, her lad, the brother, son, and husband, the same manifestation repeat itself, so that actually altogether there were 4 of them. These memories to be sure were very distant and strange, but Joseph received the same instruction from his own sphere. Israel, the spear, actual name of his father, in its extended meaning signified also a vir, Jinn, betrothed to the Lord his God, as bride and bridegroom, a man and a woman. And he himself, the solitary, the jealous one, was he not at once father and mother of the world, with 2 faces, one a man's, turned toward the daylight, and the other a woman's, looking into the darkness? Yes, was not this two-sidedness of the nature of God the first factor, by which the double nature of Israel's relation to him, and especially that of Joseph's personal relation, so strongly bride-like and feminine, were first defined? All that was very right and true. But it will not have escaped the attentive reader that certain changes had taken place in Joseph's consciousness which made it unpleasant to him to be the object of desire and courtship on the part of a mistress who paid him compliments as a man does a maiden. It did not suit him, and the growing masculine ity which was the consequence not only of his 25 years but also of his official position and his success in bringing under his Thomas Mann control and supervision a considerable area of the economic life of Egypt, easily explains why he found it unpleasant. But though the explanation is easy, it is perhaps not quite sufficient, and there were other grounds for his discomfort. This increasing manliness of the boy Joseph was represented in his own mind by a certain image, the awak ending of the dead Osiris by the female vulture which hovered over him and received from him the god Horus. Do we need to point out the correspondence between this picture and the actual circumstances? The fact, for instance, that Mut, when she danced before Mann as his bride, wore the vulture headdress. There can be no doubt, she herself, the smitten one, was the cause of Joseph's increased masculinity, which began to claim the rights of desire and courtship for itself and found it unfitting to be the recipient of masterful compliments. So now Joseph only looked at her in silence with his velute eyes, and then turned to the roll in his hands, making bold to ask if they might not now, after the personal digression, get back to business. Mut, however, encouraged in her willfulness by Judah's hints, affected not to hear, but continued to yield to her craving to make her love known. I am speaking here not of a single scene but of many, very like it, occurring during the 2nd year. Without self-restraint, acting like one possessed, she gave vent to raptures not only about his eyes but about his stature, his voice, his hair, always taking his mother as the point of departure and marveling at the law of inheritance, which permitted advantages that in one generation took on feminine shape, to descend to the next in masculine shape and quality. What should he do? Let us remember that he was kindly and very sweet to her, that he spoke with affection. We can even find him deliberately taking refuge in the defects of that which she admired, hoping to cool her ardor. Let be, my lady, he would say. Pray speak not so. These appearances, to which you have vouchsafed your regard, what of them? They are vanity and vexation of spirit, as one does well to remind oneself and anyone who tends to smile upon them. For we know but in our weakness would forget of what poor stuff it is, if indeed it may be said to be at all, so pathetically perishable is it. Remember that in a little this hair must fall out, and these teeth too, that now are white. The eyes are but a jelly of water and blood, they will dissolve, as indeed the whole outward show must shrivel and melt away to vileness and nothing. Lo, now, it seems to me proper not to keep these reasonable considerations to myself, but to put them at your service in case you might find them useful. But she did not believe in them, her condition made them quite unavailable as educational propaganda. Not that she could have been angry with him for his penitential exhortation, she was far too glad. Joseph in Egypt 747. That they were not talking about marriage corn or such like painful proprieties, but moved in a region where she felt her feminine confidence and her feet need not be seized with a desire to flee. How wonderfully you speak, O Sir Siph, she replied, her lips caressing his name. Yet your words are false and cruel, false because cruel, for even if true and indisputable to the reason, they are not in the least so for the heart and spirit, to which they are not but sounding brass. For that substance is perishable is no ground for us to feel less admiration for form, but rather more, since we mingle in our feelings an element of pathos quite lacking to those which we have for the durable beauty of bronze or stone. Our regard for living love leanness is far more lively than it is for the images from his work shop, however beautiful and lasting they may be. And how shall you teach the heart that the stuff of life is of baser quality than its in copies? The heart refuses the knowledge, could never learn it. For permanence is dead and only dead things endure. 'Tis busy. Workmen may set sparks in the eyes of their images, they may seem to look at one, but they see not, you only see them, they cannot respond, as does he who is likewise an ion of the same nature with yourself. But we are moved by the beauty of our kind. Who could possibly be tempted to lay his hand upon the brow of an image, or to kiss its mouth? See then how much more living is our feeling for the living form, no matter how perishable. Perishable. Why speak to me of the perishable, O Sir Siph, warning me in its name? Do we then carry the mummy round the banqueting hall to put an end to the feast because all must perish? Nay, on the contrary, for on its brow is written, celebrate the joyful day. A good, even a capital answer in its way, the way, that is, of that madness which makes to serve its ends the wisdom of its saner days. Joseph only sighed and said no more. He had done what he could, and dwelt no further upon the abominations of which all flesh, under the surface, consisted. For he realized that it was of the nature of the madness to ignore all that, the heart and spirit would simply not hear of it. Phi had other tasks than convincing this woman that life was either illusion as images were, or the beauty of the perishable children of men, and that truth, wherein life and beauty are a solid and imperishable unity, he belongs to a different and order of things, upon which one would do well to direct one's thoughts. For instance, he had great trouble in warding off the press ants which he and I nowadays wanted to shower upon him. She did so out of a primitive impulse, always present in those who love, rooted in a sense of dependence upon the being whom they have made a God, and the need of bringing him offerings, of adorning, glorifying, and bribing him. But still more, for the gift serves also the purpose of attaching and preempting the recipient, of staking him out, as it. Thomas Mann. were, and marking him with a prior claim. If you wear my gift, you are mine. The most preferred gift is the ring. Who gives it knows very well what he wants, and who receives it must be aware of its meaning, for every ring is the visible link of an invisible chain. Thus, E&I, ostensibly in gratitude for his services in initiating her into the household affairs, gave him, with a self-conscious air, a very costly ring, with a carved scarab. Likewise, in the course of time, other valuable ornaments, such as gold bracelets and collars set with precious stones. She even gave him feast day garments of great elegance. Or, rather, she wanted to give him all these things and kept pressing them upon him, in artless words. But after he had respectfully received one or two, he refused the rest, at first gently and pleadingly, then more and more brusquely. And it was these gifts which showed him his situation, so that he recognized it for what it was. For instance, one day, when he rejected the present of a feast day garment, saying curtly, "My garment and my shirt content me," he had clearly recognized what was involved, and unconsciously replied in the words of Gilgamesh when Ishtar made assault on his beauty and said, "Come then, Gilgamesh, thou shalt mate with me, and give me thy fruit," and promised many splendid presents in return for his compliance. Such a recognition can have its soothing as well as its disturbing side. A man says to himself, "There it is again," with a sense of the solid ground, the shelter afforded by the myth, the reality, or even better, the truth, of what is happening, all of which reassures him. But at the same time he is startled to find himself playing a part in the feast and representing such and such a myth as is then being made present. He feels as though he were in a dream. Yes, yes, thought Joseph, as he looked at poor Mud. Verily thou art the abandoned daughter of Anu, though thou knowest it not. I might chide thee for it, reproaching thee with thy many lovers, whom thou smotest with thy love and turned them into a bat, a brightly colored bird, a savage dog, so that his own shepherds hunted him, the chief shepherd of the flocks, and the dogs tore his skin. To me also would it happen, as my part makes me say. Why did Gilgamesh say that, insulting thee, so thou didst run to Anu in thy rage and made him send the fire-breathing bull of heaven to chastise the disobedient? I know why now, for in him I see myself, as through myself I understand him. He spoke in displeasure of thy masterful homage, and turned made before thee, girding himself with chastity against thy wooing and thy presence, O Ishtar, in the beard of Joseph's chastity. Thus Joseph, the reader of tablets, assimilated his thoughts to those of him who went before him in the pattern. And in that he did so he, Joseph in Egypt 749, gives me the cue for an explanation which is at the same time a summing up, and which I am convinced is here due to the fine spirit of scientific inquiry. The cue is chastity. The theme has for thousands of years been associated with the figure of Joseph. It supplies the classical epithet inseparable from his name. The chaste Joseph, we say, or even, giving it a general and symbolic application, we say, a chaste Joseph. That is the pretty, prudish phrase in which his memory lives in an age separated from his own by so many abysses of time, and I shall not feel that I have made a true and reliable reconstruction of his story unless, at the appropriate time, I gather together the scattered threads, the tangled and varicolored strands of that much talked of chastity, and make them as comprehensible as possible to the reader who, out of natural sympathy for Madame Enet's anguish, may incline to be angry at Joseph's resistance. It goes without saying that there can be no chastity where there is no capacity. Honorary captains and mutilated son chamberlains, for instance, are not chaste. We set out with the premise that Joseph was a whole and virile man. Indeed, we know that in later years he married under the protection of royalty, and had as issue two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who will come into the story later on. So that his chastity was not permanent throughout his life, but only for the term of his youth, with which the conception was apparently bound up. It is plain that he kept his virginity. The word may perhaps be applied to young men as well as to maidens, only so long as he associated with it surrender the idea of prohibition, temptation, and fall. Later, when, so to speak, it was of no importance, he gave it up without a thought. So the classical epithet fits him only for a certain period of his life. We must not make the mistake of thinking that his youthful chastity was that of some simple country bumpkin, whose awkwardness is at fault, though his temper may be as ardent as you like. Jacob's darling was no blunderer in affairs of the heart. Such an idea is inconsistent with the picture we first saw of him, indeed, with the father's anxious eyes, the 17-year-old youth by the well, coquetting with the moon and matching her beauty with his own. His famous chastity was so far from being due to inexperience that it was closer to the opposite, resting rather upon a feeling that the mutual relations between him and all the world were permeated with the spirit of love. He was in love with everything, with a love deserving of the adjective universal, because it did not stop at the earthly, but was present as a pervasive atmosphere, as an inference, a subtle significance and unconscious background to every relation in life, even the holiest and most awe-inspiring. From this feeling his chastity proceeded. Earlier in my narrative I have discussed the phenomenon of the Zero Thomas Mann, lively jealousy of God, as displayed in the unequivocally violent persecutions with which the one-time demon of the desert, even in a much further advanced stage of his relation with the spirit of man, visited the objects of idolatry or unbridled excess of feeling. It was this which poor Rachel had experienced. And I said then that Joseph, her son, would better understand this attitude of God and be more pliable in coming to terms with it than Jacob, his over-emotional begetter. Joseph's chastity, then, was above all an expression of this understanding and compliant spirit. He knew, of course, that his sufferings and death, with whatever large designs they might be connected, were a punishment for Jacob's pride, which had imitated, in a way not to be borne, the deity's majestic exercise of the power of selection. They were a manifestation of jealousy, directed against the poor old man. In this sense Joseph's misfortunes had to do only with the father, and were the continuation of Rachel's, since Jacob, in simply transferring his affection to her son, had never ceased to love her too much. But jealousy can have a twofold reference. One may be jealous of an object because another person, whose whole love one claims, loves it too, or one may strive for the object out of love for itself, which cannot brook a rival. There is a third possibility, the combination of both these other two to make up the complete conception. Joseph was not fundamentally wrong when he assumed the third case. In his view, he had been ravished and snatched away, not only and not even chiefly for the chastisement of Jacob, or rather for this chastisement, indeed, but on the ground that he himself was the object of an overwhelming exercise of the power of selection, of a majestic covetousness and jealous preemption. Jacob's own settled paternalism had not yet arrived at the height of such Complicated craftiness, he could not understand, though his anxiety might make him sometimes suspect it. I know that our modern sense too may be confused and offended by ideas like these, by such an emphasis on the relations between creator and creature, as foreign to us as would be Jacob's settled paternalism. Yet they have their place. In time and evolution, there is no doubt, psychologically speaking, that more than one pregnant dialogue, handed down by tradition, taking place in a cloud between the unseeable, whatever name he bore, and his disciple and favorite, was characterized by an abnormal capriciousness. Thus Joseph's view of things is at bottom justifiable, its probability rests upon his own personal worth, which I would not wish to dispute. Yeah, I keep myself clean. Little Benjamin had once heard the words from the lips of his admired brother, in the grove of Adonis. He was speaking of keeping his face clean of a beard and thus enhancing the peculiar beauty of his 17 years, but also of his relation to the outer world, which had been, and still remained, of Joseph in Egypt 751. Stemius, though as remote as possible from awkward inexperience. His restraint was nothing less than caution, an inspired shrewdness, a religious circumspection, and the experience of frightful violation. The tearing of wreath and robe must have strengthened it mightily. We must suppose that it was associated with a certain haughtiness of spirit which did away with the bleakness of renunciation. There can be no talk here of painful mortification of the flesh, in whose guard image our modern world almost inevitably clothes the idea of chastity. Yet even the modern world might have to concede the possible existence of another kind, a blithe, even supercilious chastity. Joseph decided for this, first by virtue of his clear and bold mentality. But his choice was made easier, where for others it would have entailed cruel hardship, because of the pleasure he took in the pious conceit of his brideship with God. But the mistress, in talk with the concubine Mecan-Wesid, had let fall a complaint about the mock airy she read in the young steward's eyes. It was, she thought, a jeer at the cruel bondage of desire, so shameful to him who feels it. The observation was a shrewd one, for certainly of the three animals, which according to Joseph kept guard in the orchard of the little fowler, shame, guilt, and mocking laughter, the last was the most his familiar. Yet not in the sense that he suffered from it, in the meaning of the legend. It was he himself who indulged in the mocking laughter, and nothing else could be seen in his eyes when the wanton women peered after him from the housetops. Such an attitude toward the sphere of sexual infatuation does doubtless exist. It is produced by the consciousness of a higher end, to which one is chosen. Some may see in it an arrogant contempt of human claims and find that it is culpable to look at passion in a comic light. To these let me say that we are approaching a time in our tale when Joseph laughed no more, and the second catastrophe in his life, his second descent to the grave, was brought on him by just that power to which in his youthful pride he had thought to deny tribute. Here, then, was the first reason why Joseph denied himself to the desire of Potiphar's wife. He was betrothed to God. He practiced a shrewd foresight. He took account of the peculiar pain which faithlessness inflicts on the solitary. And his second reason was closely allied to his first, being its mirror, being actually its earthly and social form. It was loyalty to the letter of the pact made with the departed Mann, loyalty to his difficult master, the highest in his sphere. This juggling with ideas of the absolutely highest compared with them only relatively and locally so, as it went on in the head of the descendant of Abraham, must strike a modern sense as absurd and even glaring. For all that, we must realize and accept it if we wish to understand how it looked inside that mind, so early and yet so modern, which thought its thoughts with as much inevitability. Compo. $7 Thomas Mann. Sure, and reasonableness as we do ours. Joseph's fantasy actually did no less than see, in the obese aristocratic person of Mutt's honorary husband, the courtier of the sun, and in his melancholy egotism, the earthly counterpart and fleshly reproduction of the oathless and child less lonely and jealous god of his fathers, with whom he was bent on keeping loving human faith. He made a fantasy parallel, which yet was not without some trace of speculation on the practical side. Add to that the solemn vow he had made to Mann on his death bed, to sustain the master's sensitive dignity to the best of his powers and protect it from harm, and we shall better understand that the now scarcely concealed desires of poor Mutt must have seemed to him like a devouring temptation to experience the knowledge of good and evil and to repeat the folly of Adam. That was the second reason. For the third, it is enough to say that his aroused masculinity objected to being degraded into the feminine and passive by the wooing of a mistress who behaved like a man. He would be the arrow, not the goal of desire. That is understandable. And the fourth follows quite naturally, for it also had to do with pride, but spiritual pride. Joseph shuddered when he thought of that which Mutt, the Egyptian woman, embodied to him. A proud tradition of racial purity warned him not to mingle his blood with hers. She was the ancientness of this land into which he had been sold, the enduringness, the unchanging, unpromising desolation which stared out into a future savage and dead and void of expectation, yet seemed as though it would raise its paw to snatch to its bosom the reasoning child of the promise as he stood before it, that he might name it his name, of whatever sex it was. For the hopelessly old was at the same time lewd, lustful of young blood, young not alone in years but, and especially, also in its promise for the future. This election of his Joseph had in his heart never forgotten, since he came a slave, a nobody and nothing, into this land. With all his native worldly adaptability, by means of which he had ingratiated himself among the children of the land of Mutt and thought to go far amongst them, he had kept detached. He had clung to his inward reserve, well knowing that in the last analysis he might not make himself common, for they were taboo. Distinctly feeling in his heart of whose spirit he was child and of what father's son? His father. There was a fifth reason, if indeed it was not the first and strongest. He knew not, the poor, beaten old man, who had painfully grown used to thinking of his child as safe in death, he knew not where it lived and moved, arrayed already in a new and strange bodily garment. Were he to learn, he would fall down and collapse with grief. When Joseph, in his mind, dwelt on the third of his three imaginings, the snatching away, the elevation, the follow. Joseph in Egypt 753. After, he never concealed from himself that much resistance would need to be overcome in Jacob, knowing the stately old man's pathetic prejudice against Mizraim, his paternal childish horror of Hagar's land, the monkey land of Egypt. The good soul's etymology was wrong. He derived the name of Cam, which signified the black earth, from Ham, the shameless one and shamer of his father, and cherished immoderate ideas about the abominable folly of the children of the land in matters of morality and discipline. Joseph had always suspected them of one-sidedness, and learned to smile at them as mythical since his coming to the land. For the luxury here was not worse than the luxury of other lands, and whence would the tax-paying, drudging little peasants and systematically flogged Water carriers whom Joseph had known now for 9 years have got the lustiness to behave like sodomites. In short, the old man had all sorts of quaint notions about the conduct of the people of Egypt, as though they lived in a way that must have infected all the children of God with wantonness. But Joseph was the last person to have concealed from himself the grain of truth in Jacob's moral condemnation of the land where the inhabitants worshipped animals and the dead. Some good downright epithets echoed in his brain at this time, which the anxious old man had uttered about people who set up their beds with the neighbors whenever they pleased and exchanged their wives, of women who would go to market and see a youth who took their fancy, when they would lie down with him without more ado, without a notion of sin. Joseph knew the sphere whence the father drew these ideas. It was the sphere of Canaan and the abominable fluctuations of its worship, against all reason, the sphere of the Moloch madness, of singing and dancing, abandonment and alisakala, when they went whoring after the images of fertility and an abandonment of ritual copulation. Joseph, son of Jacob, would not go whoring after the gods of Baal. This was the fifth of the 7 reasons why he practiced reserve. And the 6th reason lies to hand, though in passing, our sympathy with poor Mud should make us cast an eye on the perver side of her fate, in that precisely he upon whom her late roused fan sighs dwelt saw her in the light of his father's mythical misunderstandings and heard in the cry of her heart's longing so much shameless temptation which was as good as not there at all. M.S. yearning or Joseph had little to do with the follies of Baal and Alisaka. Was a deeper and more honorable wound from his youth and beauty. A fervid desire, as decent and as indecent as any other and no more lewd than it is the nature of love to be. If later it degenerated, and destroyed her reason, the fault lay with her anguish over the 7-fold amour of resistance which it encountered. A cruel fate would have it that her love was weighed not by what she was but by what Thomas Mann she meant for Joseph, in other words, and 6thly, the bond with Sheol. Here again we must take care to be clear in our minds. One is was a situation in which Joseph desired to act with good sense and consideration, to lose nothing himself nor do anyone harm. And in it his mentality must lead him to associate his Canaanitish hostility to the stammering and staggering folly of Baal with another conception, fundamentally Egyptian, which was the greatest difficulty of all. I mean the reverence for death and the dead, which is nothing else than the Egyptian form of whoring after Baal. It was Mud's misfortune that it was just this she represented to Joseph. We cannot envisage too clearly the importance of the ancient warning, the Pri. Mebel no in Joseph's blood, which spoke out against any bond with the lower world or its inhabitants, against that combined idea of death and dissoluteness. To sin against its command, to err in this inscrutably fundamental matter, was for him literally to lose all his thoughts, and the serious obstacles they created for him may easily seem fantastic to our modern reason, but it is for precisely them that I seek to win understanding from initiate and allied minds, however separated by time from his sphere. And yet it was reason itself, speaking with his father's voice, that set itself against the temptations of shameless unreason. Not in the least that Joseph would have been without understanding for unreason. The anxious old man at home had known that. But must one not understand sin in order to be able to sin? It takes understanding to sin. Yes, at bottom, all spirit is nothing else than understanding of sin. The God of Joseph's fathers was a God of the spirit, at least that was the goal of his evolution, for the sake of which he had made a bond with men. Never since he united with theirs his will to salvation had he anything to do with death and the nether world or with any madness rooted in the dark bottom of fruitfulness. In man he had become aware that such things were an abomination unto him, and in his turn man too had become aware of it in him. Joseph, when he said his good nights to the dying Modka, had of course dealt soothingly with his death anguish and told him how it would be with him in the hereafter, saying consolingly that they would be together forever and always because they belonged together in their sagas. But that was a friendly concession to human distress, a lent open-mindedness which for the moment looked aside from what he knew to be fixed, from the strict and stern renunciation of any view of the hereafter, which had been the way the fathers and their self-sanctifying God took to make by such a ruling a clear divorce between themselves and the corpse gods of their neighbors in their temple graves and their death rigidity. For only by comparison does man distinguish and learn what he is in order to become what he, Joseph in Egypt 755, should be. Thus the famous chastity of Joseph, a future husband and father, was no theoretic and self-flagellating denial of the sphere of love and procreation, which would have been inconsistent with the promise to Abraham that his seed should be numerous as the desert sand. Rather it was the inherited dictate of his blood to uphold the godly claims of reason in this field and to avoid all horn folly and alisakala, which in his mind formed an inseparable logical and metaphysical unity with the service of the dead. It was Mud's misfortune that he saw in her wooing a temptation from this complex of death and injustice, the temptation of Sheol, to yield to which would have meant laying himself bare to annihilation. Here we have the 7th and last reason, the last also in the sense that it comprehended all the others. For altogether what they came to was just this fear, the fear of laying himself bare. That was what he heard when Mud had tried to divest their conversation of the fig leaf of objectivity, but we must consider it here in the sober light of its manifold sense reference and the vast scope of its consequences. How strangely it can fare with the meaning of a word when it breaks up into its elements in the mind, as a ray of light from a cloud is broken up into the colors of the rainbow. Let even one of these refractions make unhappy contact with an evil association and become a curse, and it loses its good repute in all, it becomes an abomination in every one of its senses, so that it can be and is condemned to be used solely to characterize abominations. If red, let us say, is a bad color, the color of the desert, the color of the polar star, then it is all over with the blithe innocence of the whole white ray of heaven. The idea of bareness and bearing did not originally lack in no sense and blitheness, it had no red about it and no curse. But since the accursed affair of Noah in his tent with Ham and Canaan, his wicked son, it got, so to speak, a permanent split, became red and evil in its refraction, and blushed through and through. There was nothing else to do after that but to use it to describe abominations. It even happened that every abomination, or almost all, cried out for this name and recognized itself in it. In the attitude of the anxious Jacob by the well almost 9 years before, when he sternly rebuked his son for the nakedness with which he responded to the loveliness of the moon, in that attitude lay a regrettable blackening of an idea in itself as bright as the sight of a naked boy by a well. Bearing, in the simple and literal physical sense, was in the beginning quite unsuspect, it was as neutral as the light of heaven. It only began to blush when it acquired a transferred significance, as Baal folly and the shameful blood sin of looking upon the nakedness of a father. But now the redness had reflected back upon the innocent original meaning and cast such a glow upon it that it became a name for every Sort of deadly sin, those actually committed and those only realized. Thomas Mann. In look and wish. So that finally everything forbidden, thought of as accursed, in the realm of sensual lust and fleshly intercourse and, especially, by association with the shame of Noah, the invasion of the son into the rights of the father was thought of as bearing. And even that was not all, for a new and peculiar association and comparison grew up, and the error of Reuben, the offense done by the son to the father's bed, began to stand for the whole conception. Until every meeting of glances, every wish, every act, became most equivalent, in quality and even name, to a shaming of the father. These, then, whether we like it or not, were the pictures in Joseph's mind. To do that to which the sphinx of this dead land in cited him seemed to him a shaming of his father, and was it not, in truth, when we remember what wickedness the land of mud meant to the old man at home, and with what outraged alarm he would have learned that his child, instead of being safely garnered up in death, was living in such sore temptation? In those anxious brown eyes with the soft tear glands beneath, Joseph could feel them resting upon him. He would be committing that sinful bearing of himself, for getting himself as grossly as Reuben had done, what time he had shown himself unstable as water and been deprived of the blessing. Since then the blessing had hovered over Joseph's head. Should he, too, be unstable and fling it away by sporting with this dubious cat goddess as Reuben once had sported with Bilhah? Who can wonder that his inward answer to the question was, not for the world? Who, I repeat, can be surprised, considering all the associations and identifications bound up in Joseph's mind with the idea of his father, and the thought of offending him? Can even the liveliest mind, or the person most receptive to the tender passion, find anything strange in a chastity which consisted in a resolution counseled by the purest religious prudence, namely, that he would avoid the grossest error he could commit and the one most injurious to his future prospects? These, then, were the 7 reasons why Joseph desired not to respond to the call of his mistress's blood, not for anything in the world. I have set them down in the order of their number and weight, and regard them with a certain sense of reassurance which, however, considering the hour at which we have arrived, is by no means in place, since Joseph is still enduring temptation, and as the story tells itself, there was as yet no certainty whether he would come out of it a whole man or not. He did come well out of it, that is, he escaped with a black eye, as we know. But why did he venture so far? Why did he disregard the whispered warning of his pure-hearted little friend, who already saw the pit yawning, and make friends instead with the phallic-minded mannequin who played Lothario and Mum bled out of the corner of his mouth? In a word, why did he not avoid the mistress instead of letting things reach the pass they did for him? Joseph in Egypt 757. And for her? Yes, that was coquetting with the world, it was sympathy with the forbidden thing, it was also a falling away from the death name he had chosen and from the state of salvation in which he had stood. And it had a savor of arrogant self-assurance, of a notion that he could venture into danger and retreat whenever he liked. To look at it on its good side, it was a willingness to take a dare, an ambition to face the worst and run the risk, to push matters to the utter most in order to carry off a greater triumph, to be a virtuoso of beer Tuesday, and thus more precious to the father than a more restricted and an easier trial would have shown him. Perhaps, even, it was a secret knowledge of his own course and the line it took, the suspicion that its next lesser round was to complete itself and bring him to the pit, which was inevitable if all that was to be fulfilled which was written in the plan. 758. Chapter 7. The pit. Billets 2. We see and we have said that Potiphar's wife, in the 3rd year of her passion, the 10th of Joseph's sojourn in the chamberlain's house, began to tender her love to Joseph, and with growing vehemence. At bottom there is no great difference between the revealing of the sec on year and the tendering of the 3rd, the one was comprised in the other and the line between them was fluid. But there was a line, nonetheless, and to pass from attentions and longing looks, even though desire was implicit in them, to actual invitation cost the woman a self-conquest almost equal to the effort required to conquer her weakness and renounce her desire for her servant almost, but probably not quite, since obviously she must have preferred this to the other. She did not do it, rather than overcome her love she overcame her pride and her shame hard enough, but yet somewhat easier, because she was not alone in this struggle as she would have been in the other, for Dudu, the begetting dwarf, helped her, going to and fro between her and the son of Jacob, playing with great dignity and, in his own mind for the first time, the role of attached patron, counselor and messenger, and fanning the flame on both sides with all the strength of his lungs. For Dudu at length understood that there were 2 fires, not only one, that Joseph's pedagogic plan of salvation, by means of which he need not avoid the mistress but might stand before her nearly every day, was just an absurd and asinine pretext, since he consciously or not already found himself in the state of the god when his wrappings were rent. Dudu understood all this quite as well as did the quaking little mock vizier, for in this sphere his perceptions were not only equal but superior to those of his small colleague. Steward, said he, at Joseph's end of the route, you have so far known how to make your fortune, even envy, of which I am incapable, would concede that you have trodden down those above you, despite your doubtless respectable but modest origins. You sleep in Joseph in Egypt 759. The private room of trust, and the perquisites in which the Osiris Mann once rejoiced, the corn, beer, bread, geese, linen, and leather, you are now the one whom they rejoice. You take them to market, since it is impossible you should consume them, you increase your wealth and seem to be a made man. But what is made can be unmade, and what is one can run away, as happens often in the world, when a man knows not how to hold his good fortune nor how to secure it by unshakable foundations that it may endure forever like a temple of the dead. Indeed, it must happen again and again that only some one thing is lacking to crown such a man's fortune and make his unshakable success, and he would need but to put forth his hand to grasp it. But from shyness or obstinacy, slackness, or even conceit, the fool refrains, folds his hand in his garment, and willfully does not put it out to grasp his final success, but neglects it, despises it, and whistles it down the wind. And the consequence, the sad consequence, is that all his luck and his gains ebb away, his good fortune is level with the ground, and his place knows him no more, all because of that one refusal. For he lost credit with powers which had thought to accompany his success with their last and highest favor, that it might last forever, but being thus despised and insulted, rage like the sea, their eyes shoot fire, and their hearts rouse up a sandstorm like the mountains of the east, so that they not only turn their faces away from the man's fortune, but set themselves against it in their wrath, so that they entirely destroy it, which costs them no effort at all. I doubt not that you see my concern as an honest man for your welfare in deed, not for yours alone but also and equally for that of the person to whom my words, I hope unmistakably, refer. Yet they are the same. Her good fortune is yours and yours hers. This conjunction is long since a happy truth, and it only remains to give it blissful real. Ity. For what I think and ruminate in my soul what voluptuous de. Like this union must prepare for you, I, the strong man, real, and am giddy. I speak not of fleshly bliss in the first place out of modesty, and in the second because it goes without saying that it will be very great, considering the silken skin of the person in question and the wonder of her build. I refer to the delight of the soul, through which the fleshly must be heightened beyond any measure, and will consist in the thought that you, of certainly respectable but yet quite modest origins and a foreigner, are holding in your arms the loveliest and most noble lady in the two lands, and that you have evoked her profoundest sighs, as it were in token that you, the youth of the desert and of misery, have subdued Egypt, which sighs beneath your weight. And wherewith do you repay this mutual bliss, of which one ever spurs the other up to fresh heights? You pay it not, but are paid for it, paid by the unshitterable perpetuation of your fortune, in that you will have risen to be the true lord and master over this house. 60 Thomas Mann. For who possesses the mistress, said Dudu, is in truth the master. He raised his stumps of arms as though before Potiphar, and Simba won. Callie kissed the ground before Joseph's feet. The latter had listened, though with disgust, to the pander's very common and offensive words. But he had listened, so that the arrogance with which he replied was not wholly becoming. I should, dwarf, be better pleased if you spoke not so much of your own motion nor developed so many of your marvelous ideas. For they are little to the purpose, but instead would confine yourself to your office as messenger and informer. If you have something to tell me from a higher source, then do so. If not, then begone. I should, answered Dudu, put myself in error to be gone before I discharged my office. For I have something to deliver and hand over. It will perhaps be permitted to the messenger and announcer from so high a source that he somewhat adorns and enlarges upon the message. What is it? Asked Joseph. And the gnome handed something up to him, a note on papyrus. A long, narrow slip, on which Mutt, the mistress, had written some words. For at the other end of the route the mischief monger had said, let your loyal servant, my lady, by which I mean myself, speak to your very soul in saying that the pace of time in which things move forward is a vexation to me, for it is sluggish and stagnant. And that pinches my inwards with anger and grief for your sake, for that your beauty might suffer under it. Not that I have seen it suffer. Thanks to the gods, it flourishes in plenteous bloom and has such a dance that it might lose much and still radiantly excel the common human measure. Thus far all is well. But your honor suffers if your beauty does not, and therewith mine too, under the state of things. And in your relation with the youth who is set over the house, who calls himself Osersife, but whom I would call Neferneferu, for certainly he is the most beautiful of the beautiful. Does the name please you? I have contrived it for your use, or not actually contrived, rather overheard and picked up to put at your service, for so is he. Often named in the house as upon the land and the waterways and in the city. Yes, the women on the housetops choose to call him so, against whose behavior unfortunately one could not take any serious measures. But let me go on with my considered words. For it gnaws your devoted servant in his very liver, for the sake of your honor, that you approach so slowly your goal in the matter of this. Nefer your known purpose being that you may come upon the sources of his power and bring him to a fall as he names to you his name. I have indeed contrived and brought about that mistress and men no longer approach each other with scribes and attendants. Joseph in Egypt 76:1. But converse without restraint or burdensome formality, just for eyes and two mouths, and in some appointed place. That improves the prospect that in some most sweet and secret hour he will at last name you his name, and you will swoon with the bliss of your triumph over him, the wicked one, and all those whom his mouth and eyes have beguiled. For you will seal his mouth in such wise that his beguiling speech will fail him and his all-enchanting eye grow dim in the bliss of surrender. But the trouble is that the youth defends himself against trying a fall with you, which in my eyes is rank setting and a sort of shameless shamefacedness, as Dudu does not hesitate to call it. For what is it? You would assault him and bring him to his fall, you, child of Amun, the flower of the southern house of women, and he, the Shabirite Amu, the foreign slave and son of the depths. He forsooth resists, he will not what you will, he hides himself behind accounts and affairs of the household. That is not to be borne. It is rebellion and presumption on the part of the gods of Asia, who owe tribute to Amun, the lord in his chapel. Thus the affront to the house, which earlier consisted in the growth and advancement of this slave, has now become the open insurrection of the gods of Asia, who will not pay their due tribute to Amun, which is the downfall of this youth to your power, who are a child of Amun. To this must it come. I have given timely warning. But neither, great lady, can adjust mind quite absolve you or wash you white of guilt in this abomination, that the affair does not go forward. For you do not press it. In maiden delicacy you allow the youth to play his game with Amun, the king of the gods, by feints and shifts, putting him off from moon to moon. That is frightful. But it is your maidenliness that is responsible. By lacking in boldness and in ripe experience, you will pardon your true servant his words, for else whence shall you acquire that which you lack? For now it must be that without scruple or ceremony you must summon the slippery one and challenge him to his fall, so that he cannot escape. If your modesty forbids you to achieve this by word of mouth, then there is the written way and the billet do, which he must understand when he reads, whether he will or no, for it should run in some such wise as, will you overcome me today at a game? Shall we try conclusions alone together? For so can ripeness and audacity clothe itself in a maidenly garment of speech, yet make itself understood. Let me prepare the writing in strawmance and write as I dictate, that I may bring him to it and make a conclusion of the business to the honor of Amun. Thus to do at this end, the sun-potent dwarf, and he and I, dazed and femininely submissive to his authority and knowledge of the field, did write to his direction that which Joseph now read. Phi could not conceal the redness of it that flew to his cheeks, though it jeered him so that he ungently drove away the messenger without. SS2 Thomas Mann. Any ado. Yet despite anxious whisperings from another quarter, bid ding him not obey the artful challenge, he did obey it, playing a game with the mistress in the columned hall beneath the image of Rehoract. Once he drove her into the water and once let her drive him, so that defeat and victory were even, and the result of the meeting was nothing at all, to the great disappointment of Dudu at this new hitch in affairs. So then he took the next and last step, and presently he could say to Joseph, out of the corner of his mouth, I have something to deliver, from a certain source. What is it? Joseph asked. Then the dwarf handed up to him a narrow slip, of which one may say that it did indeed give a desperate push to the plot, for it contained, quite baldly and unmistakably, the word which I called a word of mistaking on the ground that it was not the word of a strumpet but of a woman overwhelmed. True, it was couched in the roundabout way which the written word permits and in a special Egyptian, in which it was of course set down. The delicate conciseness of the picture writing, which with the vowels left to the imagination, with the everywhere interspersed symbol suggesting the category of the consonant like crisply invoked sounds, always has something of the magic rebus, of flowery half-concealment and witty anagram, so that in fact it seems made for the confection of billets. And the simplest statement receives an elusive and ingenious cast. The decisive part of Muhammed's communication, what we should call the point of it, consisted of 3 word symbols, with others equally pretty preceding them, and following them the quickly sketched symbol of a lion-headed couch with a mummy lying on it. The rebus looked like this, and it meant lying or sleeping. For the 2 words are the same in the language of Cam, and the whole line on the papyrus slip, signed with the symbol of a vulture, said quite plainly and unmistakably, "Come, let us sleep together for an hour." What a document! Precious as gold, highly moving and self-respecting if also most evil, distressing, and dangerous in its nature. We have here, in its original form, in the original version and the phrasing of the Egyptian language, the words in which the wife of Potiphar according to tradition couched her imploring offer to Joseph. For first in this written form she addressed it to him, Mkau, aired by Dudu, the begetting dwarf, who prompted her out of the corner of his mouth. But if the sight of it moves even us, then how must Joseph have felt when he had deciphered it? Pale and startled. Joseph in Egypt 763. He crumpled the paper in his hand and chased Dudu away with the handle of his fly brush. But he had now received the message, the sweet suggestion, the longing and promising call of his loving mistress, and if he could not in honor be greatly surprised at it, yet it shook him mightily and made such havoc in his blood that we might fear for the strength of the 7 reasons, if we did not, while still involved in the present feast hour of our story, already know how it came out. But Joseph, to whom it happened when it played itself for the first time, actually lived in that hour, was unable to see beyond it, and could by no means be certain of the outcome. It was all in suspense, at the point whither we were arrived, and at the moment when it was actually decided, it was to be touch and go whether the 7 reasons would hold or would be dissipated into air and Joseph yield to sin. It might just as well have gone wrong as to have gone as it did, right by the thickness of a hair. Certainly Joseph knew him. Self-resolved not to commit the great error, not to wreck his good faith with God. But the wise little dwarf had been right when he had seen in Joseph's pleasure in his freedom of choice between good and evil something very like pleasure in evil itself, not only in the free dom to choose it. Certainly an unconfessed inclination to evil, interpret only as a pleasure in the glorious freedom of choice, includes the other inclination, namely, to pull the wool over one's own eyes, and cloud one's understanding to the point of seeing the good in it. God had such wonderful intentions with regard to Joseph. Did he really mean to grudge him the proud and honeyed satisfaction which offered itself, which perhaps he himself was offering? Might not this satisfaction be the destined means of the elevation in the hope of which the snatched away one lived and which had so far prospered in the house that now the mistress had cast her eyes upon him, to covet him, naming to him her sweet name, longing to name the name of all Egypt, and thereby to make him, so to speak, the lord of all the world? What youth to whom the beloved yields herself would not liken this to his elevation to the lordship of the world? And was it not just this, to make him lord of the world, that God designed for Joseph? We see the temptations to which his clouded reason was exposed. Good and evil were in a fair way to be thoroughly confused in his mind. There were moments when he was tempted to interpret evil as good. The symbol coming after lie on the slip of paper was calculated, thanks to the mummy on it, to open his eyes to the king. Dom whence the temptation came, and to show him that to yield to it would be an unpardonable affront toward him who was no mummy. Yod promising endurance and nothing else, but rather a god of the future, yet even so Joseph had every ground to mistrust the strength of his 7 reasons and the course which future feast hours would. Thomas Mann take and to lend an ear to the whisperings of a certain little friend, who implored him to go no more to the mistress, degree receive no mo. Billets due from the malicious go between, and to fear the bull. Even now was beginning to turn the field of ashes with his fiery breath. True for Joseph to avoid them. Tress was more easily said than done, after all, she was the mistress. And when she called he had to go. But how prone is Mari to keep open the door to evil choice, rejoicing am freedom and P1 carrot with fire. Whether out of self-confidence that thinks it can take the bull by the horns, or out of lightheadedness and secret desire, who can tell? The painful tongue. Play an epilogue. There came that night in the 3rd year, when Mu'minat, Potiphar's wife, bit her tongue, because it so overpoweringly craved to say to her husband's young steward that which she had already writ. Tend to him in a rebus, while at the same time her pride and shame would have prevented her tongue from speaking and from uttering to the slave her blood that he might stanch its flow. The conflict lay in her role as mistress. On the one hand it was frightful to her so to speak and to offer him her flesh and blood in exchange for his own, while on the other it was her fitting part to behave as the male and, so to speak, as the bearded active principle in love. Thus it was she bit her tongue by night, above and below, so that it was nearly bitten through, and next day she lisped from the wound, like a little child. For some days after the sending of the letter she would not see Joseph, but denied him her countenance because she could not look into his, after challenging him in writing to try a fall. But just this renunciation of his presence it was that made her right to utter with her own lips what she had said in magic writing. The longing for his presence took the form of the longing to utter the words which it was forbidden to him, the slave of love, to speak. For if she were ever to learn whether he spoke from his soul, there was nothing left but for her, the mistress, to speak and to offer him her flesh and blood in the fervent hope that she responded to his own desire and took the words from his lips. For role as mistress condemned her to shamelessness, for which she had already punished herself at night, by bitting her tongue, so that now she might take leave to say what she must say, as well as she could after the punishment, lisping like a child. Which was also a refuge, since it gave an air of helplessness and sense to the shamelessness and turned into pathos what would else have been gross. She had summoned Joseph through Buddha to a business session and a game afterwards, and she received him in the hall with the image of Joseph in Egypt 765. About an hour after the meal, when Joseph would have finished reading to Potiphar, she came to him from her bedchamber, and as she approached he made the observation, for the first time, or for the first time consciously, that she was greatly changed. I also have until this hour refrained from notice of the change which had taken place since the beginning of her passion and also as a result of it. It was a peculiar change, in characterizing and describing which I run the risk of being either offensive or misunderstood. To Joseph, when he at last perceived it, it afforded much food for wonderment and profound reflection. For life lies deep, not only in the spirit but in the flesh. It was not that Mud had aged in this time, her love would have prevented that. Had she grown more beautiful? Yes, and no. But on the whole no. Even decidedly no, if by beauty we mean the utterly admirable and satisfyingly complete, a splendid image, some thing glorious to enfold in one's arms, yet afterwards claiming no place in our thoughts because it appeals to our most clarified sense. The eye, and not the mouth or the hand in so far as it appeals to anything at all. For however richly sensuous, beauty has about it something abstract and spiritual, it asserts its independence and the priority of the idea before the manifestation. It is not the product and tool of sex, but rather sex is its stuff and instrument. Feminine beauty. That may be beauty embodied in the feminine as beauty's means of expression. But if the relation between spirit and matter is reversed, so that one speaks of beautiful femininity rather than of feminine beauty, because the feminine has become the ise and primary idea, and the beauty its attribute instead of the reverse, what then? What if sex, I would ask, deals with beauty as its material, embodying itself in it, so that beauty serves and is functional as a means of expressing the feminine? It is clear that the result is a quite different kind of beauty from that which I spoke of above. A suspect, an uncanny kind, which may even approach the ugly, and wield for evil the power over the emotions which it is the gift of beauty to wield, by virtue, that is, of sex, which has usurped beauty's place and takes its name. Then it is no longer a spiritual beauty revealed in the feminine, but a beauty in which the feminine reveals itself, an eruption of sex, the beauty of which the word I have used, startling as it is indispensable to it. A description of the change which had taken place during the year in Mud's physical being. It was a change pathetic and disturbing at once, evil and apparent, a witch-like metamorphosis. We must not imagine a hag, we must reject such an idea, though perhaps a faint suggestion of something like it might enter in. A witch is certainly not of necessity hag-like, and yet in the most charming which one might descry a trace it does belong to the picture in our minds. Why 66 Thomas Mann. Mud's new body was that of a witch, informed by love and sex, and thus remotely hag-like, though the only manifestation was a combined development of leanness and voluptuosity. A proper example of a hag was for instance Black Tabubu, who presided over the mysteries of the makeup and had breasts like wineskins. Mud's own breasts, once so tender and maidenly, had, thanks to her suffering, developed in voluptuous splendor, standing out like great fruits of love and suggesting the hag-like only by comparison with the thinness, the emaciation of the fragile shoulder blades. The shoulders themselves looked too narrow, fragile, even childishly touching, and the arms had lost much of their roundness, they were well nigh thin. On the other hand the thighs had developed, one might almost say, illicitly. By comparison with the upper extremities, they were large and big, orous, and gave the impression that they gripped a broomstick between them, over which the creature bent, with shrunken back and swelling breasts, and rode to the mountains. The fancy not only lay to hand, it fairly urged itself upon the observer, and the face helped it out, with its frame of black curls that saddle-nosed, shadow cheek face, so long the theater of a conflict to which only now the right name can be given, since only now did it arrive at its CLI. Max, the quite witch-like contradiction between the stern, the threatening and sinister expression of the eyes and the sinuous audacity of the deep-cornered mouth. This distressing contrast, now at its height, lent the face a morbid, mask-like tension, intensified, probably, by the burning smart of the bitten tongue. But among the reasons why she had bitten it was probably this, that she knew she would be obliged to lisp like an innocent child, and that the childlikeness of her lisping would perhaps disguise and palliate the witch aspect of her new body, of which she was but too well aware. We may guess the distress which the cause of all these changes felt at the sight of them. Now for the first time he began to realize how lightly he had behaved in paying no heed to the prayers of his pure-minded little friend, and, instead of avoiding the mistress, let it come to this, that his swan maiden was transformed, which the folly of his pedagogic scheme struck him. For the first time he had a glimmer of the fact that his behavior in the affair of his second life was not less culpable than his conduct toward the brethren. This insight, which was to ripen from a misgiving to a conviction, explains much that happened later. At first his bad conscience and his distressful unease over the transformation of his mistress into a hag for love hid itself behind the spe chail reverence, yes, veneration, of his tone and manner. Wisely or unwisely he proceeded as on all other occasions with his idiotic plan of pedagogic treatment, showed his rolls of accounts and spoke of the supplies and consumption of various commodities for the house of Joseph in Egypt 767. Women, the dismissing of certain servants, and the appointing of ers. Thus he did not at once notice the injury to her tongue, for she only listened to him nervously and said almost nothing. But when they sat down to play their game, at the beautifully carven hoard, she on her couch of ebony and ivory, he on an ox-legged taboret, sorted the pieces shaped like couchant lions, and agreed upon the play. He could no longer fail, with mounting anxiety, to note that she lisped. When he had listened a few times and confirmed his perception, he ventured to ask, "What do I hear, my lady? It seems you have some difficulty in your speech." And he was forced to hear that the lady had pain in her tongue. She had hurt her elf in the night and bitten her tongue. The steward must pay no heed. So she spoke. I reproduced the childish accents in our tongue instead of hers, but with no great difference in the effect. Joseph, profoundly shocked, lifted his hands from the board and wished not to play until she had tended her wound and taken balsam in her mouth, which Conanfio, the barber surgeon, must straightway be some moan to prepare. But she would not hear of it. She lightly reproached him that he wished to avoid the game, which at the beginning stood unfavorably for him, and it looked as though he would be pushed into the water. Therefore he would save himself by breaking up the game and seeking for the apothecary. In short, she held him to his seat, lisping and babbling like a child, for involuntarily she suited her words to the helplessness of her tongue and spoke like a small girl, seeking to give her strained and suffering face an X-rays sign of infantine charm. I will not try to imitate her as she went on talking about putting Pythes into the water, for I would not seem to mock at her, who had death at her heart and was in act to throw away every vestige of pride and spiritual honor, in the overpowering urge to appease the honor of her flesh and see fulfilled the dream of healing which she had dreamed. He too, who had awaked the surge in her, he too felt death at his heart, and only too justly. He did not dare to look up from the bored, and he bit his lip, for his conscience spoke against him. Yet he played carefully. It would be hard to say whether reason controlled him or he his reason. She too took her pieces, lifted and moved them, but so absently that she was soon in a corner with no way out, was hopelessly beaten without seeing it at all, but went on playing until she was recalled by the fact that he no longer moved, when she looked down with a nervous smile upon the confusion of her hopes. He in his delusion thought that by speaking sensibly and courteously, he could mend the disordered situation and set it to rights, so he said discreetly, "We must try again, now, or some other time, for the 768 Thomas Mann. Game went wrong, very likely because I made an awkward opening. And you see that we can get no further, you have checkmated me. And I you, so that nobody has won or lost, for we have both done. Both." He hesitated and his voice was toneless, he spoke on only because he had begun, for he could no longer hope to save the situation by speaking of it. Even as he spoke, the worst had happened, she had broken down, laying her head and face on his arm that rested on the edge of the board. Her hair, with its gold and silver powder, upset the couching lions, and her hot breath brushed his arm as she feverishly lisped and stammered. Out of respect for her pain I refrained from reproducing the childish, sickly sounds, but their sense and nonsense ran somewhat like this. "Yes, yes, we can go no further, the play is played out, there is only a downfall for us both, O Sir Siph, my beautiful god from afar. My swan and bull, my highly and hotly and eternally beloved, so we may die together and go down into the darkness of blissful despair. Tell me, speak to me, and freely, since you cannot see my face, because it lies upon your arm, at last upon your arm and my lost lips. Touch your flesh and blood as I implore you, tell me, not seeing my eyes, if you have had my letter that I wrote before I bit my tongue, to prevent myself from saying what I wrote and what I even so must say, because I am the mistress and it lies with me to speak the word. You may not speak and may not embolden yourself to utter though. The reason has long since become no reason. But I know not whether you would gladly say it, which is the sum of my anguish, for if I knew that you would burn to say it if you could, then I would take the words from your lips and blissfully utter them as your mistress, even though lisping and stammering, with my face hidden on your arm. Say if you had my letter from the dwarf, as I wrote, and did you read it? Were you glad to see my hand, so that all your blood rose in a wave to beat on your soul's shore? Do you love me, O Sar Siph, my god in a slave's form, my sublime falcon, as I have loved you, for so long, in bliss and torment, and does your blood burn for mine as mine for yours, so that I had to write the letter, after long struggle, ensnared by the golden bronze of your shoulders and the love all bear you, but above all by the godlike glance, beneath which my body has changed and my breasts become like fruits of love. Sleep with me. Give me your youth and splendor, and I will give you bliss undreamed of, for I know what I speak. Let us put our heads and our feet together for our delight, that we may together die of our mutual bliss, for no longer can I bear it that we live together as two. Thus the woman spoke, in her abandonment. I have not imitated the actual sound of her plea and the lisping of her cloven tongue, for Joseph in Egypt 769. Every syllable cut her like a knife, yet she lisped it all in one breath. Against his arm for women can bear great pain. But so much must be clearly envisaged and settled, that the word of mistaking, the piece of phrase which has been handed down, did not issue from the sound lips of a grown person, but was thrust through and through by pain and spoken as a child speaks. Fleet with me, she said. For this was the purpose of the mangling of her tongue. And Joseph, he sat and ran over his 7 reasons in his mind, conning them forwards and back. I would not assert that his blood did not rise in a wave to beat on the shore of his soul, but it met the wall of his 7 reasons and they held firm. To his credit be it said, that he did not turn harshly against her or treat the witch with contempt because she tempted him to destroy himself with God, but was mild and gentle and sought in all honor to console her, despite the danger to himself which, as anyone can see, lay in such a course. For, where, once begun, would the consolations end? He did not even pull away his arm, regardless of the humid heat of her breath as she lisped and the touch of her lips, but left it where it was while she lisped herself out, and even a little longer, while he replied, "What do you, my mistress, with your face hidden on my arm, and what are you saying in the fever of your wound? Come to yourself. I implore you, for you forget yourself and me. For consider, your room is open, and we might be seen, by a dwarf or by some ordinary man, who would spy where you have your head. Forgive me, for if you permit I must now take my arm away and see if outside." He did as he said. She, too, lifted herself, but with violence, from the place where his arm no longer was, and stood stiffly erect, with flashing eyes and suddenly ringing voice, crying out words which should have taught him with whom he had to deal and what he might expect from her who but now had been crushed and imploring, and now seemed to lift her claws like a lioness. For the moment she did not even lisp, for when she bore the pain she could force her tongue, and she cried out with great distinctness, "Leave the hall open that the whole world may look in upon me. And you, whom I love, are you afeard? I fear neither gods nor dwarfs nor men that they see me with you and spy upon our meeting. Let them come in hosts to see us. I will fling to them like trash my modesty and shame, for they are not to me but trash and trumpery compared with what is between us and the world forgotten need of my soul. Am I afeard? I alone am frightful. In my love, Isis am I, and upon him who sees us would I cast a look from my eyes so frightful that he would pale in death upon the spot." Thus mut the lioness, unmindful of her wound and the stabbing pain in every word. But he drew the curtains across between the pillars and said, Why, O Thomas Mann, let me then be careful for you, since it is given me to foresee what might happen were we spied upon. For that must be sacred to me which you would fling at the world's feet, which is not worthy of it, not even worthy to die of the scorn of your look. But when after drawing the curtain he came back to her in the shadow of the room, she was no longer a lioness but a lisping child, yet with the wealiness of the serpent too, for she turned round upon him his words and stammered sweetly, "Have you shut us in, wicked one, enfolding us in shadow against the world, that it may no more protect me against your harshness? Ah, O Sir Siph, how cruel you are, that you have so namelessly bewitched me and changed my body and soul, that I know myself no more. What would your mother say if she knew how you bewitch human beings and make them so that they know themselves no more? Were son of mine so lovely and so evil, and I might see him in you, my lovely, evil son, my son youth, whom I bore and who at midday puts head and feet together with his mother to beget himself upon her anew. O Sir Siph, do you love me upon earth as in heaven? Have I painted your soul when I painted the letter I sent you, and did your inwards quake as you read, as I too shuddered to my inner most soul with unquenchable shame and desire as I wrote. When you dupe me with your mouth, calling me the sovereign of your head, and your heart, what does that mean? Do you say it because it is fitting, or in fervent sincerity? Confess to me here in the shadow. After so many nights of torturing doubt, when I lay alone, lay without you, and my blood cried out helplessly, you must heal me, my Savior, and redeem me, confessing that you spoke the lying land. Gauge of beauty, but to tell me the truth of your love. Joseph, not so, great lady. But yes, as you say, yet spare yourself. If I must believe you look on me with favor, spare yourself. And me, I implore, for it pierces my heart to hear you force your injured tongue to shape your words, instead of cooling it with balsam. To shape cruel words. How could I not love you, you, my mistress? Upon my bended knees I love you, upon my bended knees I beg you. Not to pry into the nature of that love, its humbleness and fervour, its reverence and sweetness, but graciously let it rest in its component parts which make up a delicate and precious whole, underserved, ing upon twisting and unraveling in pitiless curiosity. No, bear with me still and let me tell you. Gladly you hearkened when I spoke before you in many matters, hear me then in this. For a good servant loves his master, if he be noble, for so is it ordained. But when the master becomes mistress and a lovely woman, then there comes a great sweetness and adoring fervour into the love, and for meets it is humility and sweetness, which are adoring tenderness, ardor, and inward imprecation against the cruel one who. Joseph in Egypt 77. I would approach it too closely with prying touch and angry glance, for that cannot come to good. When I call you sovereign of my head and heart, surely it is for the form's sake and fitting. But how sweet that it is fitting so to speak, there lies a mystery which must be veiled in delicate silence. Is it then gracious or wise to break the silence and ask my meaning, leaving me in my answer a choice between a lie and a sin? That is a false and cruel choice, I can none of it. And I beg you on my knees that you will show kindness and mercy to the life of the heart. The woman, O Osersife, you are frightful in your speaking beauty, which makes you appear godlike before men so that they serve you, yet the art of your speaking drives me to despair. That is a terrible deity, your art, child of intelligence and beauty, a mortal spell for the unhappily loving heart. You chide me for speaking, yet you speak in eloquent chiding, and say that beauty must be silent and not speak, that there must be silence about beauty as about the holy grave at Abdu, for love shall be silent like death. Yes, in silence they are like each other, and speaking wounds them. You demand that I show kindness and mercy to the life of the heart, and would seem to be on its side against my unraveling curiosity. But that is to turn the world upside down, for it is I who in my sore need fight for the life of the heart when I am driven to examine it. What else shall I do, beloved, and how help myself? I am mistress to you, my Lord and Savior, for whom I yearn, and I cannot spare your heart nor let your love rest in peace for pity of it. I must be cruel, I must lay siege to it as the bearded man lays siege to the tender maiden who does not know herself, and must wrest fervour from her humility and desire, from her meekness, that she may be bold and able to grasp it. Thought that you sleep close beside me, for therein lies all the salvation of the world, that you do so with me. It is a question of bliss or the torment of hell. It has become for me the torment of hell that our limbs are separate, yours there and mine here, and if you only speak of your knees I am seized with unspeakable jealousy of them. That they are yours and not also mine, and they must be near to me. That you sleep with me or I perish and am destroyed. Joseph, dear child, that cannot be. Let your servant implore you to consider and not cling fixedly to this idea, for it is born of evil. You put an exaggerated, a morbid value upon the idea that dust must lie close to dust. It would be lovely for a moment, but that it would outweigh the evil consequences and all the remorse coming after could be true only in your fevered dream. Lo, it is not good and could never come to good that you should lay siege to me as a bearded man and woo me as your mistress for the satisfaction of my love. There is an abomination in it, it is unfitting to our days. For I am not slave enough for that, and I can myself conceive the idea only to J72 Thomas Mann. Well, I assure you, yet may we not bring it to pass, for more than one reason, many more than one, a great number of them, like the constellation in the image of the bull. I beg you to understand that I may not set my teeth in the lovely apple which you offer me, that we should eat transgression and lose all. Therefore I speak and am not silent. Take it kindly of me, my child, for since I may not be silent with you I must speak and choose consoling words, for your consolation, dearest mistress, lies close to my heart. The woman, too late, O Sir too late for you and for us both. You cannot retreat, nor I, for we are mingled. Have you not drawn the curtains and shut us in together in shadow apart from the world, so that we are paired together? Do you not already say we and us? We might be seen, drawing yourself and me together in sweet union in this precious word, the figure of all the bliss I offer you, which is already comprehended in it, so that the act has no new ele meant after we have said we, for we have a secret together against all the world and are two together with it apart from the world, and naught remains but two. Joseph, no, but hear me, my child, that is not true, and you do violence to truth, so I must resist. It was your self-forgetfulness forced me to draw the curtain, for your honor's sake, that it might not be seen from the cord where your head was lying. And now you will so turn it that naught is any matter and the act already done be. Cause we have a secret and must shut ourselves in with it? That is not true, for I have no secret, I would but protect yours, and only in this sense can there be talk of we and us, and nothing has happened nor can, for a whole constellation of reasons. The woman, O Sir sweet liar, you will deny our union and our secret, when you have but now confessed that you could but too well understand my wooing, since it lay all too near to your heart. Is that, wicked one, to have no secret together from the world? Do you then not think of me as I think of you? But how would you think of me and of lying with me if you could once imagine the pleasure that awaits you, my golden son boy, in the arms of your heavenly goddess? Let me tell you and promise you in your ear, shut away from all the world, in shadowy depths, what awaits you. For I have never loved, never received a man into my body, have never given even the smallest part of the treasure of my love. It is all trees yeared up for you, and you shall be so extravagantly rich with it as who could never dream. Hearken to what I whisper, for you, O Sir My body has changed and been transformed to a vessel of love from tip to toe. When you come to me and yield me the glory of your youth, you will not believe that you lie next a human woman, but will satisfy the lust of a god with mother, wife, and sister, for lo, I am she. I am the oil that craves your salt that the lamp may burn. Joseph in Egypt 773. Bride in the feast of night. I am the meadow that thirsts after you, and the flood of your manhood's water, bull of your mother, that You swell above her and over her in espousing me, before you leave me, beautiful God, and forget your lotus wreath beside me in the moist earth. Hear now what I whisper. For with every word I draw you deeper into the mystery which we share, and you can no longer withdraw, for we are in the thick of it together, so that there can be no reason in withholding what I ask. Joseph, yes, dearest child, forgive me that I call you so, since we are so far, certainly, in a secret together that I had to draw the curtain because of your distraction, but it has its good sense, and sevenfold, that I must refuse your honeyed suggestion, for it is marshy ground upon which you would lure me, where nothing grows but wild grass, no corn, and would make of me an adulterous ass, of yourself a roving bitch. Then how shall I not protect you against yourself, and myself against the vile transformation? Consider how it would be with us if we were seized of our crime and it fell upon our heads. Shall I let it come to this, that they strangle you and throw your body to the dogs, or cut off your nose? One cannot think of it. But the ass's share would be uncounted beatings, 1,000 blows for his senseless lechery, if he were not thrown to the crocodiles. These corrections threaten us if our deed take possession of our souls. The woman, O cowardly boy, if you but let yourself dream of the bliss that awaits you by my side, you would think no further, but laugh at punishment, for whoever meted it out it could not measure to the height of our joy. Yet behold, he said, dear friend, how madness reduces you for a time below the level of a human. For its advantage and special property it is to think beyond the moment and consider what comes after. Nor would I fear at all. They were standing close together in the darkened room, speaking softly but urgently like people who debate something of great moment, with lifted brows, faces flushed with excitement. Nor would I fear at all, he was saying, the punishment for you and me, that were the least of it. But I fear Putapra, our master, himself, not his punishments, as one fears God, not on account of the evil he can visit on one, but himself, in the fear of God. From him have I all my light, and what I am here in house and land I owe to him. How should I then dare to tread before him and look into his mild eyes, though I had no punishment to fear, after I had lain with you? Hearken, and in God's name recall your understanding. For that which I would say, for my words will stand, and when our story comes into the mouths of the people, so will it sound. For all that happens can become history and literature, and it may easily be. 774 Thomas Mann. That we are the stuff of history. Therefore have a care for yourself. And take pity upon your story, that you do not become a warning in it and the mother of sin. Much could I say, and give words to many involved matters, to resist your desire and mine own, but for the PLE's mouth, should it come to be put into it, will I say the simplest and most pertinent thing, which every child can understand, thus. My master hath committed all that he hath to my hand, there is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can one do this great wickedness, and sin against God? These are the words which I say to you for all the future, against the desire which we have for each other. For we are not alone in the world, to enjoy the flesh the one of the other, for there is also Putapra, our great master, in his loneliness, against whom we may not act, instead of doing loyal service to his soul, nor affront him with such an act, which could bring to shame his sensitive dignity and break the bond of loyalty. He stands in the way of our bliss, and that is an end. O Sir Siph, she whispered close behind him, and girded herself up to make a proposal. O Sir Siph, my beloved, who are long since joined with me in a mystery, hearken, and understand your and I right. I could. This was the moment which revealed why and to what end Mut Aminet had bitten her tongue, and what were the long since ready words for which she had prepared it that it might utter them in the most beguiling, helpless, and pathetic guise. Not only the words of the offer that came first but not last, for the final and actual ones, for which she had taught her tongue to lisp like a child, were meant for the proposal she now made, laying on his shoulder the lovely moss turpiece that was her hand, blue-veined and decked with precious stones, and nestling her cheek to it as she said, sweetly, with doubting lips, but I might kill him. He started back. The prettiness of it was too much for him. He would never have thought of it nor expected it of her, even after he had seen her lift her lioness paws and heard her hoarse breath. Frightful am I alone. She nestled to him as he shrank away. We could kill him and put him out of the way. What if there to that, my falcon? It if nothing. Tabubu could brew me in a twinkling a clear decoction or crystal line deposit of mysterious powers, I would give it you in your hand, to shake into the wine he drinks to warm his flesh, but when he drinks, he would grow cold by degrees and no one perceive anything, thanks to the skill of the Negro lands in brewing such potions, and he barks for the West and is out of the world and can no longer stand in the way of our bliss. Let me only do this, beloved, and revolt not. Joseph in Egypt 775. Against so simple a measure. For is not his flesh dead already while he lives, is it of any use but to flourish and increase to no end? How I hate his lazy flesh, since my love for you has lacerated my heart and made my own flesh to a vessel of love I cannot say, I can only shriek it. So, sweet O Sir Siph, let us make him cold, for it is a little thing. Or is it something to you, to knock down a fungus with a stick, some foul tindery mushroom or puffball? That is nothing to do away with such. But when he is in his grave and the house empty of him, then are we free and alone, blissful vessels of love, bound to consequences, and may embrace each other, fearless, mouth on mouth. For you are right, my divine boy, to say that he stands in the way of our joy and we may do not to him you are right in your misgiving. But just therefore must you see that we must make him cold and send him out of the world, that the misgiving may be satisfied and we do him no more harm in our embracing. Do you understand, my little one? Picture to yourself our raptures and how it will be when the mushroom is struck down and put out of the way, and we are alone in the house, and you, in all your youth, are its master. You the master, because I am the mistress, for he who sleeps with the mistress is the master. And we shall drink of bliss by night, and in the day rest beside each other on purple cushions and breathe incense of nard, while garland girls and youths posture before us, and play on their lutes, while we lie and dream of the night that was, and the night that will be. For it will hand you the cup, where we shall drink from one and the same place, with our lips on its golden rim. And as we drink, our eyes will meet in the thought of the delight which we had the past night and that which we plan for this night. And we put our feet together. Hearken now, Mud in the valley of desolation, said he. For I must conjure you, that is an expression, but I mean it literally. I must conjure you in all truth, or rather the demon that speaks out of you and by whom you are clearly possessed, for so it must be. Little pity have you for your legend, I must say, FOT you give yourself the name of mother of sin, for all future times. But remember that we are, perhaps, yes, very likely, in a saga, then pull yourself together. For I, too, as you can see, must do the same against your urging of delights. Though it is easier for me because of my horror at your mad proposal. To murder Pitapra, my master, and your husband. That is a frightful thing. It lacks only that you tell me that we are together also in this secret because you have imparted to me your thought, and that it is now mine. But it is my case and concern that it shall remain but a thought and that we shall make no such history as that. Dear Mutt, I have no liking to your proposal that we live here together thus in your house after we have done away with its master. When I think how I should live in the house of murder with you, as the slave to 776 Thomas Mann, your love, and derive my mastership from that, I feel self-contempt. Shall I not wear a woman's garment from Byssus and you command me every night for your lust, a master seduced to murder his father, that he might sleep with his mother? For just so would it be with me. Potiphar, my lord, is to me like a father, were I to live with you in the house of murder it would be as though I lived with my mother. Therefore, dear, good child, I conjure you, in all friendliness, console yourself and incite me not to such an evil deed. Fool. Fool and child, she answered in her ringing tones. How? Like a foolish boy you answer in your fear, which as your mistress in love I must break down. With his mother each man sleeps the woman is the mother of the world, her son is her husband, and every man begets upon his mother. Do you not know, must I teach you these simple things? Isis am I, the great mother, and wear the bull to her hood, and you shall name me your name, sweet son, in the sacred sweetness of the begetting night. No, no, not so, he cried. It is not as you say, I must correct you. The father of the world is no mother's son, nor is he the Lord. By a lady's grace. To him I belong, before him I walk, the son of my father, and once for all I tell you I will not so sin against God the Lord, to whom I belong, to shame my father and murder him and pair with my mother like a shameless hippopotamus. Now, my child, I must go. Dear mistress, I beg your leave. I will not forsake you in your distraction, surely not. I will console you with words, and speak to you kindly as I can, for that I owe you. But now must I take my leave and go to look after my master's house. He left her. She cried after him. Do you think to escape me? Do you think we shall escape each other? I know already of your zealot God to whom you are sealed and whose wreath you wear. But I fear no stranger God, and I will tear your wreath, of whatever it is made, and give you to wear. A wreath of ivy and vine for the mother feast of our love. Stay, be loved. Stay, loveliest of the lovely. Stay, O Sir Siph, stay. And she fell down and wept. He parted the curtains with his hands and went quickly out. But in their folds as he thrust them to right and left, on each side was a dwarf, one named Dudu, the other little Shepsi's Bess, for they had found themselves together, stealing up from either side to listen. They stood there, each with one hand on his knees, the other to his ear, eagerly listening, the first out of malice, the second trembling with fright. And each ever and anon shook his fist at the other and gnashed his teeth, beckoning him to go away. Neither had stirred, though each had been no little hindrance to the other in hearing, yet neither had left the field. And behind Joseph, emerging from the folds, they flew at each. Joseph in Egypt 777. Other with hisses, fists raised to their temples, choking with fury. Deadly in their enmity because they were like in kind yet so differ. And in nature. What business have you got here, panted Dudu, spouse of Gzet, you hunchback, you empty little barleycorn. You must crawl hither to this crack, where I alone have a right and claim to be, and will not budge however much I sign to you to make yourself scarce. You miller's thumb, you cod's head, you shotten herring. I will thrash you till you cannot stir a leg, you worm, you misbegotten, crawling vermin. You must come sneaking and spying hither, you empty bladder, and stand guard for your master and crony, the pretty fizz, the bastard from the swamps, the scum he brought into the house to shame it, taking the upper hand till it is a disgrace to the two lands, and on top of all making a thing of the mistress. Oh, you villain, you bully, you vile mischief-making devil. Piped the other, his little face flawed into 1,000 wrinkles with rage, his ointment cone askew on his head. Who is it here lurking? And listening to the devilry which he himself has brewed with his billet stew and is playing with fire, feasting his eyes at a crack on the torture and agony of the big folk, that they may be snared in destruction according to his shameless scheming. Who but you pouch mouth, you moocher, you scullion, oh, you scarecrow, you jumping jack, you bus knacker, with nothing about you of dwarf or giant but just one thing, you walking guardsman, you much married knave. Wait, the other gave back surely. Wait, you less than nothing. You atomy, you loss and lack, you worthless naughty. Away from this spot where duty guards the honor of the house, or I will disgrace you with my manly weapon, wretch, and give you something to remember. What shame awaits you now, if I go to Pitapur and tell him what goes on here in the dark, and what sort of words the steward whispers to the mistress in the curtained room that you shall soon learn. You brought him into the house, the good for nothing, not resting from your little tittle-tattle before the departed Montcaw, boasting of your keen eye for goods and men and goods in men, till he bought the knave from the other knaves against my advice and set him here in the house to disannure the mistress and make a cuckold of Pharaoh's eunuch. You are to blame for the mess. You above all, and in the very beginning. You are due to the croco dill, and shall be served up to him as a tidbit and sweetmeat after they feed him your bosom friend when they have bound and beaten. Lime. Oh, you foul mouth, railed the little one, trembling and writhing with rage. You backbiter, whose words come not out of 77-carat Thomas Mann. His understanding but rise out of unknown depths and are slavering obscenity. I dare you to touch me, or make any attempt to disgrace me, else, though one am only a poor dwarf, you shall feel my nails in your face and the hollows of your eyes, for they are sharp, and to the pure weapons are given against the vicious. I, a little dwarf, guilty of the agony and affliction there within. Guilty is the evil thing, the all-devouring pestilence wherein you boast yourself a master, and have used it to the devilish ends of your hatred and envy, to dig a pit for Sir Siph, my friend. But see you not, you goat dwarf, that you have failed, for no lack showed itself in my beautiful one. Since you listened, you must have heard that he was constant as a novice before the mysteries, and heroically defended his saga. What else have you heard at your crack, and what misheard, since your dwarf ear has lost all its cunning and sharpness and become thick and stupid with play? Ing the cock? I should like to know what you would or could tell the master of Osersive, when your dull ears could have caught nothing important at your eavesdropping. Oh ho. Tudu cries out. The husband of Gizet can be with you. Weak white, in sharpness of ear and hearing, when the matter is *1. He is at home in, while you cheru being lack brain, have no one. Understanding of it at all. Have you not heard the billing and cooing? There within, and how the fond little pair were calling and prancing. Like birds when they mate? My ear is good for all that, it heard him. Call her dear child, and little treasure, but slave the mistress, but. She said falcon and bull in the most honeyed tones. I heard them. Conniving how they would enjoy each other's flesh and blood. Do you not see that Dudu is not wanting as a witness? But the best thing I heard as I listened is that they made up, in their heat, to bring about Putter's death, to lay him low with a club. / oh you lie, you lie. For it is plain you have heard but the crassest nonsense at your post and will tell Putter the sheerest lies about them. Both. For my youth called the mistress child and friend out of sim. Ple goodness and kindness to soothe her in her distraction, and Han hourly dissuaded her from her plan of felling even a puffball with a stick. Marvelously did he bear himself for his years, and as yet not the smallest blemish comes into his legend despite all those sweet blandishments. And so you think, Crablouse, that I could not accuse him just the same and ruin him with the master? There is precisely the trick of it. And my trump card in this game, of which a puppet like you stands nothing at all. For it matters not a scrap how the fool behaves. More properly or more lustfully, the point is that the mistress is head over ears in love with him and has no room for thought save how to bill and coo, and therein lies his ruin, from which nothing can save him. A slave about whom the mistress is crazy, he simply goes to the Joseph in Egypt 779. Crocodiles, nothing else for him, and that is just the game. If he yields and makes love to her, I have him. But if he refuses, then he but pricks her madness, and it is even worse, he is for the crocodile either way. Or at best for the knife, which will ruin his bill for cooing and cure the mistress of her fit. Oh, you monster, you blasphemer, shrieked Shepsi's Bess. You are the best case in the world of what abomination can come and straddle about on this earth when one of the race of dwarfs loses his rightful goodness and fineness and tries to take on full-grown dignity. For such a one is a rascal like you renegade, you coney hunter. You. To which Dudu retorted that when the knife had been wielded, then Osersive would be a better match for his emasculate friend. Thus the two pygmies expended themselves in mutual reviling, until the courtyard folk ran together. Then they parted, the one to report Joseph to the master, the other to seek his friend and warn him that he might still try by some means to escape from the pit. Dudus complained. Potiphar, as everybody knew, could not abide Dudu on the ground of the pompousness he saw in the stout little man. The Osiris Mont Ka had always been irritated by the dwarf, and for the same reason. I have said already that the courtier held at a distance the keeper of his jewel chests, did not see him if he could help it, and interposed other servants between them, people of the regulation size, who for that reason were better able to dress and undress the towering form, and adorn it, whereas Dudu would have had to use a pair of steps. But aside from that, being of the same size as other people, they laid less stress on certain natural gifts and sun powers and assumed less dignity on account of them than Dudu did, to whom they amounted to a lifelong marvel and proud distinction. Thus it was by no means easy for the pygmy to arrive at speech with the master, now that he had at last decided to take the bypath, which branched off from the road so assiduously trodden between mistress and steward. He did not succeed all at once, after that quarrel with the mock vizier before the curtained room, not days but weeks had he to wait, to announce himself, before he got audience. He, the scribe of the jewels, had to bribe the slaves, or else threaten them that he would withhold this or that dress or ornament, would simply not unlock his wardrobes, so that they would get into true glee with the master, if they did not force it upon his notice that Dudu would and must speak to him on a very weighty domestic concern. A whole quarter of a moon he had to work, beg, cajole, and storm, before he achieved the favor of an audience, which he the more ar. 780 Thomas Mann deadly desired because he thought that, once exploited, there would be an end to his troubles. Such a service as he meant to render the master must ensure him the latter's abiding favor. The indomitable creature had plied two of the slaves of the bath with presents, to the end that with every jug of water which they poured over their puffing master's shoulders and chest they should repeat, "Master, remember Dudu." They said it again when the dripping tower of flesh stepped out of the sunken basin onto the tiled floor to be dried with perfumed towels, one after the other. "A faster, remember Dudu," until in exasperation he said, "Let him come and speak before me." They signed to the slaves who were waiting in the bedchamber to anoint and massage. These had likewise been bribed, and summoned the dwarf out of the western hall, where he was like to die with impatience, into the room with the bedstand. In an image. He raised his little palms aloft, toward the kneading bench, where Pharaoh's friend stretched himself out and gave his flesh to the ministrations of the slaves. Dudu's dwarf head drooped meekly to one side between his lifted arms, as he awaited a syllable from Putter's mouth or a glance from his eye. But neither came. The master only grunted softly as the slaves attacked his flesh, working his shoulders, hips, and thighs, the fat feminine arms and fleshy bosom, with oil of nard, even turning the small fine head the other way as it lay on the leather cushion, so that it did not look at Dudu. That was vexatious, but his affair was so hopeful that he would not desist, or be cast down. "May your destiny endure 1,000 years," he said, "first of mankind, warrior of the highest. 4 jars for your entrails, and for your abiding image a coffin of alabaster." "Thanks," Putter answered him. He said it in Babylonian, as we might say merci, and added, "Will the man take long with what he has to say?" The man was bitter, but Dudu's hopes were too high. He would not be abashed. "Not long, my son and master," he gave answer, rather briefly, and to the point. And from Putter's little hand he put one foot before him, laid his stumpy arms on his back, and began, his nether lip drawn in, the other sticking out over it like a thatch. He knew that he could not say all that he had to say before the slaves, but felt sure that Putter old soon dismissed them to listen in private. His beginning might be called skillful, except that it lacked in fine feeling. He began with praise of Mann, god of the harvest, who in some localities was honored as a form of the sun power, but had to name his name to Amunri and became, as Amunmen or Min. Amunri, one person with him, so that Pharaoh as readily spoke of Joseph in Egypt 78:1. "My father Min as of my father Amun, especially at the harvest festival or the feast of the crowning, when the Min aspect of Amun was predominant and he became the fruitful god, protector of desert wanderers, towering in feathers and mighty in procreative power. The Ithiphallic sun Him then Dudu evoked in all his dignity, appeal. Into him as he implored the countenance of his master, in that he, as upper servant of the house and scribe of the master's wardrobe, did not confine his zeal for his office to the narrower round of his duties, but, husband and father as he was, author of the being of two well-proportioned children, called so and so, to whom, unless all signs failed and there was nothing in the coy confession which Jesus, his wife, whispered to him, a third would soon be added as he was saying, then, he, who had himself given increase to the house and was bound by a special reverence to the majesty of a din, and thus to a moon in his min aspect, gave an eye to the welfare of the house in general and in particular from the point of view of human fruitfulness and propagation. He had taken under his special protection and supervision everything that came to pass in the household in this field, all such happy events as marriages and consummations, bring home the bride, fertility of the womb, childbed and so on, and encouraging all the household folk in such activities, spurring them on, and in his own person setting them an example of diligence and established order. For much depended upon a good example from those in authority, not quite the highest authority, of course, for nay to rally, where nothing could be taken upon oneself, this could not either. So much the more important and necessary was it that precautions be taken to avoid disturbing the sacred tranquility of that apex of their household structure which stood above the need of setting an example. But those just beneath him were, in his, Dudu's, opinion, bound to lead an exemplary life, not only orderly but also diligent in the activities before mentioned. He hoped that thus far the speaker had the approval of his lord and son. Putapra shrugged his shoulders and rolled over on his belly, to give the rubbers a chance to work on his massive back. But he lifted his small, well-shaped head to ask what Dudu meant by his words about disturbing the master's tranquility, and the remarks about Dig Nighty and the reverse. Your upper servant will come to that at once, replied the dwarf, and spoke of the departed Mann, whose course of life had been so upright, and who had married early the child of a state official and would have become a father had not fate dealt hardly by him and shattered his prospects, so that well-meaning as he was, he had ended his days as a downcast widower. So much for Mann. But now he would speak of the brightness of the present, bright in so far that the deceased had found a successor of equal standing, or, if not quite, 782 Thomas Mann, equal, being a foreigner, yet not inferior to him in gifts, and they had welcomed to the headship over the house a youth of very considerable parts. His name, to be sure, had a somewhat decadent sound, but his face was ingratiating, he talked well and seemed astute, in short, an individual of very evident advantages. As, muttered Putapra into his folded arms. For nothing sounds sillier to us than praise of an object whose true worth we think ourselves better able to gauge than anyone else. Dudu pretended not to hear. The master may have called him an ass, but it was better to take no notice, in order to keep up his courage. He could not, he said, give enough praise to the fascinating, yes, really dazzling and for some people distracting qualities of the youth in question. For it was just these which gave weight to the anxiety. He, Dudu, felt for the stability and well-being of the household, too. The headship of which these qualities had raised the young man. What is he jabbering about? Putapra said, lifting his head a little and turning it in the direction of the rubber. The steward's qual. Itis threatened the stability of the household. Jabbering was pretty bitter too. But the dwarf was not to be put off. They need not, in the least, under other circumstances, be any thing but a blessing to the house, that is, if they were legally circumscribed and ameliorated or, still better, had been so circumscribed beforehand. For such qualities, such an attractive face, such astuteness and eloquence could otherwise become the source of much unrest, ferment, and derangement in their vicinity. And Dudu expressed regret that the youthful steward, whose religious affiliations were quite obscure, had refrained from paying due tribute to the majesty of men, had remained unmarried in his high office and not taken to himself a bedfellow suitable to his birth, for instance the Babylonian slavish Jeremiah of the house of women, and added his offspring to the children in the courtyard. That was regrettable, it was bad, it was serious, it w/as even dangerous. For not alone did the household suffer diminution to its state, but a bad example was set in the point of stability and fruitfulness. And even that was not the worst, for, thirdly, there was, so to speak, no check upon the bamel-ing charms which undeniably the young steward possessed, and of which they stood in such need and had for a long time needed to guard against their inflammable, head-turning, sense-destroying effect upon the household, to prevent them, in short, from sowing the wound not only upon their own social level but also in spheres far above it. There was a pause. Petpure lent himself to be massaged and did not answer. It was either or, Dudu declared. Such a young man, Joseph in Egypt 783, must either submit to the marriage yoke, so that his gifts might not strew destruction like wildfire throughout the house, but be brought into the peaceful haven of wedlock, or else it would be better to wield the knife as a preventive measure and effect the sanative neutralization which would secure exalted persons from the disturbance of their rest and preserve their honor and dignity unscathed. Another silence. Putapra suddenly turned on his back, so that the mass ears working upon him were interrupted and stood with their hands in the air. He lifted his head toward the dwarf, measuring him from head to foot and back again a short distance for Putapra's eyes, and then glanced over to the armchair where lay his clothes, his sandals, his fan, and other insignia. Then he rolled round again, his head in his arms. He was filled with a cold, shuddering anger, a sort of outraged alarm at the threat to his peace of mind from this disgusting hoppo. My thumb. Obviously the misbegotten fool knew something and wanted to tell it to him. And if it was true, certainly he, Putapra, had to know it, though he felt that to be told it was the grossest unkindness. Is all well in the house? Naught untoward has happened? Is the mistress happy? Yes, that was it. He was going to be given the wrong answer to the question. He hated the man, this man, most of all, not being prepared to hate anybody else, and aside from any question of the truth of what the dwarf would say, he would have to send away the mass ears and be alone with this valiant little guard. Ian of his honor, to let him rouse it up, whether with truth or with calumny. Honor, what was that, in the present connection? It was sexual honor, the honor of the cock, which consists in the faithfulness of the hen, as a sign that he is a complete specimen of coquishness, from whom she will get such satisfaction that it will never occur to her to take up with anyone else, nor would she be tempted by the advances of any other cock, no matter how well equipped. But if this happens, and she has to do with another, everything is altered. There is sexual disannure. The cock becomes a cuckold, which is as good as saying he becomes a capon. He is made ridiculous with horns which she sets on his head, and if anything is still to be saved he must save it by running a sword through the rival whom she hoped to enjoy. And perhaps better yet by killing her too, in order by that striking and sanguinary deed to re-establish his self-respect in his own eyes and those of the world. Honor. Putapra had no honor whatever. He lacked it in his very flesh. He had no comprehension of what this coquettish attribute might be, and it seemed frightful to him when others, for instance this pompous little scribe, wanted to make much of it. But he had a heart, one, capable of doing justice, that is, he had a sense of the rights of ers. It was a sensitive heart, dependent upon the love and loyalty of 784 Thomas Mann. Others. He hoped for their love and, being betrayed, was so constituted as to suffer bitterly. During this pause, while the masseurs set to work again on his tremendous back and he kept his face buried in his fat feminine arms, all sorts of thoughts coursed through his mind. They had to do with two persons on whose love and loyalty he so fervently built that one might say he loved them, Mutt, his chief wife, whom he hated a little too, because of the reproach which of course she could not utter and yet did by her very existence utter. Nonetheless, to whom he would dearly have liked to show himself strong and loving, and Joseph, who did him so much good, who knew how to make him feel better than wine, and for whose sake, to his own great regret, he had to refuse to show himself strong and loving to his wife in that twilight hour in the western hall. Putapra was not without an intuition of what he had then refused her to tell. The truth, even during that conjugal conversation he had been vaguely aware that the reasons she gave for her request were only a pretext, the real ground being fear of herself on account of his honor. But, since he lacked that kind of honor, her fear had seemed less important to him than the retaining of the youth who did him good. He had preferred him to her, and by abandoning his wife to her fear he had challenged them both to prefer each other and betray him. He saw all that, and it wounded him, for he had a heart. Yet he saw it, for that heart was inclined to fairness, if perhaps only out of indolence, and because fairness can counteract anger and thirst for revenge. Probably he felt, too, that it is also the safest refuge of dignity. Evidently this hateful guardian of his honor was trying to tell him that his dignity was being betrayed by treachery. As though, he thought, dignity ceased to be dignity when it had to hide its head and suffer from treachery. As though the betrayed were not more dignified than the betrayer. But if he is not, because he has himself inclined guilt and invited treachery, yet justice, fair-mindedness, is always there, so that dignity may find in its own guilt and the rights of others and there establish itself anew. So then Putapra, the eunuch, strove after justice, at once and for everything else, whatever might be brought up against him from the side of honor. Justice is a spiritual quality, by contrast with the fleshliness of honor, and as he lacked the latter he was perforce, he knew, thrown back upon justice. It was on the spiritual he had relied, with both of these who now, as this informer and intrigant seemed to want to tell him, had broken their faith. So far as he knew, both were secured by powerful spiritual considerations against the flesh, for both of them were set apart and in the spirit belonged to together, the woman, with all her compensations, a moon's wife and Biide of his temple, who danced before him in the narrow garment of the goddess, and the devoted youth with the wreath of consecra. Joseph in Egypt 785. Shin in his hair, the boy touch me not. Had the flesh mastered them? He grew cold with terror at the thought, for the flesh was his enemy, despite his superfluity of it, and always, when he came home and asked, is all well? Naught untoward has happened, his conscious anxiety had been lest the flesh have somehow gained the mastery over the forbearing, careful, yet not trustworthy bond of the spirit and brought about some frightful disruption. But his cold shivers did not exclude some anger too, for did he have to know? Could they not have left him in peace anyhow? If those two dedicated persons had been overpowered by the flesh behind his back and had secrets from him, yet in that very secrecy and betrayal lay a forbearing love for which he was very ready to be grateful. But for that creature there, the pompous little guardian of honor, who was trying to give him unasked for enlightenment and make a vulgar attack upon his peace of mind, for him he felt nothing but inexpressible dislike. Are you nearly done? He asked. He was thinking of the masseurs, whom he would have to send away, and did not want to become held by that spy and sneak to do so against his will. But there was nothing for it. They were perfect blockheads, you might say that. They had made themselves clods because it suited their calling to be so. But though certainly they had not understood a word up to now, nor were any more likely to understand the rest, yet Putapra could scarcely ignore the silent intimation of his tormentor that he would speak with him alone. It made him dislike him still more vehemently. Go not before you have finished, he said, and there is no special need of haste. But if you are done, give me my sheet and then go. When you like. They would never have understood that they were to go, whether finished or no, but since they really were, they smoothed the linen sheet up to their master's chin, over his ponderous bulk, flung themselves on their faces, touching their narrow foreheads to the ground, and went off with arms akimbo, in a sort of waddling trot, which was evidence enough of their self-satisfied stupidity, were more needed. Come closer, my friend, said the chamberlain. Come as close as you will and find proper for what you have to tell me, for it seems to be something better not shouted to the housetops, but rather some thing that brings us to close grips, which I take to be an advantage. Whatever else may be said of it. You are a valuable servant, small in deed, far below the average, and in this respect a figure of fun, but you have poise and dignity and qualities which justify you in assuming responsibility beyond the duties of your office, having an eye over the house and especially over its fertility. Not that I remember installing you in this charge, for I do not. But I do so now, for I can. 786 Thomas Mann. Not avoid recognizing your calling to it. If I understood aright, your love and duty urge you to impart to me certain disturbing information in your special field of oversight and accounting of events which might kindle disorder in the house. That is so, Joseph's enemy replied with emphasis to this address, whose offensive insinuations he swallowed down for the sake of its otherwise encouraging nature. Loyal and anxious concern bring me before your countenance, to warn you, my lord and my son, of a den. Ger so pressing that it merited my admission earlier to your presence. For too easily, yes, at any moment it may be too late. You alarm me. I am sorry. And yet it is my purpose to alarm you, for the den. Ger is imminent, and with all the keen perception of which I am master, I cannot, I your servant, be sure that it is not already too late and your disgrace already accomplished fact. In that case it would still, in one respect not be too late, for you are still alive. So I am threatened with death. With both shame and death. I should consider the one welcome could I not avoid the other. Said Putapra grandly. And whence do these things threaten me? I have already, responded Dudu, gone so far in indicating the source of the danger that it is unmistakable, unless for an ear to fear. Full to hear it. Backslash our impertinence makes plain to me in what an evil case I am. Retorted Putapra. Obviously it corresponds to my situation, and I am reduced to praising the zeal which is its source. I admit that my fear is insuperable. Help me, my friend, and tell me the truth so straightforwardly that even my fear has no place to hide from it. Very good, then, answered the dwarf, changing his legs and putting one hand on his hip. This is your situation, the unsatisfied and contagious qualities of the young Stuart Oserscythe have kindled a fire in the breast of your wife Mu'eminette, and the flames already, with crackling and smoke, lick at the supports of your honor, which are near to collapsing and burying your life beneath them. Putapra drew up the linen sheet over his chin and mouth, as far as his nose. You would say, he asked from under the sheet, that the Miss Tress and the young steward have not only cast eyes on each other, but that they also threaten my life. Quite, replied the dwarf. He changed fists with a bounce. That is the situation of a man who but late was so great. And what evidence, asked the captain in a subdued voice, the sheet going up and down on his mouth, have you for so frightful a charge? 6. My watchfulness, Dudu gave answer, my eyes and ears, the Joseph in Egypt 787. Penetration which was given me by my zeal for the welfare of the house may be witness, my poor master, for the lamentable and regrettable truth of my revelations. Who can say which of the two? For so must we now speak of these persons who in virtue of their rank are so widely separated the two, we must say, which of them first cast his eyes upon the other? Yet their eyes met, they lost them selves criminally in each other's depths, and there you have it. We must consider, my master, that Mu'eminette, in the valley of Dezo Lashan, is a woman of a lonely bed. As for the steward, he is inflammable and inflaming. What servant would be beckoned in vain by such a mistress? That would presume a love and loyalty to the ladies' husband, which obviously does not exist in the person of the highest steward, but only in the next lower ranks. Guilt. To what end in? Inquire who first lifted eyes to the other, or in whose senses the evil first took root. The young steward's guilt consists not only in his acts, but in that he is here at all. His presence in the house kindles and inflames with the fire neither unallayed by lawful wedlock nor made innocuous by the knife. If the mistress is on fire for the slave, it is his existence is at fault, the sin lies at his door, his guilt is the same as though he had made indecent assault upon the innocent, and accordingly should he be served. But this now is the state of things, they have most forward understanding, billets do pass between them, which I have myself seen, and can vouch for their ardour. Under text of consultation on affairs of the house they meet, now here, now there, in the hall of the women, where the mistress has set up an image of Horak to please the slave, in the garden and in the garden house on the mound, yes, even in the mistress's own room. In this house in all these places appear come together secretly, and long since their talk has ceased to be of open matters, it is vanity and idle billing and cooing. How far they have gone, and if they have yet enjoyed each other's flesh so that it is too late to prevent it and only revenge remains, I cannot say with full and complete certainty. But what I can take upon mine own head, before all the gods and before you humiliated man, is certain truth, because with my own ear I heard it as I listened at the crack, that they in their blissful madness appoint and arrange to kill you, striking you with a club on the head. And when you are gone they will live here in the house as master and mistress and indulge their lust on a garland bed. At these words Putapra drew the sheet over his whole head and became invisible. So he stayed for some time, so that Dudu began to feel how long it was, though at first he had enjoyed the sight of the master lying there a formless mass, covered and hidden by his shame. But suddenly he thrust back the sheet to his middle and half sat up, facing the dwarf with his little head propped on his hand. I must express my hearty thanks, guardian of my chests, said 788 Thomas Mann. For these revelations, he used a Babylonian word, as we might use a French one, about the saving of my honor, or alternatively, about the fact that it is already lost and perhaps nothing but my bare life is left. And I must save it, not for itself, but for the sake of revenge, to which it must be devoted from now on. I am in danger of dwelling on this and losing sight of my due gratitude and recognition of the debt I owe you for your information. For my astonishment at the evidence of your loyalty and love equals the anger and horror which I feel. Yes, I confess my surprise. I know that I ought to moderate it, for how often do not the best things come to us from an unlikely quarter, one perhaps where we have bestowed no great signs of confidence and respect. Still, I cannot get over my surprise. You are after all a misbegotten changeling, a sort of dwarf jester, and hold your office more as a joke than anything else, a type half repulsive and half absurd, and accentuated both ways by your pomposity. Does it not border on the incredible, or even overstep the border, that you should succeed in penetrating into the private affairs of persons who are after me the highest in the house, for in stands to read their love letters which according to your account pass between the mistress and the young steward? Must I or may I not doubt the existence of these letters, when it is already unbelievable to me that you should have seen their contents? To do that, my friend, you must have wormed yourself into the confidence of the person who carried them, and how, considering your undeniable repulsiveness, can that seem in the least likely? Our dread, responded Dudu, of having to believe in your shame and humiliation, my poor master, makes you seek grounds for mistrust of me. But believe me, the grounds are ill-chosen. Though so great is your fear and trembling before the truth, which shows you so mocking and miserable a face, that it is really no wonder. Here, then, how unfounded are your doubts? I needed not to slip into the confidence of the confidential messenger who carried the wanton letters, for that selected person was myself. Simply immense, said Putapra. You grotesque little man, so you carried them yourself? My respect grows, even to hear you say it, but it would have to grow still more before I actually believed it. What, you are so far in the mistress's confidence, and on so familiar a footing, that she thus entrusted to your keeping her happiness and her guilt, R.R. Certainly, said Dudu, changing legs and fists again with another bounce. Not only did she give me the letters to carry, but I dictated them to her. For she knows nothing about billets due and needed to be instructed in the sweet art. Who would have thought it, murmured the chamberlain, as in surprise. I see more and more how I have underestimated you, and Joseph in Egypt 789. My respect is growing by leaps and bounds. I assume that you have so acted to have matters come to a head and to see how far the Miss Tress's folly would carry her. Of course, Dudu agreed. Out of love and loyalty to you, my humbled lord. Should I else be standing here to incite you to revenge? But how did you, contemptible and hideous as you appear at first, Sight, win the friendship and confidence of the mistress and make yourself master of her secret. Putapra wanted to know. They happened at the same time, answered the dwarf. Both together. For I, as all good people would, felt anger and affliction for Amun, that this foreigner had craftily advanced himself so far in the house. I mistrusted him, and the guile of his nature not without Jews. Tice, as you will admit, since he has now betrayed you and shamed your marriage bed, and after you had heaped benefits upon his head, has made you the laughing stock of the capital and probably of the two lands. In my anger and suspicion I complained to Mud, your wife, about the affront and injustice and pointed out and called attention to the person of the wretch. At first she did not know whom I meant, but soon she hearkened so eagerly to my complaints, and, in so contrary a way, speaking so wantonly and amorously under cover of a just concern, that I was not long in knowing that she lusted in her bowels after the youth and was smitten like a very kitchen maid, having completely surrendered all her pride for the which his presence is to blame. And if a man like me had not taken hold of the affair and associated himself with it, in order to explode the whole plot at the right moment, it would have been all up with your Han. R. So seeing your wife's thoughts take such devious ways, I slipped after them like a thief in the night, whom one will catch in the act. I inspired her with the idea of the billets to tempt her and to try how things were with her and how far she would go, and I found all my expectation exceeded, for by dint of the confidence she reposed in me, because she thought me a man of the world and leading to serve her lust, I learned to my horror that the young steward had inflamed our noble lady so far that she would stop at nothing, and that not only your honor but your life is in immediate danger. Ah, said Putapra. So you called him to her attention and speared her acts. Well, so much for the mistress. But even now I cannot believe that a man with your drawbacks could have won the steward's trust, that I consider simply impossible. Your scepticism, my dear disendured lord, must give way for the facts. I consider your dread responsible, but likewise your particular and sacred constitution, which, one must admit, is responsible for all the harm, and which makes it impossible for you to understand people and realize how greatly a man's view of others, and 790 Thomas Mann, his liking for them, no matter whether they are short or tall, depend on their readiness to serve his pleasure and desires. I needed only to display this readiness and to offer him my services, as a man of the world, as a go-between, between Our Lady and his lust, to have the fool in the snare. My standing with him was such that he soon kept nothing from me, and I was able not only to know all the treacherous dealings of the couple but to lead them on and blow up the fire, that I might see how high it would blaze, to what extreme of guilt they would be led, in which I might trap them. For such a course is prescribed for the guardians of the established order, of which I am a model representative. And by this assiduous conduct I was able to come at their mutual views and the purpose they cherish, namely, that he who sleeps with the mistress of the house is master of it. That, my poor gentleman, is the luxurious and surplus which they daily discuss, and from their own lips indeed, they deduce their higher right to fall upon you with a club and do you out of the way, that they may celebrate their feast of roses as mistress and as master of the mistress's love. But when things were so far advanced that I heard this from their own lips, the boil seemed ripe for lancing. So I have come to you, in your abasement and misery, to tell you all, that we may trap them. That shall we, said Putapra. We shall come upon them and overwhelm them with fear, you, my dear dwarf, and their sin shall find them out. What think you we should do with them? What punishment do you find at once painful and humiliating enough to be visited upon them? My judgment is mild, answered Dudu, at least in respect of our Mud, the lovely sinner, for that she has no bedfellow excuses. Much, also even though you suffer from their sin, it is not fitting, just between ourselves, for you to make great outcry. Besides, it is, as I said, if the mistress loses her head over a slave, the slave is to blame, for it is due to his very presence that the misfortune occurs, and he should be the one to pay. Yet even toward him I have some mercy. I would not demand that he be bound and thrown to the crocodiles, though he has richly deserved it by his good and his ill luck. For Dudu thinks not so much of revenge as of repentance and prevention. To make an end of the danger, we should but bind him, and let the knife do its work, thus rooting out the cause of the sin. That he become unavailable to Mud and his charm have no more meaning in the woman's eyes. I am myself ready to do the deed, if he is properly bound beforehand. I find it very dutiful, said Putapra, that you are willing to do this too, after all you have done for me. Do you not think that thus justice would in more than one respect be re-established in the world? In that you, by this change, would be advanced in proportion as he, Joseph in Egypt 79:1, is diminished, and put in a position of advantage which must afford you a compensation for his advancement, highly satisfying, consider. In your peculiar build, there is something in that, Dudu replied. I will not deny that. It might be a consideration, though secondary. And he folded his arms, thrust one shoulder forward, and began to sway to and fro, with his front leg going up and down. He sees Odd there, nodding his head and looking pertly about as his spirits rose higher and higher. But again, went on Putapra, he could hardly remain at the head of the house after you had revenged yourself thus upon him. No, of course not, laughed Dudu, continuing to posture. To be at the head of the house and give orders to the household is no office for a chastened criminal. It is the service of a capable and unmutilated man, competent to represent the master in every affair which he can not and will not take upon himself. Then, concluded the captain, I should know at once the suitably reward for your great service, that I may thank and pay you for our service as spy, and for striving to save me from shame and death. I should hope, cried Dudu, abandoned to arrogance. I may hope that you will understand my merits and be clear as to their reward and the succession. For it is not too much to say that I have saved you from shame and death, and our lovely sinner as well. She should know that I begged for mercy for her on the ground of her loneliness in bed, giving her life, so that she has breath only through my favor. For if I choose, and she prove ungrateful, I can publish abroad her shame in city and land, and you would be forced to strangle her after all and lay her delicate body in ashes, or at least to send her back to her family minus her nose and ears. Let her be advised. Poor light of love, let her turn her jeweled eyes away from full beauty to bend them upon Dudu, who knows how to console. Master of the mistress, stout little steward over all the house. And he cast ever blither glances on this side and that into space. Wreathed and writhed with shoulders and hips, pranced on his little feet and, in short, behaved just like a cock at courting time, blind and deaf to his peril, utterly absorbed in his performance. And it befell him too as it befalls the cock. For with one bound Putapra the master was out from under the sheet, quite naked, a tower of flesh. with the little head atop. Another bound took him to the chair where his clothes lay, and he swung his cudgel. We have seen this ornament. Tall emblem of office in his hand, or one like it, the thick stick COV. Aired with gilded leather, with a pine cone on top and a gilt wreath. Round it? It was probably a symbol of power, also probably a fetish. And cult object in female ritual. The master swung it suddenly and let it fall onto his shoulders and back. He beat him until the dwarf. 792 Thomas Mann was deaf and blind though on quite other grounds than before, and squealed like a stuck pig. Oh, oh, ow, ow, he yelled, and writhed at his hips. Oh, it hurts, it is killing me, my bones are broken, I bleed. Mercy, mercy. Have pity on your faithful servant. But Putapur had none. There. That's for you, you shameless spy, you snake in the grass, who have confessed to me all your treachery. And drove him under a rain of blows round and round the bedroom until the faithful servant found the door, took to his legs, and ran. The threat. And it came to pass, the story tells us, that Potiphar's wife spake to Joseph day by day and entreated him that he should lie with her. So he gave her occasion, then. Even after the episode of the injured conquest he did not avoid her presence but still came together with her in various places and at various times. He did. He probably had to, for she was the mistress, a female master, and could command his presence when she liked. But also he had promised not to forsake her in her distress, but to console her with words as he alone could, because he owed her that much. He saw this. He was bound to her by the consciousness of his guilt, admitting in his heart that he had light-headedly let things come to this pass, and that his pedagogic plan of salvation had been a very culpable pretense, whose consequences he must now endure and as far as possible amend, however dangerous, difficult, and unlikely any amendment seemed. Shall we then count it to his credit that he did not withdraw his countenance from the smitten one, but day by day or, shall we say, nearly every day, exposed himself to the breath of the fiery bull, that he still dared, and went on daring, to face one of the strongest temptations which have probably ever assailed any youth in the history of the world? Yes. Probably, conditionally and in part. Some of his motives were excellent. We may grant him that. His sense of guilt and obligation was praiseworthy, so was his stout-hearted reliance on God and his 7 reasons in the hour of need. Perhaps we may respect even the defiance which had begun to guide his conduct, and which demanded of him that he measure the strength of his reason against the madness of this woman. For she had threatened him, she had sworn to tear off the garland he wore for the sake of his God and crown him with her own. He found that shameless, and I must say here that another element came in which in time made him think of the matter as something between his God and the gods of Egypt, just as to her, also, her zeal for Amun gradually became or was made by others a ground for her desire. We may understand, we may even approve, his feeling that it was not permitted him to shirk, that he must see the matter. Joseph in Egypt 793. Through to the bitter end and make it redound to the honor of his God. All very well. Yet not quite wholly so. For there was an admixture of another motive for his obeying her, going to her and meeting her. And this, he very well knew, was not quite so creditable. Shall I call it curiosity, irresponsibility? The unwillingness to give up the free choice of the bad course, the desire to preserve his freedom for a while yet, though without any intention of deciding on the wrong side. However serious, even dangerous the situation, did he take pleasure in being alone with the mistress, on a certain footing, in calling her my child and feeling justified on the ground of her Zion and despair? A commonplace assumption, yet justifiable, along with another, more godly or more profound, that product of his fantasy, the highly alluring, deeply thrilling thought, that is, of his death and deification as Osiris, and the state of sacred readiness that belonged with it, above which, none the less, there hung a ass's curse. Enough, then, he went to the mistress. He stuck by her. He suffered her to speak to him day by day and to entreat him, lie with me. He suffered it, I say, for it was no joke and no small matter, to persevere with this woman possessed by desire, to speak kindly to her and yet on his own side to sustain the 7 reasons in full force, and fend off her demands, despite the sympathy which in some measure flowed toward them from his own dead and deified state. Truly, one is inclined to overlook the less praiseworthy among the motives of the son of Jacob, when one considers the trouble he must have had with the unhappy woman, for she daily so besieged him that he had moments when he understood Gilgamesh, who in furious impatience one day tore out the phallus of the sacred bull and flung it in Ishtar's face. For she degenerated daily and grew less and less delicate in the importunities with which she besought him that they might put their heads and feet together. She never, at least, came back to that idea of hers to murder the master and do away with him that they might reign as mistress and lord of love in soft garments amid flowers and lead a life of bliss. She saw that the idea was entirely repugnant to him and must have feared to estrange him by repeating it. Her drunken and clouded state did not prevent her from seeing the perfect justice of his decided refusal even to consider the wild project, and that he did not need to conceal his indignant rejection of a proposal which even she would find it hard to bring up again with a whole tongue and without the excuse of a childish lisp. But she did not abandon the plea that there was no sense in refusing her, since they already shared the secret and might just as well, so to speak, get the good of it. She went back to it again and again, holding out the 794 Thomas Mann promise of unspeakable bliss which he would find in her loving arms, in her body, which had stored all its treasures up for him. And when to that sweet wooing he only answered, "My child, we may not," she proceeded to try to spur him on with doubts about his masculinity. Not that she took these seriously herself, it is hardly possible. But, on the face of it, she was somewhat justified by his response to her mockery. Joseph could not come out with his 7 reasons, most of them she could not even have understood, and what he offered instead was certainly feeble, stupid, and badly invented. What, for instance, could she, in her passion and extremity, make of the moral thesis which he would once and for all have made his answer, that it might be on the lips of the peoples in case the story of theirs became history, namely, that his master had put all that he had into his hands save only herself because she was his wife, and how then could he do this great wickedness and sin with her? That was threadbare rubbish, it could not serve her need and passion. And even if she found herself in history, Mu'minat was convinced that every body and at all times would find it justifiable that such a pair as she and Joseph were should put their heads and feet together regardless of the captain of the guard and her titular husband. She was sure that anybody would take much more pleasure in it than in a moral thesis. What else did he say? Something like this. / Oh, you want me to come by night and sleep with you? But it has been just by night that our God, whom you do not know, has mostly revealed himself to men. If then he would reveal himself to me in the night and found me thus, what would become of me? That was childish. Or he would say, I fear because of Adam, who was driven out of the garden on AC count of so small a sin. How then would I be punished? She found that as pitiable as the one which followed. / Oh, you cannot know all these things. But my brother Reuben lost his firstborn right because he was unstable, and the father gave it to me. He would take it away again, if he knew that you had made an ass of me. That must have seemed to her the sheerest pusillanimity. He could not be surprised, when he had dragged in some such lame excuses by the hair, that she answered them, weeping tears of rage the while, by saying that there was nothing left but for her to believe that the land which he wore was nothing else than the straw wreath of impotence. She could hardly have meant what she said. Rather it was a desperate challenge to the honor of his flesh, and the look with which he answered her shamed and inflamed her equally, for it spoke with more eloquence and emotion even than his words. Joseph in Egypt 795. Do you think so? He said bitterly. Then be quiet. For if it were with me as you pretend to think, then were it easy, and my temptation were not like a dragon and a roaring lion. Believe me, woman, I have had the thought of putting an end to your agony and mine by making of myself what you impute to me, like the youth in one of your legends, who took a sharp leaf of the sword plant and cut himself and threw the offending member into the river for fish to devour, to witness his innocence. But I may not, the sin were as great as though I yielded, and I should be no use to God any more. For he wills that I remain whole and sound. Horrible, she cried. O Sir Siph, whither did your thoughts tend? Do it not, my beloved, my glorious one, it would be such a dreadful pity. Never could I mean what I said. You love me, you love me. Your angry look betrays your love and your blasphemous purpose. Sweet one, oh, come and save me, stanch my streaming blood, for pity of its flowing. But he answered, it may not be. Then she grew wrathful and began to threaten him with martyrdom and death. So far had she come, it was this that haunted me when I said that she grew less and less fastidious in her choice of means. He learned now with whom he had to do and what she had meant by her ringing cry, frightful am I alone in my love. The giant cat lifted her paw, threateningly she put out her claws from their velvet sheath, to tear his flesh. If he would not do her will, not yield her his sacred wreath to receive in exchange the garland of bliss, then she must and would destroy him. Urgently she implored him to take her words seriously and not as empty sound, for he could see that she was ready for any and everything. She would accuse him to put up of that which he denied her, and tax him with assault upon her virtue. She would say that he had done violence to her, and the accusation would be a joy, and she would know how to act the ruined and maculated so that no one would doubt what she said. Her word and oath, he might be sure, would count before his in this house, and no denial would help him. Besides, she was convinced that he would not deny, but in silence take the guilt upon himself, for that it had come to this despair and fury with her was his fault, the fault of his eyes, his mouth, his golden shoulders, and his denial of her love. He would see that it was all one in what accusations one clothed his guilt, for every accusation became true by virtue of the truth of his guilt, and he must be prepared to suffer death. But it would be a death which would make him rue his silence and even perhaps his cruel denial of her love. For men like Potiphar were inventive in revenge, and for the libertine who debauched the mistress there would be found a kind of death that left nothing to be desired in the way of refined torture. 796 Thomas Mann. And now she told him how he would die, painting it to him, some times in her singing, ringing tones, again in whispers close to his ear, like the tender murmurings of love. Hope not, she whispered, that it will be quick, casting you from a rock or hanging you head down till the blood soon rushes to your brain and death comes gently. So merciful it will not be after the beatings that will mangle your back when Potiphar pronounces sentence. For when I disclose your violent deed he will be seized with a sandstorm such as comes from the mountains of the east, and his fury will rage and his malice be unbounded. It is horrible to be given to the crocodile, to lie bound and helpless in the reeds when the devourer draws nigh and his wet belly glides over you, beginning his meal with shoulder or thigh so that your wild shrieks mingle with his satisfied gruntings as he feeds, for nobody will hear or heed. For I have heard when it happened to others, and felt a light pity, without much thought or realization, one's own flesh being safe. But now it is yourself and your flesh which the oncoming devourer nuzzles, beginning in this place or that, while you are fully conscious and would hold back the inhuman shriek that wrings itself from your breast. Shriek not, beloved, for me, who would have kissed you where that wet belly sets his teeth. But perhaps there will be other kisses. For perhaps they will stretch my beautiful one upon his back on the ground. Your hands and feet made fast with brazen clamps, and heap firewood on your body and light it, so that with tortures for which there is no name and you alone can know them, gasping and shrieking, while the others only look on, your body is consumed to charcoal by garing flame. So may it be, beloved, or perhaps they will put you living in a pit, together with two great dogs, and cover it with beams and earth, and again no one thinks, nor yourself until it come to pass. What shall happen there below among you three? Do you know of the punishment of the mortis and tenon? For being accused by me, and thereupon condemned, you would be shrieking and praying for mercy with the iron rod in your eye and the door grinding your head whenever it pleased the avenger to pass through. These, then, are but a few of the punishments you are certain to find, if I give voice to my complaint, as I am in my last despair resolved to do, for you will not be able to make yourself white after my oath. Out of pity for yourself, O Sir Siph, give me your wreath. My friend and mistress, he answered her, you are right, I shall not be able to make myself white if it please you so to blacken me before my master. But among the punishments with which you threaten me, Potiphar must choose, he cannot visit me with all, but only with one, which limits his revenge and my suffering. And even so, my suffering can only comprise what is humanly possible, and whether those limits be small or great it cannot overpass them, for Joseph in Egypt 797. They are finite. Delight and suffering, both, you have painted to me as measureless, but you exaggerate, for with both one soon reaches the limits of human capacity. It is only the error which I should commit that would be measureless, if I destroyed myself in the sight of God the Lord, whom you do not know, so that you cannot tell what it is to be forsaken of God. Therefore, my child, can I not yield to your desire? Woe to that wisdom of yours, she cried in her singing voice. Woe to it. I am not wise. Unwise am I, out of my measureless longing for your flesh and blood, and I will do what I say. I am the loving Isis and my gaze is death. Take care, O Sir Siph, take care. The ladies' party. Ah, how splendid she seemed, Armut, standing before him and threatening him in her bell-like voice. And yet she was weak and helpless like a child, quite without regard for her dignity or her saga. She had of late begun to confide her passion to all the world, and the misery she suffered because of her young man. It had come to this, that now not only Tabubu, the rubber eater, and Mikan Wesit, the concubine, were initiated into her love and longing, but also Renanutet, the wife of Amun's overseer of bulls, as well as Neat Het, the wife of Pharaoh's head washerman, and Aura, spouse of Kakabu, the scribe of the silver houses, from the king's silver house. In short, all her friends, all the court, and half the city. It was a distinct sign of her degeneration that toward the end of the 3rd year of her passion she told everybody without restraint or embarrassment and imparted to all the world regardless that which in the beginning she had so proudly and shyly kept hidden in her own bosom, that she would sooner have died than confess it to the beloved himself or to anyone else. Yes, it was not only the worthy Judu who generates in this story, but the mistress did too, so much that she lost her manners and her self-control. She was a person deeply afflicted and possessed, entirely beside herself, no longer a denizen of the civilized world, and estranged from its standards, a runner upon the mountains, ready to offer her breasts to wild beasts, a garland, panting, exulting swinger of the Thyrsus. To what all did she not finally descend? This is not the place to speak of the magic she abased herself to practice with Black Tabubu. We shall come to that later. Here we must only note, with mingled amazement and pity, that she prattled everywhere of her love and unslaked longing, restraining herself before neither high nor low, so that soon her affliction was the daily talk of all the household, and the cooks as they stirred the pots and plucked the fowls, the gatekeepers on their bench, said to each other, 798 Thomas Mann. The mistress is keen on the young steward, but he won't hear to it. What a state of things! For that is the form such subjects take in the heads and on the lips of ordinary folk, by virtue of the lamentable contradiction between the lover's own consciousness of his sacred, serious, painfully beautiful passion and the impression it makes on the detached observer, to whom its lack of purpose or power to conceal itself is a mockery and a scandal, like a drunken man on the street. All the later versions of our story with exception of the briefest, but most prized the Quran as well as the 17 Persian songs, the poem of Ferdowsi the Disillusioned, on which he spent his old age, and Shami's late and subtle version, all of these, as well as countless renderings by pencil and brush, tell of the ladies' party which Poti, Far's chief and true wife, gave to the high society of Noamun, to acquaint them with her suffering and its cause, to arouse sympathy, and also envy in the bosoms of her sisters. For love, however unslaked, is not only a curse and a scourge but also a priceless treasure, which one cannot bear to keep hidden. The songs contain some roars and are guilty of superfluous variations and adornments which, despite their sweetness and charm, are a burden upon the simple truth. But as for the episode of the ladies' party, there they are in the right. And if again, for the sake of pleasing effect, they depart from the original form of the story, or even belie each other by their variations, yet the singers are not the inventors of this event, the story invented it, or rather it was the personal invention of Potiphar's wife, Porianai, who made it up and put it into effect with a shrewdness which stands in the strangest though most realistic contradiction to her bemused state. We who know the revelatory dream dreamed by Mu'minat at the beginning of the 3 years of her love can easily understand the connection between it and the ingenious, pathetic device she employed to open the eyes of her friends. And the dream, which bears every mark of genuineness, is the best evidence for the historicity of the ladies' party and makes quite clear that only laconic brevity of style is responsible for its omission from our nearest and best prized source. As a prelude to the ladies' party, Mu'minat fell ill of that illness, in its nature not very well defined, which seizes all the young princes and the king's daughters in the fairy stories when they love unhappily, and which regularly mocks the skill of the most famous physicians. She sickened of it, according to all the rules, because it was the right and proper thing, and the right and proper thing is hard to resist, but also it was important to her, and seems in general to be a principal motive of all these illnesses of princes and king's daughters, to attract attention, to put the world about her in a flutter of excitement, and Joseph in Egypt 799. To be questioned, this above all, to be importuned, as in a matter of life and death, and from all sides, for her changed appearance had for a long time now been the subject of genuine anxiety and question. In her closer circle, she fell ill out of the urgency of her need to preoccupy the world with her affliction, with the bliss and torment of her love for Joseph. That there was not much more, literally and strictly speaking, in her illness than this is shown from the fact that, when there was question of a ladies' party, Mut could arise from her couch and play the hostess, and no wonder she could, for it was all part of the same plan. So, then, she fell ill, seriously, if rather indeterminately, and lay abed. She was treated by 2 eminent doctors, one from Amun's bookhouse, who had previously been called to Montca, and an other learned man from the temple, cared for by her sisters of the house of the secluded ones, Potiphar's concubines, and visited by her friends of the order of Hathor and Amun's southern house of women. The lady Renanutet called, Neat Het, Aur and many others, came to in her litter Nesbiamet, head of the order, consort of the great Pinicons, head priest of all the gods of Upper and Lower Egypt. And all of them, singly or by 2s and 3s, sat by her bed, mourned over and importuned her, in a flood of words, partly from their hearts but partly also in cold blood, out of pure convention or even envy. Eni with beloved voice, when you sing, said they, in the name of the hidden one, say what ails you, and how, naughty girl, can you so distress us? As the king lives, you are changed, for a long time. Now, all of us, in whose hearts you live, have seen the signs of fatigue, and alterations too, which while doing no violence to your beauty give us great concern. May there be no evil eye upon you. We have seen, and wept among ourselves to see how weariness overtook your body, and a decrease of flesh that attacked not all parts at once, for some are fuller while others have shrunk. Your cheeks, for instance, are gaunt, your eyes begin to stare, and suffering sits upon your much praised sinuous mouth. We, your admirers, have seen all this and spoken of it with tears. But now your exhaustion has reached a point where you take to your bed and can neither eat nor drink, while your ailment mocks the doctor's art. Truly at this news we knew not where we were, so great was our alarm. We have besieged with questions the wise men from the bookhouse, Tehor and Pete, based at your physicians, and they have answered they are almost at the end of their skill and will soon be helpless. They had only a few more remedies which might avail, for all those they have tried have been unavailing. It must be some great affliction that gnaws at you, as a mouse will gnaw at the root of a tree so that it sickens. In Amun's Name, our treasure, is it true? Say, have you a gnawing sorrow? Tell. 800 Thomas Mann. It quickly to us who love you, before the accursed thing strikes at the root of sweet life itself. Supposing, I answered in a faint voice, that I had, what good could it do me to name it to you? All your kindness and sympathy could not free me from it, and in all likelihood nothing remains to me but to die. Then it is true, cried they, it is really such a sorrow that is wearing you down. And they expressed their shrill voiced surprise. How could it be possible a woman like her, belonging to the highest so seedy, rich, enchantingly lovely, the envy of all others of her sex? What could she lack? What heart's desire was denied her? Mutt's friends could simply not understand. They questioned her persistently, partly in the goodness of their hearts and partly out of sheer curiosity, envy, and love of excitement. For a long time she evaded their questions. In her feeble, hopeless tones she refused them all in formation, saying they could do her no good. But at last, very well, she said, she would answer them. She would answer them all together and make an occasion of it. She would give a ladies' party very soon, and invite them all. She was very weak and without appetite, could scarcely take anything, at most a bird's liver and a little vegetable, but she would try to find strength to get up, so that she might reveal to her friends the cause of her disordered and altered state. So said, so done. At the next quarter of the moon it was not long before the New Year and the great feast of Opet, on which day decisive events were to come to pass in Potiphar's house. He and I gave out invitations to that ladies' party in Potiphar's house which has been so widely if not always so wisely celebrated in song. It was a large afternoon affair, and took on added luster through the presence of Nesbiemet, Binacon's wife and first among the women of the harem. There was no lack of flowers or unguents, or of cool drinks, some of them intoxicating, some only refreshing, or of cakes of bari sorts, crystallized fruits, and spun sugar sweetmeats, handed by young maidservants in charmingly exiguous costumes, with black braids hanging in their necks and veils shrouding their cheeks, a novel refinement which was much applauded. A delightful orchestra of harpists, lute players, and flautists in wide diaphanous garments, revealing their embroidered girdles underneath, made music in the fountain court, where most of the ladies settled down informally, partly on chairs and stools among the laden tables, partly kneeling on gaily colored mats. They also occupied the columned hall, from which the image of Marie had been removed. Mutt's friends were graceful and exquisite to behold. Their flowing hair was anointed with perfumed oil from the crowns of their heads to where it finished off in a twisted fringe, through which peeped the Joseph in Egypt golden discs of their ear ornaments. Their limbs were a lovely brown. Their sparkling eyes reached to their temples, their little noses spoke nothing but pride and high spirits. The patterns of their jeweled and faience necklaces and arm rings, the spider-web linen that spanned their sweet bosoms and seemed woven of sunshine or moon beams, were the very last word in elegance. They smelled of lotus flow. They passed each other sweetmeats and chattered in high twittering voices, or else in deeper, rougher ones, for in this climate women sometimes have such voices. For instance, Nesbiemet. They talked of the approaching feast of Opet, of the great procession of the Holy Triad in their barks by water and land, of the reception of the god in the southern house of women, where they, the ladies, would dance and sing and shake their rattles in their character as sweet-voiced concubines of the god. The topic was both attractive and important, yet at this moment it only served to keep their tongues wagging and fill in the time until their hostess, Mut should give them answer, and let them know the thrilling cause of her exhaustion. She sat, a figure of suffering amongst them, beside the basin, smiling faintly with her tortured sinuous mouth and awaiting her meant, as in a dream, and after the pattern of a dream, she had made her arrangements to enlighten her friends, and she felt dream-like certainty of their success. The moment arrived with the climax of the feast. Splendid fruits were standing ready in flower-trimmed baskets, fragrant golden spheres bursting with refreshing juice under their leathery skins. They were Indian blood oranges, a great rarity, and beside them lay charming little knives that had handles inlaid with blue stones and highly polished bronze blades to which the hostess had given special attention. She had had them sharpened to a pitch of sharpness, indeed, such as seldom any little knives had ever been brought before. They were of such a razor sharpness that a man might have shaved with them were his beard never so tough. But they required great care in their use, for even a moment of absent-mindedness or unsteadiness was sure to bring about an annoying injury. They had acquired an edge, a positively dangerous one, these little knives. One had the feeling that one only needed to come near the blade with a fingertip for the blood to gush out. Were these all the preparations? By no means. There was a precious wine from the port, sweet, fiery Cyprian wine, a dessert wine, to be served with the oranges. The charming cups of hammered gold and glazed and painted earthenware stood ready, and at a sign from the hostess were handed round in the fountain court and the pillared hall by dainty little maids who had nothing on but bright-colored sashes. But who should pour this island wine into the cups? The little maids? No, the hostess had decreed that too little honor would thus be paid to her entertainment and her guests. She had arranged something else. 802 Thomas Mann. She beckoned again, and the golden apples, the exquisite little knives were passed. Both elicited cries of rapture. They praised the fruit, they praised the dainty tools, that is, they praised their daintiness, for with their chief property they were as yet unacquainted. They all set to at once to lay bare the sweet pulp, but soon their eyes were distracted from the task. Again Mut had beckoned, and he who now appeared on the scene was the cupbearer, the pourer of the wine. It was Joseph. Yes, the lovesick woman had commanded him to the service, requesting, as his mistress, that he should himself serve the wine of Cyprus to her guests. She did not tell him of her other preparations. He did not know for what purpose of edification he was being used. It pained her, as we know, to deceive him and deliberately make such misuse of his appearance. But her heart was set on enlightening her friends and laying bare her feelings. So she said to him just after he had once more, with all possible forbearance, refused to lie with her, "Will you then, O Sir Siph, at least do me a favor, and pour out the famous Alashian wine at my lady's party day after tomorrow? In token of its excelling goodness, also in token that you love me a little, and lastly to show that I am after all somebody in this house, since he at its head serves me and my guests." "By all means, my mistress," he had answered. "That will I gladly do, and with the greatest pleasure, if it be one to you. For I am with body and soul at your command in every respect save that I sin with you." So, then, Rachel's son, the young steward of Pitapra, appeared suddenly among the ladies as they sat peeling in the court, in a fine white festal garment, with a colored Abyssinian jug in his hands. He bowed, and began to move about, filling the cups. But all the lot Dies, those who had chanced to see him before as well as those who did not know him, forgot at the sight not only what they were doing, no, but themselves as well, being lost in gazing at the cupbearer. Then, those wicked little knives accomplished their purpose and the ladies, all and sundry, cut their fingers frightfully, without even being aware at the time, for a cut from such an exceedingly sharp blade is hardly perceptible, certainly not in the distracted state of mind in which he and I's friends then were. This oft-described scene has by some been thought to be apocryphal, and not belonging to the story as it happened. But they are wrong, for it is the truth, and all the probabilities speak for it. We must remember, on the one hand, that this was the most beautiful youth of his time and sphere, on the other, that these were the sharpest little knives the world has ever seen, and we shall understand that the thing could not happen otherwise, I mean with less shedding of Joseph in Egypt 803 blood than as it actually did. He and I's dream like certainty of the event, and its course was entirely justified. She sat there with her suffering air, her brooding, sinister, mask-like face and sinuous mouth, and looked at the mischief she had worked, the bloodbath, which at first no one saw but herself, for all the ladies were gaping in self-forgotten ardor after the youth as he slowly disappeared toward the pillared hall, where, Mud knew, the scene would repeat itself. Only when the beloved form had disappeared did she inquire of the ensuing stillness, in a voice of malicious concern. My loves, whatever has happened to you all? What are you doing? Your blood is flowing. It was a fearful sight. With some the nimble knife had gone an inch deep in the flesh and the blood did not ooze, it spouted. The tle hands, the golden apples, were drenched with the red liquid. It dyed the fresh whiteness of the linen garments and soaked through into the women's laps, making pools which dripped down on the floor and their little feet. What an outcry, what wails, what shrieking, arose when Mud's hypocritical concern made them aware what had happened. Some of them could not bear the sight of blood, especially their own, they threatened to faint and had to be restored with oil of wormwood and other pungent little phials brought by the bustling maids. All the needful things were done, the neat little maids dashed about with cloths and basins, vinegar, lint, and linen bandages, until the party looked more like a hospital ward than anything else, in the pillared hall as well, whither Mud went for ammo, meant to assure herself that blood was flowing there too. Renanutet, the wife of the overseer of bulls, was among the more seriously wounded. They had to quench the flow of blood by putting a tourniquet on the wrist to shut off the circulation from the slowly paling and yellowing little hand. Likewise Nesbiamet, Benecon's deep-voiced consort, had done herself considerable damage. They had to take off her outer garment, and she was tended and reassured by two of the girded maids, one black and one white, while she raved and raged in a loud voice at everybody indiscriminately. Dearest head mother and all of you my dear friends, said the hypocrite when order had somewhat been restored, how could it happen that here in my house you have done this to yourselves? And this red episode has marred my party? To your hostess it is how most intolerable that it had to be in my house that it happened. How is such a thing possible? One person, or even two, might cut their fingers while peeling an orange, but all of you at once, and some of you to the bone. Such a thing has never happened before in the world, and will probably be unique in the social life of the two lands. At least, let us hope so. But comfort me, my sweethearts, and tell me however it could happen. 804 Thomas Mann. Never mind, Nesbiamet answered in her deep bass for the rest of the women. Do not think of it, and, for everything is right now. At least nearly, even though Red Set has spoiled our afternoon frocks. And some of us are pale with bloodletting. Do not be upset. For your intentions were good, and as for the party, it is exclusive in every respect. Yet after all it was pretty thoughtless of you the thing you did in the middle of it. I am speaking quite frankly, and for all of us. Put yourself in our place. You invited us to explain the cause of your exhaustion, which mocks the best skill of the physicians. We must wait for the revelation, and that makes us nervous, so that we hide our suspense by making conversation. As you see, I am telling every thing as it was, according to the simple truth, speaking for us all and not mincing matters. You served us with golden apples, very good, very fine, even Pharaoh himself does not have them every day. But just as we are peeling them, there comes, by your order, this young cupbearer into our already excited group. Whoever he is, I suppose that he is your young steward known on the land and the water ways as Neferneferu, and it is mortifying for a lady to have to agree with the people of the dams and the canals, and with their judgment and tastes, but really there can be no question of disagreeing with them, for he is certainly a picture of a young man from head to foot. In and for itself it is something of a shock when a young man suddenly comes among a group of already nervous women, even if he is less attractive than this one. So what could you expect but that we should tremble in all our limbs and have tears come in our eves when such a young god appears on the scene and bends with his jug over our cups? You could not expect us to attend to what we were doing, and take care not to cut our fingers. We have caused you much tle and annoyance with this bloodletting, but the blame, dearest Eni with the lovely voice, is your own, for the trouble ensuing on your startling entertainment. Yes, yes, cried Renanutet, wife of the overseer of bulls. You must take the blame, my dear, for you have played us a fine trick, and ye shall all remember it, though not with anger, since we realize that you could not be affected by it, and hence thought nothing of it. But that is just it, my treasure, that you failed in tact and consideration, and so to yourself is due in all justice the awkwardness of this red episode. For naturally the total femininity of this whole gathering affects each single female in it and heightens her susceptibility to the uttermost. And then you elected to introduce a young man among us, and at what moment? Precisely when we were peeling our oranges. How could we help cutting ourselves? For it has to be just this cupbearer who comes in, your young steward, a perfect young Adonis. I must say frankly that I was beside myself at the sight. I speak without shame, for this is an hour and these are circumstances. Joseph in Egypt 805. When the mouth speaks from the fullness of the heart, and for once it seems quite right to say just what one thinks. I am a woman with a great deal of feeling for the masculine. You all know that besides my husband the director of bulls, who is in his best years, I know a certain young officer of the guard, and also there is a young priest of the temple of Kansa who comes to my house. You all know these things, without my telling you. But all that does not prevent me from being always on the alert, so to speak. For the masculine it is easy for me to feel perfectly divine, but I have a special weakness for cup bearers. There is always something of the god or a darling of the gods about a cup bearer. I do not know what that is, probably it is because of his office and his motions. But this refertum, this blue low Tuss, this honey youth, with his jugye gods, it was all up with me. I quite thought that I was seeing a god, and for sheer delight I did not know where I was. I was all eyes, and while I gazed I stabbed myself with the fruit knife, deep into my flesh, and the blood ran in streams. And I never felt it, in the state I was in. But that is not the whole of it, for now whenever I want to peel fruit in the future I am convinced that the image of your divine young cupbearer will come up before me, the wretch, and I shall cut myself to the bone for losing myself in the sight of him, and can never eat any more fruit that must be peeled, though I am passionately fond of it. And all that you brought about, my treasure, with your heedlessness. Yes, yes, all the ladies echoed her, the ones who had been in the pillared hall as well, for they had come out to the court while Ness, Behemoth and Renan were speaking. Yes, yes, they cried all together, in voices some shrill and some deep. The speakers have spoken as it was, we all nearly killed ourselves in our amazement at sight of this cupbearer, and instead of telling us the cause of your illness, to which end we were invited, you have played us this trick. But now Mut raised her voice to its full singing power, and cried, fools! I have not only told but showed it to you, the cause of my mortal weakness and all my misery. Then have some eye for me, as you were all eyes for him. You have seen him but the space of a few heartbeats and done yourselves harm in your distraction, so that you all are pale with the red distress the sight of him gave you. But I -1 must, or I may see him every day, and what can I do in my own distress, which is unending and infinite? I ask you, why shall I turn for this boy, you blind creatures, who saw him in vain, the steward and cupbearer to my husband? He is my anguish and my death, he has brought me to my end with his eyes and mouth, for him alone, my sisters, my red blood gushes out in agony and I die if he quench it not. For you only cut your fingers at sight of him, but 806 Thomas Mann. Love for his beauty has cut me to the heart, and I bleed to death. Thus she chanted till her voice failed and she fell back in her seat, with convulsive sobs. We can imagine the state of high feminine excitement into which this revelation flung the troop of Mutt's friends. They behaved as Tabubu and Adek and Wesed had done before them, in face of the great news that Mutt had fallen in love. They treated the sufferer much as the other two had done, crowded round her, stroked and patted, congratulated, commiserated, in many voiced high-strung prattle. But the looks which they exchanged, the words which they murmured to each other, had quite other meaning than sympathy. They were angry and disappointed that there was no more to it, and that all this pretentious affliction amounted to no more than falling in love with a servant. There was silent disapproval, and universal jealousy on the youth's account. But more than all, there was a certain in the manger satisfaction that this was Mutt, the proud and pure, the moon-chased bride of Amun, who had been visited so to speak in her old age and afflicted in quite the most ordinary way, that she was pining for a handsome slave and did not even know how to keep it to herself, but must helplessly expose her humiliation like a regular female, wailing, what shall I do? That pleased her friends. If also it did not escape them that all the self-exposure and publicity were at bottom the same old conceit, which made of the most ordinary occurrence, when it was Mutt to whom it happened, an extraordinary and world-shaking event, and that annoyed them afresh. But if all this spoke in the side glances which the ladies exchanged, yet their animation and pleasure in the sensation and the charming scandal in high life was sufficient to make them capable of heartfelt sympathy with their sister in distress, and of feminine solidarity. They crowded round her, embraced and petted her, and prattled loudly, expressing their views of the youth's good fortune in having been granted to rouse such feelings in the breast of his mistress. Yes, sweet E and I, they cried, you have shown us and we understand that it is no small thing for a woman's heart to have to be able to see such a picture of a young god every day. No wonder that in the end you, too, fell victim. The lucky fellow. What no man has succeeded in, during all these years, has fallen to his youth. He has actually stirred your senses. Certainly he was not born to it, but that shows the simplicity of the heart, which asks not after rank or station. He is no son of a gnome prince and neither officer nor counselor of state, being only your husband's steward, but yet he has melted your heart, and that shall serve him for title, and that he is a foreigner, an Asiatic youth and so-called Hebrew, makes the affair still more piquant and gives it a cachet. Dearest, we are so glad and relieved that your distress and weariness has no worse cause than your feeling for Joseph in Egypt 807. This beautiful youth. You will forgive us if we cease to feel anxiety for you and begin to feel it for him, for certainly the only ground here for fear is lest he may go out of his head with the honor done him. Otherwise the business seems to us quite simple. Ah, sobbed Mutt, if you only knew. But you know nothing, and I knew that you would not, even after I opened your eyes. For you have no notion how it stands with him, or with the jealousy of the god to whom he belongs and whose wreath he wears, so that he is much too good to stanch the blood of an Egyptian woman, and his soul has no ear for all my crying. Ah, how much better you would do, my sisters, not to be anxious for his great honor, but to devote all your concern to me, who am at death's door with his religious compunctions. Then her friends insisted on learning more particulars about these religious compunctions. They could not believe their ears when they heard that the servant was not bursting with pride at the honor done him, but was denying himself to his mistress. The looks they then exchanged did betray some malice, some suggestion that after all their and I was too old for the beautiful youth, and he simply made pious excuses because he felt no desire. Some of them flattered themselves that they would be in better case with him, but in general they were sincerely indignant at the foreign slaves' recalcitrance. For de cook, Larliness Behemoth, the head priestess, took the word, in her bass voice, and declared that from this point of view the affair was scandalous, and indeed not to be borne. As a woman, dearest, said she, I am on your side, your affliction is mine. But there is a political aspect to the thing too, it touches the state and the temple, and this little upstart, you will pardon me, I know you love him, but I call him so out of honest scorn in his obstinate refusal to pay you the tribute of his youth, displays an insubordination dangerous to the kingdom. It is as though some pale city of the reddened Orphanacia were to set himself up against Amun and refuse the duties which it owed. In that case there would be a punitive expedition fitted out to protect the honor of Amun, even if it cost more than the tribute came to. In this light, my dear, I view your affliction, and as soon as I get home I will speak with my husband, who is the head of all the priests of Upper and Lower Egypt, to tell him of this gross case of Canaanitish insubordination and ask him what measures he thinks proper to deal with the disorder. She reached her conclusion amid more and even more animated chatter from all the guests, and thus the ladies' party at last broke up, which has become so famous and is here related in the true and actual course of its events. By it Mutt principally succeeded in making her unhappy passion the talk of the town, a success at which she herself, in her clearer moments, was probably horrified, yet at 808 Thomas Mann, other times was capable, thanks to her increasing degeneration, of thinking of with a drunken satisfaction. For most infatuated people cannot believe that sufficient honor is shown their feelings unless they occupy the thoughts of all the world, if only to be mocked at and scorned. They must be known to the sparrows on the housetops. Her friends now often made her sick-bed visits, singly or by twos and threes, to inquire after her state, to comfort her and give her advice. They foolishly passed over the actual though entirely peculiar circumstances, and the sufferer could only shrug her shoulders and reply, "Ah, my children, you chatter and advise and understand nothing at all of this peculiar case." Then the ladies of West would be annoyed afresh, saying to each other, "If she thinks the matter is above our heads, and there is something quite peculiar about it, beyond any good counsel of ours, then she should hold her tongue and not tell us about the affair." But someone else came in person, born to put up his house between vanguard and rearguard, the great Binacons, Amun's first, whose wife had informed him of the story, and who was not yet minded to take it lightly, but rather to see it in view of the larger interests involved. The mighty shiny pate and statesman of the church, wearing his auregated leopard skin, strode to and fro before her lion-footed chair, straining upward from his ribs and holding his chin in the air, as he declared that all personal and merely moral considerations must be put aside in judging this situation. This might be regrettable on the ground of standards of conduct and the moral order, but once begun, must be pursued to the end in the light of loftier considerations. As a priest, a spiritual guide, and guardian of religious order, and not least as a fiend and colleague of the good Putapra at court, he was obliged to censure the attentions much dedicated to this young man, and oppose the desire he aroused in her. But the recalcitrant bearing of this foreigner, his refusal to pay tribute, was intolerable to the temple, which would be obliged to insist that the matter be set right without delay and to the glory of Amun. Therefore, he, Binacons, quite without regard to what might be personally desirable or blame-worthy, must warn and admonish his daughter Mut to exert all her powers to the utmost to bring the rebellious youth to a fall, not for her own satisfaction, even though that might come to pass without his approval, but for that of the temple, if necessary the backward youth could be brought to book by force. It shows with depressing clarity how low Mut had sunk, that this spiritual admonishment and authorization to sin did her soul good, that she could see in it a strengthening of her position with regard to the beloved one. To this she had come, the woman who but late and conformably with her stage of development had made her joy and Joseph in Egypt 809. Sorrow dependent upon the freedom of his living soul, that now she found a desperate and distorted pleasure in the thought of having the object of her hot desire produced by force before the temple author. Itis. Yes, she was ripe for Tabubu's magic. But the position of the Amun authorities was not unknown to Joseph either. For no crack or cranny was too small for his faithful Besem had to crawl into, that he might be present at the interview between Mut-Eminet and Binacons the Great, hear the advice with dwarf fine hearing, and bring it hot and hot to his patron and protege. Joseph listened and was extraordinarily strengthened in his view that this was a trial of strength between the power of Amun and God the Lord, and that he might not let him down, at any price whatsoever, no matter how ill the resolve might accord with the old Adam in him, the bitch. So then it came about that Mut-Eminet the proud, in the degeneration worked by her passion, fell low indeed, letting herself in for a course of action which her natural refinement would only a little while before have rejected with disgust. She sank to the moral level of Tabubu the Kashite, and combined with her to deal with the unclean, in other words, to make magic spells for the binding of her lover and to sacrifice to a horrible netherworld deity whose name she did not even know or wish to know. Tabubu simply called her the bitch, and that was enough. This nocturnal spectre, it seemed, was a perfect ghoul and fury. But the negress promised to make her compliant by means of charms to the wishes of Mut the mistress, and Mut was fain to be content, on the understanding that she renounced her claims to the soul of her beloved and would be glad if she might but hold his body a warm-blooded corpse, as it were in her arms. Or not glad, precisely, but mournfully assuaged, for of course it is the body, the flesh, alone, that can be conjured in this wise and delivered into anybody's arms, not the soul at all. One needed to be very inconsolable indeed to be consoled with that, and with the thought that love's craving and satisfaction is after all a matter for the flesh. In God's name, it was easier to dispense with the soul than the body, however mournful the satisfaction the body purveyed. The state of Mut-Eminet's own body was responsible for her finally consenting to the rubber eater's base proposals. She was fully aware of her witch-like state, and considered that the physical signs it had set upon her were proof that she belonged to the guild and was bound to act accordingly. We must remember that her new body was a result and product of love, a pathetic accentuation of her femininity, for witchery is at bottom nothing else than femininity raised. 8 Thomas Mann. To an exaggeratedly and illicitly alluring height, from which it follows not only that witchcraft is preeminently female and male, which is as good as never exist, but also that in it love plays a predominant part, is always the very center of the activity, and love, magic, as its natural and preferred sphere, comprehends everything that can rightly be called magic. I have earlier, with all due delicacy, suggested that something of the hag had entered into Mut's physical being, it probably contribution due to her inclination and willingness to practice witchcraft, so that she now allowed Tabubu to set to work on the business of sacrificing and conjuring. For the deity whom they were to conjure was, AC, according to the negress, the personification of haggishness, a hag god, and hag goddess combined, in whom one must envisage an embodiment and epitome of all possible repulsive connotations of the word hag, a being of the filthiest practices, in short, an arch hag. Such deities there are and must be, for the world has sides that reek with blood and are stiff with foulness, seemingly very little fit to be dei. 5. /et these have just as much need as its more appealing sides of permanent representation and headship, of ghostly embodiment, so to speak. Thus it comes that the name and nature of the divine can enter into the horrible, and bitch and mistress be one, especially when it is the archbitch we are dealing with, having by right the characteristics of a mistress. In any case, Tabubu, when she referred to this embodiment of all filthiness and obscenity, actually called her the gracious mistress bitch. The black woman thought well to warn Mut that the nature and conduct of the proposed operations were quite outside the great lady's social sphere. She begged pardon of her refinement before hand, and implored her for just this once to adjust herself to the tone of vulgarity, because it was all that the gracious mistress bitch could understand, and without a certain indecency of speech there would be no dealing with her. The proceedings would not be very pleasant. She said the ingredients for the conjuring were some of them most unappetizing, nor would there be a lack of imprecations and bomb. Best. The mistress must make up her mind to that and not take offense, or if she did she must conceal it. For this act of compulsion would differ from the religious services to which Mudd was accused. Tomed, it would be frightful, violent, and high-handed. Not even in intention did it proceed from the human side or in accordance with human tastes, but from the gross nature of the being they invoked, whom they summoned to their presence, the mistress bitch, whose service could not be other than obscene, and whose character as arch had conditioned the form of the proceedings and their very low level of decency. After all, in Tabubu's opinion, if he were setting Joseph in Egypt aid one eye, about to constrain a young man to a purely physical compliance with the demands of love, there could not be a very high tone to the business. Mudd paled and bit her lips, partly from the shock to her conventions, partly also from hatred of the evil chance which forced the compulsion upon her as well as on him. Now that she had resolved, the baseness of her resolve was a wound in her thoughts. That is a very old human experience, that when a man is tempted to fall below his better self, his tempters, those who drag him down, alarm him and mock him when they have him safely below, by the insolence with which they suddenly speak of his new and unfamiliar state. Pride demands that he conceal his fear and bewilderment, that he answer them, let things be as they are, I knew what I did when I resolved to follow you. And in such wise did Mudd express herself, taking up an attitude of defiance to a resolve originally foreign to her nature, the conjuring of her beloved by means of magic. She had to be patient for several days. The black priestess needed to prepare her magic, for which not all the ingredients were to hand. Rarities like the rudder of a wrecked ship, uncanninesses like wood from a gallows, rotting flesh, certain parts from the body of an executed criminal, most important of all, some hair from Joseph's head, which Tabubu had to procure by craft and bribery from the house hold barber shop. Besides they had to wait for the full moon, for their work would be more fruitful if performed under the highest potency of that equivocal planet, which is feminine in reference to the sun, masculine in reference to the earth, and thanks to its double character guarantees a certain unity to the universe and can interpret between mortals and immortals. Besides Tabubu as priestess and the Lady Mudd as client, there would assist at the conjuration a Moorish acolyte and Mekan Wesid, the concubine, as witness. The flat roof of the House of Women was the theater of operations. Each day, whether feared or longed for, or fearfully longed for, with impatience and shame comes on, at last, and becomes a day of one's life bringing what it has to bring. So came on the day of Mudd hopeful degradation, when in her bitter need she betrayed her station and embarked upon her unworthy course. She awaited each hour as she had awaited each day, conquering one by one. The sun sank, its glory faded, the earth was shrouded in darkness, and the moon, incredibly large, rose above the desert, substituting its borrowed luster for that of the departed sovereign sun, and, for substantial daylight, the frail web of her painful, pallid magic. As, slowly diminishing, she mounted to the zenith, and all was quiet, while in the house of Potiphar everybody lay with drawn-up knees and peaceful faces, sucking at the breasts of sleep. Then the 482 Thomas Mann women, alone in the house awake, with their mysterious feminine purposes, foregathered on the roof, where Tabubu and her assistant had already made the needful preparations. Mudd Eminette, her white mantle round her shoulders, a blazing torch in her hand, hurried so fast up the steps which led from the fountain court to the low upper story, and thence by a narrower one to the roof, that Meek, the concubine, with her own torch, could not keep up with her. He and I began to run directly she quitted her bedroom, holding aloft her fiery torch, her head flung back, her eyes fixed, her mouth open, her garments caught up in one hand. Why run so, darling? Murmured Meek. You will be out of breath, I am afraid. You are stumbling. Stop. Go carefully with the torch. But Putapur's chief and true wife answered disconnectedly. I must run, I must run, I must storm these heights breathless. Do not stop me, Meek. The spirit commands me and so must it be. We must run. Panting and staring she swung the light above her head so that sparks of burning pitch flew off from the flax, and her breathless companion clutched in alarm at the whirling stick, to wrest it away. Mudd would not suffer her, and the danger was the greater. They were now on the second stair, and Mudd really did stumble when they came to grips, and would have fallen had not Meek grasped her arm. The two women, thus embraced and flourishing their lights, jeered through the narrow door and out on the dark roof. They were greeted by wind and by the voice of the priestess, who took command from the first. She carried on the talk from that moment, without ever stopping for breath, and it was gross, domy, nearing, bombastic, ever and again interrupted by the howling jack. ALS from the bleached desert on the east, yes, from farther away by the dull, shattering roar of a ranging lion. The wind blew from the west, from the sleeping city, and from the river, where the moon played silver sparkles on the water, from the shore of the dead, and the mountains on that side. It was caught, panting, in the wind. Chimneys that faced the west, a sort of wooden roof designed to divert cool air down into the house. There were also a few cone-shaped Jane bends on the roof, but besides these usual things were many more objects and preparations, the properties for the performance. Among them certain things on whose account it was well that the wind was blowing, for on the floor and on tripods were pieces of bluish putrid flesh, which would have stunk and did when the wind died down. The other objects for the dark ride a blind man might have seen with inward eye, or a person who, like Mudd Eminette, did not want to see anything. Since then and thereafter she gazed diagonally upwards into space, with her mouth drawn down half open, and staring eyes. Joseph in Egypt 813. For Tabubu described them all aloud. She stood there black and naked to the waist, her head a grey mass of tangled hair dishevelled by the wind, girdled with a goatskin under her hag-like breasts, as was her young helper likewise, her loose mouth, in which two lonely buck teeth stood up, moved ceaselessly as she shouted the name and use of each object, like a market woman crying her wares. There you are, woman, she said as she gestured and pointed, when her mistress staggered onto the roof. Welcome, scorned one. Seeking protection, poor languisher, husk rejected of the stone, love. Sick troll, come to this hearth. Take what we give you. Take grains of salt in your hand, hang laurel on your ear, crouch by the hearth. Where it flickers in the wind out of its hole, it flickers for you, too. Your healing, poor soul, so far as may be. I speak. I spoke, here above I spoke and said, as priestess, before you came. Now I speak on, loudly and grossly, for fine words avail not to wrestle with her, one must name things shameless by their names, wherefore I now name you aloud, supplicant, a fool for love, and a trollop bewitched. Are you sitting with your salt in your fist? The laurel over your ear? And your companion, has she hers and is she, too, crouching by our altar? Up with us, then, for the sacrificial rite, priestess and ministrant. For all is prepared for the meal, gifts, and adornments without flaw. Where is the table? It is where it is, facing the hearth, fittingly, adorned with garlands and branches, twigs of ivy and blade of corn. That she loves whom we invoke, who approaches. Dark husk hiding the mealy kernel. Therefore it garlands the table and trims the stands, whereon the tempting offering stinks to heaven. Does the rotting rod lean at the table side? It does. And on the other side what do we see? A beam from the cross whereon they raise the malefactor. On high in your honor, perverted one, who favors that which is rejected, and to allure you it leans beside the table. But do we offer you naught else of him who was hanged, no ear, no finger? Yeah, the mouldering finger graces the table, with fine crumbs of bitumen. And the gristly waxen ear from the miscreant's head, clammy with blood all that so richly to your taste, may it bring you, unholy one. But the knots of hair that shine upon the offertory table, like in color, they come not from the murderer's head but from other heads near and far, and we have them lying close together, may they be fragrant to you, if you will help, you on whom we call, you who come out of the night. Still, then, let no one budge. Ye who sit by the hearth, keep your eyes on me, blench not, for no one can tell from which side she will creep up. I command silence for the offering. Put out this torch, wench. So, where is the double-edged blade? To hand. And the cur? It lies on the floor, like a young hyena, with chains on its claws. 814 Thomas Mann. With moist muzzle bound, that snuffs with such delight for every kind of filth. Give me first the bitumen. The ready priestess throws it in black crumbs on the flame, that its leaden qualmish smoke may curl up to your nostrils as incense, O mistress of the nether world. The drink offerings now, the vases in right succession, water, cows, milk, and beer I pour, I pour, I pour. My black feet stand in the liquid, the pool, the bubbling lake, while I perform the sacrifice and slay the dog a loathsome rite, but it is not our choice, we only know that it is dear to you. Bring him on, then, the sniffling cur, the obscene beast, and slit his throat. Slit his belly and bathe your hands in the smoking entrails. As they steam up into the cool moonlighted night, smeared with blood, dripping with entrails, I hold them up to you, my hands, for I have made them in your image. I salute you, I invite you humbly to the sacrificial meal, O mistress of the hosts of night. Courteously we entreat you, solemnly we beg you, graciously share the meal, accept the flawless gifts. Does it please you to accept? For else know that the priestess will rise in strength against you, will seize you violently. With bold practiced clutch. Approach. Come springing from a noose. Or from pressing hard the woman in labor as she groans, from the caresses of self-slain wives, come, blood-smeared one, from the haunt in place of corpses to gnaw their flesh. Come, lured thither by your cankered lust of the impure, from unclean clingings at the cross, roads where the malefactor lies. Do I know you, do you know yourself in these my words? Do I wrestle nearer to you in your essence as you are? Lo, I know you in your works and ways, your unspeakable practices, your monstrous eating and drinking, and all your bottomless lusts. Or shall I come to you with closer grips and plainer, and my mouth forget its last restraint, naming you as you are in all your swinish essence? Utter most horror cleat by you, bitch and strumpet, I rail at you, pus-eyed nightmare, rotten fungus, slavering slut of hell. You that perch at home on gallows where the criminal is flayed, squeaking and squalling and slobbering as you gnaw the carrion bones. Last lust of the hanged, wet wound receiver of his erected agony. Yet weak with vice, unnerved and abject, quaking with every breeze, starting at spectres, to all things of the night a cowardly prey. Uttermost roar. Know I you? Name I you? Have I you? See I you? Yes, it is she. For lo, a cloud darkened the face of the moon, and while it was veiled she came. The dog that bays before the house bayed louder. The blaze flared up from the hearth, the handmaid there of her who invokes you rides in a fit, where she bends her gaze, whither her eyes roll, thence approaches the goddess. Sovereign, we greet you. Graciously be pleased, for we have given of our best in gifts. If then the impure offering appease you, Joseph in Egypt ate I 5. Help. If the unclean meal ate us, we pray. Help her, the despised and languishing. She groans for love of a youth who will not as she will. Help her, as you can, as you must, I have you in ban. Torment him. Hither in the flesh, the reluctant one, till he come to her on her bed. He knows not how, make smooth his neck to her hands, let her once slake her longing with the sharp smell of his youth, for which she yearns. Now the hairs, quickly, wench. The love offering, the burnt offering, I now perform, in sight of the goddess. Ah, the bright locks. From heads one near, one far, so soft and shining. Waste matter from your bodies, I, priestess, weave and wind, mingle and marry them in. My hands bloody from sacrifice, I knot and net, I twist and tie, I let them fall into the flame, and flame consumes them crackling. Why? Is the face of the suppliant one written with horror and disgust? Is it the evil horn-like smell of the burning offendeth your nostrils? 'Tis your own substance, my delicate one, essence of your ardent flesh. The odor of love. Done, she said abruptly. The worship has been well performed. May he please you and relish you, your beautiful one. The mistress bitch blesses him to you, thanks to Tabubu's arts, which are worth their hire. And the low creature laid aside her lofty tone, stepped back from her labors, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, and put her blood-stained hands in a basin of water to cleanse them. The moon shone out again. Meek, the concubine, came to after her faint. Is she SDLL there? She asked, shaking. Who? Asked Tabubu, scrubbing her hands like a doctor after an operation. The bitch. Calm yourself, concubine, she has vanished. Again. She did not want to come, she was enforced by my arts, because I know so well how to get round her and compass her character so tellingly in words. And she could do nothing here but by my will, because I buried under the threshold a threefold spell against evil. But she will perform her task, no question of that. She received the offering, and likewise she is bound by the burnt offering of the woven hair. Mut-Eminet, the mistress, heaved a deep, audible sigh and rose from the hearth where she had crouched. In her white mantle, with the laurel still at her ear, she stood before the carrion flesh with her chin raised and her hands clasped beneath it. Since she had smelt the odor of burning hair, hers and Joseph's mingled, the corners of her Half open, mask-like mouth had sagged more and more bitterly, as, though weighted down, it was piteous to see this mouth, with its stiff, tragic lips, to watch them move, as in her chanting voice she addressed her plea to the powers above. Hear me, yet purer spirits, who might have joyed me had yet smiled upon my love to Osercite the Ibrian youth, hear and see me. 8I6 Thomas Mann. In my misery at this abasement, how anguish sits at my heart for the evil choice I must make, since no other remained to me, in my deep despair, to your mistress, sweet Osercite, my falcon. Ah, yet purer. Powers, how hard, how oppressive, how shameful is this renunciation of mine. For I have renounced his soul, when at last I yielded, and was enforced to this making of magic. Thy soul I renounced. Osercite, my beloved, and how hard, how bitter to love must this renunciation be. I have renounced your eyes, most anguishing of all. But I could no other, I was helpless and had no choice. When we embrace, thine eyes will be closed and dead, and only thy swelling lips will be mine. How often shall I kiss them, shamed in my bliss? For the breath of thy mouth is dearer than aught else, but more than aught else, my son youth, would have been the gaze of thy soul, and the lament for its loss welleth up from my depths. Here, yet purer powers. From beside this hearth of the black arts, in the bitterness of my affliction I cry to you. Look upon me, a woman of high rank, driven by love to sink beneath it, that I must give my joy for lust, to enjoy if not the joy of his eyes at least the delight of his mouth. But woeful and evil it is to me, this renunciation, to me, a daughter of a prince. I cannot but utter it aloud, yet higher powers cannot but give it voice before I taste this conjured lust and enjoy a soulless bliss with his sweet body. Yes, spirits, leave me my secret in most prayer, let me hope that at the last the lust and joy may not quite part, so that if the lust be deep enough, love may blossom from it, that beneath my ardent kisses the dead boy's eyes may open, and he may give me his gaze from his soul, so that perhaps after all the hard conditions of this magic art may not hold but be defeated. In my abasement, yet purer powers, leave me the silent secret hope, to you. I raise my lament, deny me not the hope of this little defeat, this little triumph. And Eminet lifted her arms and with violent prolonged sob, Bing sank upon the breast of Meek, the concubine, who led her from the roof. New Year's Day. My audience must by now have reached the height of its impatience to hear what after all everybody already knows. The hour of satisfaction is at hand, the climax of the story, the chief hour of the feast, which has been since it first came to pass and related itself, the hour and day when Joseph, for 3 years Potiphar's head steward, for 10 his property, just saved himself from the grossest error of his life, escaping from fiery temptation though as it were with a black eye, and as a result completing a smaller cycle of his life, in that he went down again to the pit, by his own error, as he himself realized, and in punishment for behavior so heedless, so provocative almost. 1. Joseph in Egypt 8I7. Might say, so wicked that there was not much to choose between it and his earlier wrongdoing. We are justified in drawing a parallel between his sin against Potiphar's wife and his earlier sin against his brothers. Once more he had gone too far, in his craving to make people sit up, once more the working of his charm, which it was his good right to employ, for his own enjoyment and for the honor and profit of his God, had been allowed to get beyond control, to degenerate into an actual danger. In his first life these workings had taken the negative form of hate. This time the immoderately positive and equally destructive form of passion. He had in his blindness given fuel to the flames of both. In the second case, misled by his own response to a woman's uncontrollable passion, he who stood in such need of instruction himself had tried to play the pedagogue. His conduct cried out for retribution. There is no doubt of that, but we cannot help smiling to see how the punishment which so justly overtook him was directed to the further ends of a good fortune much greater and more brilliant than that which had been destroyed. The source of our amusement is the insight which these events afford into the mental processes of exalted spheres. Far back in the very pre-beginnings of history, we have seen that the fallibility of the creature man was a source of dissatisfaction to certain circles. What is man, that thou art mindful of him? The question always hovered on certain lips and was an embarrassment to the Creator, who saw himself driven to pay tribute to the kingdom of the stern and let justice have its way clearly less of his own motion than under a moral pressure from which life could not well escape. The present instance is a delightful example of his dignified bowing to the storm, while at the same time having his little game with the austere and disgruntled ones, practicing the art of healing where he chastened and making misfortune a fruitful soil, whence renewed good fortune should spring. The day of decision, the turning point, was the great feast day of the official New Year, the day of the beginning of the rise of the Nile and of a moon's visit to his southern house of women. The official New Year, be it noted, for the actual day when the sacred cycle closed, the dog star rose once more in the morning sky, and the W.A.Ters began to mount was by no means the same day. In this respect, disorder reigned in Egypt, where it was otherwise so much detested. It did happen, through time, men's lives, and kingly dynasties, that the actual New Year coincided with the calendar, but only in 1,460 years did this come to pass. Almost 48 generations must live without experience of it, which they did not mind at all, by comparison with other of life's manifold cares. The century in which Joseph's Egyptian course was run was not vouchsafed the pleasure of beholding the beauty inherent in the 8I8 Thomas Mann union of the actual and the formal. The children of Khem who lived and laughed and wept beneath Egypt's sun simply knew no more than that the two did not coincide, and it mattered to them not at all. Not that they celebrated the New Year, okay, the rise of the Nile, at a time when actually they were in the middle of the harvest, Shamu, but they did so in the winter season, Parrot, also called the time of the sowing, and if the children of Khem saw nothing strange in that for an irregularity which will go on for another 1,000 years is after all regularity of a sort, Joseph for his part did, he even found it comic, by reason of his inward detachment respecting the life and customs of the Egyptians. He kept the irregular feast, as he did all those of the Netherland, with reservations and with just that amount of indulgence which he considered justified from above in respect of his worldly participation. It is worthwhile to point out in passing, and is almost a cause of amazement, that a person having so much critical detachment from the sphere where he lived, and from activities to him fundamentally foolish, could yet take life seriously enough to achieve all that Joseph achieved, and accomplish all the good that he was destined to accomplish. But whether a detached mind took it seriously or no, the day of the official rise of the Nile was celebrated in all Egypt, and especially in Now-e-Tiamun, the 100-gated West, with a solemnity which we can only realize by comparing it with one of our own great national and popular festivals. The whole city was on its legs from early dawn, and its huge population, greatly exceeding 100,000, Sand, as we know, was still further increased by hordes of country folk from upriver and down, streaming in to celebrate Amun's great day in the god's own seat. They mingled among the citizens, open mouthed, hopping on one leg, staring at the city's majestic sights, the glow eye of which made up to the betaxed and bellboard little peas. Entry for the great poverty of the whole past year and strengthened their patriotism for the floggings of the one to come. In a sweating throng, their noses full of the odors of burnt fat, the fragrance from mountains of flowers, they filled the gay, canopied, alabaster pavement. Four courts of the temples, which echoed with sacred chorals, glowed with color, and were full to bursting with abundance of heaped up food and drink of every sort and kind. There, this one day, they might fill their bellies at the expense of the god, or rather of the higher powers who robbed and exploited the whole year round, but now smiled in extravagant generosity. They might, against their own better knowledge, lull themselves in the dream that it would always be thus, that with this feast the golden age of free beer and roast goose had dawned, and never again would the tax gatherers come AC, accompanied by Nubians bearing palm rods to harass the little peas. Entry, but every day would be like the temple of Amun-Re, wherein Joseph in Egypt 819. They saw a drunken woman with flowing hair, spending her days in riotous living because she held the king of the gods. By sunset all West was so drunk that it went reeling and bawling about the streets, committing all sorts of nuisances. But in the early morning and forenoon it was still fresh-eyed and well in hand, receptive to the splendors of Pharaoh's progress, when he drove out to receive the office of his father, in the official phrase, and Amun moved in his famous procession on the Nile to Opet, to his southern house of women. The populace was all joyous reverence and pious zeal. Untiringly it gazed upon the unfolding splendors of state and church, which were calculated to lay up in the hearts of West Children and her guests a fresh supply of daily patience and proudly self-deluded devotion to the fatherland. This was accomplished nearly as efficiently in the present as in the old days when earlier kings came home booty-laden and triumphant from Nubian and Asiatic campaigns and perpetuated their victories in reliefs on the great temple walls, victories which had made Egypt great, and were indeed the first beginning of the exploitations and floggings of the little peasants. On high feast days Pharaoh drove out wearing crown and gloves. He came out from his palace brilliant like the rising sun, and betook himself to his father's house, to behold his beauty, in his high sway, in canopied carrying chair, surrounded by ostrich feather fans, and enveloped in heavy clouds of fragrant smoke, which streamed back upon him from incense bearers walking in front of his chair, their faces turned toward the good God. The voices of the reading priests were drowned in the jubilations of the throng, as they hopped on one leg and rejoiced. Drums and cornets preceded the procession, in which walked troops of Pharaoh's relations, dignitaries, unique and true friends of the king as well as just plain friends. Ranks of soldiers closed up the rear, with field badges, battle axes, and throw sticks. The lifetime of Rututi, the peace of Amun. But where should one stand, staring, swallowing dust, stretching one's neck? Were it better here, or at Karnak beside Amun's house, aflutter with banners, whither everything would finally proceed? For the god himself came out today, left the dim shrine in the farthest back ground of his mammoth tomb, behind all the four courts, and halls, each one lower sealed and more silent than the last, and moved a strange, misshapen, squatting puppet, through all his halls, each loftier and more brilliantly colored, on his bark adorned with the heads of rams, secluded in his veil-shrouded chapel, which was borne by long poles on the shoulders of 24 shiny pates in starched kilts. Ele2, among fans, in clouds of incense, went into the light and the noise to meet his son. The great event was the flight of geese, a custom dating from primitive times, the scene of which was the beautiful meeting place 820 Thomas Mann, on the square before the temple. What a lovely and joyous spot this was. Gay flags fluttered from gilded poles with the head ornament of the god on top. Mountains of flowers and fruits heaped the offertory tables before the shrine of the holy triad, father, mother, and son. Statues of Pharaoh's ancestors, the kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, brought up by the crew of the sun bark, divided into 4 watches, were here set up. Priests standing on golden pedestals above the crowd, their faces turned to the 4 quarters of the earth, released the wild fowl in 4 directions, to carry to the gods of each the news that Horus, son of Osiris and Aset, had set upon his head the white as well as the red crown. For he that was conceived in death had once chosen this form when he mounted the throne of the 2 lands, and the ceremony had been repeated through countless years, and lay and learned in their different ways had drawn conclusions about the general or the individual destiny from the manner of flight. After the flight of geese, Pharaoh performed many beautiful mysteries and ceremonies on the square. Lie sacrificed before the images of the early kings. Ele cut with a golden sickle the sheaf of spelt, handed him by a priest, and laid the grain as an offering of praise and petition before his father. Ele burned the incense of the gods before him in a long-legged pan, while readers and choir singers chanted out of their book rolls. Then the majesty of this god seated itself in a chair and sat motionless to receive the congratulations of the court, expressed in quaint and high-sounding words, or brought before him in the shape of letters couched in flowery, subtilizing phrases from courtiers who were prevented from coming. They were read aloud, to the great entertainment of all who listened. This was only the first act of the celebration, which went on from beauty to beauty. They went down to the Nile, the barks of the holy triad swaying aloft on the shoulders of 24 shiny pates each, and Pharaoh walked like a modest son on foot behind his father Amun's bark. The whole crowd swarmed down to the river, thronging round the procession of the gods, led by Benicons, the head priest, in his leopard skin, just behind the trumpets and cornets. The incense rose. The music swelled, the fan-bearers fanned. Arrived at the shore, the sacred barks were put on 3 large ships, each more beautiful than the other, but the most indescribably beautiful of all was Amun's bark, made of cedar wood, which it was said the princes of the retinue had to fell in the cedar mountains and themselves pole across the river. Each ship was mounted in silver, and all of gold was the great heaven throne in the center, and the flagpoles and obelisks front, adorned with serpent crowns fore and aft, and furnished with all sorts of little emblematic soul figures and sacred symbols, most of which people would not have known how to explain, from Joseph in Egypt 8 so remote a past had they been handed down. The fact strengthened, instead of weakening the veneration they enjoyed. The state ships conveying the great triad were not boats, but barges, not rowed, but towed by light galleys and a crew from the shore, up the Nile toward the southern house of women. It was an honor to belong to these crews, and a man so chosen reaped many practical benefits throughout the year. All West, save the dying and the age-ridden, for the infants were carried on their mothers' backs, or at their breasts. In other words, a mighty host, rolled like a wave Along the bank with the crews, accompanying the divine procession, and a procession in themselves. They were led by a servant of Amun. Chanting hymns, soldiers of the god followed with shields and throw sticks. Dressed up Negroes came after, greeted with roars of laugh. Turf from the crowd as they danced and drummed, cut grimaces and made ribald jokes. They knew they were held in contempt and so played the fool even more than lay in their natures, to flatter the gro. Test conception the people had of them. Temple musicians of both sexes shook castanets and sistra. There were animals garlanded for the sacrifice, standard bearers, war chariots, lute players, upper priests. With their retinues, burghers and peasants followed on, singing and clapping out the time with their hands. Rejoicing and exulting, the train moved onto the pillared temple. On the river, where the state ships tied up, the sacred barks were hoisted to the shoulders of the bearers and carried in a new procession, to the sound of drums and long trumpets, to the glorious house of birth, received and met with curtsyings and contortings and waving of bows by Amun's earthly concubines, the ladies of the order of Hathor, who now danced before their exalted spouse, the squat. Ting swaddled little doll in his shrouded bark, in diaphanous garments, beating tambourines and singing in their universally beloved voices. This was the great New Year's reception in Amun's harem, a most regal spread, mountains of offerings in the shape of food and drink, unending genuflections and symbolic ceremonies, for the most part no longer understood by anybody, in the inmost, inner, and outer parts of the house of embrace and birth, in its rooms full of gay reliefs and inscriptions, its corridors of rose granite papyrus columns, silver paved tent halls, and courts of statuary where the populace might enter at will. The full gorgeousness of the new year will be best appreciated if we realize that toward the end of the day the whole procession reformed in the same splendor as before and went back by water and land to Karnak, and that in all the temples, the fairs and feastings, the popular jollification and theatrical entertainments in which masked priests performed scenes from the lives of the gods went on without stopping through the evening. The whole great city swam in beer and bliss and belief in a carefree 82 Thomas Mann. Golden Age. The crews which had towed the state barks, crowned with garlands, anointed with oil, and very drunk indeed, ranged through the streets and might do more or less what they liked, with outlet or hindrance. The empty house. It was necessary to sketch in the scene of the Feast of Opet, the OFFI Chale celebration of the rising of the Nile, in order to make clear to my readers the frame and setting of those events in the lives of individuals which form the climax of our tale. The bare sketch suffices to show that Ptahpra, the courtier, had his time very much taken up. He was a member of the immediate entourage of His Majesty Hor, in the palace, who had this day more pontifical duties to perform than on any other of the high days and holy days in the year. And Ptahpra's place was among the nearest, that is, among the unique friends of the king. Yes, on this very morning he was raised to the rare and exalted rank and addressed in a manner which caused him the utmost gratification. The titular captain of the guard was away from home all day. Indeed, the whole household was away. The place was empty, like every other house in West, for, as I said, only Crib, Please and the moribund remained at home. Among the last, indeed, were Hwee and Tuya, the exalted parents in the upper story, for they went farther afield than the garden house on the mound, and seldom even as far as that. It was a miracle that they yet lived, for during the last 10 years they had reckoned hourly on their passing. Yet still tottered about, the old mole and the swamp beaver, she with her blind slits of eyes, he with his beard of tarnished silver, together, within the dark call of their brother sisterhood, perhaps because some aged people simply go on living and cannot find death, being powerless to die, perhaps because they were afraid of the king of the nether regions and the 40 frightfully named ones, on account of the clumsy bribery of which they had once been guilty. Hwee and Tuya, then, had remained at home in their upper story, together with the 2 stupid little maids who served them in success. Zion to others grown in the course of time too unchildlike to wait on the exalted parents. Otherwise house and court were empty, like all others in West. Yet were they? No, for there was one other exception, single, but important. Alathaminat, Potiphar's wife, his chief, and first, had stopped at home. That must seem very strange to anyone with knowledge of the feast. She did not take part with her sisterhood, Amun's concubines, in the sacred service of the god, did not wear the horns and disc nor, in the narrow garment of Hathor undulate in the dance, nor raise her beloved voice to accompaniment of the silver rattle. She had made Joseph in Egypt 823. Her excuses to the protectress of the order, Tai, wife of the god. They were the same excuses which Rachel had once made a pretext. What time she sat on the teraphim hidden in the camel bedding, and would not rise and stand before Laban. She had sent word that fortunately she was unwell, meaning by the discreet phrase that fortunately on this very day she found herself incapacitated. The alt ladies had shown more understanding than Ptahpra, to whom she had said the same. For he, with a lack of feeling for human frailty, had been as obtuse as in his time the obtuse Laban. How do you mean unwell? He asked. Have you toothache, or the vapors? He used a silly medical expression current in high society to describe a hypochondriac state of health. And when she had finally gone into detail he had been unwilling to admit the excuse. That doesn't count, he had said very much, we will remember, as Laban in his time had done. That is not an illness that anyone can see, or an excuse for staying away from the feast of the god. Some people would drag themselves to it half dead rather than stay away, but you want to remain at home on account of a simple and normal thing like that. There does not need to be anything unnatural about an ail meant for it to attack us, my friend, she answered him. Then she gave him the choice of dispensing her either for the public feast or for the private entertainment at their own home in the evening, with which Ptahpra was to celebrate his promotion to the rank of unique friend. T was impossible, she said, for her to attend at both. If she danced before the god she would be worn out by evening and have to absent herself from Ptahpra's feast. In the end, though in great annoyance he had to agree to her saving her strength in the daytime in order to act as hostess in the evening. He was annoyed because he was suspicious, so much we can say with certainty. He did not like it. Lai did not feel easy in his mind at her remaining at home alone on the pretext that she was well, he was disturbed, he had a vague sense of apprehension, on the score of his own peace of mind and that of the household, and he came home earlier than necessary to the evening party, on his lips the usual question, outwardly confident, but inwardly anxious, is all well in the house? Is the mistress happy? This time to receive a frightful but secretly long expected reply. We have thus anticipated our story, because after all, in the words of Renenutet, wife of the chief overseer of bulls, we know it already, without being told, so that there is no more suspense save in the matter of details. Neither will it surprise anybody to hear that the thought of Joseph had a share in Potiphar's annoyance and disquiet, and that he mentally connected the idea of his wife remaining at home with the question of whether Joseph was doing the same. We share his disquiet, and we too must, not without misgivings on the 824 Thomas Mann. Score of the 7 reasons, inquire of Joseph's doings on the day of the feast. Did he, in fact, remain at home too? He did not, it would have been quite impossible for him, and strikingly inconsistent with his principles and practice. The Egyptian Joseph, in this 10th year after he had been snatched away into the land of the dead, was now at 27 Egyptian incarnate, in a social if not in a spiritual sense, even his fleshly garment had been for the last 3 years wholly Egyptian, the form of him entirely occupied and informed by Egyptian substance. We know his attitude. With certain reservations he adapted himself, became a child of Egypt, and partaker in the Egyptian year, celebrating her heathen feasts, sharing in her outlandish practices, in his tolerant, cosmopolitan way, if also with moderation and a certain irony, confident that the man who had brought the calf to this field would indulgently close his eyes to the sight. Certainly the New Year's Day, the great Amun feast, was a proper occasion to be affable, to live and let live, and the son of Jacob went to it. Like everybody else here below, he was arrayed in feast day garments and on foot from early morn. Yes, he actually paid symbolic honor to the popular custom and drank a little more than he needed, but only later in the day, for at first he had to perform official duties. As the steward of a high dignitary and title bearer he walked in the suite of the king's suite from the west urn house of the horizon to Amun's great house and took ship thence to the Opet temple. The return procession of the divine family was not quite so formal, it was easy to withdraw from it, and Joseph spent the day as thousands did, sauntering and sightseeing, visiting masses in the temples, sacrificial feasts, and masks of the gods. He knew, of course, that he must be at home betimes, by late afternoon and be for all the other servants, to perform to his own satisfaction his due ties as head of the household and responsible overseer, to assure himself that in the long serving room, where once he had received from the scribe of the buffet the refreshment prepared for Hua and Tia, and in the hall where the banquet was spread, everything was ready, and in order for the New Year's feast and the celebration of priest's promotion. He laid stress in his mind, and in his intentions, on carrying out his supervision alone and undisturbed, while the house was still empty and his subordinates not yet returned from the feast. It seemed to him right and proper so to do, and in support of his resolution he excogitated a set of sayings, in his own mind, for they had never existed before, though he couched them in the form of popular prov. Herbs such as, high estate, golden weight, great honor, great onus, first to aspire, last to retire and other golden rules of the same kind. He thought them out, and repeated them to himself, after learning, during the water journey, that his mistress, being indisposed, was not Joseph in Egypt 825, taking part in the dances of the order of Hathor but remaining at home alone. For before he knew this fact he had never thought of the jingles, nor persuaded himself that they were proverbs, nor had he realized what now became perfectly clear, that in the sense of these maxims it was imperative for him, the head of the house, to be at home before the rest of the staff, to see that all was in readiness. He used that very word, in his mind, though even to him it was suggestive, and an inner voice warned him that he should refrain. Joseph, as an upright young man, did not deceive himself about the great and soul-shattering peril involved in following out his own maxims. It was a soul-shattering peril, yes, yet also it was a joyful opportunity, but for what? Yes, little whispering Bess, an opportunity to bring to an issue the affair of honor between God and Amun, to take the bull by the horns and in God's name to let matters come to a head here and now. This was the goal, this the great, soul-shattering opportunity, and everything else, frightened, whispering little Bess, is just nonsense and rubbish. The servant still may sleep. The master watch must keep. Joseph, the young head steward, would cling to his proverb wisdom, undeterred by either the futile croaking of his little friend or his mistress's artful indisposition. We may gather from overhearing this much of what went on in his mind that there is no ground to feel assured of his safety. The original story, to be sure, long ago played itself out to the end, and what we here relate is only a repetition in the feast, a temple mask, as it were. Otherwise, out of sheer anxiety and concern, the sweat might be standing on our brows. But what is a repetition in the feast? It is the abrogation of the difference between was and is. When the story first told itself, there was, at this crisis in it, simply no ground whatever for thinking that its hero would come off with a black eye, instead of losing his God and his all. Nor have we any better light to premature unconcern. The women as they buried the beautiful God in the cave wailed no less surely because the hour of his resurrection would come. For when they wailed he was dead and mangled, and to every hour of the feast as it comes on and is present is due its meat of tears and triumphing, of triumph and tears. Esau celebrated his great hour, swelling his chest and flinging out his legs, pathetic and comic to behold. His story had not yet reached the wailing and weeping stage. We are in like case, at this moment, reading Joseph's thoughts, and hearing his jingling little rhymes, we are justified of the sweat that stands on our brows, and should not be justified if it did not so stand. We shall be in even worse case if we return and see how matters stood in Potiphar's deserted house. The woman who remained there, alone, who in this drama plays the part of the mother of sin, was ardently confiding in the feast hour for a glowing realization of her 826 Thomas Mann hopes. Certainly she no less than Jacob's son was resolved to stake all on the issue. Certainly she had every reason to await the bitter bliss, full triumph of her passion, the hour of sweet and sinister fulfillment, when she should enfold her beloved in her arms. Were her hopes not confirmed from above and from below? She was empowered by the highest spiritual authority in the kingdom. The honor and sun power of Amun were pledged to her support, but no less was she upheld by the powers of darkness, which by virtue of infernal magic she, daughter of a gnome prince, had debased herself to conjure and to bind, though in her breast still lingered hope that she might evade the humiliating conditions they imposed. For in her shrewd feminine mind, she thought that after all love made no such clear distinction between body and soul, that by the sweet embraces of the flesh she would succeed in wooing the soul of her beloved as well, and in uniting lust with bliss. As we tell the tale, the wife of Potiphar is here and now, as well as in the then which has become the now bound up with the event, and cannot know what has not yet happened. But this she knows, that Joseph will come to her in the empty house, with all the burning passion of her soul. She knows it. The bitch goddess will torment him hitherwards. In other words, he will learn on the way that she is not taking part in the feast, that she has remained alone in the silent house, and the thought will grow in him to overmastering strength, that he must come back at a time when a significant and extraordinary situation still obtains. The bitch goddess will give this thought power over him, will make it guide his steps. Joseph thinks. Mutt knows nothing about the bitch goddess and Tabubu's vile arts. He will think it is his own, that overwhelming impulse to join Mutt in the empty house. He will suppose that he is irresistibly drawn to seek her out in her solitude. And if he does, if he is convinced that thought and impulse are his own, then will not the illusion become truth in his soul, and thus the bitch have been defeated on her own ground. A man will often say I am urged to do so and so. But what is it that urges him, which he distinguishes from himself and makes response I believe for his act? Certainly it is only himself, together with his desire. Is there any difference between I will and something within me wills? Must we say I will in order to act? Does the act come from the will, or does not rather the will first show itself in the act? Joseph will come, and by his coming will realize that he willed to come, and why. But if he comes, if he hears the call of opportunity and heeds the call, then all is decided. Mutt has triumphed. She will crown him with ivy and garlands of the vine. Thus Potiphar's wife, and such the reasoning of her drunken, over-stimulated mind. Her eyes looked unnaturally large and quite as unnaturally bright, for she had applied quantities of black antimony to brows and lashes with her ivory pencil, and they looked out from it. Joseph in Egypt 827. With a sinister look as of one possessed. And her mouth, as always, had no truck with her eyes. It was a sinuous, smiling, assured, and triumphant mouth. But her lips moved constantly in a slight sucking, chewing motion, for she was eating little balls of crushed incense, mixed with honey, to sweeten her breath. She wore a garment of the thinnest royal linen, which revealed all her love-bewitched contours. From its folds, and from her hair, came a fragrance of fine cypress perfume. She was in the room reserved for her use in the master's house. On one side it adjoined the vestibule with the 7 doors and the constellated pavement, on the other Potiphar's northern pillared hall, where Joseph performed his reading service. But in one corner, it gave on the banqueting hall next the family dining room. In this hall the evening feast was to be served, in honor of Potiphar's new rank. Mutt's door into the northern hall was open, likewise one of the doors thence into the banqueting hall. Confident, expectant, she moved about in these rooms, solitary in the house save for the 2 exalted parents awaiting their end in the upper story. He and I, their daughter-in-law, as she went to and fro, gave them a thought, and cast a glance upwards toward the painted ceiling from her jeweled, sinister, glittering eyes. Often she retired from hall and banqueting room into the twilight of her private chamber, where the light fell from above through open work stone panels. There she lay down, out stretched upon her diorite couch, and buried her face in the pillows. Cinnamon wood and myrrh burned in the incense stands, and their fragrant vapor curled out through the open doors into the dining and banquet halls. So much for Mutt, the enchantress. To return to the departed son of Jacob, he came back, as we know, before any of the other members of the household. He came and perhaps thereby became aware that he wanted to come, or was urged to come, which is the same thing. Circumstances had not prevented him from sticking to his duty and adhering to the view that it was right and proper for him to break off his sightseeing sooner than the others and give his attention to the house over which he was set, though actually he had delayed longer than one might suppose, for the performance of a duty prescribed and postulated by so much proverbial wisdom. He did come back when the house was still empty, yet not so very long before the others, those of them, that is, who had not permission to stop in the city because they were needed that evening at home. Perhaps not longer than a winter hour, or even less, considering that in this latitude winter hours are so much shorter than summer ones. He had spent a quite different day from Mutt's, in sunlight and noise, in the lively hubbub of the pagan feast. Behind his lashes he still saw pictures of the magnificent processions, the masks, the 828 Thomas Mann, bustling crowds. His Rachel nose still smelled the burnt sacrifices, the flowers, the emanations from all these hordes of human beings, hot with hopping on one foot and excited with so much sensual gratification. His ears were still full of the sound of drums and horns, rhythmical hand clapping, and the shouts of men intoxicated with hopeful fervor. He had eaten and drunk, without exaggerating his condition. I may say that he was in the frame of mind of a young man who is disposed to see in a threatened danger less a danger than an opportunity. He had a blue lotus wreath on his head and a single blossom in his mouth. He twirled his fly fan of white horsehair round on his wrist and sang as he went, "Blithe the servant, free from care. The master's eye is everywhere." He actually thought that this was a line from some treasure of folk wisdom, and that he had made up only the tune. So, as the day wore to its end, he reached his master's house, opened the gate of cast bronze, crossed the constellated pavement of the vestibule, and entered the beautiful banqueting hall, where all was laid ready, in the most elegant refinement, for Potiphar's party. He had come home, Joseph, the young steward, to see that all was complete, and whether or no Camet, scribe of the buffet, was serving of a reproof. He moved about the pillared hall, among the chairs and little tables, the ears of wine in their holders, the buffets, laden with pyramids of fruit and cakes. He looked to the lamps, the table of reeds, floral necklaces, and unguent boxes, and rearranged the sideboard, making the little golden beakers ring. He had spent a while in these masterly retouchings, and made the beakers ring once or twice, when he started, for he heard a voice, a singing, ringing voice, calling him from some distance, calling the name which he had taken in this land, Osersaif. In all his life he never forgot that moment, when in the empty house the sound of his name struck on his ear. He stood with his fan under his arm and 2 golden beakers in his hands. He was inspecting their polish, and certainly he had made them ring as he held them. He listened, thinking he had not heard aright. Yet he must have been mistaken, for he stood thus a long time listening, the 2 beakers in his hand, and there was no sound for a long time. But at last it came. Again, that singing voice echoed through the rooms. "Osersaif. Here am I," he answered. His voice failed him for hoarseness. He cleared his throat and said again, "I hear." Again there was a pause, and he waited motionless. Then it came, singing and ringing. Joseph in Egypt 829. "Is it you, Osersaif, whom I hear in the hall, and have you come home alone to the empty house?" "As you say, mistress," he replied, setting back the beakers in their place and going through the open door into Potiphar's northern hall, to speak into the adjoining room. "Yes, I am here, to see that things are in train in the house. Much oversight to put all right, you know the proverb, and since my master has set me over the house and knows no care save for the bread he eats, for he has put all into my hands, keeping naught back. and will literally be no greater than I in this house. I have given the servants a little extra time to enjoy themselves, but thought best to resign the latter end of the day's pleasures and come home betimes. Harsh with thyself, to others merciful as you know must be the rule. But I will not praise myself before you, and I am but little ahead of them. They may come at any moment, and put up her to the unique friend of the god, your husband, and my noble master. The voice came ringing out of the toilet chamber, and seeing, after all that is in the house, will you not also, O Sir Siph, see after me? Have you not heard that I remained alone and that I suffer? Cross over the threshold and come to me. Gladly would I, Joseph replied, and would cross the threshold and visit you, but there are many things here in the hall to attend to, and much still to arrange which needs me to cast my eye. But the voice sounded again. Come into me. The mistress commands it. And Joseph crossed the threshold and went into her. The father's face. Here our story loses its tongue. I mean our present version and repetition in the feast does so, for in the original, as it happened and told itself, it by no means lost its tongue. It went on, there in the toilet room, in an agitated exchange, a dialogue in the sense that both the ties talked at once. I prefer, however, to draw over the scene the veil of delicacy and human feeling. For in that long ago time it went on, without witnesses, whereas here and today it is performed before a large audience, a decisive difference, as no one can deny, where a question of tact is involved. Joseph, particularly, was not silent. He could not be silent, but talked very volubly, almost breathlessly, bringing to bear all his wit and charm against the woman's desire, in the attempt to talk her out of it. But just here lies the reason why our story loses its tongue. For he became involved in a contradiction, or rather a contradiction presented itself, as he talked, most painfully affecting and troubling to human feeling, the contradiction between 830 Thomas Mann, body and soul. Yes, as the woman, in words or by her silence, in swore to what he said, his flesh stood up against his spirit, and in the midst of his most fluent and eloquent speech he became an ass. And what a shattering contradiction that is, what restraint it demands. From the narrator, when eloquent wisdom is given the lie by the flesh, and is manifest an ass, he fled, for we know that he succeeded in flying in the state and condition of the dead god, to the woman an aggravated occasion for despair and the raging fury of frustration. Her desire had discovered in him a manly readiness, and the forsaken woman alternately tore at and caressed the garment which he left in her hands. For we know that he left his garment behind him in paroxysms of frantic agony, with loud outcries of exultation and anguish. The Egyptian woman's cry, repeated over and over again, was, me and I. Nashtef. I have seen his strength. Something enabled Joseph, in that uttermost extremity, to tear himself away and flee. That something was his father's face. He saw his father's face. All the more detailed versions say so, and we may take it for the truth. It is so, when, despite all his skill of tongues, he was almost lost, the face of his father appeared to him. Jacob's time. Age. Yes, certainly, Jacob's image. Not an image of settled and so lineaments which he saw somewhere in the room. Rather he saw it in his mind and with his mind's eye, an image of memory and admonition, the father's in a broad and general sense. For in it J. Cobb's features mingled with Potiphar's fatherly traits, there was some thing of the modest departed, Montcalm, and over and above all these were other, mightier traits. Out of bright, brown father eyes, with soft tears axed beneath them, it peered at Joseph in tender concern. This it was which saved him. Or rather, he saved himself, for one would speak in the light of reason and give credit where it is due, not to any spirit manifestation. He saved himself, in that his spirit evoked the warning image, in a situation only to be described as far gone. With defeat very nigh, he tore himself away to the woman's intolerable anguish, as we must, in justly divided sympathy, admit, and it was fortunate that his physical agility equaled his glibness of speech, for he was able, 1, 2, 3, to twist himself out of his jacket, the garment, his outer raiment at which she clutched, in the abandon of her love, and to escape, in not very steward-like array, to the hall, the banqueting room, the vestibule. Behind him, in her thwarted love she raved, half in raptures. Me and I gnashed half / but yet betrayed beyond bearing. She did fright full things with the garment still warm with his body, which she held in her hands, the precious hated object, covered it with kisses, drenched it with tears, tore it with her teeth, trod it underfoot. Joseph in Egypt 83 I dealt with it, in short, much as the brethren had dealt with the veil of the sun at Dothan in the veil. Beloved, she cried, whither do you go from me? Stay. O blissful Bob. O shameless slave. Curses upon you. Death. Treachery. Violence. Seize the miscreant. He has slain my honor. Help, help, help for the mistress. A fiend has attacked me. There we have it. Her thoughts, if we may speak of thoughts, where there was nothing but a whirlwind of rage and tears, had brought her to the accusation with which she had more than once threatened Joseph in the fury of her desire, when she raised her lion as claws against him, the murderous accusation that he had monstrously forgotten himself toward her, his mistress. The wild recollection rose in the woman's mind. She flung herself on it, shrieked it with all her strength, as one hopes, by sheer voice power, to lend truth to the untrue, and our justifiable sympathy must make us rejoice that the insulted woman found this outlet to her anguish, that she could give it an expression, false, of course, yet matching it in horror, which was calculated to inflame all who heard, turn them into allies of her insulted state, and make them pant to avenge it. Her yells resounded. There were already people in the vestibule. The sun was setting, and most of Potiphar's household had returned to house and court yard. So it was good that the fugitive had a little time and space to collect himself before he emerged. The servants stood rooted to the ground with horror, hearing their mistress's cries, and though the young steward came at a measured pace out of the banqueting hall, and passed with composed mien among them, it was as good as possible not to connect the impaired state of his clothing with the shrieks that issued from the inner room. Joseph would have liked to gain his room, the special room of trust, to put himself to rights. But, as there were servants in the way, and a craving to get out of doors took the upper hand, he crossed over to and through the open bronze door to the courtyard, which was full of the bustle of homecoming. Several litters were drawing up before the harem, containing the undry wives, the chattering little creatures, under supervision of Nubian eunuchs and scribes of the house of the secluded, had been vouchsafed their glimpse of the feast, and were now being returned to their gilded cage. Whither should the fugitive flee with his black eye? Out through the gateway by which he once had entered, and thence that he himself did not know, and was glad that he still had space before him. in the courtyard and might move as though he were bound some whither. Then he felt his clothing twitched, and Besemheb, the little dwarf, piped up at him, his face all crumpled with his grief. Ravaged the field burnt by the bullow, ashes, ashes. Osersife. 832 Thomas Mann. Osersife. They stood halfway between the main house and the gate. Way in the outer wall. Joseph turned, the little man hanging to him. The sound of the woman's voice came over to him, the voice of the mistress. The white figure stood at the top of the house steps, sir. Rounded by a crowd which poured after her out of the hall. She stretched out her arm, and men followed it running with arms like wise outstretched in his direction. They seized him and brought him back among the courtyard folk running up before the house, gate, and doorkeepers, artisans, stablemen, gardeners, cooks, and silver aproned waiters. The weeping midget clung to his skirt and was borne along to. And Potiphar's wife addressed to her husband's servants thus gath aired before and behind her in the courtyard that well-known speech, which at all times has been counted against her by all men, which even I, despite all I have done for Mudheminet Saga and her cause, cannot fail to condemn, not on account of its untruth, which might pass as the garment of the truth, but on account of the demagogy, which she did not scorn to use to rouse the people. Egyptians, she cried, children of Kemt, sons of the river and the black earth. What did she mean by that? They were just ordinary people, and at the time nearly all of them a little drunk. Their Egyptian birth as children of happy in so far as it was a fact, for there were among them Moors from Cush and people with Chaldean names was a native merit, they had nothing to do with it nor did it help them in the least if they neglected their duties, for their backs were bruised with thick leather straps well laid on, regardless of whose children they were. And now all at once their birth, which had been very much in the background and had no practical value for the individual, was brought to their notice with flattering emphasis because it could be used to rouse their sense of honor, unite them in a common pride, and make them pant with fury against someone who had to be destroyed. Her challenge bewildered them. /et it had its effect, combined with that of the good barley beer. Egyptian brothers. They were her brothers all at once. It went through and through them. They found it thrilling. Behold me, your mistress and mother, Potiphar's chief and true wife. See me as I sit upon the threshold of this house. We know each other well, vous and I, we and each other. They swallowed it down. This was a good day for the lower classes. But likewise know you this, Hebrew youth, standing here half naked on this great day in the Cal, and are lacking his upper garment, because I have it in my hands. Do you recognize him, who was set as steward above the children of the land and over the house of one great in the two lands? He came down out of his wretched country to Egypt, Osiris' beautiful garden, the throne of Re, the horizon of the good spirit. They brought this strand, Joseph in Egypt 833. Ger to us into this house us again, to mock us, and bring shame upon us. For this frightful thing has happened. I sat alone in my chamber, alone in the house, for I was unwell and was dispensed from appearing before Moon and kept the empty house alone. Then the abandoned one, the Hebrew fiend, took advantage of my being alone and came in unto me that he might do his will with me and bring me to shame. The servant would lie with the mistress. She screamed the words lie with me to enforce me. But I cried with a loud voice, when he would have done it and have shamed you for his servant lust. I ask you, Egyptian brothers, have ye heard me cry out with all my strength, in evidence that I repulsed him and offended myself to the utmost, as the law demands? Ye have heard it? But when he too heard it, the abandoned one, that I lifted up my voice and cried, then his boldness failed him and he struggled out of his outer garment, which I have here as evidence, and would hold him by it that ye might seize him, and fled away from me with his evil purpose unaccomplished, and got him out, so that I stand here pure before you, thanks to my outcry. But he, who was set over you all and over this house, he stands there in his shame, who will be seized of his deed, and judgment shall come upon him as soon as the master, my husband, comes home. Put the clog on him. This was Mud's speech. It was not only untruthful but provocative. And Potiphar's household stood there stupefied and helpless. They had already been not too clear-headed, with all the free temple beer they had had, and now they were completely dazed. They had heard, all of them, that the mistress was infatuated with the handsome young steward, and he denied her. And now suddenly it turned out that he had laid hands on the mistress and tried to do her violence. It made their heads go round, what with the beer and what with the mistress's tale. They could not make it rhyme, and all of them were fond of the young steward. Certainly the mistress had cried out. They had all heard her, and they knew the law. It was evidence of a woman's innocence if she cried out when she was attacked. And she had the steward's garment in her hands. It really looked as though she held it as a forfeit when he tore himself away, but he himself stood there with his head sunk on his chest and said not a word. Why are you hesitating? They heard a strong manly voice say. The voice of Dudu, the gentleman dwarf, who stood among them in a stiffly starched feast day skirt. Do you not hear the mistress, that she has been so cruelly insulted and nearly brought to shame, and she commands that the clog be brought and laid upon the Hebrew slave? Here it is, I have brought it with me. For when I heard her lawful outcry I knew where we were and at what o'clock, and quickly fetched the tools out of the whipping room, to have them at hand. Here they are. Stop gaping, and fetter his lustful hands. 834 Thomas Mann. Bind up this infamous slave, bought long ago on the advice of the shallow against that of the sound, for long enough has he played the master and been set over us who are true born. By the obelisk, he shall be brought to the house of retribution and death. It was to his great hour, and he savored it to the full. And two of the servants took the clog out of his hand and put it on, while Tle Shepsi's best whimpered in a way that made the rest of the crowd titter. It was a spindle-shaped block of wood with a slit in it, which could open and shut, holding the culprit's hands helplessly in the narrow hole, weighed down by the heavy wood. Fling him in the kennel, commanded Mud, with a frightful sob. Then she crouched on the step where she was, in front of the open door, and laid Joseph's garment down beside her. Here I will sit, she said in her chanting voice that rang across the darkening courtyard, on the threshold of this house, with the AC cousin garment by my side. Withdraw from me, all of you, and let no one advise me to go in, that I suffer no harm from my thin garb. In the cool of the evening, I shall be deaf to such pleas, for here will I sit beside my forfeit until Potiphar drives in and I receive atonement for my monstrous wrong. The judgment. All hours are great, each in its own way, whether great in pride or great in misery. Esau had his, when all went well with him, and he boasted, throwing out his legs. But when he flung out of the tent, sighing, curse it, and limped away, tears like hazelnuts lolling from his eyes. Was the hour less great, less momentous for the hairy one? So now, we are come to Pitapar's feast hour, the most painful in his life, and at all times inwardly anticipated by him, when lie hunted birds, or the hippopotamus, or followed the desert chase. And when he read his good old books, always that hour abode in the background of his thoughts, always he vaguely looked forward to it. Ignorant only of its details, though these, when it came, were largely in his hands. And as we shall see, he shaped them nobly. He rode in between torches, driven by Netternack / his charioteer. Yeher, as I said, than the festivities required, on account of his premonitions. It was a homecoming like many others, when each time he had felt dread in his heart, but this time the dread was to be realized. Is all well in the house? Is the mistress happy? Just that. She is not. The mistress sits, a figure of tragedy, on your threshold. And your helpful cupbearer lies fettered in the kennel. So, then, this was the form which the reality took. Well, let us deal with it. He had already, from some distance, seen that Mutt, his wife, somehow frightful to behold, sat beside the door of his house. Yet, Joseph in Egypt 835. As he dismounted from his galley chariot he threw out the usual case. Since this time they remained unanswered. The grooms hung their heads and were silent. Yes, it was all just as he had always expected, though of course the hour might hold its minor surprises. The car was led away, the crowd drew back into the torch-lighted courtyard. He moved, that Reuben tower of tender flesh, with his fan and symbol of office in his hand, toward the steps. He mounted them to where she crouched. What am I to think of the scene, my dear friend? He asked, with courtesy and circumspection. You sit thinly clad in so exposed a place, and beside you is something I am at a loss to understand. So it is, answered she. Yet your words are pale and weak to describe a reality so much more frightful and violent than you paint it. But what you say is true. Here I sit, and have that beside me of which you shall soon have frightful understanding. Aid me to reach it, he replied. I sit here, she said, awaiting your judgment upon the direst crime ever known in the two lands, or probably in all the kingdoms. He made a sign with his fingers to ward off evil and waited, composedly. He came, she chanted, the Hebrew servant whom you brought to us. He came to me to mock me. I begged you in the hall that sunset evening. I embraced your knees that you might send away the strand. From whom I boded no good. In vain, the slave was too dear to you, and I went away unconsoled. But now the wretch came upon me and would have his lust of me in your empty house, being in manly readiness for the act. You do not believe, you cannot compare. And this abomination? Then see the sign and interpret as you must. Stronger than the word is the sign, in it is nothing to interpret or to doubt, for it speaks the absolute language of fact. Behold, is this robe your slave's robe? Examine it well, for I am clean before you by this sign. For when I cried out as the wretch assailed me, he was afraid, and fled from me, but I held him by his garment, and in his fright he left it in my hand. The evidence of his shocking crime here I hold it before your eyes, the evidence of his flight and of my crying. For if he had not fled I had not his garment, if I had not shrieked he had not fled. Moreover all your household are witness that I shrieked. Ask all the people. Putipur stood silent, his head bent. Then he gave a sigh and said, that is a very sad affair. Sad, she repeated, stormily. I said, very sad, he answered. It is even frightful, I would seek a yet stronger word, but that I may gather from what you say that, thanks to your presence of mind and legal knowledge, the issue was favorable and things did not come to the worst. 8 to the power of 6 Thomas Mann. You seek no word to describe the shameless slave. He is a shameless slave. As the whole affair is a matter of his behavior, the words I use apply above all to him. And this evil thing must confront me, on this evening of all evenings, the evening of the great day of my elevation to the rank of unique friend, when I come home to celebrate Pharaoh's goodness and grace with a little evening party, to which the guests will soon be coming. You will agree that it is hard. Putipur, have you no human heart in your breast? Why do you ask? Because in this hour of nameless horror you can speak of your new court title and how you will celebrate it. I did so but to bring the nameless horror of the hour into sharp contrast with the homage of the day and set it off the more. It lies in the nature of the nameless that one may not directly speak of it, but only express it by indirection. No, Putipur, you have no human feeling. My love, I will tell you something, there are situations in which one welcomes a certain lack of feeling for the sake of the injured as well as of the situation itself, which may be better dealt with in the absence of too much human feeling. What is now to be done, in this dreadful and very sad affair, which mars the day of MV own promotion? It must be dealt with and dispatched without delay, for in the first place I quite understand that you will not stir from this spot, where it is impossible you should remain, until you have satisfaction for the unspeakable annoyance you have suffered. But in the second place, everything must be put right before my guests arrive, and that will be soon. Therefore I must hold domestic court without delay. And the trial, praise to the hidden one, will be brief, for your word, my friend, has sole validity and none other comes into question, so that judgment can be rendered speedily. Where is Osersaif? In the kennel. I thought as much. Let him be brought before me. Have the alt parents summoned from the upper story, even though they may sleep. Let the household assemble before my seat, which I will have set up here, where the mistress sits, that I may raise her after I have given judgment. His orders were quickly carried out, the only obstacle to them being that at first Uya and Tuya, the brother-sister pair, refused to appear. They had heard of the trouble from their spindle-armed child servants. These, with mouths like funnels, had poured out the course of events below, and the frightened old folk, like their sin-offered son, the courtier of the sun, found that they had always been prepared for something of the sort. Now they were afraid and would not come, because the trial seemed to promise them a foretaste of the Joseph in Egypt 837 judgment in the lower regions, and they felt too weak-headed to marshal their arguments in their own justification, further than the phrase, we meant it for the best. They sent word that they were near to death and not equal to attending a domestic court. But their son, the master, grew angry, stamped his foot, and ordered that they be helped downstairs, just as they were. If they were on the point of dying, then the fitting place was where their daughter-in-law sat AC, cussing and demanding justice. So then they came down, on the arms of their child maids, old, with his silver beard wagging and his head a quiver, old Tuya with a frightened smile lifting her blank white face, with its slits of eyes, as though she were seeking something. They were placed beside Pete, priest's judgment seat, where they sat distractedly babbling, we meant well. After a while they became quiet. But the mistress crouched, with her token and forfeit beside her, next the footstool of the throne, behind which a Moor in a red coat waved a tall fan. Torch-bearers lighted up the group. The courtyard, too, was lighted up with torches, and the household, save those on holiday, were gathered there. And they brought Joseph in his fetters before the judgment seat, with little Sa and Quendover and so forth, who had not let go his skirt, likewise to do, pompous and secure in the hope that his great hour was mounting from better to best. The two dwarfs stood there, on the culprits either side. Putupper raised his refined voice and spoke rapidly and formally. We shall hold a court here, but we are in haste. I summon thee, ibis-headed one, who wrotest the laws for men, white ape beside the scale, the goddess Maat, who representest truth, in adornment of ostrich feathers. The offering we owe you will be offered later. I stand warrant, and it is as good as done. Now the hour presses. I pronounce justice for this house which is mine, and thus I pronounce. He had said this while holding up his hands. Now he took an easier position in a corner of the lofty chair, supported his elbow, and lightly moved his little hand over the chair arm as he went on. Notwithstanding a host of precautions taken in this house to oppose evil, despite all the words and maxims which should make it invulnerable to harm, yet affliction has succeeded in entering in and breaking for a time the charm which preserved it in peace and their mutual consideration. Very sad and frightful is all this. There are no other words, so much the more that the evil must come to a head. On the very day when Pharaoh's love and grace vouchsafed to Han army with the rank and splendid title of unique friend, one would think that on such a day I must needs be met with courtesy and congratulations from all sides, instead of the frightful news that the order of my house stands tottering. But be that as it may, that beautiful order has for long been gnawed at by affliction, and evil has 83 Thomas Mann slipped through the protecting guards, to break in and bring about that which stands written, that the rich shall be poor and the poor rich and the temples desolate. For long, I say, has evil consumed in secret, hidden from most, but not from the eye of the master, who is father and mother to the house, for his glance is like the moonbeam, which makes the cow to conceive, and the breath of his words like the wind which bears the pollen from bough to bough in sign of divine fruitfulness. And as from the lap of his presentness all beginning and prospering flow as the honey from the comb, so naught escapes his oversight, however hidden to the many, to his eye it lies open. Let this occasion teach it. For I know the legend that follows my name, that I take upon myself nothing on earth save that I eat and drink. That is but gossip and negligible. Know that I know all, and if the fear of the master and the dread of his all-seeing eye come, strengthened anew out of this distress, upon which I sit in judgment, then one may say that despite all its deep sadness it had its good side. He carried to his nose a little handled malachite scent bottle, which hung on a chain over his jeweled collar. After refreshing himself he went on. Thus were long known unto me the ways by which evil being traded into this house, and also to me were known the ways of those who in their arrogance and spite, out of envy and hatred, nourished it and prepared its paths, and not only this but even first gave it entrance that it might glide in past all the good words and charms. These traitorous powers stand before my seat, in the dwarfish person of my former guardian of the wardrobe and jewel caskets, called Dudu. He himself has had to confess to me all his malice and how he opened the way for the consuming evil. Upon him may judgment fall. Far be it from me to deprive him of the virility which the Son Lord was once minded to unite with his puny form. I will not touch it. They shall cut out the traitor's tongue. Half his tongue, he corrected himself, waving his hand with a movement of disgust as Dudu set up a loud wail. But, he added, as I am used to having my clothing and precious stones in charge of the dwarf, and it is not desirable that my habits should suffer from this misfortune, I will name the other dwarf of my house, Sa Anquendover Neteru Puramun, as scribe of the wardrobe, and he shall from now on preside over my coffers. Little Bess, the nose in his wrinkled face all cinnamon red from weeping for Joseph, jumped for joy. But Mud, the mistress, raised her head to Putupper's chair and murmured through her teeth. What judgments are these, my husband? They touch but the margin of things, they are but trivial. What shall I think of your judgment, and how shall I raise myself from this place, if you so judge? Joseph in Egypt 839. Patience, he answered her as softly, bending down from his seat. For here each will in his turn have justice and judgment, and his guilt will overtake the culprit. Sit quietly. You will soon be able to rise from your sitting, as satisfied as though you had yourself been judge. I judge for you, my love, though without admixture of all to human feeling, and you may rejoice. For were feeling and its violence to pronounce the judgment, there might be no end to the remorse. After he had so whispered to her, he sat up straight again and spoke. Take your courage in your hands, O Sir Siph, my former steward. For now I come to you, and you too shall hear my judgment, for which perhaps you have long anxiously waited to sharpen your punishment. I have prolonged your suspense, for I think to lay hold on you roughly and assign you bitter punishment aside from that growing out of your own heart. For 3 beasts with ugly names fob low at your heels, they are called, if I remember aright, shame, guilt, and mocking laughter. And these, it is easy to see, have brought you before my seat, your head bent and your eyes cast down as I am not now for the first time aware, for I have kept my secret eye upon you during the torture of the time of waiting I have chosen to inflict. You stand, your head bowed low, your hands in fetters, and utter no word. For how should you speak, since you are not asked to justify yourself, and it is the mistress who witnesses against you, with her own word, which is unimpeachable and of itself would call down judgment, yet there is also the evidence of your upper garment to shame you, and the irrefutable language of things speaks of your presumption, which at last has brought you so far that you have raised your hand against the mistress, and when she would hold you to a reckoning, you are driven to leave your garment in her hand. I ask you, what sense it could have to speak in your own defense against the mistress's word and the plain language of things? Joseph was silent, bowing his head even lower than before. Obviously none, Putupper answered himself. You must be dumb. As the sheep before its shearers is dumb, naught else remains for you to do, however glib of tongue and pleasing of speech you are. But, thanks to the god of your tribe, that Baal, or Adon, who is probably like to the setting sun in power, for he preserved you in all your presumption, that it came not to the uttermost with your rebellion, but rather thrust you out of your coat, thanks to him, I say, for else you had been at this hour thrown to the crocodile, or your part had been the slow death by fire, if not the torture of the door and the rod. But there can be no talk of such punishments, for you were preserved from the worst, and I am not in a position to inflict them. But doubt not that I am minded none the less to handle you roughly. Take then Your sentence, after your lengthened out suspense, for I will cast. 840 Thomas Mann. You in prison, where lie the prisoners of the king, at Zawari, Diaz. Land fortress in the river, not to me any longer you shall belong, but to Pharaoh, and shall be a slave of the king. I will give you into the hand of the master of the jail, a man with whom one does not jest, of whom moreover one may think that he will not be deceived by your beneficent seeming ways, so that at least in the beginning he will be hard on you. Moreover I will write to the official and advise him of your affair and shall know how to speak of you to him. To this place of atonement, where no laughter is, you shall be taken tomorrow by boat and see my face no more, after those long and pleasant years. When you could be near me, fill my cup, and read to me from the good old books. That may well be painful for you, I should not wonder if your downcast eyes were full of tears. Be that as it may, tomorrow you shall be brought to that place of durance. You need not go back to the kennel. That punishment you have already borne, it shall rather be due to who shall spend the night there until tomorrow. They cut off half his tongue. But you may sleep in your wonted place. The special room of trust, which for this night shall be called the SPE, jail room of custody before punishment. Also, since you wear fetters, it is but just that to wear them too, if there is another set. If there is but one, to shall wear it. I have spoken. The trial is ended. Let each one go to his post for the reception of the guests. No one will be surprised to hear that after such a judgment as this, all those on the court fell on their faces and raised up their hands, crying out the name of their mild and wise lord. Joseph too fell down. In gratitude, even Wia and Tuya, supported by their little maids, did honor on their faces to their son, and as for Eminette, the mistress, she made no exception, but was seen to bow over the footstool of the judgment seat and hide her face upon her husband's feet. My friend, said he, there is no reason for thanks. I rejoice if I have succeeded in satisfying you in this affliction and have showed myself loving with my power. We may now go into the banqueting hall and celebrate my feast. For since you have wisely kept the house all day, you have spared your strength for the evening. So then Joseph went down a second time to the prison and the pit. The story of his rising again out of this hole to a still higher life may be the subject of future lays. Joseph the Provider. 43. Prelude in the upper circles. In the upper circles of the hierarchy at this time there was felt, as always on such occasions, a mild yet poignant satisfaction, and agree able sly sense of I told you so, expressed in glances from under lowered lashes and round little mouths discreetly drawn down. Once again had the cup run over, once more had patience been exhausted, justice fallen due, and quite against his own wish or will. Under pressure from the kingdom of the stern, which, in any case, the world was unable to resist, since one had never succeeded in making it stand up on the unstable and yielding foundations of sheer mercy and compassion, he, the Almighty, in majestic affliction had seen himself driven to step in and clean up, to overturn, to destroy, and only after that to even off again as it had been at the time of the flood and on the day of the rain of fire and brimstone, when the salt sea had swallowed up the wicked cities. This time, of course, the concession to justice was not on such an appalling scale as in that earlier attack of remorse and the ensuing wholesale drownings. It did not compare with that other occasion, when, thanks to the perverted sense of beauty of the people of Sodom, an unspeakable city tax had almost been exacted from two of us. No, this time it was not all mankind that had fallen into the pit, nor even some portion of it, the corruption of whose ways had cried to heaven. This was a matter of but one single specimen of the breed, albeit an uncommonly taking and self-complacent one, more than Yusu. Ally well equipped with the advantages of nepotism and long-standing design in his favor, and we had had our noses rubbed into him, on account of a whim, a train of thought, only too familiar to the heavenly host, where it was the source of much bitterness, though also of the not unjustified hope that very soon the shoe would be on the other foot, and the bitterness the portion of him who had set the train of thought in motion. The angels, so ran the train of thought, are created after our image, but yet not fruitful. The beasts, on the other hand, lo, they are fruitful, but not after our likeness. Let us create man an image of the angels, yet fruitful withal. Fantastic. Worse than merely futile, it was far-fetched, extravagant. 844 Thomas Mann. Pregnant with remorse and bitterness. We were not fruitful, not we. We were courtiers of the light, sober-minded chamberlains. One and all, the story about our one time going in unto the children of men was simply irresponsible gossip. But everything considered, and whatever interesting advantages the animal quality of fecundity might prove to have over and above its animality, at all events we unfruitful ones did not drink injustice like water, and one should see how far one would get with one's notions about fruitful angels. Perhaps far enough to see that an Almighty with self-control and prudent forethought for his own peace of mind might better let matters rest once and for all at our decent and honorable form of existence. Unlimited power, unlimited possibility of taking into one's head, producing out of it, and bringing into being by a mere let there be such gifts had, of course, their dangers. Even all wisdom might not be quite adequate to avoid all the blunders and waste motions in the practice of absolute qualities like these. Out of sheer restlessness and lack of exercise, out of the purest much wants, more, out of a capricious craving to see, after the angel and the brute, what a combination of the two would be like, out of all these motives, and impelled by them, one entangled oneself in folly and created a being notoriously unstable and embarrassing. And then, precisely because it was such an undeniable miscreation, one set one as hard upon it in magnificent self-will and made such a point of the thing that all heaven was offended. Now, was it true that he had come on this idea all by himself and of his own accord? Speculations to the contrary were rife in the hierarchy, albeit only in whispers and not susceptible of proof. Plausible, however, they were, and according to them the whole thing went back to a suggestion made by the great Shembael, who at that time, before his luminous fall from on high, had stood very near the throne. The idea sounded eerie like him, and why, forsooth? Because it was his business to realize and bring into the world evil, his very own thought, which nobody else either knew or cared about. And because the enrichment of the world's repertory through evil could be achieved in no other way than just precisely by the creation of man. Among the fruitful animal creation evil, Shemel's great invention, did not come into question, and certainly not among us unfruitful images of God. For it to come into the world, there was needed just the very creature which Shembael, according to the hypothesis, had proposed, an image of God, which at the same time was fruitful, in other words, man. It did not necessarily follow that the Almighty had been hoodwinked. Shembael, in his usual grandiose way, had probably not concealed the consequences of the proposed creation, in other words, the origin of evil, but had come. Joseph the Provider. 845. out quite forthright and forcibly with it, though in our circles we guessed that he also said a lot about how much livelier it would make life for the Creator, for instance by the need to exercise mercy and pity, judgment and correction, or by the appearance in the world of merit and demerit, reward and punishment, in other words, by the origin of the good, a phenomenon bound up with that of evil. The good, indeed, had actually had to depend upon its opposite, waiting for existence in the limbo of the merely possible. Thus it was clear that creation rested upon division, which had even begun simultaneously with the separation of light from darkness, and the all power would only be consistent in going on from this exterior position to create the moral world. The view was widespread in the hierarchy that this had been the argument by which the great Shemmael had flattered the throne, and won it over to his councils, highly malicious councils they were. Of course, one could not help sniggering at their slyness, however much it had been disguised by the rude frankness the malice clothed itself in. With that malice, it must be said, the upper circles did not altogether lack sympathy. The core of Shemel's malice lay here. If the beasts, though possessing the gift of fruitfulness, were not aided in God's image, we of the hierarchy were not either, strictly speaking, since that property, God be praised, we were clean of. Now, the properties of godlikeness and fruitfulness which we divided between our two groups were originally united in the Creator himself, and thus the new creation suggested by Shemmael would be the only one actually and literally after the Creator's own image. With this being, then in other words, man evil came into the world. That was a joke to make anyone snigger. The very creature which, if you like, was nearer to the image of the Creator than any other, brought evil with him into the world. Thus God on Shemmael's advice created for himself a mirror which was anything but flattering. Often and often in anger and chagrin he was moved to smash it to bits, though he never quite did, perhaps because he could not bring himself to replenish into nothingness that which Eli had summoned forth, and actually cared more about the failure of than he did about any success. Perhaps too he would not admit that anything could be a complete failure after he had created it so thoroughgoing carrot in his own image. Perhaps, finally, a mirror is a means of learning about oneself, and he was later to be confronted, in a son of man, a certain Abiram or Abraham, by the consciousness of that equivocal creature as a means to his own self-knowledge. Man, then, was a result of God's curiosity about himself. Shemmael had shrewdly divined the curiosity and had exploited it in his advice. Vexation and chagrin had been the inevitable and lasting effect, especially in the by no means rare cases where evil was 846 Thomas Mann, united with bold intelligence, logic, and pugnacity, as it was in Cain. The story of the first fratricide and his conversation with God after the deed was known in some detail to the upper circles and industriously circulated. God had not come off very well when he asked Eve's son, "What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand." For Cain had answered, "Yes, I have slain my brother, and it is all very sad. But who created me as I am, jealous to that extent that under provocation my whole bearing is changed, and I no longer know what I am doing? Art not thou a jealous God, and hast thou not created me after thy image? Who put in me the evil impulse to the deed which I undeniably commit? Thou sayest that thou alone bearest the whole world, and wilt not bear our sins. Not so bad. Quite as if Cain or Cajun had taken counsel beforehand with Shemmael, though probably the hot-headed rascal had needed no advice. Rejoinder would not have been easy. There could be only bitter laughter or a crushing blow. Get out, was what he had said. Go thy ways. A fugitive and vagabond shalt thou be, but I will make thee a sign that thou belongest to me, and no one may slay thee. In short, Cain, thanks to his logic, came off better than unscathed. There could be no talk at all of punishment. Even that about the fugitive and vagabond was not serious. Cain said, fled in the land of Nod, eastward of Eden, and in peace and quiet begot his children, a work for which he was urgently needed. At other times, as is well known, punishment descended, frightfulness was invoked, there was majestic affliction at the compromise in conduct of the most like creature. Again there were rewards. Extravagant rewards. We need only recall Hanok or Enoch and the incredible, between ourselves the quite irresponsible benefits that fell into the fellow's lap. In the circles and ranks the view was held and cautiously passed about that in the world below there was great lack of even-handed justice, that the moral world established by Shemmael's advice was not dealt with in a properly serious spirit. It did not need much, there were times when it needed nothing at all, to convince the hierarchy that Shemmael took the moral world much more seriously than he did. It could not be disguised, even where it ought to have been, that the rewards, disproportionate as they were in some cases, were actually only a sort of rationalization of blessings which at bottom were nothing but an arbitrary playing of favorites, with almost no moral aspect at all. And the punishments? Well, for instance, just now in Egypt punishment and reduction to the ranks were taking place. There was compliance, apparently painful and reluctant, with the dictates of the moral world. A certain dashing and arrogant young Ling, a dreamer of dreams, a scion of that stock which had hit on the Joseph the Provider 847. Idea of being a medium of self-knowledge to God, had come down to the pit, to the prison and the grave, and for the second time, because his folly had passed all bounds and he had let love as before. He had hate get entirely out of hand. But we onlookers, perhaps we were deceiving ourselves in our satisfaction at this particular version of the fire and brimstone? Just between ourselves we were not being deceived, at bottom. Not for a moment. We knew precisely, or we accurately guessed, that all this severity was for the benefit of the kingdom of the stern, that he was using the punishment, the instrument of the moral world, to break open a closed alley which had but one end and an underground exit to the light, that he with all due respect was perverting the punishment into a means of further elevation and favor. When we, in passing, made little O-shaped mouths with the corners drawn down, and shot little glances from under our eyelids, we did so because we saw through the whole thing. Disgrace as a vehicle to greater honor. The all-highest little game illuminated the past as well, and shed light on the follies and flippancies which had given cause for punishment and forced him to inflict it. And this light did not come from the moral world, for these earlier failings, from wherever and whomever inspired, God knew, were also revealed as a medium and vehicle to new, extravagant exaltations. In our circles we were convinced that we knew more or less about these devices, partaking as we did, to however limited an extent, in the Creator's all-knowledge, though even so, out of respect, we could make use of our knowledge only with the greatest caution, self-restraint, and dissimulation. In the merest whisper it might and should be added that the hierarchy thought it knew still more of matters, steps, undertakings, intentions, maneuvers, secrets of the widest scope which it would have been wrong to brush aside as mere court gossip. there could be no mention, scarcely even so much as a whisper, and all that happened was the next thing to keeping silent, the slightest movement of lips just slightly curled, and that was all. What sort of matters were these? What were the rumors? They had to do, of course, quite without comment, with this busyness of reward and punishment, with the whole complex question of favor, predilection, election, which had been raised with the birth of the moral world, the twin birth of good and evil. It had to do, further, with the not entirely authoritative but well-founded news, conveyed by all these barely moving lips, that Shem-El's counsel, his suggestion that God should create the most like creature, in other words, man, that this had not been the last piece of advice he had bestowed upon the throne, that the relation between the latter and the fallen one had never been entirely severed, or else at some later time had been resumed, no one knew how. Perhaps behind the backs 848 Thomas Mann of his court he had undertaken a journey to the pit, and therein indulged in an exchange of ideas. Perhaps the exile, perhaps more than once, had found a way to leave his own place and speak again before the throne. In any case, he had clearly been in a position to continue his exposition, so cleverly seasoned by surprising candor, and to support it with fresh advice, which, however, as before, did not go deeper than to stimulate ideas already present and only requiring further persuasion. In order to understand what was going on, we have to recall certain dates and facts which form the premise and prelude of our present story. I refer to that psychological soul novel which was earlier the subject of discussion, that romance of the soul of man, primitive man, which, as formless matter, was from the very first one of the fixed premises, its fall being the conditioned basis of everything that followed. We might perhaps use the word creation, for surely the sin consisted in that the soul, out of a sort of melancholy sensual, surprising and shocking in a primitive principle proper to the higher world, let itself yield to a craving to penetrate in love matter, which was formless and obstinately clung to its lack of form, for the purpose of calling up out of its forms through which it could compass fleshly desire. Surely it was the highest who came to the rescue of the soul in that wrestling for love which was far beyond its power. He thereupon created the world, where things happen and can be told. The world of forms, the world of death. This he did out of sympathy for the straits of his erring partner and fellow fixed conditions. We may therefore even infer an affinity between them. If such an inference is to be drawn, we must not neglect to draw it, even if it sound impudent or blasphemous to speak in the same breath of error and weakness. May we associate the idea of error with him? A resounding no can be the only answer to such a question. It was in fact the answer of all the heavenly host, accompanied, of course, by that same discreet twist of all the little mouths. It would doubtless be going too far. It would be hasty to consider that the Creator's tender and helpful pity for the erring was the same thing as error itself. That would be premature, because through the creation of the finite life and death world of form no least violence was done to the dignity, spirituality, majesty, or absoluteness of a God who existed before and beyond the world, and thus up to now one could not speak seriously of error in any full or actual sense of the word. It was different with the ideas, plans, and desires which were now supposed to be in the air, the subject of private conversations with Shem-El. The latter, of course, pretended to be presenting the throne in all good faith with a perfectly new idea, whereas he was most likely quite aware that he was already more or less occupied with the very same one. Obviously. Joseph the Provider 849. Shem-El trusted to the widespread though mistaken belief that when two people hit on the same idea it must be a good one. It is futile to go on beating round the bush. What the great Shem-El proposed, one hand on his chin, the other stretched in eloquent peroration toward the throne, was the corporealization of the Most High, his embodiment in a chosen people not yet born but to be created. The idea was based on the model of other gods on this earth. Folk and tribal gods, mighty in magic, full of fleshly vitality and energy. The word vitality is well chosen, for the chief argument of the pit, just as at the time of the creation, was that the spiritual, the above and beyond the world creator would experience a great session of vitality by following Shem-El's advice only in a much more thoroughgoing and distinctly more fleshly sense. This, I say, was the chief argument, for the clever pit had many more, and with more or less justice he assumed that all of them were already at work in the theater of God's mind and only needed to be brought forward and stressed. The field of the emotions to which they addressed themselves was ambition. It was ambition, certainly, towards degradation, ambition directed downwards, for in the case of the highest, where thy can be no striving upwards, there is only the other direction left. It was an ambition to mingle, a craving to be like the rest, a desire to stop being unusual. Nothing easier than for the pit to harp on a certain sense of futility, a frustrating vagueness and universality which God must feel when he, a spiritual, superworldly world God, compared himself with the wonder-working and sensual appeal of primitive tribal OOTs. It was just this that would arouse an ambition to condescend mightily, to submit himself to limitations which should result in a concentration of power, in short, to add the spice of sense to his existence, to exchange a lofty but somewhat anemic spiritual all-sufficiency for the full-blooded fleshly existence of a corporeal folk. God to be just like the other gods, it was this private hesitant seeking and striving which Shem-El met with his crafty counsel to make. All this clear, all this exposure and this yielding to infection, it is surely allowable to cite as a parallel that soul novel, the soul's love affair with matter and the melancholy sensuality which urged it on, in other words, its fall. Indeed, there is scarcely any need to cite the parallel is so clear, even down to the creative help and sympathy which was then vouchsafed to the erring soul. Surely it was this that gave the great Shem-El courage and maliciousness to make his carrot malice, of course, and the burning desire to cause embarrassment were the innermost meaning of the suggestion. Man was already, simply as man and speaking generally, a source of constant embarrassment to the Creator. The situation must become intolerable through 850 Thomas Mann. His fleshly union with a particular stock, through an increase of vital ity which came to the same thing as becoming biological. All too well did the pit know nothing good could come of an ambition heading downwards, of an attempt to be like the others, that is to say, to become a racial and folk god, or at least not until after long wandering, embarrassments, disappointments, and embitterment. All too well did the pit know, what surely God knew too, that after taking his fling at biological vitality as a tribal god and the doubtful if also full-blooded pleasures of a concentrated earthly existence as a folk incarnation, fed and worshipped and propped up by a technique of superstition, that upon all this there would inevitably follow the moment of remorse and reflection, the relinquishing of all these stimulating limitations, the return of the one beyond time to beyond time, the resumption of all power and spiritual all competence. But what Shem, male and he alone cherished in his heart of hearts was the thought that this very about face and return, comparable to the end of an era, must be accompanied by a certain chagrin, and the thought was a sweet savor on the tongue of the source of all malice. By chance, or not by chance, it came about that the particular stock chosen and dedicated for a folk embodiment was so constituted that the world god, in that he became its corporeal deity, not onl had to surrender his superior rank above the other folk gods of this earth and become like them, but actually in power and honor fell considerably below them, at which the pit rejoiced. In the SEC, on place, the whole declension to the state of folk god, the whole experiment of biological sense enjoyment, was from the very beginning against the better knowledge and deeper insight of the chosen stock itself. Indeed, it was not without the intensive spiritual cooperation of the chosen seed that God thought better of his plan, was converted and turned back to his superior otherworldly and beyond the worldly rank above all other gods. It was this that tickled Shemel's malicious soul. To represent the godhead of this particular stock was on the one hand no great joy, it was not, as they say, any great shakes, for among the various folk gods it invariably took a back seat. But on the other hand and in consequence the quality common to the human race, of being an instrument of God's self-knowledge, here came out in peculiar strength. An urgent concern with the nature and status of God was native to it. From the very first it had the beginning of a lively insight into the Creator's otherworldness, universality, spirituality, his quality of being the theater of the world but the world not his theater, just as the story teller is the theater of the story, but the story not his theater, which circumstance gives him the chance to deal with it. It was a seed, capable of evolution, destined in time and with enormous effort to mature into full knowledge of God's true nature. May one assume, Joseph the Provider 85I, that this was precisely the ground of its election? That the issue, the biological adventure was no better known to him who gave the counsel than to him who received it? That he himself consciously brought about the so-called chagrin and admonishment? Maybe we are driven to such a view. Anyhow, in Shemel's eyes the point of the joke lay in the fact that the chosen seed was privately and consciously aware from the start that it knew better than the tribal God and exerted all the strength of its expanding reason to help him out of his improper situation and back into the beyond all sufficing spiritual. Even so, the pit's assertion remains unproved that the return from the fall to the original position of honor could never have been possible without that human exertion and could never have happened save by its means. The hierarchy was not far-sighted enough to go so far as this. It stopped at the gossip about secret conferences with Shem and the subject of these. But that was far enough to add fuel to the chronic anolic irritation with the most like creature and to the chosen seed now in process of evolution. It was far enough to make the hierarchy privately rejoice at the little flood and the rain of sulfur, which he, greatly to his own distress, was obliged to visit upon a scion of the stock, despite his far-reaching designs in its favor, and with the ill-concealed purpose of making the punishment a vehicle to serve his plans. All this was what they expressed, those little O-shaped mouths, drawn down at the corners, and the scarcely perceptible jerk of the head by which the heavenly choirs drew attention to the figure standing arms bound behind his back, in a sailboat propelled by oars over the river of Egypt and down to his prison. It was the Scion 01 the chosen seed. 852J. Chapter I. The second pit. Joseph knows his fears. Joseph too by the law of correspondence between above and below was thinking of the flood. The two sets of thought met, or, rather, if you like, moved parallel to each other far apart, for this young specimen of the human race, thinking them here on the waves of the Jetter, bowed down by the weight of events and the traditional procedure of punishment for guilt, was thinking with much more immediacy and associative energy than were the hosts above, who, having no experience of suffering, were just having a pleasant, refined little gossip. But more of this later. The convict lay discomfortably in the plank compartment which served as cabin and storeroom to a smallish freight boat built of acacia wood, with a pitched deck. It was a so-called ox boat, such as he himself had used taking goods up or down river when he was Montcalm's pupil. It was manned by 4 oarsmen. W. Ho had to take to their oars when the WTINT died down or was contrary and the swaying double mast was lowered. They stood on the platform of the forward deck, there Otis a steersman aft and TVT. Under servants of Putapra acted as escorts, also served at the rope's end with the lead. Finally there Otis Hammett, the scribe of the buffet to him had been entrusted the command of the ship and the transport of the prisoner to Zawari, the island fortress. He carried on his son a sealed letter which the master had written about his erring steward to the warden of the prison, a captain of troops and writer to command of the victorious army named Mysachim. The journey was long and protracted. Joseph thought of that other early one, 7 and 3 years before, when for the first time he had voyaged on this river, with the old man who bought him, with Mibsam his son-in-law, Ephra his nephew, and Kedar and Kadima his sons. In 9 days they had come from Manf, city of the swaddled one, to Noemen, the royal city. But now they were going far beyond Manf, yes, past on the golden, and past Purbastet, the city of cats. Zawari, the bitter goal, lay deep in the land of Seth and Joseph the Provider 853. Red Crown, that is to say in Lower Egypt, down in the desert, in a branch of the district of Mendes, which there is called Jadet. It was to the abominable goat district they were carrying him. The thought gave his apprehensive and brooding melancholy an added pang. Yet it was not without a sense of destiny, a heightened emotion and lively play of thought. He was a son of Jacob and his real and only wife, and never all his life long would he be able to check this play just as little now as a man of 7 and 20 as when he was a simple, inexperienced lad. And the kind of play dearest to his heart, most fascinating to his mind, was the play of illusion, so that when his life, so painstakingly introspected, seemed full of that quality, and its circumstances to show themselves suffused with correspondences to the motions of higher things, he was prone to feelings of satisfaction, since such correspondence could never really be wholly sad. Sad enough in all conscience his circumstances were, and sadly musing he pondered them as he lay with his arms bound together at the elbows across his back, in his little compartment, on the roof of which the PROV of the crew was heaped up, melons, ears of maize, and loaves of bread. He had returned to a hideously familiar state. Again he lay helpless, in bonds, as once he had lain for 3 horrible days in the dark of the moon, in the hole of the well, with worms crawling and rustling about him, and fouled himself like a sheep with his own filth. True, his present state was a little less rigorous than before, because his fetters were not much more than a matter of form, and for appearance's sake, being a piece of ship's rope they had borne to tighten. But even so his fall was not less deep and breath taking, the change in his life not less abrupt and incredible. That other Time, the spoiled darling and pet of his father, always anointed with the oil of gladness, had been treated in a way he could never have dreamed of. This time it was Usersaif, he who had mounted so high in the land of the dead, who was head overseer and dwelt in the special chamber of trust, who tasted all the charms and refinements of culture and arrayed himself in pleated royal linen to this user. Saif was his present treatment now meted out, he was sore smitten. Indeed. Gone all the fine folded linen, the modish apron and elegant sleeved coat, this being now become the evidence which spoke against him. They had given him a single garment, the slave's hip apron, such as the crew wore. Gone the curled wig, the enameled collar, the arm bands and necklace of red and gold. All this refinement and beauty was vanished away, not one poor ornament left, save on his neck the little packet with the amulet which he had worn in the land of his fathers and with which the 17-year-old lad had gone down to the pit. The rest was laid aside. Joseph used the significant words to himself, an elusive phrase, as the fact itself was an illusion and a 854 Thomas Mann. Matter of mournful order and correspondence. It would have been quite false, travelling whither he travelled, to wear breast and arm adornment. The hour of unveiling, of putting off of ornaments, was at hand, the hour of the descent into hell. A cycle had come round. A small cycle often completed, but also a greater, too, bringing round its like more seldom, for the revolutions of the two coincided with each other at the center. A little year was returning on itself, a sun year insofar, that is, as the mud depositing water had run off again. And, not by the calendar but in practical reality, it was sowing time. The time of plowing and hoeing, the breaking up of the soil. When Joseph now and then got up from his mat and Cabot allowed him to walk on the cock deck, with his hands on his back as though he held them there at will, he would stroll about or sit on a coil of rope, in the clear carrying echoing air above the water and watch the peasants on the fertile shore performing their careful, life and death task of digging and sowing that was hedged about with so many taboos and penalties. A mournful task, for sowing time is mourning. Time when the corn king is buried, when user is born down to the dark and hope is seen but from afar. It is the time of weeping. Joseph wept a little himself at sight of the corn-bearing little peasants. For he too was being buried again into the darkness and into hope. Only too far away in token that a great year had come round as well and brought repetition, renewal of life, the journey into the abyss. It was the abyss into which the true sun descends, Atra, the sub. Ten-Israel sheepfold, Arala, kingdom of the dead. Through the pit. He had come into the land below, the land of the rigor of death, now. Again the way went down into Bor and prison, towards lower Egypt. Lower it could not go. Days of the dark moon came again, great. Days which would become years, and during which the underworld had power over the beautiful one. He declined and died, but after 3 days he would rise again. Down into the well of the abyss sank Atar Tammuz as evening star, but as morning star it was certain he would rise up out of it. This we call hope, and hope is a precious gift. Yet after all it has something forbidden about it, because it contracts the value of the hallowed present and anticipates the festal hours of the cycle, which are not yet at hand. Each hour has its honor and he does not live aright who cannot despair. Joseph held this view. His hope, indeed, was the most certain knowledge, yet as a child of the moment he wept. He knew his fears. Gilgamesh had wept them when he had scorned Ishtar's longing and she had prepared tears for him. He was thoroughly worn out from the sore trial he had endured, the pressure from the woman, the severe crisis of the climax and the utter downfall and transformation of his life. The first few days he did not ask Joseph the provider 85.5 Kamet's permission to walk on deck amid the color and bustle of Egypt's great artery. He lay alone on the mat in his pen and wove a web of dreamlike thoughts. He dreamed tablet verses. Ishtar the raving bounded to Amo, king of the gods, demanding revenge. Thou shalt create the sphere of the heavens, he shall stamp on the world, singe the earth with the fiery breath of his nostrils, wither and destroy the ground. The heavenly sphere will I create, Lady Ashurta, for grievously art thou affronted. But chaff years will come, 7 in number, years of famine, thanks to this stamping and singeing. Hast thou provided food, heaped up provision, to meet the years of want? Prepared have I for food, heaped up provisions. Then will I create and send a heavenly sphere, for sore art thou affronted, Lady Ashurta. What singular conduct! When Ashura burned to destroy the earth, because Gilgamesh shrank from her, and demanded from heaven a fire-breathing sphere, there had not been much sense in accumulating food for the 7 years shortage the sphere would cause. But anyhow, that was what she had done, accepting the condition because she so burned for the avenging sphere. What pleased and intrigued Joseph in the whole thing was just this precaution, which the goddess even at the height of her fury had to reckon with if she was to get her fire-breathing sphere. Loresight, carefulness, these were familiar and ever important ideas to the dreamer, however often he might in his folly have done violence to them. And they were almost the first law of life in the land where he had grown up as by a spring, the land of Egypt. For it was a fearful land, its folk engaged in endless effort, with every kind of magic and charm it could command, to close up all the crannies through which misfortune, great or small, might creep in. And he had now been for so long an Egyptian himself, his fleshly garment made of purely Egyptian stuff, that the national watchword of care and foresight had sunk deep into his soul, where it found its twin already at home. For it was deeply rooted in his native tradition, where the word sin had almost the same sense as want of foresight. It meant folly, it meant clumsy dealing with God, it was something to jeer at. Whereas wisdom meant foresight and care for the future. Had not Noah Napishtim been called the exceeding wise one, Sim. Ply because he had seen the flood coming and provided for it by building the great ark. The ark, the great chest, the Aaron, wherein creation survived in the time of the flood. To Joseph the ark was the first instance, the earliest pattern of all wisdom, in other words, of all knowledgeable foresight. And thus, by the root of Ishtar's fury, the trampling and fire-breathing beast, and the heaping up of provisions as a safeguard against want, Joseph's thoughts followed trains parallel to those in the upper sphere about the great flood of the 856 Thomas Mann. Little flood too he was reminded with tears, the one which had come upon him because while he had not, indeed, been so lost in folly as to betray God and cast himself out, yet he had certainly been guilty of woeful lack of foresight. He acknowledged to himself his sin, just as he had done in the first pit, a great year before, and his heart was sore for his father Jacob, and bitterly ashamed before his face for having brought himself down again to the pit in the land whither he had been snatched. What a lifting up had come of that snatching, and what a downfall and abasement had followed it, all due to the want of wisdom. The third, that is, the making come after, was so far away now that it was quite out of sight. Joseph's spirit was honestly crushed. Humbly he implored pardon of the spirit of his father, whose image had at the last moment saved him from the very worst. But to Kamet, the scribe of the buffet, and his guard, he was careful to betray Nota. Press Zion. Partly out of tedium, partly to enjoy the humiliation of a man who had risen so far above himself, Kamet often sat down BB. Joseph to talk, but Joseph treated him with hauteur and reserve. Yes. We shall see that after a few days, and simply by his way of knowing how to put things, he induced his guard to remove his bonds and let him move about freely, although Kamet thus ran the risk of sinning against his duty as guard and ought to have been afraid to do it. By Pharaoh's life, said Kamet as he sat down in the pen beside Joseph's mat, how you have come down in the world, ex-steward, and sunk beneath us all after you had so nimbly mounted above us. One can scarcely believe it. I can only shake my head to see you lying there like a Libyan prisoner or a man from the wretched Cush, with elbows beanie one behind his back. A man who got up so high and was head over all the house, and now you are, so to speak, delivered over to the devourer, the bitch of Ammon. May Adam, Lord of On, have mercy on you. How you have bowed down your head to the dust, to use the jargon of your wretched Syria, which we have picked up from you, and by cons we are not likely to pick up any thing else, for not even a dog would take a piece of bread from your hand, so low are you fallen. And why, forsooth? Out of sheer fribble. Ity and lack of discipline you were bent on playing the big man in a house like ours and could not bridle your reeking lust. And it had to be our sacred lady and mistress on whom you fixed your lewd desires, when, after all, she is almost the same as hath herself. That was shameless enough. Never shall I forget how you stood there before the master when he pronounced justice in his house, and hung your head because you found not the least word of excuse and knew not how to wash yourself clean of your guilt. How could you, when the torn garment spoke loud against you, which you had left in the mistress's hand when you vainly tried to overpower and assault her? Joseph the Provider 857. And it was plain you had even gone about the business very clumsily. It could not be worse. Do you remember how you came to me in the pantry to fetch the refreshments for the old bear in the upper story? You were impudent enough even then. I warned you not to spill the drink over the old people's feet, and I felt rather mortified when you behaved as though such a thing could not happen to you. Well now, you have spilled something on your own feet, so they are all stuck together. Oh, no, I knew you wouldn't be able to hold the tray steady in the long run. But why couldn't you? Because, after all, you are a barbarian, a sand rabbit, with no more self-control than the wretched Zahi, ignorant of our standards and knowledge of life here in the land of men. You could not truly lay to heart our precepts which teach that one may take his pleasures in the world but not with married women, because that is risky. But you in blind lust and unreason leaped at our mistress, and you may thank your stars you were not put in corpse color at once, and that is the only thing you have to be thankful for. Do me the favor, Kamet, scholar of the book house, said Jos. Of not talking about matters you do not understand. It is frightful when a difficult and delicate matter gets to the ears of the masses, though it is something much too ticklish for them to grasp. They all lick their lips and talk the greatest tripe about it. Really it is intolerable how they go on, and worse for the subject matter than even for the persons involved. It is not evil of you, and not very refined, and does no credit to your renowned Egyptian culture to have you talk like this to me. Not because I was yesterday your overseer and you bowed down before me, for I am laying that aside. But, after all, you are to realize that I must know more and better about the affair between the mistress and me than you who can only see it from the outside and hear only gossip about it. So why should you question me about it? Furthermore, it is absurd for you to contrast the barbarous cravings of my flesh with the standard of Egypt, when, after all, these latter have no very good reputation themselves all over the world. And when you talk about assaulting and leaping and think no shame to apply such a word to me, you must be confusing me with that Maus Ram we are on our way to whom the daughters of Egypt yield themselves when he has his feast, and these are your fine cultural standards, forsooth. Let me tell you, it may come to pass that people will speak of me as one who preserved his chastity among a people whose lust was like the lust of the stallion and the ass. Some day that may happen. Some day the virgins of the world may mourn for me before they wed, bringing me their maiden tresses and singing a melancholy ditty in which they lament my youth and recount the tale of one who withstood the hot solicitations of a female and so doing lost his life and his repute. As I lie here and ponder, I can well. Thomas Mann 858. Imagine such a tradition growing out of my story. Consider, then, how petty your comments must seem to me. And why, while rejoicing in my misfortunes, are you so surprised at them? I was to Prince bought slave, now by his decree I am become Pharaoh's. So, after all, I am more than I was, I have added to my stature. Why are you so simple as to laugh at that? Very well, let us agree that for the moment my fortunes are on the decline. But is it a decline without honor and solemnity? Does not this oxboat seem to you like usurer's bark when it moves down to light the great sheepfold below and greet the dwellers in the cave on his nightly ride? To me, let me tell you, it is strikingly like that. If you think I am parting from the land of the living, you may be right. But who shall say that my nose shall not smell the herb of life, and that I shall not rise the morrow morn over the rim of the world, even as a bridegroom goes forth out of his chamber, and his radiance blindeth the eyes of the dull of sight. Ah, ex-steward, I see you remain the same in all your misery. But the trouble is that nobody can tell what being the same really means. It is like the colored balls which jugglers send flying out of their hands and catch again, and you cannot see them as separate balls because they make a bright bow in the air where you get your cheek. No matter what happens to you, the gods only know, the ones you have dealings with, for God-fearing folk must get goose flesh and pimples to hear you. You cannot get out of it by that rubbish about brides who dedicate their hair to your memory. That could happen only to a god. Or you're comparing this boat, which is after all the vehicle of your shame, with Usur's evening bark with the hidden one that you only compared the two. But you weave in the word. Strikingly you say this boat is strikingly like that bark, and you know how to convince a simple soul that it is really the very bark, after all, and that you may really be when he is called at an end changes into the bark of the night, and that gives one goose flesh. But one gets it not only from laughing and shivering but also and even more from being angry, let me tell you, from disgust and bit. Turnus like gall at your presumption, at the way you make bold to mirror yourself in the highest and identify yourself with him, so that you talk as if you were the same and go on making an arch of ball so that I blink my eyes in exasperation. Of course, it is open to anyone to say such things and to behave like that, but a decent person would not do it. He would be humble and pray. I started down here to talk with you partly because I was sorry for you and partly because I was bored. But when you give me to understand that you are Adam, Rian user the great in his bark, at one and the same time, then I must leave you to yourself, for my gorge rises at your blasphemies. Take it as you must, Kamet of the bookhouse and the buffet. I, Joseph the provider 859. Did not ask you to sit down with me, for I like quite as well to be alone, maybe even a bit better, and I can amuse myself without you. As you can see for yourself. If you knew how to entertain yourself as I do, you would not have come, but on the other hand you would not look askance at the diversions I allow myself and you do not allow me. You make out that you do this out of pity, but actually it is not. But ill will, and the pity is a sort of fig leaf your ill will puts on. If you will pardon the far-fetched comparison. A human being and turns himself, he does not pass his life like the dumb brutes, that is the whole point, that and how far he goes in his diversions. You were not quite right to say that anybody might act the same as I, not everybody might. Not because decency forbids, but because he lacks any harmony with higher things, he has just been denied any affinity with them, it is not given him to pluck flowers of speech from the fields of heaven if you will pardon me another figure. He sees in the highest something quite different from what he sees in himself. In which, of course, he is perfectly right and has no idea of serving him, except with hymn tunes, which are tiresome. If he hears any one else praise him in more intimate terms, he is green with envy and stands before the image of the highest and weeps crocodile's tears, and implores him to forgive the blasphemy. That is a really silly pose. Kamet of the buffet, you should not be guilty of it. Give me my midday meal, for it is time and I am hungry. That I must, I suppose, if the time is here, answered the scribe. I cannot let you starve. I have to deliver you alive to Zawari. Joseph could not feed himself with his elbows bound behind him. So Kamet had perforce to do it for him, there being no other way. Squatting beside Joseph, he had to put the bread in his mouth and then the beaker of beer to his lips. Joseph commented upon it at every meal. Yes, you squat here, long-legged Kamet, and feed me, said he. It is kind of you to, even though you feel ashamed and show that you do not like it. I drink this to your health. At the same time I cannot help thinking how you have come down in the world, that you have to feed me and give me drink. Certainly you never had to. When I was your overseer and you bowed before me. You have to serve me as never before, as though I were become more and you less. It is the old question, who is greater and more important, the watcher or the watched? But of course it is the latter. For is not even a king guarded by his servants, and is it not said of the just man, he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways? And so after a few days Kamet said to Joseph, let me tell you, I am fed up with feeding you and having you open your beak like a young daw in the nest, and when you open it words come out that disgust me even more. I am going to untie your bonds so that you 860 Thomas Mann are not so helpless, and I need not be your slave and angel, that is not a scribe's job. When we come near your destination I will tie you up again and deliver you in bonds to the governor there, my sachem, captain of troops. That is only proper. But you must swear to me not to tell that official that you were free in the meantime, or that I have been lax in my duty, otherwise I shall be blamed. On the contrary, I will tell him you were a cruel warder and chastised me with scorpions every day. Nonsense, that is going much too far the other way. You never do anything but make fun of people. Of course, I don't know what is in the sealed letter I carry on my person, and I am not sure what they mean to do with you. That is the worst of it, no one ever does know what to do with you. But you are to tell the governor of the prison that I treated you with tolerable severity and with firmness, tempered with humanity. So will I do, said Joseph, and got his elbows free until they were far down into the land of Udo the serpent and the seven-branched river in the district of Jadet and near to Zawari, the island fortress. Then Kamet tied him up again. The governor of the prison. Joseph's place of penance and second pit, which he reached after most 17 days' journey, and where by his own transcendental reckoning he was to spend 3 years before his head should be once more lifted up, was a group of gloomy buildings irregular in shape, and covering almost the whole of the island that rose from the Mendizian arm of the Nile. It was a collection of cubical barracks, stables, storehouses, and casemates grouped around courts and passages surmounted at one end by a Migdal tower, the residence of the governor, over the prison and the prisoners and commandant of the garrison. My sachem, a scribe of the victorious army. In the middle of the whole rose the pylon of a wet-by temple, whose standard was the sole relief to the eye in all that baldness. The whole was enclosed by a ring wall some 20 ells high, of unbaked bricks, with projecting bastions and platforms jutting out in the round. The landing bridge and the fortified and guarded gate lay somewhere at the side. Kamet stood on the bow of the ox boat and waved his letter at the guards from afar. As they came under the gate he shouted that he was bringing a prisoner whom he must himself in person hand over to the troop captain and head of the prison. Mercenaries, called Nearin, a military term adapted from the Semitic, lance-bearers with heart-shaped leather leaves on their aprons, and shields on their backs, opened to the conveyance and led it through. To Joseph it seemed as though he were back in the times. Joseph the provider 86-1. When he and the Ishmaelites were admitted through the gates of the fortress of Tel. Then he had been a boy, abashed before the marvels and abominations he saw in Egypt. Now he knew them all, the marvels and the abominations. He was Egyptite and hair apart from the reservations he confined to his private thoughts respecting the follies of the land whither he had been snatched, and he had got a good bit beyond his youth and was well into manhood. But now, here he was, led on a rope, like Happy, the living representation of in the court of his temple at Mann, a captive in Egypt just like that sacred bull. Two of Potiphar's people held the ends of his bonds and drove him in front of them. Behind them, Kamet addressed himself beneath the gate to an under-officer with a staff, who had probably given the order for admission, and was referred to a higher official coming across the court armed with a cudgel. This man took the letter, saying that he would take it to the captain, and told them to wait. So they waited, under the curious gaze of the soldiery, in a little quadrangle, in the sparse shade of 2 or 3 spindling palm trees, tufted with green at the top, their round reddish fruits lying about on their roots. The son of Jacob mused. He was recalling what the Tipra had said about the governor of the prison into whose hand he was being given, that he was a man with whom one did not jest. Joseph's concern and suspense as he waited are easy to understand. At the same time he reflected that the titular captain probably did not know the man personally at all, and had simply guessed that a man in charge over a prison was bound to be forbidding a probable but not an inevitable conclusion. Joseph consoled himself with the thought that at least this was a human being with whom he would have to deal, and in Joseph's eyes that meant that he was somehow or other to be got on terms with, in God's name, however much he might be a born prison keeper, yet by this means or that, from one angle if not from another, he could be jested with. Besides, Joseph knew his Chil. Dren of Egypt, the denizens of this land who against a background of death-like rigidity and a religion of the tomb were blithe and inoffensive children at heart and easy to live with. Then the letter which the governor was now reading, where Potiphar told him about the man he was casting out, so that the governor could get an idea of his affair. Joseph was confident that the description would not turn out to be too dreadful, that it would not be calculated to evoke the man's grimmest qualities. His real confidence, however, was more of a generalization. It proceeded, as it is wont to do with children of the blessing, not from himself outwards but inwards upon himself and the happy mysteries of his own nature. Certainly he had got beyond the childish stage of blind confidence, where he had believed that every body must love him more than they did themselves. What he con 802 Thomas Mann continued to believe was that it was given him to constrain the world, and the men in it to turn him their best and brightest side, and this we can see was confidence rather in himself than in the world. In any case, the two, his ego and the world, in his view belonged together. They were in a way one, so that the world was not simply the world by and in itself, but quite definitely his world, and by virtue of the fact susceptible of being molded into a good and friendly one. Circumstances were powerful, but what Joseph believed in was their plasticity. He felt sure of the preponderant influence of the individual destiny upon the general force of circumstances. When, like Gilgam, as he called himself, a glad sorry man, it was in the sense that he knew the happy side of his nature was capable of much suffering, but, on the other hand, did not believe in suffering bad and black enough. It was that it had proved too dense for his own light, or the light of God in him, to penetrate. Such was the nature of Joseph's confidence. Generally speaking, it was trust in God, and with it he armed himself to look Misach, his taskmaster, in the face. In no long time he was set before him, for they were led through a low-covered passage to the foot of the citadel, to a barred door manned by other guards in helmets with bosses on them. The grating presently opened, and the troop captain came out. He was in the company of the high priest of Whitbait, a lean, bald-pate man with whom he had been engaged in a game of draughts. The governor was a man of some 40 years, a stocky figure in a cuirass which he had probably put on for the occasion, with little metal pictures of lions fastened on it like scales. He wore a brown wig, had round brown eyes under very heavy black brows, and a small mouth. His tanned and burnt face was darkened by a fresh growth of beard, and his forearms were hairy. His whole expression was oddly unruffled, even sleepy, yet it was true to this expression, and the captain's speech was calm to the point of monotony as he came out from under the gate in conversation with the prophet of the war like deity. They were obviously still discussing the moves in the game, upon which the newcomers had to wait. In his hand the captain held the unsealed royal of the fan-bearer's letter. He stood where he was, reopened and reread it, and when he lifted his face, Joseph had a feeling that this was more than just a man's face. It was the very presentment of forbidding circumstance, with the light of God striking through, the very face which life shows to the glad sorry man. The black brows were threateningly drawn, a smile played about his small mouth. Now he banished smile and threat together out of his face. You had charge of the boat that brought you down from Wes, he said in calm monotonous tones, turning round and raising his Joseph the provider 863 brows at the scribe Cabot. Upon the latter's ascent he looked at Joseph. You are the former steward of the great courtier Potiphar, he asked. I am he, answered Joseph in all simplicity. And yet this was rather a strong answer. He might have replied, as you have said, or my lord knows the truth, or more floridly, Mott speaks out of your mouth. But in the first place just I am he. Spoken, of course, quite simply but with a sober smile, was a little incorrect. One did not speak in the first person to superiors but said, your servant, or with even greater self-disparagement the servant. Here. And in the second place that I was too prominent, associated with the he, it roused a vague suspicion that it referred to more than merely the stewardship, which was all that was in question. There was an implication that question and answer did not quite match, that the answer overlapped the question and might tempt the questioner to another question, what are you, or even who are you, over and above that. The truth is, Joseph's answer was a formula, old, familiar, and widely appealing from ages past. It was the time-honored revelation of identity, a ritual statement beloved in song and story and play in which the gods had parts. In such a play it is used in order to string together a whole gamut of effects and plot sequences, from mere casting down of the eyes to being thundered at and flung to one's knees. Misach's placid features, the features of a man not prone to alarm, did show a faint confusion or embarrassment. It made the end of his small hook nose turn whitish. Yes, so you are, said he. Possibly at the moment he did not know himself just what he meant by that, and if so the fact that this man before him was the handsomest 27-year-older in the two lands may have contributed to his absence of mind. Beauty is impressive. Unfailingly it stirs a special kind of faint trepidation even in the most placid soul from whom fear in general is remote. I am he uttered with a sober smile might be magnified by the beauty of the speaker into something a little unearthly. You seem to be a light-headed bird, went on the captain, falling out of the nest out of sheer foolishness and lack of balance. Lived up there in Pharaoh City where life is so full of entice that it could have been a perpetual feast day for you, and for nothing and less than nothing you have got yourself sent down hey to us where there is nothing but nothingness. Here utter boredom reigns, said he, and gathered his brows in a momentary frown, accompanied, however, by a half smile, as though smile and frown belonged together. Were you ignorant, he went on, that in the stranger s. 864 Thomas Mann house one should not seek out the women with one's eyes? Have you not read the precepts in the book of the dead or the teachings and sayings of the holy Imhotep? They are familiar to me, Joseph replied, for I have read them countless times aloud and to myself. But the captain, though he had asked for an answer, was not listening to it. That was a man, said he, turning to his companion, the chaplain. A good companion for life, Imhotep the wise. Physician, architect, priest, and scribe, all in one, Tutankhamun, the living image of Thoth. I venerate the man, that I must say. If it were given me to be appalled, which it is not perhaps I ought to say unfortunately. I am much too easygoing for that, but if I could I should certainly be appalled at such encyclopedic wisdom. He died long years ago, Imhotep the divine, his like existed only in early times and in the morning of the two lands. His sovereign was an early king named Djoser, whose eternal dwelling he is known to have built, the stepped pyramid near Mann, 6 stories high, some 120 ls. But the limestone is poor. Ours up in the quarry where the convicts work is better stuff, the master just had no better to his hand. But the art of building was only a small part of his knowledge and skill. He knew all the locks and keys to the temple of Thoth. Skilled in medicine, he was too, and adept in nature's matters, with knowledge of solids and liquids. He had a gentle hand with the sick and could relieve folk groaning and tossing with pain. He himself must have been very tranquil by nature and not prone to fear. Added to all this, he was a reed in the hand of God, a writer of wisdom, but his talents worked together, not today a doctor and tomorrow a writer, but both in one and at the same time. I emphasize this because it is to my mind a surpassing virtue. Medicine and writing go well together, they shed light on each other and both do better by going hand in hand. A doctor possessed of the writer's art will be the better consoler to anyone rolling in agony. Conversely, a writer who understands the life of the body, its powers and its pains, its fluids and functions, its blessings and banes, has a great advantage over him who knows nothing of such things. Imhotep was such a doctor and such a writer. Aood. Hke Mann, they ought to burn incense to him. And I think when he has been dead a while longer, they will. Anyhow, he also lived in Mann, a very stimulating city. You need not blush before him, Captain, replied the high priest. For aside from your military service you practice the art of healing. You do good to those who wreathe and writhe, and besides that write very winningly in form and matter, while uniting all these branches in perfect serenity. Serenity by itself does not do it, answered my sachem, and Joseph the Provider 865. The serenity of his own face with its shrewd round eyes altered a shade into the pensive. Perhaps I just need to get good and scared once. But how could that happen? And you, he said suddenly. He lifted his brows and shook his head as he looked over at Potiphar's two house slaves who were holding the ends of Joseph's bonds. What are you doing there? Are you going to plow with him or play horse like little boys? I suppose your ex-steward is to do time at hard labor with his limbs tied up like a calf for the slaughter? Untie him, stupids. Here we work hard for Pharaoh, in the quarry or on the new buildings, we don't lie about in bonds. What lack of understanding. These people, he explained aside to the man of God, live in the belief that a prison is a place where one lies about in chains. They take everything literally, that is their way, and stick to the letter as children do. If they hear about somebody that he lies in jail, that being the phrase in common use, they firmly believe that the man has been plumped into some hole full of hungry rats and rattling chains, where he lies and steals days from such confusion of the word and the reality is to my way of thinking characteristic of low breeding and lack of education. I have often seen it in the rubber eaters of the wretched Kush and even in the little peasantry of our own fields, not so much in the towns. To be sure, there is a certain poetry in the literal interpretation, the simple poetry of the fairy tale. There are, so far as I can see, two kinds of poetry, one springs from folk simplicity, the other from the literary gift in essence. The second is undoubtedly the higher form. But in my view it cannot flourish cut off from the other, needing it as a plant needs soil, just as all the beauty of the higher life and the splendor of Pharaoh himself need the earth mold of all our poverty-stricken existences in order to flower and flourish and be an amazement to the world. As scholar of the book house, said Kamet, scribe of the buffet, who meanwhile had hastened to free Joseph's elbows with his own hands, I have no part in any confusion between the phrase and the reality, and only for form's sake and for the moment, I thought I had to deliver the prisoner in bonds. He himself will tell you that during the greater part of the voyage I let him go free. Carrot. That was no more than sensible, responded my sachem, since there are differences between crimes. Murder, theft, trespass, refusal to pay taxes or conniving with the tax collector, those are in a different and class from offences where a woman is concerned, which took higher, more discreet handling. He half unrolled the letter again and looked. Here, he said, I see a woman comes into it, and as an officer and a pupil of the royal stables I cannot put it in the same boat with vulgar crimes. We have said that it is a sign of lack of elevation or maturity to take everything literally and not to distinguish between the vice. 866 Thomas Mann and the reality. But such a distinction is now and again unavoidable among the better sort of people. For instance, it is said that in the house of strangers it is dangerous to cast eyes upon the women. Yet even so it is done, because wisdom is one thing and life another, and you might even say that the element of risk makes it to some extent honorable. Again, there are two parties to a love affair, and that always obscures the issue a bit. From the outside it looks as though the case were clear, that is because one side, I mean the man, of course, always takes the blame on himself, yet again it may be best to make a distinction in private between the phrase and the reality. When I hear of a woman being led astray by a man, I chuckle to myself, for it sounds like a joke, and I think, by the great triad. Because, after all, we know whose business seduction has been since the time of the gods, and it was not the business of us stupid men. Do you know the story of the two brothers? He turned to face Joseph, looking up at him with his round brown eyes, for he was considerably shorter as well as stoutish in build. He lifted his thick brows again as they would go, as though that would help to strike a balance. I know it well, my lord, answered Joseph, for I had often to read it aloud to my master, Pharaoh's friend, and I also had to copy it out fair for him, with black and red ink. It will continue to be copied, said the commandant. It is a capital invention not only in its style, which carries conviction even though the episodes are really almost incredible when one thinks them over calmly, for instance where the queen conceives through a splinter which flies into her mouth from the wood of the Persea tree, which is too contradictory to medical experience to be taken literally. But despite that the story is lifelike, as when the wife of Anu leans against the youth Bata, finding him great in strength, and says to him, Come, let us have joy in each other for a little and I will make thee two feast day garments, and when Bata cries to his brother, Woe is me, she has turned all to ill, and before his eyes cuts off his manhood with the blade of the sword reed and gives it to the fishes to eat. That is thrilling. Later on, the narrative degenerates and becomes unbelievable, yet it is edifying too when Bata turns himself into the happy bull and speaks, I shall be a wonder of a happy and the whole land will exult in me, and makes himself known and says, I am Bata. Lo, I live still and am the sacred bull of God. Those are, of course, fantastic inventions, but yet how plastically life does sometimes pour itself into the most extraordinary forms of the creative fancy. He was silent a while and stood placidly gazing off into space with his little mouth slightly open. Then he read a little more in the letter. You can imagine, father, said he, lifting his head to the bald pate, that an occurrence like this makes a more or less stimulating. Joseph the Provider 867. Change for me in the monotony of the settled place where a man, already settled by nature, is in danger of falling asleep. What I usually get down here, either already sentenced or for temporary custody, before the scales of justice have finally settled and their case has not yet been tried, are all sorts of tomb robbers, bushrangers, purse snatchers, and none of them help me to keep awake. A love crime is an exciting exception. For there can hardly be any doubt, so far as I know, people of the most diverse way of thinking agree that this is the most curious, exciting, and mysterious tract of all our human existence. Who has not had his surprising, thought-provoking experience in the realm of Hathor? Have I ever told you about my first love, which was at the same time my second? Never, Captain, said the chaplain. The first and the second too? I wonder how that could have come about. Or the second, yet after all the first, responded the commandant. As you like to put it? Again or forever, who knows which is the right word? And it does not matter either. My sachem stood there, his expression relaxed, not to say sleeping. His arms folded, the roll tucked under one of them, his head on one side, the heavy brows somewhat lifted under the brown bullet eyes. His rounded lips moved with measured gravity, and he began to narrate, there before Joseph and his guards, before the priest of W.E.P. Wyatt and a number of soldiers who had gathered round. I was 12 years old, a pupil of the House of Instruction in the riding school of the Royal Stables. I was rather short and plump, just as I am today. That is my stature and my state in my life before and after death. But my heart and mind were open. So one day I saw a maiden who was bringing her brother, a fellow pupil of mine, his midday bread and beer, for his mother was ill. His name was Imsab, son of Amen, an official. But his sister, who brought him his rations, 3 pieces of bread and 2 jugs of beer, he called bed, from which I gathered that her name was Nekbet, which proved correct. When I inquired of Imsab, for it interested me because she herself interested me, and I could not keep my eyes off her so long as she was there. Not off her braids, nor off her narrow eyes, nor her mouth like a bow, and especially not off her arms, which were bare and of that slender fullness that is so lovely. She made the greatest impress on me. But I did not know all day what the impression was. I found that out only at night, when I lay in the dormitory among my comrades, my clothes and sandals beside me, and undid my head to serve as pillow according to the regulation, my bag of writing tools and books. For we were not allowed to forget our books even in sleep. The contact with them was to keep them always in mind. But yet I did forget them, for my dreams had a way of shaping themselves quite independently of the books under my head. I dreamed X. 868 Thomas Mann. Implicitly and vividly that I was betrothed to Nekbet, the daughter of Amen. Our fathers and mothers had come to an agreement, and she was soon to become my housewife and sister bride, so that her arm would lie upon mine. I rejoiced beyond all measure, as I had never rejoiced in all my life before. My entrails rose up in joy on account of that contract, which was sealed by our parents, bringing our noses close together, a most lovely feeling. But this dream was so lively, so natural, that it lagged not at all behind reality, and, strangely enough, even after I had wakened and washed myself, it beguiled me into believing it. It has never happened to me before or since that a dream has been so vivid as to hold me in its power in my waking hours, so that I went on believing it. Well on into the morning, I was still fondly and firmly convinced that I was betrothed to the maiden Biddy, and only slowly, as I sat in the writing room and the master thumped me on the back to liven me up, did my inward exultation subside. The bridge over into sobriety was formed by the reflection that the contract and the approaching of our noses had indeed been only a dream, but that nothing stood in the way of its immediate realization, that I only needed to have my parents come to an agreement with Bed's parents on our behalf. For quite a while it seemed to me that after such a dream my expectation of its fulfillment was only natural and nobody could be surprised at it. But gradually I arrived at the chilling and sobering thought that the realization of the dream which had seemed so real was only idle nonsense, and as things stood, frankly impossible. For of course I was nothing but a schoolboy, still beaten as they beat papyrus, only just at the beginning of my career as scribe and officer, and short and fat into the bargain, AC, according to my constitution before and after death, and my betrothal to Nekbet, who was probably 3 years older than I and might any day marry a man far above me in station and dignity, was revealed to me, with the fading of my dream happiness, as a thing of sheer absurdity. So, the official continued imperturbably, I gave up an idea which would never have occurred to me save for that vivid and beautiful dream, and I went on with my studies in the House of Instruction of the Royal Stables, frequently admonished by thumps on my back. 20 years later, when I had long ago become a teacher scribe to the victorious army, I was sent with 3 associates on a journey to Syria, in the wretched chair, to muster and levy a tribute of horses, which were to be sent down in freight boats to Pharaoh's stables. So, I traveled from the port of Kadidi to the defeated Seekmen and to a town which, if I recall rightly, is called Pershin, where we had a garrison, whose colonel gave a party to the people of the countryside, and the renowned scribes, an evening company with wine and flowers, in a house of most beautiful doors. There were Egyptians there and Joseph the provider. 869. City notables, men and women. I saw a maiden, a connection of this Egyptian house on the female side, for her mother was a sister of its mistress, and she had come hither on a visit with male and female servants from far away in Upper Egypt, where her parents lived, near the first cataract. Her father was a very rich trader from Swanet, who bought up the wares of the wretched Kasi, ivory, ebony, and leopard skins for the Egyptian market. Now when I saw this girl, the daughter of the ivory dealer, in all her youth, there happened to me for the second time in my life what had first happened so many years ago. In the House of Instruction, I could not keep my eyes off her. She made an exceptional impression on my mind and brought back in amazing likeness the joyous taste of that long-vanished betrothal dream, so that my entrails rose up for joy at sight of her just as before. But I was shy before her, although a soldier should not be shy, and for some time I shrank from finding out her name and who she was. But when I did so I learned that she was the daughter of Nekbet, the daughter of Amen, who, quite shortly after I had seen her in my dream and been betrothed to her, had become the wife of the ivory merchant of Swanet. But the maid Nofru, so she was called, was not like her mother in her features or the color of her braided hair or her complexion, being a good deal darker. At most her charming figure was like Nekbet's, but how many girls have figures like that? Yet the sight of her roused in me at once the same deep feelings I had felt then and never again, so that one might say I had loved her already in her mother, as I loved the mother again in her. Indeed, I consider it possible, and in a way I expect, that if again after another 20 years I should meet by chance and unawares the daughter of Nofru, my heart would melt to her irresistibly as once it did to her mother and her grandmother, and it will always and forever be the same love. That is really a remarkable emotional experience, said the chap, Lane, charitably passing over the extraordinary fact that the captain had chosen to relate the tale at this moment, in however composed and level a tone. But if the daughter of the ivory merchant were to have a daughter, it would be a pity that she was not your child, then. Even though your boyish dream on the pillow of books could never be realized, yet in Necbit's reincarnation or the return of your inclination to her, reality would have come into its own. Not so, replied my sachem, shaking his head. Such a rich and beautiful maiden and a renowned clerk, short and stout by nature and predestination, how could they go together? Most likely she has married a district baron or else somebody who stands under the solace of the pharaoh, a steward of the treasure house with the gold of favor round his neck. And you must realize that you stand in a fatherly relation, as it were, to a girl whose mother you once loved. 870 Thomas Mann. So that the idea of marriage is not quite the thing. Besides, such thoughts as you suggest were shoved into the background with me by what you call the remarkable nature of the situation. That prevented me from taking a decision which would end in the grandchild of my first love becoming my own child. Was that anything actually desirable? It would have deprived me of the expectation in which I now live, that someday without knowing it I shall meet the daughter of Nofrur, the granddaughter of Necbit, and that she too will make on me the same wonderful impression. That is a possibility, which leaves me something to hope for in my elder days, whereas if not, the course of my recurrent emotional experiences might have been cut off untimely. That may be, the priest agreed hesitantly. But the least you could do would be to put on paper the story of mother and daughter, or rather your story about them, and use the reed to give it a charming form to the grateful enrichment of our literature. In my opinion, you could just write out of your own fancy the third incarnation of that figure and of your love for it and make it seem as though it had already happened. I had made some beginnings, replied the captain coolly, that is. I can tell the story so glibly, because I have already done some drafts of it. The thing is only that in order to include the meeting with Biddy's granddaughter I have to set the story in the future and make myself out an elderly man, which is a strain and I shirk it. Although by rights a soldier should not shirk. But the principal trouble is that I doubt whether by temperament I am not too steady going to give to my tale the thrilling character it should have, as for instance, in the model story of the two brothers. The subject is too dear to me that I should want to take the chance of botching it. He broke off with a guilty air and said, but at the moment what I am doing is to induct the prisoner. How many beasts of burden, he asked, turning to condescend to Joseph, though with some difficulty on AC. Count of his shortness, would it take, do you think, to carry food to 500 stoneworkers and porters, together with their officers and overseers? 12 oxen and 50 asses, answered Joseph, might be about right. More or less. And how many men would you order to the rope? To drag a block of stone 4 ells long by 2 wide and 1 thick? 5 miles to the river? Counting the men needed to clear the road, the water bearers to wet it under the sledges, and men to carry the rollers that need to be put underneath every now and then, said Joseph, I should say at least 100. Why so many? Joseph the provider 87I. It is a good heavy block, answered Joseph, and if you do not want to put oxen to it but men because men are cheaper, you should take enough of them so that midway one gang can spell the other at the rope. Then you do not have to reckon with deaths due to checked sweat or some of them straining their inwards or their wind giving out so that they roll about in agony. That is certainly to be avoided. But you forget that we have not only the choice between oxen and men, but there are all sorts of barbarians and folk of the desert of the Red Land, from Libya, Punt, and Syria. We have all that we can use. He who is here given into your hand, answered Joseph evenly, is himself of such an origin, namely the child of a shepherd king of the upper Rednog, where it is called Canaan, and has only been stolen down here into Egypt. Why do you tell me that? It is here in the letter. And why do you call yourself a child instead of a son? It sounds like self-indulgence and pampering, not becoming in a convict, even though his crime is not of a dishonorable kind but lies in the realm of the emotions. You seem to fear that I, because you are originally from the wretched Zahi, would harness you to the heaviest loads, until your sweat was checked and you died a dry death. That is an attempt, as indiscreet as it is clumsy, to think my thoughts. I should be a poor prison governor if I did not know how to size up every man's parts and place him accordingly. Your answers show very plainly that you once oversaw the household of a great man and understand something about business. It seems you would like if possible to avoid having people exhaust themselves, even if they are not children, I mean sons of the black earth. This does not precisely run counter to my own wishes and shows some knowledge of economic thought. I will use you as overseer over a gang of convicts in the quarry, or perhaps in the inside service and the office, for of course you can reckon faster than the others how many measures of wheat can be put into a store room of this and this size, or how much spelt should be brewed to make so and so much beer or bake to make so much bread, and can turn one value into another, and things like that. It would be really a good thing, he added in explanation to the opener of what by his mouth, for me to have some such assistance, so that I need not take everything on myself and could have more leisure for my efforts to put on paper in a good and even engrossing style my tale of the 3 love affairs which were one and the same. You people of Wes, he said to Joseph's attendants, can now be off and set out on your homeward journey. You will be going up stream and you will have a north wind. Take your rope along with you, and make my compliments to Pharaoh's friend, your master. Memi, he gave order in conclusion to the man with the club who 872 Thomas Mann had ushered in the new arrival. This slave of the king will do convict labor as assistant in the office, show him a place to sleep by himself and give him an upper garment and a staff of office. Very high he once stood, very low has he let himself be brought down here to us. Now he must submit to the iron regiment of Zawari. What superior parts he brings with him we will ruthlessly exploit, just as we do the physical strength of the lower sword, for they belong no longer to himself but to Pharaoh. Give him something to eat till our next meeting, father. He took leave of the chaplain and turned back to his tower. Such was Joseph's first meeting with my sachem, the governor of the prison of goodness and cleverness. Now, like Joseph himself, you are reassured as to the particular kind of man this governor was into whose hands Potiphar had given him. Phi was a man of peculiarly even and pleasing temper, and not for nothing has our all-illuminating narrative been in so little haste to take the spotlight from his undeniably stoutish figure, but has let it rest long enough upon him for the reader to get a clear picture of his hitherto unknown personality. And this for the reason that he has a not insignificant part, again very little known, to play in the tale which is here being retold with all possible correctness and very similitude. The fact is that after my sachem had been Joseph's superior and taskmaster for some years, he continued for a long time at his side and bore a part in the stage management of great and Glorious events, as we shall soon hear, and may the muses strengthen me in the task of narration. All this only in passing. But in speaking of the governor of the prison, the tradition uses the same formula earlier applied to Potiphar, that he took nothing on himself, so that Joseph was soon responsible for all that happened in his second pit. We must pause upon this tradition, to interpret it aright, for it has not at all the meaning it had in the case of the son courtier and consecrated mountain of flesh who took nothing on himself simply because his whole being was nominal and titular, because he stood outside humanity and in a straightness of existence without prospect of change, remote from real an existence of the purest form. Whereas Misachum was a perfectly competent man, warmly if placidly interested in any number of things, particularly in people. He was a sedulous physician, who rose early every morning to inspect the discharge of the soul tears and convicts in his sickbay. His workroom, in a well-guarded spot in the citadel tower of Zawari, was a perfect laboratory, equipped with a herbarium, with mortars and pestles, files and ointment. Joseph the provider and 73 meant pots, tubes, and stills. Here that same shrewd sleepy face he had worn when on the first day he told the story of the three love affairs, bent over lotions, pills, and poultices, or consulted the work for the benefit of mankind and other textbooks of ripe wisdom, for advice on the treatment of retention of urine, tumors of the neck, spinal rigidity, heartburn, and the like. As he read and dared, his mind ranged over a whole area of general speculations. Were the blood vessels that ran in pairs from the heart to the sepa great limbs of the body and were so prone to hardening, choking, and inflammation that often they would not respond to treatment, were there only 22 of these blood vessels or 46 as he was more and more inclined to think? Were the worms in the body to whose destruction he applied his electuaries the cause of certain illnesses, or more correctly the result, for instance, by the stopping up of one or more vessels, a tumor was formed which had no outlet to discharge by and eventually became putrid and, of course, turned into worms. It was a good thing the captain took these matters on himself, though as a soldier they were less his province than that of his part. At drafts, the priest of Whitby, but the latter's knowledge of such physical matters was confined to the inspection and ritual slaughtering of the sacrificial animals, and his methods of healing were too dependent on charms and phylacteries, though of course these two were useful in their place, certainly in a case where the affection of an organ, say the spleen, or the spinal column, was clearly due to the fact that its special protecting deity had forsaken that member and left it to a hostile demon who was now creating his disturbing effect therein and must be forced by suitable invocations to void the field. For this purpose the chaplain had a cobra which he kept in a basket and by pressure on the neck could turn into a magic wand. His successes with the cobra sometimes inspired Misachum to borrow the creature, but on the whole the governor had the settled conviction that just magic by itself as a sufficing principle was seldom able to pull it off. It needed to be permeated and propped up by the grosser methods of profane knowledge through which then T.T. could produce its effect. For instance, from a plague of fleas, and the charms of the man of God had never reduced or so temporarily that the relief might have been only self-deception. It was only when Misachum, of course to the accompaniment of the spoken text, had sprinkled much natron water and strewn much charcoal mixed with the p-degree carat, the registered DJHE food pest subsided. It was the governor who ordered B*** T***spim bit out L that the creatures would be frightened, thinking they were smelling the 874 Thomas Mann itself, and would leave the supplies alone, which proved to be the case. The sick bay of the fortress was always full of injured and ailing. For labor in the quarry, 5 miles inland, was hard labor indeed, as Joseph soon learned, since he often had to spend several weeks there to oversee a gang of soldiers and convicts in hewing, mining, cutting, and hauling operations. Soldiers and convicts were treated the same. The garrison of Zawari, native and foreign, except for guard duty, did the same tasks as the convicts and felt the sting of the same lash. But at least where a soldier suffered from injury or exhaustion, or his sweat struck inwards, he was sent to the sick bay somewhat sooner than a convict, who had to go until he fell down, even to the third time of falling, for the first and second times were considered shamming. Under Joseph's overseership, however, matters improved, beginning with his own gang, and at length the saying was fulfilled that the governor of the prison put all the prisoners into his hand. When he went out to the quarries, it was as a sort of upper inspector and immediate representative of the commandant, and the improvement became general. For Joseph had in mind Jacob, his far-off father, to whom he was as dead, and how he had always disapproved of the Egyptian house of bondage. He decreed that a man even after falling down only twice should fall out and be fetched back to the island. For the first time he fell continued to be reckoned a sham, unless, of course, the man was dead. So the lazaret was never empty of those who wreathed and writhed. A man might have broken a bone or could no longer look down upon his belly, or his body might be covered with great swellings from infected fly and gnat bites, or his stomach, when one put one's finger on it, might go up and down like oil in a leather bottle, or stone dust might cause inflammation and running from the eyes. All these cases the captain dealt with, shrinking from none, and for each, if the man was not already dead, he knew a remedy. The broken bones he splinted with little pieces of board, the inability of a man to look down upon his belly he sought to control with soothing poultices. The purulent discharge from bites he painted with goose grease mixed with an emollient powdered herb. For the bloated abdomen he prescribed the chewing of berries of the castor oil plant with beer, and for the frequent eye inflammations he had a good salve from Bliss. Probably there was always a trifle of magic to help out the medicines and defeat the insidious demon, but it consisted not so much in texts for application of the cobra wand as in the emanation from Misachum's imperturbable personality, which worked wonders of soothing on the patient, so that he was no longer frightened by his illness, that always having a bad effect. He ceased to writhe, and on Joseph the provider 875 consciously put on the captain's own facial expression, the rounded, open lips, the brows drawn up with almost a quizzical air, so that patient lay and looked with equanimity towards healing or death. For this too Misachum taught him by his own attitude not to be afraid, and even when a man's face was already corpse color, his hands in their relaxed pose still expressed his doctor's teaching. Quietly, comprehendingly, with lifted brows and parted lips he lay, looking forward to the life after death. So the lazaret was pervaded by serenity and absence of fear. Joseph sometimes entered it as the governor's right hand and even lent a hand, for he was soon transferred from the quarry to inside service. The words, the governor of the prison, committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did, there he was the doer of it, are to be understood as meaning that Potiphar's former house steward, some 6 months after he entered Zawari, had become, without any special title or promotion, the head manager and provisioner of the whole fortress. All the records and accounts went through his hands, and these, as everywhere else in the country, were endless, all purchases of oil, corn, barley, and all the giving out of supplies to the guards and convicts, all the operations in the brewery and the bakery of Zawari, even the in come and outgo of the Whitby temple, all matters connected with the dispatch of hewn stone from the quarries, and much, much else. Besides, came to be Joseph's business, greatly to the relief of those who had had charge of it before. He was accountable to the governor. Only, to that easygoing man with whom from the very beginning he had go on so well and continued to get on better and better. For my Sachem had learned that the words in which Joseph answered him at the first hearing had been uttered in very truth, the ancient, dramatic formula of self-revelation which had startled his phlegmatic soul and made him aware that the end of his nose had got cold. The impression had been uncommon, also very big and general in kind. The captain was, in a way, grateful to Joseph for it, for, on its basis he felt justified in his craving to be stirred out of his phlegm, and he looked forward to a satisfaction of the craving just as he did to the reappearance of the maiden neckbit in her grandchild, and the ensuing third set of emotions, though he modestly and shrewdly sized himself up as not worthy of such a shock. Vague and undefined too was my Sachem's feeling that Joseph had uttered the truth in his self-revelation. He could not have said what was meant by the he in the always portentous formula I am he did not even know that he would not have known what it meant, because he had never found it desirable or necessary to consider the point. That is the difference between his obligations and ours. My Sachem in his time, which was early from one point of view, though from an 876 Thomas Mann, other also very late, must be entirely absolved from any such responsibility. He may be allowed to go his placid way and limit himself, though with a modicum of trepidation, to feeling, faith, and divination. Our source has it that the Lord was with Joseph and gave him to find favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. This end might be interpreted to mean that the favor which God showed to the son of Rachel consisted precisely in the kindliness his taskmaster conceived for him. But favor and kindliness are not precisely the same thing. It was not that God showed to Joseph the favor of Mac, in the captain's mind favorable to him. The sympathy and confidence, in a word, the trust which Joseph's appearance and behavior inspired in the prison keeper flowed rather from the instinct of a good man for the divine favor, that is, for the divine itself which rested upon this convict's head. For it is, indeed, the mark of a good man that he is wise enough to perceive and reverence the divine. Here goodness and wisdom lie so close together that they actually seem to be the same. What, then, did my Sachem take Joseph for? For something right and proper, for the right and expected one, for the bringer of the new time. At first, only in the limited sense that this man convicted of an interesting crime and sent down to the humdrum hole where it had been the captain's lot to do service for years, and who knew how much longer, brought with him a definite break in the monotony. But when the commandant of Zawari so sharply condemned and rejected any confusion between phrase and reality, his strictness may have sprung from his own involvement in that very confusion. Indeed, if he did not take care, he might actually find himself guilty of mixing up the literal and the figurative. In other words, such faint rings, associations, intuitions as Joseph's traits called up were enough to make the governor round them out into full reality, which in Joseph's case meant the manifestation of the expected one, the bringer of salvation, who comes to end the reign of the old and monotonous, and to usher in a new epoch amid the rejoicing of all humanity. But about this figure which Joseph suggested floated the nimbus of the divine, and in that again is inherent the temptation to mix up the metaphorical and the actual, the quality with that from which the quality is derived. But is that such a misguided temptation? Where the divine is, there is God. There is, as my Sachem would have put it, if he ever did put anything, instead of divining and believing it, a God, in a disguise, of course, which outwardly and indeed mentally is to be respected, even though as a disguise it shows through, so to speak, and is not very convincing, because it is itself so very lovely and well favored. My Sachem could not have been a child of the black earth without knowing that there are images of God, breathing images of the deity, which must be distinguished from the inanimate ones, and Joseph the Provider 877, honored as living images of God, like Happy the bull of Mann, and like Pharaoh himself in the horizon of his palace. The governor's knowledge of this fact did contribute not a little to shape his speculations about Joseph's nature and appearance, and we know, of course, that, for his part, Joseph was not precisely keen on checking such speculations, but on the contrary rather enjoyed making people sit up. For the office and the bookkeeping, Joseph's presence was a perfect blessing. Tradition wrongs the captain when it says he took nothing on himself. But it was true that the office routine, so important in the eyes of his superiors in Thebes, had, as he well knew, been neglected for the pursuit of his tranquil passions of medicine and literature. Even his official reputation had already suffered on occasion, and letters full of polite, roundabout unpleasantness had come from the capital. And here Joseph proved to be the long-desired, indeed, the bringer of change, the man of the I am he. He put all the records in order, taught my Sachem scribes, much given to Mora and Skittles, that the higher preoccupations of their head were no reason why they should let dust accumulate on the necessary business of the place, but on the contrary were every ground for their own added dealing. Gents. Joseph saw to it that regular reports and accounts went off to the capital, where the authorities read them with pleasure. In his hand, the staff of office became a cobra snake stiffened to a magic wand. He needed only to tap a bat with it to say offhand, that will hold 50 sacks of wheat, and when they needed to know how many bricks it would take to build a ramp, he would put the staff to his forehead and then say, it will take 5,000 bricks. The first time that had been exactly right, the next time not quite. But when he was quite right the first time, the success gilded the faultiness of the second guess and made that correct too. In short, Joseph had not betrayed the captain in saying, I am he. And when the bookkeeping and the housekeeping came to no harm, my Sachem often required his presence in the tower as well, where he compounded his drugs and made his literary essays. He liked to have Joseph about him, to discuss such matters as the correct number, of blood vessels, and whether worms were the cause or the effect of disease. He set him to copy out the tale of the two brothers, just as Joseph had done for his former master, in a deluxe edition on fine papyrus with red and black ink. My Sachem found his assistant just the man for the job, not only because he could write a calligraphic script, but also because the subject matter was allied to Joseph's own fate. It was especially as a fool for love that my Sachem found him so interesting. It was a field in which the governor's sympathies were warmly if sedately engaged, as indeed it is the chief theatre for the most fascinating exercise of the literary art. We can see how much 878 Thomas Mann time Jacob's son had to take from his administrative tasks without neglecting them to devote to my Sachem's private avocations. They conferred for hours at a stretch how best to begin to commit to paper, in a pleasing, if possible even exciting, not to say thrilling, style, the story of the governor's 3-in-1 love affair, which was still in part a tale of expectancy. The greatest and most discussed difficulty was this: if you included the third episode by anticipation, you would have to write the whole thing from the point of view of an old man of at least 60, and that, they feared, would detract from the thrillingness, which, even as it was bound to suffer from the governor's natural temperament. Then there was Joseph's own adventure which had brought him down to the prison. His affair with the Sun Courtier's wife profoundly engaged my Sachem's literary sympathies, and Joseph told him the whole story, taking care, of course, to spare the afflicted woman and not to minimize his own sins. These he described as being of the same nature as the ones he had earlier been guilty of against his own brothers and so against his father the shepherd king. So step by step, he was brought back to the tale of his youth and origins. The captain's shrewd brown eyes got a strange and pregnant dissolving view into the backgrounds of this phenomenon. His aide, the convict Osar Sif. My Sachem liked the fantastic name, obviously a made-up elusive combination. He spoke it feelingly, like the good man he was, never taking it for the newcomer's own but rather for a disguise or an epithet, or a circumlocution of that I am he. He would have liked, with the enthusiasm of the born storyteller, to put to paper the tale of Potiphar's wife, and often he diverted himself with discussion about the best method. But when he tried, the result turned out to follow the pattern of the two brothers, and he presently left off where he began. The days went on, they multiplied, soon almost a year had gone round since Rachel's firstborn came to Zawari. Then there befell something in the prison, part of a series of important events in the great world. Not immediately, but after some lapse of time, this happening in the prison was to have extraordinary results and produce great changes for Joseph and for his friend and taskmaster, my Sachem. The two fine gentlemen. One day, that is, Joseph betook himself, at his usual early hour, to the governor's tower, with some business papers for his chief's AP. Privel. The scene was always much like what happened between Potiphar and the old steward Montcalm, and had the same ending. Very good, my friend. This time my Sachem did not. Joseph the provider 879. Even look at the accounts, waving them away with his hand. His brows were even higher than usual, his lips more parted. It was plain that he was taken up with a particular occurrence, and, within the limits of his phlegm, wrought up. Another time, O Sir Sif, he said, referring to the papers. Now is not the moment. Let me tell you, in my prison things are not as they were yesterday and the day before. Something has happened. It happened before daybreak, very quietly, under special and secret orders. There has been a delivery of prisoners, a most embarrassing one. 2 persons have arrived, under cover of darkness, for temporary arrest and safekeeping. Not ordinary persons, I mean they are very highly placed, or they were and maybe again, but just now they have come down in the world. You have taken a fall yourself, but theirs is worse, because they stood much higher. Listen while I tell you, but better not ask for details. But who are they? Asked Joseph all the same. Their names are Misetsuri and Ben Mwes, answered the governor with reserve. Hark to that, cried Joseph. What sort of names are those? People don't have such names. He had good ground for surprise, for Misetsuri meant hateful to the sun god and Ben Mwes evil in Thebes. Those would have been strange parents who gave their sons such names. The captain mulled about with some sort of decoction, without looking at Joseph. I thought, he said, you knew that people are not necessarily named what they call themselves or are temporarily called. Circumstances can make names. Re himself changes his according to his circumstances. These gentlemen are called as I have called them, in their papers and the orders I received about them. Those are their names. In the minutes of the action which will be brought against them, and they call themselves so according to their circumstances. You will not want to know more about it than that. Joseph quickly considered. He thought of the revolving sphere, of the above that becomes below and again mounts upwards, by turns, of the laws of opposites, of how order is reversed and things turned upside down. Hateful to the sun god that was Mercury, the Lord loves him, evil in Thebes that was good in Thebes. Nephrim Wes. Through Potiphar he knew much about Pharaoh's court and the friends of the palace Marimat, and he recalled that Mercury and Nephrim Wes were the names quite overlaid with fulsome honorary titles of Pharaoh's chief baker and supervisor of sweetmeats, with the title of Prince of Mann, and of his overseer, and scribe of the buffet, the head butler, Count of Abaju. The real names, said he, of these given into your hands are 88 O Thomas Mann. Probably what does my lord eat, and what does my lord drink? Well, yes, responded the captain. One only needs to give you an inch and you have an L, as the saying goes. Or you think you have. Know what you know, and ask no further. What can have happened? Asked Joseph notwithstanding. Let be, replied my Sachem. They say, he went on, looking in the other direction, that pieces of chalk were found in Pharaoh's bread, and flies in the good God's wine. How such responsible dignitaries come to be accused of such things and be sent up here awaiting investigation, under names corresponding to their circumstances. You can figure that out yourself. Chalk, repeated Joseph. Flies. Before daylight, went on the captain, they were put under strong guard on a boat bearing the sign of suspicion on prow and sail. They have been given me into strict though also suitable safe keeping till their trial and till the verdict is pronounced. A most responsible and trying business. I have put them into the little vulture hut, you know, round the corner to the right by the back wall, that has a vulture without spread wings on the ridge hole. It happened to be vacant or rather, empty, for it is not furnished in the least as they are used to, and there they sit since early this morning, with some bitter beer, each of them on an ordinary camp stool, and the vulture house has no other amenities whatever. It is pretty hard on them, and what will be the end of their affair, whether they will soon be put in corpse color or whether the majesty of the good God will lift up their heads again, nobody can say. We have to behave in the light of this uncertainty, taking account within limits of their former station and to the extent of our powers. I will put you in charge of them, you will visit them twice or thrice a day, you know, and ask after their wants, if only for form's sake. Such gentlemen require good form. If we only ask what they would like, it does them some good, and it is less important after that whether they get it. You have the society graces, the savoir-faire, said he used an AC Kadayan expression. You can talk with them in a way that suits their own elegant conventions and their present circumstances too. My lieutenants here would be either too rough or too subservient. We have to keep the right balance. Respect with a shade of solemnity. That would be about my idea. I'm not so good at solemnity, said Joseph. It is not my long suit. Perhaps I might make the respectfulness a little ironic, just slightly mocking. That might be good too, the captain responded. When you inquire after their wishes, they see at once that you are not serious, and that of course they can't have things here the way they are used to them, or only sort of symbolically, as if v/air. Anyhow we cannot. Joseph the provider 88-1. Have them squatting there in an empty hut. We must put into beds with headrests, and at least one comfortable chair, if not two. With cushions for the feet, they can take turns sitting in it. And you must act as their vizier. What would my lord eat, and their vizier? What would my lord drink, and go a little way towards satisfying their wishes. Say they want roast goose, you can give them stork. If they ask for cake you can give them shortbread. If they want wine, let them have grape juice. We will try every time to go halfway and at least show our willingness on all occasions. Go along now and pay them your respects with any kind of coloring you think best. Beginning tomorrow, you should go morning and evening. I hear and obey, said Joseph, and betook himself down from the tower to the vulture hut. The guards in front of it lifted their daggers with grins spreading over their peasant faces, for they liked him well. Then they drew back the heavy wooden bolt from the door and Joseph entered into the courtiers. They squatted there in their little cubicle, bowed over their own stomachs, with their hands folded on top of their heads. He saluted them with the utmost refinement, though not in such an affected manner as he had seen in Horwas, the scribe of the great gate. However, it was a greeting a low mode, with raised arm and a smile and the formal wish that they might live the lifetime of They had sprung up as soon as they saw him, and overwhelmed him with questions and complaints. Who are you, young man? They cried. Are you well or ill disposed towards us? But at least you have come at last. Somebody has come. Your manners are good. They suggest that you might feel with us and see how impossible, how intolerable, how indefensible our situation is. Do you know who we are? Have they told you? We are the Prince of Mann, the Count of Abaju, Pharaoh's first inspector of bakestuffs, and he who ranks even above the first scribe of the buffet. His sommelier general, who hands him the cup on all the greatest occasions, the baker of bakers and the butler of butlers, master of the grape, in the garland of vine. Is this clear to you? Have you come here in this knowledge? Can you picture to yourself how we have lived, in pavilions faced with azurite and diorite, where we slept upon down and had special servants to scratch the soles of our feet? What will become of us in this hole? They have put us into this bare room. We have been sitting since before dawn behind bolts and bars, without the least attention paid to us. Curses on Zawari. Curses, curses. There is nothing here, nothing. We have no mirror, we have no razors, no rouge box, no bathroom, no place to satisfy our necessities. So that we are forced to restrain ourselves, though they are more urgent than usual on account of the strain we have been under, and we have cramps. We, the archbaker and the master of the vine, is 882 Thomas Mann. If given to your soul to feel that this situation of ours cries to heaven? Or do you only come to observe whether our misery has reached the uttermost? High and noble sirs, answered Joseph, calm yourselves. I am well disposed towards you, for I am the captain's mouthpiece and adjutant entrusted by him with the office of overseer. He has made me your servant, who am to ask after your commands, and as my master is good and even-tempered you may infer my own tempera. Meant from his choice of me. I cannot lift up your heads, that only Pharaoh can do, so soon as your innocence is made clear, which I assume with all due respect is present and can be made clear. Here he paused a little and waited. They both looked him in the face, one with eyes swimming in vinous emotion, yet hopefully, the other wearing a glassy stare wherein fear and deceit swiftly pursued each other. One would have expected the baker to be like a bag of flour and the cupbearer to resemble the slender vine. But on the contrary it was the cupbearer who was full-bodied. He was short and plump, with a fiery red face between the wings of the kerchief drawn smoothly over his head, in front of which his thick ears adorned with stone buttons stood out. His chubby cheeks, alas, were now quite bristly with a stubble of beard, but they showed that when shaven and well they could shine right jollily. Even the present dejection and gloom on the chief butler's face could not quite extinguish its fundamental trait of joviality. The chief baker was by comparison tall and stoop-shouldered. His face was sallow, though perhaps again only by comparison, but also because it was framed by a somber black coiffure, out of which his broad gold earrings peeped out. But there were unmistakably underworldly features in the baker's face. The longish nose was set somewhat awry, the mouth showed a one-sided thickening and lengthening, making it sag unpleasantly, and the low erring brows had a sinister, ill-omened expression. We must not suppose that Joseph would have remarked the difference between the two faces with any easy partisanship for the good cheer of the one and just as easy dislike of the forbidding traits of the other. By tradition and training he would be prone to accord to both the jovial and the jaundiced equal respect for their destinies. He would even go further and summon up more cordiality and courtesy towards the man whose features bore the stamp of the lower regions than to him who was already jolly by nature. The beautifully pressed court costumes of the two with their ample adornment and gay-colored ribbon bows were soiled and crumpled with travel, but each still wore in plain view the insignia of his high office, the butler a collar of gold vine leaves and the baker an ord and of golden ears in the shape of a sickle. Joseph the provider 883. It is not I, repeated Joseph, who can lift up your heads, nor is it the warden. All that we can do is to ease a little, as well as we can, the discomforts a heavy fate has inflicted on you. You will understand that a beginning has already been made, in that in your first hour here you wanted for everything. From now on, there will be something you do not lack, and that, after the complete deprivation, will seem sweeter to you than anything that you had when you still anointed yourself with the oil of gladness, but which, alas, this sorry place can never offer you. You see how well-meaning we were, my lords Count of Baju and Prince of Mann, in making such a poor beginning. Within the hour you will have 2 bedsteads, simple ones, but one apiece. An easy chair, to use by turns, shall join the stools. A razor, unfortunately only a stone one, I apologize for it before hand, will be at your service, and some very good eye paint, black, shading into green. The captain himself knows how to prepare it, and I am sure he will be delighted to give you some if I asked him. As for the mirror, again it was probably intentional to have it reflect your images not as you at present are but after you have washed up. Your servant, by which I mean myself, possesses a fairly clear copper mirror, and I will gladly loan it to you for the duration of your stay, which one way or the other can only be a brief span. It will please you that its frame and handle are shaped like the life sign. As for Bathing, you can get that done at the right of your hut by a couple of guards whom I will station there for the purpose, on the left side. You can satisfy your necessities, that is probably just now the most pressing matter. Fine, said the butler. Just fine, for the present and in view of all the circumstances. Young man, you come like the rosy dawn after the night and like cooling shade after the heat of the sun. Health and strength to you and may you live long. The master of the vine salutes you. Lead us to the left side. But what did you mean, asked the baker, by one way or the other in connection with our stay and by brief span? I meant by that, Joseph answered, in any case, quite certainly. Beyond a doubt or something reassuring of that sort. That is what I meant. And he took leave for the time of the two gentlemen, bowing somewhat more respectfully before the baker than before the butler. Later in the day he came back, bringing a draught board to amuse them, and inquired how they had dined. They answered more or less, in the sense of, oh, well, and asked for roast goose. He prom is they should have something of the kind, a roast waterfowl for instance, and some sort of cake such as the poor place afforded. For there they might have an hour's target practice or a game at skittles, under the eye of the guards on the court in front of the Vulture House. 884 Thomas Mann. They had only to command. They thanked him very much and begged him to thank the captain as well for so thoughtfully arranging that they could now so greatly enjoy these indications of amelioration. After the utter baldness of their beginning, they had conceived a great confidence in Joseph and kept him in talk as long as the POS Sibley could, with thanks and complaints, both that day and the following one, each time he came to inquire after their welfare and their commands. But in all their volubility they did not depart from their silence on the ground of their presence here, but showed the same reserve which Misacham had shown in his first talk about them with Joseph. They suffered most on account of their new names, and repeatedly implored him not to believe that these were their real ones in any sense whatever. It is so very delicate of you, user Siph, dear youth, they said, that you do not call us by the absurd names which they put on us when we were arrested. But it is not enough that you do not let them cross your lips, even to yourself you must not call us so, you must believe that we do not go by such indecent names, but quite the reverse. That would be a great help, for we are distressed lest these fantastic names which are written in indelible ink in our papers and the proceedings of our trials in the writing of truth should gradually take on reality and we be so called to all eternity. Do not distress yourself, my lords, answered Joseph, that will all pass. After all, at bottom it is a kindness. They had given you a disguise to wear under your present circumstances, thus your real ones are not betrayed in the writing of truth. In a way it is not you at all who appear in the papers and indictments, it is not you who sit here, but hated of God and scum of thieves who suffer under your deprivations. They were inconsolable. Ah, but it really is us, even though incognito, they lamented. You are so tactful that you still give us the fine titles and decorations we wore at court, distinguished in Mann, Prince of the Bread, and His Eminence the Great Lord of the Wine Press. But no, if you do not already, they took away all these names when they arrested us. We stand here practically as naked as when the soldiers pour water over us at the right of the hut. All we have left is scum of the earth and hated of God. That is the horrible thing. And they wept. However is it possible, Joseph asked, looking away just as the captain had done, how is it possible, however in all the world can it have happened that Pharaoh behaved to you like a leopard of upper Egypt and like the raging ocean, and his heart brought forth a sand storm like the mountains of the east, of such a sort that overnight you, Joseph the provider 885, are shorn of your honors, arrested on suspicion, and snatched off down here to us. Flies, sobbed the butler. Chalk, said the chief baker. Both looked the other way but each in a different direction. However, there was not much resort in the hut for three pairs of eyes. Their glances met by mistake, then quickly shifted, only to meet again. Whitherever they traveled. It was a depressing game and Joseph would have ended it by going away, as he saw that there was nothing to be got out of them save flies and chalk. They did not want to let him go. They kept trying to convince him how untenable was any suspicion of guilt, how preposterous the names Mesetsuri and Ben Mwes. I implore you, good youth from Canaan, dear Ibram, said the butler, listen and see, how could it ever be that I, good and happy, in Thebes, could have anything to do with such an affair? It is absurd, it is contrary to the order of things, it stands to reason that it only proceeds from misunderstanding and slander. I am the chief of the wine of life and carry the staff of the great before Pharaoh. When he goes in procession to the banquet and the blood of Osiris flows in streams, I am his herald, crying hail and health, swinging my staff above my head. I am the man with the garland of the vine wreath on the head and the foaming beaker. Look at my cheeks, smoothed as they now are, albeit with a bad razor. Are they not like the bursting grape when the sun has brewed the sacred juice within it? I live and let live, crying all hail and all health. Do I look like one who measures the coffin for the god? Have I any resemblance to the ass of Set? One does not hitch that animal to the plough with the ox. One does not put wool and flax together in one garment. The vine does not bring forth figs. And what does not go together never can. I beg you to judge by your good common sense, as one who knows the laws of opposites and makes distinctions, who understands what is possible and what not, judge whether I can have any share in this guilt or partake at all in what is so impossible to me. And I can see, said Prince Mursuri, the chief baker, looking the other way in his turn, that the count's words have not failed of their impression on you, man of Zahi and gifted youth. Indeed they are compelling, your judgment must inevitably speak in his favor. Therefore I also appeal to your sense of justice, convinced that you will not want for reason and worldly common sense in passing judge. Meant my own case. You have perceived that the suspicion we high officials labor under is inconsistent with the sacred office my friend here holds. So you will surely agree that one can even less reconcile it with the sacredness of mine, which is if possible still greater. It is, in essence, the oldest, the earliest, the most exemplary, a higher there. 886 Thomas Mann. Maybe, a deeper never. There is a consummateness about it as there is about everything from which a descriptive adjective derives. It is the holy, the very holiest of the holy. It speaks of the grotto and the cavern into which one drives swine to sacrifice, throwing torches down from above to feed the primeval fire, that it may burn to warm and expand the forces of production. Therefore I bear a torch before Pharaoh, not swinging it above my head but holding it seemly and priest-like before me and before him, when he goes to the table to eat the flesh of the buried god, which springs forth to the sickle from below and out of the depths that received the oath. Here the baker gave a start, and the gaze of his staring eyes moved still further aside, until he was looking out of the left outside and the right inside corners. He kept beginning a sentence only to take it back, and begin again, yet all the while he only talked himself deeper in. For his words were addressed downwards and he could not turn them round. Pardon me, I did not mean to say that, he began again, at least. I did not intend to say it just like that. I do hope that you are not getting a wrong idea. You are a worldly wise young man, and we would enlist your understanding in support of our innocence. I talk. But when I listen to my own words I am alarmed. I might be making you feel that I am invoking a sacredness so mighty, that is so great and so deep, that it is almost suspect itself, so to speak, and invoking it might even afford the other way from what I want. I beg you, some. Mon all your understanding, do not be confused into the idea that, if the evidence is too strong that makes it weaker, or even makes it help to prove the opposite, that would be frightful, it would endanger the soundness of your judgment for you to come on such thoughts. Look at me. Even though I do not look at you, but at my arguments. I guilty? I involved in such an affair? Am I not the very chief and lord of the bread, servant of the wandering mother, who seeks her daughter with the torch, the fruit bringer, the all-giver, giving warmness and greenness, who rejected the benumbing blood of the grape and gave the malt drink preference, who brought to man kind wheat and barley and first broke the clod with the curving plough, so that from milder nourishment milder customs sprang, whereas aforetime men ate roots and grasses and even one another. To her I belong, consecrate to her who in the wind on the threshing floor winnows corn and chaff and separates honor from the cianure, the lawgiver who gives justice and regulates free will. Judge now in your wisdom if I could have engaged in such a sinister affair. Judge on the basis of unfitness, which does not so much rest on the fact that the affair is sinister, justice, like bread, being allied to the dark realm, and to the womb of the earth below, where dwell the avenging god. Desses, so that one might call it in its sacredness the watchdog of Joseph the Provider 887. The goddess, the more so since the dog is in fact sacred to her and, from that point of view you might also call me, who am sacred to her, a dog. Here he broke off with another frightful start and his eyeballs darted right over into the opposite corners. He asseverated that he had not meant to say what he had said, or at least not the way he had said it. But Joseph soothed them both, begging them not to take things so hard and not strain themselves on his account. He knew how to prize it, he said, and was honored to have them tell him about their affair, or if not about the affair, at least the reasons why it could not have been their affair. But still less was it his affair to set himself as judge over them, for he was commanded only to be their servant, who inquired after their wishes, as they had been accustomed. Of course, they were also accustomed to having their wishes carried out, and that, much to his regret, he was largely unable to do. But at least, they had the first half of what they were used to, and he asked if they would honor him with another command. No, they said pensively, they knew of nothing, no other commands would be likely to occur to one, seeing that nothing came of them. Ah, but why must he leave them so soon? Would he not tell them how long he thought the investigation of the charges against them would take and how long they would have to lie in this hole? He would tell them faithfully and at once, he replied, if he only knew. But naturally he did not. He could only make an entirely arbitrary and irresponsible guess. It would take 30 and 10 days in all, at the most and the least, until their fate was decided. Ah, how long, lamented the butler. Ah, how short, cried the baker, but at once gave another frightful start and assured them that he also had meant to say how long. But the chief butler reflected and then remarked that Joseph's calculation had probably got some sense to it. For in 37 and 3 days, counting from their arrival, it would be far Ao's beautiful birthday, well known as a day of justice and compass. Zion, on that day, in all probability, their fate would be decided. Carrot. I did not to my knowledge think of it, answered Joseph, and did not make my calculations according. It was more of an inspiration. But seeing it turns out that Pharaoh's exalted birthday falls just on that day, you can see that my words are already beginning to be filled of the stinging worm. With that he went, shaking his head over his two charges and their affair, about which he now knew more than he could well admit. Nobody in the two lands might appear or assume to know more than was considered seemly for men to know, and this perilous knowledge. 888 Thomas Mann was hushed up by the authorities in a cloud of circumlocution and secrecy, a scream of words about flies and pieces of chalk and unidentifiable made-up names like hated of God and scum of Wesset. Nev. Nevertheless it was soon talked of through the length and breadth of the whole kingdom. Everybody, whether he used the prescribed circumlocutions or not, knew what was behind these minimizings and palliations. The story in all its shockingness did not lack popular appeal. One might even say that it had a ritual character, seeming as it did like the repetition in the present of events whose foundation lay far back in the past. To put it bluntly, somebody had been conspiring against Pharaoh's like this, although the days of the majesty of that elderly god were well known to be numbered anyhow, and it is common knowledge that their inclination to unite again with the sun could not be arrested, either by the advice of the magicians and physicians of the book house or even by the mediation of Ishtar of the Way, which his majesty's brother and father-in-law of the Euphrates, Tushratta, king over Kinigalbat or Mitannaland, had solicitously sent to him. But that the great house, Siri, son of the sun and lord of the two crowns, Neb-Mariamenhotep, was old and ailing and could scarcely breathe, was no reason at all why he should not be conspired against. Indeed, if you liked, it was a very good reason why he should, however dreadful, of course, such an enterprise remained. It was a universally known fact that Re himself, the sun god, had originally been king of the two lands, or rather ruler on earth over all men, and had ruled them with majestic brilliance and blessing so long as his years were still young, mature, or middle-aged, and even for some considerable period of time into his beginning and increasing age. But when he had got very old, and painful infirmities and frailties, though of course splendid in their form, approached the majesty of this god, he had found it good to withdraw from the earth and retire into the upper regions. For his bones gradually turned to silver, his flesh to gold, and his hair to genuine lapis lazuli, a very beautiful form of senescence, yet attended with all sorts of ailments and pains, for which the gods themselves had sought 1,000 remedies, but all in vain, since no herb that grows can avail against the diseases of gilding and silvering and lapidification, those troubles of advanced old age. Yet even under these circumstances the old Re had always clung to his earthly sovereignty, although he must have seen that owing to his own weakness it had begun to relax, that he had ceased to be feared and even to be respected. Now Isis, the great one of the island, Esset, a millionfold fertile in guile, felt that her moment was come. Her wisdom embraced heaven and earth, like that of the superannuated old Re himself. But there was one thing she did not know or command, and the lack of it. Joseph the Provider 889 hampered her. She did not know the last, most secret name of Re. His very final one, knowledge of which would give power over him. Re had very many names, each one more secret than the one before. Yet not utterly hopeless to find out, save one, the very last and might. East. That he still withheld, whoso could make him name it, he could. Compel him and outdistance him and put him under his feet. Therefore Esset conceived and devised a serpent, which should sting Re in his golden flesh. Then the intolerable pain of the sting, which only great Esset could cure who made the worm, would force Re to tell her his name. Now as she contrived it, so was it fulfilled. The old Re was stung, and in torments was forced to come out with one of his secret names after another, always hoping that the goddess would be satisfied before they got to the last one. But she kept on to the uttermost, until he had named her the very most secret of all. And the power of her knowledge over him was absolute. After that, it cost her nothing to heal his wound, but he only got a little better, within the wretched limits in which so old a creature can, and soon thereafter he gave up and joined the great majority. Thus tradition, known by heart to every child of Kern. It did suggest that Pharaoh had had something done to him, since he gradually got worse until his condition was so like that of the old god that one tended to mix them up. But there had been one particular individual who had taken the ancient tradition quite peculiarly to heart, a Ser. Tain inmate of Pharaoh's house of women, the private and well guarded pavilion of the greatest elegance adjoining the palace Mary. Matt, whither Pharaoh still had himself carried now and then, of course, only to chuck one or other of their graces under the chin, perhaps, to defeat her on the board of 30 fields, and at the same time to enjoy the lute playing, dancing, and singing of the rest of the sweet scented troupe. Often, indeed, he played a game with that very female, who took so seriously the old legend of Isis and Re that she yielded to the temptation to reenact it. Nobody, however well versed in the finer points of this story, can tell this woman's name. It has been obliterated from tradition, the night of everlasting forgetfulness shrouds it. And yet the woman had been in her time a favorite concubine of Pharaoh, and 12 or 13 years before, when he still condescended to beget a child, she had borne him a son, Nofika. To this name is preserved who as a scion of the godlike seed received a special education, and on whose account she, a concubine, was privileged to wear the vulture headdress. It was not quite so elaborate a one as that worn by Tai, the great royal consort herself, but nonetheless a gold vulture cap. This cap, and her maternal weakness for Noferketa, went to the woman's head and were fatal to her. For the headdress incited her to confuse herself with the wily Esset and to cherish ambitions hallowed by tradition and mixed up. 890 Thomas Mann. With her doting fondness for her little half-breed, the ancient records dazed her small and scheming brain, so that she made up her mind to have Pharaoh stung by a serpent, to instigate a palace revolt and set on the throne of the two lands not Horus Amenhotep, the rightful heir, who was sickly anyhow, but the fruit of her own womb. Noferketa. The first steps toward the goal of overturning the dynasty, bringing in a new time and elevating the nameless near favorite to the rank of goddess mother had been successfully taken. The plot was hatched in Pharaoh's house of women, but through certain officials of the harem and certain officers of the guard who had been eager for new things, connections had been established, on the one hand with the palace itself, where a number of friends, some of them highly placed, the head charioteer of the god, the chief of gens d'armes, the steward of the fruit stores, the overseer of the king's herds of oxen, the head keeper of the king's ointments, and certain others were won over for the enterprise, and on the other hand they got in touch with the outer world of the residential city, where through the OFFI, Ser's wives the male kindred of Pharaoh's graces were drawn in and engaged to stir up West's population with evil talk against the old Re, who by now was nothing at all but gold and silver and lapis lazuli. In all there were 72 conspirators privy to the plot. It was a proper and a pregnant number, for there had been just 72 when Red set lured user into the chest, and these 72 in their turn had good cosmic ground to be no more and no less than that number. For it is just that number of groups of 5 weeks of each make up the 360 days of the year, not counting the odd days, and there are just 72 days in the dry fifth of the year, when the gauge shows that the nourisher has reached his lowest ebb, and the god sinks into his grave. So where there is conspiracy anywhere in the world, it is requisite and custom for the number of conspirators to be 72. And if the plot fail, the failure shows that if this number had not been adhered to, it would have failed even worse. Now the present plot did fail, although it had the benefit of the best models and all the preliminary steps had been taken with the greatest care. The head keeper of unguents had even succeeded in purloining a magic script out of Pharaoh's bookhouse and, following its instructions, had shaped certain little wax images. These were smuggled about here and there and were calculated to produce by magic a mental confusion and bewitchment such as must assure the success of the undertaking. It was decided to put poison in Pharaoh's bread or his wine or in both, and to use the ensuing confusion for a palace coup. Combined with the rising in the upper city, this was to have led to the proclamation of a new era and the elevation of the Joseph the Provider 89-1. Young bastard Noferketa to the throne of the two lands. And then all at once the lid blew off. Possibly at the last minute one of the 72 decided that by choosing the loyal part he would do better for his career and for the beauty and interest of the wall paint ings in his tomb. Or perhaps a police decoy had wormed himself into the councils from the start. Anyhow, a list had been put into Pharaoh's hands. It was painful enough reading, containing as it did the names of a number of really close friends of the god and visitors at his levee. The list was on the whole correct, though not quite free from errors and mistaken identities, and the prosecutions had been swift, quiet, and thorough. The Isis of the women's house was straightway strangled by eunuchs. Her little son was sent into outer most Nubia, and a secret commission met to investigate the whole scheme and each particular guild. Meanwhile the persons thus exposed were labeled in one common epithet, abhorred of the two lands, while cruel distortions were made of their personal ones, under which they disappeared into various custodies to await their fate in circumstances quite foreign to their usual habits. And thus it was that Pharaoh's chief baker and chief butler had come down to the prison where Joseph lay. Joseph helps out as interpreter. They had been sitting there now for 37 days when Lus one morning made his usual call to inquire how they had rested, and to ask after their commands. He found the two gentlemen in a frame of mind which might be called excited, depressed, and one annoyed all at once. They had by now begun to get used to the simple life and had ceased to complain. After all, it is not necessary to live to fee as they had lived, surrounded by malachite and diorite, with serve ants to scratch the soles of their feet. Indeed, with a bathing place on their right and a retiring place on their left, and some opportunity to shoot arrows and throw nines as a substitute for the lordly virtue. Life is not so bad after all. But today they looked definitely relapsed into their former spoiled children state, as soon as Joseph appeared. They exhausted themselves in the old bitter complaints, how after all, they lacked for the most elementary conveniences and how their life. Here, however honest the effort they had made to come to terms with it, still continued to be a dog's life. They had had dreams the night before, they said, in answer to Fo's sympathetic questioning. Each of them had earned his own dream, and each dream had been of the most speaking vividness. Highly impressive, unforgettable, and of quite peculiar flavor. Dreams that unmistakably meant something, wearing the sign on. There stand me right on their brows. They fairly cried out for inter. 892 Thomas Mann. Pretation. And at home each of them had had his own interpreter of dreams, experts in all the monstrous brood of the dark hours, with eyes for every detail to which a claim of significance could be attached, equipped with the very best dream books and expositions, Babylonian as well as Egyptian, and only needing to turn the leaves, if they themselves fell short of ideas. And when they were at a stand still and the books did not help them out, the two courtiers could call a convocation of temple prophets and learned scribes, by whose combined powers the matter could certainly be got to the bottom of. In short, in every such case they had been promptly, efficiently, and aristocratically served. But now, and here, they had dreamed, each of them his own special, striking, and poignant dream, each with a strange flavor of its own. Their minds were full of them, and there was nobody in this accursed hole to interpret these dreams and serve them as they were used to be served. That was a deprivation far harder to bear than the loss of feather beds, roast goose, and bird shooting. It made them feel their intolerable degradation even to tears. Joseph listened and stuck out his lips a little. Well, gentlemen, said he, to begin with, if it is any consolation to you to know that someone feels for you in your distress, then behold in me one who does so. But it might even be possible to do a little something about this lack that so upsets you. I have been appointed your servant and caretaker, and, so to speak, I am here as a general purpose assistant. So why not after all for dreams as well? I am not quite unversed in the field, I may boast of a certain familiarity with dreams. Do not take the word amiss, it is only apt, for in my family and tribe we have always been in the habit of having interest in dreams. My father, the shepherd king, while on his travels, had a first-class dream in a certain place, which clothed his whole being with dignity for the rest of his life. It was always an uncommon pleasure to hear him tell it. And in my previous life I myself had much to do with dreams. I even had a nickname for it among my brothers, who made a jest of this peculiarity of mine. You have had so much practice in putting up with things, how WT old it be if you put up with me and told me your dreams, in order that I might try to interpret them. J. Yes, indeed, said they. Very good. You are a most agreeable young man, and you have a way of looking dreamily into space with your charming, yes, even beautiful eyes, when you talk of dreams, that we could almost have confidence in your capacities. But even so, it is one thing to dream and quite another to interpret. Do not say so, he responded. Do not say it without qualification. For it may well be that dreaming is a single whole, wherein dream and interpretation belong together, and dreamer and interpreter only seem to be two separate persons but are actually interchanged. Joseph the Provider 893. Able and one and the same, since together they make up the whole. Whoever dreams interprets also, and whoever would interpret must have dreamed. Your Excellencies Lord Prince of the Bread and her hereditary cupbearer, you have lived under luxurious circumstances of unnecessary division of labor, so that when you dreamed, the interpretation was the business of your private soothsayers. But at bottom, and by nature everybody is the interpreter of his own dream, and only out of sheer elegance does he have himself served with an interpretation. I will reveal to you the mystery of dreaming. The interpretation is earlier than the dream, and when we dream, the dream proceeds from the interpretation. How otherwise could it happen that a man knows perfectly when an interpretation is false, and cries, away with you, ignoramus. I will have another soothsayer who interprets to me the truth. Well, at least try it with me, and if I blunder or do not interpret after your own knowledge, chase me away to hide my head in shame. I will not tell mine, said the chief baker. I am used to better service, and I prefer to go without in this as in other things, sooner than take an unprofessional person as interpreter. I will tell mine, said the butler. Truly I am so eager for an interpretation that I will gladly put up with what comes, especially since this young man shows some familiarity with the subject and narrows and veils his eyes in such a promising way. Young man, prepare to hear and to interpret, but pull yourself together, as I likewise must pull myself together to find the right words and not murder my dream in the telling. For it was so clear and lifelike and full of inimitable spice, for we know, alas, how a dream like that shrinks when you try to put it into words, and becomes the mummy and with haired, swaddled image of that which it was when you dreamed it, and it grew green and blossomed and bore fruit like the vine which was before me in this my dream, for it seems I have already begun to tell it. It seemed to me I was with Pharaoh in his vineyard, and beneath the roof of the vaulted bower where Pharaoh was resting, and before me was a grapevine. I see it still. It was a marvelous vine and had 3 separate branches. You understand, it grew green and had leaves like human hands, but though the arbor was already hanging full of heavy bunches of grapes, this vine had not fruited yet, for that took place before my very eyes, in my dream. Lo, it grew before them and began to blossom, sending forth the most beautiful thick blooms among its foliage, and the 3 branches put out grapes that rip, and visibly with the swiftness of the wind, and their purple hues were as bouncing as my own cheeks and bulged as nobody's cheeks. In these parts, I rejoiced greatly, and with my right hand I picked the grapes, for in my left I held Pharaoh's beaker, half full of cool water, and full of feeling I squeezed the juice of the grapes into the cup. 894 Thomas Mann. Remembering as I did so that you, young man, sometimes squeeze a little grape juice into water and give it to us when we order wine. So, I gave the cup to Pharaoh into his hand. And that was all, he finished lamely, crestfallen and disappointed by his own words. It is not a little, answered Joseph, opening his eyes, which he had kept closed as he inclined his ear to the tale. There was a cup, and clear water within it, and you yourself pressed the grape juice into it from the vine with the 3 branches and gave it to the Lord of the 2 crowns. That was a pure gift, and there were no flies in it. Shall I interpret? Yes, do, cried the other. I can scarcely wait. This is the meaning, said Joseph. The 3 branches are 3 days. In 3 days you will receive the water of life, and Pharaoh will lift up your head and take away from you the name of shame, so that you are once more called justified in Thebes as before, and he will install you again in your office, so that you can give him the cup again into his hand as when you were his cupbearer. And that is all. Splendid, capital, cried the fat man. That is a beautiful Excellent, a masterly interpretation, I am served by it as never before. In my life, and you, sweet youth, have done my mind an inestimable service. 3 branches 3 days how you could have it so pat. You clever youth and honorable in Thebes again as before, and everything as it used to be, and once more Pharaoh's friend. Thank you very, very much. And he sat there and wept for joy. But Joseph said to him, District Count of Abaju, Nephraim. Wes. I have prophesied to you according to your dream it was easily and gladly done and I rejoice that I could give you a happy interpretation. Soon you will be surrounded by hosts of friends, because you have been declared innocent, but here in these straits I shall be the first to congratulate you. I was your servant and steward for 37 days and shall be so for 3 more, by the gov. Earnest orders, asking after your commands and giving you tokens of your accustomed amenities, so far as our limitations permit. I have come to you here in the vulture house morning and evening, and been like an angel of God, if I may so express myself, into whose breast you could pour your troubles and be condoled with over the strangeness of your lot. But you have not asked me much about myself. And yet, like you, I was not born into this hole nor did I choose it for my habitation. I landed here, I know not how, put here as a slave of a king, condemned for a sin which is nothing but misrepresentation before God. Your minds were too full of your own misfortunes for you to have much feeling or interest left for mine. But forget me not, and my service to you, Count Chief Cupbearer, think. Joseph the Provider 895. Of me when you were back in all your former glory. Speak of me before Pharaoh and call to his attention that I am sitting here out of the sheerest misunderstanding, and beg in MV behalf that he graciously remove me out of this prison where I am so sorely against my will. For indeed I was stolen away, simply stolen as a boy from my home, and brought down here to Egypt, stolen down into the pit and am like the moon, when an opposing spirit stopped it in its course so that it could not move shining onwards before the gods its brothers. Will you do this for me, District Count Head Cupbearer, and speak of me at court? Yes, of course, 1,000 times yes, cried the fat man. I promise you that I will mention you at the first opportunity when I stand before Pharaoh, and will remind him each later time if his mind has not grasped it. It would be swinish of me indeed not to think and speak of you to your advantage, for whether you have stolen or are stolen is all the same to me, mentioned you shall be, and pardoned. Sweet honey youth. And he embraced Joseph and kissed him on the mouth and on both cheeks. But I also have dreamed, said the long man, though the fact seems to have been forgotten here. I did not know, Ibram, that you were such a skilled interpreter or I would not have rejected your aid. I now incline to tell you my dream in my turn, as well as it can be told in words, and you shall interpret it to me. Make ready to hearken. I hearken, answered Joseph. What I dreamed, said the baker, was this, and was the following. I dreamed, but you can see how ludicrous was my dream, for how should I, the prince of Mann, who certainly never sticks his head into the oven, how should I, like a baker's apprentice, be to live, airing rolls and crescents? But suffice it to say, there I was, in my dream, carrying on my head 3 baskets of fine rolls, one on top of the other, flat baskets fitting into each other, each full of all kinds of good things from the palace bakery, and in the top one lay uncovered, aired the baked stuff for Pharaoh, the crescents and rolls. Then a flight of birds came swooping down on spread wing, their talons bared, their necks stretched out, their eyeballs goggling and glaring, and screeched as they came. And these birds in their boldness thrust down and ate of the food on my head. I would have lifted my free hand to wave it over the top of the basket and frighten the vermin away, but I could not, for my hand was as lamed. And they hacked at the food, and their flapping was all about me like a wind, and the bird smell of them was piercing in its foulness. Here the baker started, as he always did, went pale, and tried to smile in the misshapen corner of his mouth. That is, he said, you must not imagine the birds and the stench. 896 Thomas Mann. On the air nor their beaks nor their goggling eyes as too utterly disgusting. They were just birds, like any birds, and when I said they hacked I don't remember whether I said that but I may have done. That was rather too strong a word, used to give you a feeling of my dream. I ought to have said they pecked. The little birds pecked from my basket, they probably thought I meant to feed them, the top basket being uncovered and no cloth over it. In short, the situation was very natural in my dream, except for me, the prince of Mann, carrying the baked stuff on my head, and of course that I could not wave my hand though perhaps I did not want to because I liked the little birds to come. And that was all. Shall I interpret? Joseph asked. As you will, answered the baker. The 3 baskets, said Joseph, are 3 days. In 3 days, Pharaoh will take you out of this house and lift up your head from off you, that is, he will bind you to the post and shall hang you on a tree and the birds of the air will eat your flesh from off you. And that is all unfortunately. What are you saying? Cried the baker, hiding his face in his hands. Tears sprang out from between his bearing fingers. But Joseph comforted him, and said, do not grieve all too much. Excellent chief baker, neither do you dissolve, O master of the vine, in tears of joy. Rather accept with dignity what you both are and what comes to you both. For the world too, being round, has an upper and an underside, yet we should not make too much of this two-sidedness, for at bottom the ox is no better and no worse than the ass, they might easily change places, and together they make one whole. You can see by the tears you both are shedding that the difference between you 2 gentlemen is not so great. You, your eminence master of the feast, be not prideful, for you are only good in a manner of speaking, and I suspect your innocence consists only in that nobody approached you from the side of evil, because you are a chatterbox and they did not trust you. So you remained ignorant of evil, and you will not be mindful of me when you come back into your kingdom, although you have promised to, I tell you this before hand. Only very late will you do it, when you stub your toe on the memory of me. When you do, then remember how I told you so. But you, Master Baker, do not despair. For I think you joined the conspiracy because you thought it was respectably backed, and you confused evil with good, as can easily happen. Lo, you are of the God when he is below, and your companion is of the God when he is above, and lifting up of the head is lifting up of the head, even though it be on the cross of usurer, on which, in fact, one sometimes sees an ass, in token that Set and Osiris are the same. Thus Jacob's son to the 2 fine gentlemen. But 3 days after he, Joseph the Provider 897, had interpreted their dreams, they were fetched out from the prison, and the heads of both were lifted up, the chief butler in honor, the baker in shame, for he was put to death. But the butler completely forgot Joseph, because he hated even to think of the prison, and so Would not think of his former steward. C $$is asterisk. 898. Chapter 2. The Summons. Nebnefnezem. After these events, Joseph remained for 2 more years in the prison. And in his second pit. He had reached the mature age of 30 when he was hastily removed, yes, in the most breathless haste, for now it was Pharaoh's self who had dreamed. After the space of 2 years. Pharaoh had a dream. In fact, he had 2 dreams, but since they came to the same thing, we may speak of them as one. The point is idle, by comparison with another, namely, that when we now speak of Pharaoh, the word has no longer, in a personal sense, the meaning it had when the chief baker and the chief butler dreamed their true diurns. F01 Pharaoh is always the word, and Pharaoh is always, but at the same time he comes and goes, just as the sun is always, yet like wise goes and comes. So now, that is to say, very soon after the 2 gentlemen, Joseph's protégés, had in opposite ways had their heads lifted up, Pharaoh had gone and come. This had happened and much else besides, and Joseph had missed it, while he still lay in prison, and and only a faint echo of the resounding event reached him. Namely, the change of reign, the lamentable passing of one day of the world and the exultant dawn of another, a new time, from which men expect a change for the better, no matter how good, humanly speaking, the former one may have been. On that day, they think and believe, right will drive out wrong, the moon will come right, as though it had never come right before. In short, from now on, life would be one long season of laughter and amaze, all of which was reason enough for the whole population to hop on one leg and drink to excess for weeks, after, of course, a period of mourning in sackcloth and ashes, and that was by no means a hypocritical convention, but sincere grief over the going hence of the old time, for man is a creature prone to confusion. As many years as his chief butler and the general intendant of his bakeries had spent days at Zawari, namely 40, Hadamun's son, thy son of Thutmose and the daughter of Mitanai's king, Nebma. Reamenhotep III Namiri adorned his throne in splendor, and Joseph the provider 899 built his palaces. Then he died. He united himself with the son, having had at the close of his life the disheartening experience with the 270 conspirators who had sought to lure him into the coffin. But now of course he had come to it anyhow, and a splendid coffin it was, studded with nails of pure beaten gold. He lay there, served in salt and bitumen, made to last to all eternity with juniper wood, turpentine, cedar resin, styrax, and mastic, and wrapped in 400 ells of linen bandages. 70 days it took till the Osiris was ready. Then it was laid on a golden sledge drawn by oxen that carried the bark, holding the lion-footed bier roofed over by a canopy, preceded by incense bearers and water sprinklers and AC, accompanied by a host of mourners apparently overcome by grief. It was borne to its eternal dwelling in the hills, a many-chambered tomb, equipped with every convenience. Before its door the ceremony was performed, the so-called opening of the mouth, with the foot of the horus calf. The queen and the court were no longer walled in within the many-roomed abode there to starve to death and moulder beside the dead. The days when that was considered necessary or proper were far in the past. The custom had lapsed and was forgotten, and why? What had they against it, and why was it remote from every mind? They indulged their fill in primitive observances, diligently made magic, stopped all the body openings of the exalted cadaver with charms against evil, and faithfully performed the ceremony with the calf's foot instrument, according to the time-honored ritual. But to wall up the royal court, no, none of that. It was not done any more. It was not only that they did not wish to do it, that they no longer found it a good idea, as once they had. They did not even want to know that the custom had ever been practiced or found good. Neither the traditionally walled-in parties nor the wallers gave a single thought to the matter. Obviously it could no longer bear the light of day. Call that light late or early as you will, and that is remarkable. Many people might feel that the remarkable thing was the fine old custom itself, the immurement of the living. But surely it is more remarkable that one day, by common, wordless, indeed unconscious consent, it simply ceased to come under consideration. The court sat with its head on its knees, and all the people mourned. Then they all lifted their heads, from the Negro borders to the Delta and from desert to desert, and greeted enthusiastically the new epoch which should know no more wrong, in which the moon would come right, lifted their heads in exultant welcome to the sun and successor, a charming though not beautiful lad, who if the wanting was correct was only 15 years old and still under the ward ship of Tai, the goddess widow Horus' mother, who was still for some time to guide the reins of state. He was throned and crowned. 900 Thomas Mann, with the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, and there were great celebrations, in much weighty pomp, partly in the palace of the west, in Thebes, but the most solemn part at the place of the coronation. Hermod, with her young pharaoh and his lady mother, lofty in feathers, with a splendid retinue, on the heavenly bark star of the 2 lands, betook themselves upstream amid loud shoutings from the banks. When he returned thence, he bore the titles, Strong Bull, favored of the 2 goddesses, great in kingship in Karnak, Golden Falcon, who lifted the crowns of Hermod, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Neferkeeper Rewanra, which means lovely of form is he, who alone is and to whom he is the only son of the sun, Amenhotep, divine ruler of Thebes, great in duration, living to all eternity, beloved of Amon-Re, Lord of the heavens, high priest of him exulting in the horizon. By the power of his name he which is in Aten. Thus was young Pharaoh called after his crowning. The combination of titles, Joseph and Ade-Sachim agreed, was a compromise arrived at after long and tough bargaining between the court and the temple power. For the court inclined to Amri's complacent son sense, whereas Amun's jealous and oppressive temple power had reaped a few low blows before the traditionally highest, but only in return for pretty transparent concessions to him at on in the point of the triangle. The royal boy, actually consecrated as greatest of seers of Rehorak, had even woven the and anti-traditional doctrinal name Aten into the trailing garment of his title. His mother, the goddess widow, called her strong fighting bull, who of course had no faintest resemblance to a bull, quite briefly, Eleni. But the people, Joseph heard, had another name for him, a tender and delicate name. Nebnefnezem it called him, Lord of the breath of sweetness. It could not definitely be said why. Perhaps because it was known that he loved the flowers of his garden and liked to bury his small nose in their fragrance. Joseph, then, in his pit, missed all these spectacles and the painting hubbub of rejoicing. The only sign of them down in the prison was the fact that Misachim soldiers were allowed to get drunk 3 days running. Joseph was not present. He was not, so to speak, present on earth when the day changed. Tomorrow became today, and the son of tomorrow the son of today. He only knew that it had happened, and from down below he cast his eaves up to the sun. He knew that Nebnefnezem's child and sister bride, another princess of Mitanni, whom his father had wooed for him by letter from King Tushratta, had disappeared and taken her way westward. Almost as soon as she had arrived. Well, Mene, the strong fighting bull, was quite used to such disappearances. There had always been much dying all about him. All his brothers and sisters had died, some. Joseph the provider 9 of them before his birth, some since, among them one brother, only. A late-born little sister had survived, and she too had shown such a strong inclination westwards that she was almost never seen. Nor did he himself look as though he would live forever and always, to judge from the sandstone images which the apprentices of Ptah made for him. But it was imperative that he should continue the line of the son before he too went hence, so he had been married again in the lifetime of Neb-Meri-Menadheb, this time to a daughter of the Egyptian nobility, Nefertiti by name, who had now become his alt consort and mistress of the two lands, and to whom he had given the radiant title Nefer-Neferuit and beautiful beyond all beauty. Is Aten. Joseph had missed the wedding feast too, and the sight of the rejoicing crowds on the banks. But he knew about it, and he took note of the young highest. He heard for instance from Isachim, who got to know a good deal in the course of his duties, that Pharaoh, directly he had lifted the 2 crowns at Purmont, had given the order to complete with all speed the building of the house of Horak Aten at Karnak. His departed father had in fact already commissioned it, and special order was given to erect in the open court of the temple a mammoth freestone obelisk on a lofty base. The sun meaning of this obelisk, referring to the doctrines of Mann at the point of the triangle, was quite obviously a challenge to Amun. Not as though Amun would have had anything against the neighborhood of other gods, in and for itself. Round about his greatness, there were indeed many houses and shrines at Karnak, for to the swaddled one, Min the staring, Mon to the falcon, and some others had shrines there, and Amun tolerated the worship of them near him. And not only out of benevolence, for the multiplicity of the gods of Egypt was really an asset to his conservatism, always, of course, with the proviso that he, the weighty one, was king over them all, king of the gods, and that they waited upon him from time to time, in return for which he was ready, on proper occasion, to make them a return visit. But in this case there could be no waiting upon, there would be no image in the great new shrine and house of the sun. Nothing but the obelisk, which threatened to be arrogantly tall. After all, it was no longer the time of the pyramid builders, when Amun was small and Re very great in his light places, when Amun had not yet taken Re into himself and become Amun Re, god of the empire, and king of the gods. Among these Re'adam now, for his part and in his kind, might of course continue to exist, or rather, indeed, should continue to exist but not in any presumptuous sense, not as a new god called Aten, setting himself up to philosophize about himself. That was fitting for Amun Re alone, or, more correctly, not even for him, to think, indeed, was altogether unsuitable, and the settled posing. Go to Thomas Mann. Shin was that Amun and no other was king over the traditional multiplicity of the gods of Egypt. But even under King Neb-Mer there had been a great deal of fashionable speculation at court, and now it looked as though it was going to take the upper hand. Young Pharaoh had given out an edict, and had it engraved on stone to commemorate the erection of the obelisk. It gave evidence of much subtilizing effort to define the nature of the sun god in a new and anti-traditional way, to define it so sharply, indeed, that it suffered from tortuosity. There lives, so the inscription ran, Rehor of the horizon, who exults in the horizon. In his name Shu, who is the Aten. That was obscure, although it dealt with light itself and was meant to be very clear. It was complicated, although it aimed at catine and unification. Rehoract, the god among the gods of Egypt, had a threefold form, animal, human, and divine. Elis' image was the image of a man with a falcon head, on which stood the disk of the sun. But also as a heavenly constellation he was threefold, in his birth, out of the night, in the zenith of his manhood, and in his death in the west. Eli lived a life of birth, of dying, and of a new generation. A life looking into death. But he who had ears to hear and eyes to read the writing on the stone understood that Pharaoh's doctrinal pronouncement did not wish the life of the god to be thus perceived as a coming and going, a becoming, passing, and becoming again, as a life done away with in death and thus phallic, all in all, not as life in so far as life is always done away with in death, but as pure being, the changeless source of light, subject to no ups and downs, out of whose image man and bird would at some far future time fall away, so that only the pure life radiating sun disk remained, called Aten. This was understood, or not understood but at least energetically and excitedly discussed by such as had the necessary equipment to talk about it, also by such as entirely lacked the equipment and merely prattled. It was prattled about even as far down as into Joseph's pit. Even Isachim soldiers prattled about it, and the convicts in the quarry too, whenever they had breath enough, and this much at least everybody understood, that it was an offense to Amun-Re, as was likewise the great obelisk they had stuck in front of his nose, as well as certain more far-reaching orders of Pharaoh, having to do with the subtilizing definition in the inscription and really going very far indeed. Thus the great estate where the new house of the sun grew up was to bear the name brightness of the great Aten. Yes, rumor even had it that Thebes itself, Amun city, was henceforth to be called city of the brightness of Aten. About this there was endless gossip. Even the dying in Isachim's hospital beds talked of it with their latest breath, quite aside from those Joseph the provider 903, who were only suffering from itch or pink eye, so that the captain's rest cure system was endangered. The Lord of the sweet breath, so it seemed, could not do enough to further his purposes and the purposes of the beloved God of his doctrine. In other words, the building of the temple. It was carried forwards with such haste and urgency that all the stonemasons from Jebu, the Elephant Isle, as far down as the Delta, were set to work. And yet all this concentration failed to give the house of Aten the kind of structure suitable for an eternal dwelling. Pharaoh was in such haste, so ridden by impatience, that he gave up the use of the large blocks used for the tombs of the gods, because they were so hard to cut and haul. He gave order to erect the temple of changeless light out of small stones which could be tossed from hand to hand. Quantities of mortar and cement had thus to be used to smooth the walls for the painted bas-reliefs designed to shine there. Amun had made great fun of this, so one heard on all sides. So it was that the course of events reached down into Zawari, and involved the son of Jacob, even though he was not present at them. For Elisachim's quarry had to furnish much stone for Pharaoh's hasty building, and Joseph had to be on hand with his overseer's staff to see that pick and crowbar were not idle, so that the governor of the prison should not get any flowery unpleasantness in his correspondence with the government. For the rest, he continued to endure his quite endurable punishment at Zawari, by the side of his even-tempered chief. It was monotonous, like the captain's Manner of speech, yet nourished by expectation. For there was much to expect, at hand and afar off, at first near at hand. Time passed for him as it does pass, in the usual way, which we may call neither quickly nor slowly, for it goes slowly, especially when one lives in expectation, yet if one looks back it appears to have gone very quickly. Joseph lived in Zawari until he got to be 30, without taking particular notice of it. Then came the breathless day and the winged messenger, a day which might have startled Misachm out of his calm and almost taught him to fear, if he had not already been expecting great things for Joseph. The express messenger. A bark arrived, with curving lotos prow and purple sail. It fairly flew up, so light it was, manned by 5 oarsmen on either side, and bearing the sign of royalty, an express boat from Pharaoh's own flotilla. It lay too neatly alongside the landing stage of Zawari, and a youth leaped ashore, slender and light as the boat that bore him, with lean face and long sinewy legs. His chest heaved beneath the linen gar. Meant, he was out of breath, or at least he seemed to be. He behaved as 904 Thomas Mann. Though he were. There was no real reason for breathlessness, after all. He had come by boat, not run all the way. Anyhow, he ran, or flew, with extreme celerity through the gate and courtyard of Zawari, opening a way for himself and preventing anyone from stopping him, by uttering a series of little shouts, not loud, but very disconcerting, to the astonished and ineffectual guards in his path, and demanding to see the captain at once. He ran, then, or he flew, with such speed toward the citadel. They pointed out to him that despite his slim build, the pretended breathlessness might well have become real by the time he reached it. Certainly the little wings on the heels of his sandals and on his cap could not help him along, they were there merely in token of his office. Joseph, occupied in the counting house, saw this new arrival running, but paid him no heed, even when his attention was called to him. He went on turning over papers with the chief clerk until an underling came running, breathless too, with the order that Joseph was to drop everything, no matter how important, and present himself at once before the captain. I am coming, said he, yet finished first the paper he was going over with the clerk. Then, of course not loitering, but not running either, he betook himself to the captain in the tower. The end of Misachm's nose was rather white when Joseph came into the dispensary. His heavy brows were drawn up higher than ever, his full lips parted. Here you are, he said with a bedded voice to Joseph. You should have been here before. Hearken to this. He gestured toward the winged youth, who stood beside him, or rather did not stand, or not still, for his arms, head, shoulders, and legs kept moving in such a way that he seemed to run to and fro without stopping, in order to go on being breathless. Sometimes he stood on his toes, as though about to take flight. Your name is Usersaif, he asked in a low, hurried voice, keeping his quick, close-lying eyes upon Joseph's face. You are the captain's aide who was in charge of certain occupants of the Vulture House here 2 years ago. I am, answered Joseph. Then you must come with me just as you are, the other stated, with even more speaking play of limb. I am Pharaoh's first runner. His swift messenger am I, and came with the express boat. You must straightway join me so that I can take you to court, for you are to stand before Pharaoh. I, asked Joseph. How could that be? I am too unimportant. Unimportant or no, it is Pharaoh's beautiful will and command. Breathless I bore it to your captain, and breathless must you obey the summons. Joseph the provider 9°5. I have been put into this prison, responded Joseph, certainly by way of a mistake, and in a manner of speaking I have been stolen down here. But here I am, a convict at hard labor, and though you cannot see my chains, yet I have them. Flo, could I go out with you through these walls and gates onto your boat? That has not the least thing in the world to do with it, hurried on the runner, by comparison with the beautiful command, which makes all that vanish into thin air, and in a trice bursts all your bonds. Before Pharaoh's wonderful will nothing can stand. But have no fear. It is more than unlikely that you will stand the test, much more than likely they will bring you back in short order to the place of your punishment. You will hardly be wiser than Pharaoh's greatest shoal, ours and magicians of the book house, and shame the seers and Sutan sayers and interpreters of the house of Rehorak, who invented the sun year. That is in God's hands, whether Phi is with me or not, answered Joseph. Has Pharaoh dreamed? You are not here to ask but to answer, said the messenger, and woe to you if you cannot. Then will you fall, I suppose deeper than just back into this prison. Why am I to be thus tested? Asked Joseph, and how does Pharaoh know of me, that he sends forth his beautiful command down here to me? You have been mentioned and named and called attention to in this crisis, the other replied. On the way you may learn more. Now, you must follow me breathless, that you may straightway stand before Pharaoh. Wes is far, said Joseph, and far is Merimat, the palace. How? Ever winged boat and messenger, Pharaoh must wait before his will is obeyed, and I stand before him for my test. He might even have gotten his beautiful command before I come, and himself find it no longer beautiful. Pharaoh is near, responded the runner. It pleases the beautiful Son of the world to shine now in on, at the point of the delta, he has betaken himself thither in the boat Star of the Tavo lands. In a few hours my bark will fly and flit to its goal. Up with you, then, not a word more. But I must have my hair cut first and put on proper clothes at one. Am to stand before Pharaoh, said Joseph. He had been wearing his own hair in the prison, and his clothing was only of the very common coarse linen. But the runner replied, that can be done on board as we flit and we fly. All has been provided. You imagine that one thing may delay another, instead of all being crowded into one time, in order to save it dash, but you know not what breathlessness is when Pharaoh commands.